Slowly waking up, he gently held his forehead with his hand. The pain and screaming here made him feel tired. Squinting his eyes slightly, he vaguely saw the situation before his eyes. In front of him were countless people, everyone in a state of panic and fear. They were screaming to release them quickly, but what he cared about was who those people were. His body began to slowly wake up. He squatted slightly and touched the floor. There are countless sparkling purple lights on the floor right now, but why is there light on the floor, he thought to himself. And when he raised his head to look up, the image of a beautiful statue of a goddess, radiating light, appeared before his eyes. Everyone here suddenly saw a monster with two sharp fangs sticking out. They began to scream in panic and fear. Some people were scared and trembling and said, "What kind of creature is that?" A person nearby replied, "You idiot, this cannot be true." The guy next to him immediately followed suit and replied, "Yes, everything is fake." A woman in the crowd immediately asked, "Is this a hidden camera?" The man next to her smiled and replied, "Min Seo was right, it's probably a hidden camera, but there can't be any monsters." Lee Kiyoung had a gray face and thought to himself that it was fake and just a hidden camera, but who does these things? If not, then what is the situation? He was clearly still at home just now. Going back to Lee Kiyoung's memories, at that time he still remembers being at home, having dinner with his family. While I was chewing rice, suddenly the phone next to me showed up with a notification. I picked up my phone and read. Turns out it was a message introducing a new game. I think this is a newly released game. Out of curiosity, he immediately clicked on it. His memory only stops at that moment, after that he doesn't remember anything else. Lee Kiyoung held his forehead and trembled in fear. The crowd of people behind him kept screaming and banging on the door, demanding to be released. He mumbled in annoyance, "Why did he scream like that? It's really cramped and uncomfortable here." So he turned his back to the crowd and found a cool place for himself. Suddenly, a blonde guy in the crowd was constantly trying to comfort everyone's spirits. "Hey, everyone, it seems we're all in the same situation. Don't you guys remember anything?" Suddenly he grabbed Lee Kiyoung's shoulder and asked, "Do you know anything?" Because of his question, he had to think and be able to interact with other people. It's neither a dream nor an illusion. But it doesn't feel right at all. Suddenly, burning smoke emitted from the foot of that beautiful statue of the goddess. Everyone there saw this scene and immediately shouted loudly. No one could distinguish whether it was fire or just light. The monster began to make growling sounds, and suddenly a sound came from the beautiful statue of the goddess. "Hello everyone to another world. First of all, thank you for accepting our invitation." Suddenly a loud voice came from the crowd. "An invitation? Are you kidding? What is it? Who are you?" Countless questions were asked from everyone. The sound still came from the statue. "You were chosen to become warriors to save the dying planet." The crowd was still talking endlessly. "Damn it, talking nonsense. Is this a hidden camera? Call the police." The voice inside the statue continued to speak, regardless of what everyone below said. "From now on, everyone please remember everything I say. This is something directly related to your life. Not everyone can return, only a few can overcome the challenge." When Lee Kiyoung heard that, he panicked and shouted, "What?" One of the crowd there also spoke up, "Stop listening to nonsense, let's go out." The voice in the statue said again, "I repeat it again, so that I can return alive. Must overcome all challenges. Try to be the last survivors. First of all, the place where you are standing is called the starting point. You can also think of it as the waiting room. It is shaped like an ancient Egyptian tower. There are many essential items here such as food, water and many different types of weapons." Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung immediately felt like he knew something. The sound from the statue continued, adding that in this world each individual will have a special profession, and some people will also have unique characteristics. Lee Kiyoung heard this and vaguely realized that this world seemed like he had seen it in a game or novel. The voice from the statue continued, "There are 4 levels: common, heroic, epic and legendary. Now the common weapons are here, you will use them to protect yourself." As soon as the words fell, whoever took it had a weapon falling into their hands. Lee Kiyoung's is a seemingly heavy sword. He used his strength to lift the sword and walk to the nearby window. Suddenly there was a collision outside the window, making a loud noise. He looked out and felt extremely shocked, but the punch hit the door but the window was unharmed. He was shocked and thought to himself, "Damn this wall, why doesn't it break?" The sound from the statue continued, "You came here from many places and have many different personalities. This place was created to train and help you become more mature. If you say status window then you can understand what I mean." When everyone heard that, they all repeated the status window statement. The same goes for Lee Kiyoung, he also repeated that sentence. Suddenly, A status frame appears before each person's eyes, on which there will be a specific introduction of each individual. Lee Kiyoung's window appears and it says, Name Lee Kiyoung, 20 years old, characterized by a clear strategy. Currently, he is unemployed and has no title. The status window also notes that he needs to put in more effort. Below the information, there will be a circular frame like a compass, on which specific numbers will clearly appear. As for Lee Kiyoung, his muscle strength is currently 10 and is in the economy class, fitness 11 and currently at high school level, mental tenacity at the 12th level and at the high school level, magic power is currently non-existent and also at common level. In terms of mental ability, it is at 19 and at the heroic level. In terms of luck, it is at 21 and is classified as a hero. Agility is at 11 and also at the common level. Below that circular frame, below are 3 sections of characteristics, leveling limits and equipment. That's all the status window shows. Lee Kiyoung mumbled and thought, his muscle strength was at 10, his physical strength was at 11, is this good or not? Suddenly the status window displays a notification that the properties have been collected. He was surprised and asked again, characteristic. The system immediately explained that some people will have unique characteristics. He immediately cursed silently and quickly clicked collect. The status window suddenly appeared with a hidden eye and hero level. Its use is to be able to view everyone's rankings, talents, and status windows. Sure enough, it wasn't wrong. He turned around and could see a row of people inside. He immediately looked to see what everyone else was doing. Then I saw that someone nearby was at the leveling limit. Your overall rating is now a common characteristic, and the system also informs you that you must try your best. Suddenly a notification appeared. He quickly clicked on it. The window now displays the total rating for you. The stats that player Lee Kiyoung has are the lowest. Even if you try, it may not be effective. No matter how hard you work, it's difficult to surpass the standard of third place. The indicators are not hopeful at all. Intelligence and luck are not mentioned. But let's see, you don't have to swing a sword or try any other weapons. Anyway, the ranking is so clear. Having read all the reviews, what's left in his mind right now are the words, Kiyoung is the lowest, no hope, useless. Intelligence and luck, try something else. Even if you work hard, there's no hope, but it's okay to swing a good sword, it's not necessary. Anyway, the ranking is so clear. Lee Kiyoung was completely shocked when he read it. He didn't think he would have to endure this condition. What worries him is, should he just have to suffer like this? Suddenly the system said, okay everyone, good luck. As soon as the words ended, the sound of punches at the window became increasingly stronger, and they finally met the source of those sounds. The window was broken, and a group of monsters suddenly rushed in. They make hideous sounds and rush to attack people. Sounds filled with helpless fear rang out, help me, save me. Lee Kiyoung stood motionless in place, when suddenly a loud sound rang out, shut up. Pick up your weapon, can't see the status window in front of you, pick up your weapon. Like a joke, the person speaking is Park Deok-gu, and Lee Kiyoung was also awakened by this person. Because he could see Park Deok-gu's status frame. On his status page, it showed that his muscle strength was 20 heroic levels, 21 heroic levels of physical strength, 30 heroic levels of endurance. Lee Kiyoung focused on Park Deok-gu's persistence and smiled crookedly. He was extremely excited because he had finally found the flesh shield. The monsters made hideous sounds. They rushed in and bit everyone's shoulders. People who are bitten by them don't know what to do other than watch them bite them. Those who were strong all shouted to each other and quickly picked up their weapons. Lee Kiyoung's spirit felt like it was filled with blood. He held the sword tightly and told Park Deok-gu, take the lead and I will help. He heard these words and asked, big brother, are you planning to fight him? Lee Kiyoung's spirit felt like it was filled with blood. He held the sword tightly and told Park Deok-gu, take the lead and I will help. He heard these words and asked, big brother, are you planning to fight him? With a determined face he said, yes, it is impossible to sit in one place like that. Anyway, I have to try it once. When Park Deok-gu heard that, his face immediately became extremely excited. Hearing what big brother said, he immediately became stronger, but he looked so dilapidated. Hearing that, he didn't blame him and told him to quickly get out of here. Suddenly both of them felt something approaching. Sure enough, a monster suddenly jumped out from nowhere and attacked behind him. Before he could react, he saw that the monster had been knocked unconscious by Lee Kiyoung's attack. He quickly turned around and called his boss. That person was now trembling and shouting loudly at him. What are you doing? You said you were fighting. If you don't hurry up and stop it, you want to die. After saying that, he turned around and ran forward, not forgetting to tell him that if he didn't want to die, he should hurry up. He immediately replied yes, I know, and ran after him. The monsters were making sounds, they were probably extremely satisfied after sucking the blood of so many people. Hearing that, Kiyoung gritted his teeth as if making up his mind. I think first just kill them like a pig. In front of him suddenly appeared two small monsters. As soon as they approached, he was knocked unconscious by his attack. The other one quickly changed direction, jumping behind him to attack. But unfortunately it was knocked unconscious by Park Deok-gu's shield. He immediately turned around and asked, "Big brother, are you okay?" He immediately thought to himself, "Is it really useful?" After that, he immediately said, "Thank you," and did not forget to remind him not to forget to bring his weapon. He obediently told me he knew. So the two of them, one in front and one behind, ran towards the door that had been broken by the monsters. Both of them were extremely happy, they were about to escape. Suddenly there was a cry for help from behind. Both of them stopped. They both turned to look and saw. A boy is surrounded by a group of monsters, they are preparing to tear the young man apart. He made pleading sounds begging the two of them to save him. Kiyoung was silent for a while without saying anything. Park Deok-gu from behind saw this and softly called out to him. He clenched his fists, as if he had made up his mind about something. The young man was scared, tears kept falling. Kiyoung now rushed to the young man's side. He was extremely happy because he thought he had been saved. But contrary to what he thought, Kiyoung did not save him, but he was holding the bundle right next to you. He just took the bundle of money and ran back, leaving him alone. In the end, the young man could not resist his fate and was bitten to death by those monsters. Park Deok-gu saw this and shouted loudly, "Big brother." But he also doesn't want to have to do that, but with the current situation this is probably the only way he can do it. With the bundle you're holding in your hand, it's the straw that saved your life. A moment later the two of them were hiding in a small prison. He immediately asked me what we should do now. He replied that if he knew, why would I be here? Then came his sighs, he felt that he was such a pitiful big boy. Then he said, "First we need to find out where the hell this is." He had played games before. He immediately replied that there was no one who had never played games. He immediately said, "Status window, rankings, nicknames, equipment, profession, don't you know where these things are commonly found?" He listened to what he said and vaguely realized that they were the lowest level monster players. He said again, "Just think we are in a game." Seeing that, he immediately asked, "What should we do?" "Must level up," he said. "Maybe this is a system. If we kill monsters here we can level up, if we fight we can get a profession. This is a bit difficult, but first we need to become stronger. Luckily we have shields and weapons, along with water and food, at least our situation. Still a little better than others." Suddenly a monster outside the door was looking at the two of them, but strangely it didn't attack them. Kiyoung immediately looked at its status window. It was called a devouring devil, only 5 years old, instinctual tendencies, low-level monster characteristics, poor eyesight and intelligence, muscle strength is 11 levels normal, physical strength is 14 levels normal, tenacity has 12 normal levels, magic power has no normal levels, intelligence is at a normal level of 3, luck is at a normal level at 10, and agility is at a normal level at 10. After Kiyoung looked at its status window, he realized that it was blind. He immediately turned to Park Deok-gu and signaled him to keep quiet. Then he gingerly held the sword. Park Deok-gu saw that and immediately sweat dropped. "Big brother, could it be possible to kill him?" Quick as lightning he rushed out and stabbed the monster with his sword. But there was no way he could stab it to death with one sword, so he repeatedly pulled it out and stabbed it again. While stabbing, he said, "Damn it, die, die, die." Finally the monster couldn't stand it anymore, it screamed loudly and died. Finally defeating that monster, he breathed heavily as if he couldn't believe what he had done. And at this time, the window also announced that his muscle strength had increased by 1 level, from 10 to 11, he chuckled, he had received experience points from killing monsters. "So it's exactly what I predicted." Park Deok-gu next to him saw him smiling and looked at him in surprise. He turned to look at you. Then walked over and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, if I can do it, you can do it too. Oh no, you will do better than me." Then I thought to myself, your persistence can reach 30. At this time, Park Deok-gu spoke up, "What is your name, big brother?" He then arrogantly said, "Yes, remember carefully. My name is Kiyoung." Then I silently added in my heart, "From now on I will be the one who devours your bones." The guy opposite me happily replied, "I'm Park Deok-gu, can you call me Kiyoung?" He immediately replied, "Okay, but you." Then without saying anything, he took the sword and cut the cloth. After that, he immediately stood and measured his body. That made him extremely confused and asked him what he was doing. He immediately told him to wait a bit. It turns out he made the shield so he could use the shield more easily. At this time, the system informed him that he was given 1 point for persistence. As for Park Deok-gu, who didn't know anything at this moment, he just felt extremely happy and touched. He thought to himself that if he made a shield, it must be sturdy. Park Deok-gu in the back kept saying thank you to him. Thank you very much, Mr. Kiyoung. If you have any work later, leave it to me. Hearing that, he immediately replied, okay, first we have to get out of this place. Then he turned around and smiled at him and said, once you get out of here, start by stopping idleness and then leave. Suddenly loud footsteps rang out. Along with that was the appearance of a girl. She was constantly running and calling for help. Lee Kiyoung saw that and immediately turned around and told him to run away quickly. He stammered and said yes. Lee Kiyoung looked at the monster over there and thought to himself what it was. It's crazy, there are so many monsters, how can I fight against them? What the hell is that thing? At this moment, he immediately called up the status window to see, and what he saw before his eyes made him feel unbelievable. Yet her talent is the limit of her growth, rare 10 levels of muscle strength, 12 heroic levels of physical strength, 14 rare levels of endurance, 10 legendary levels of magical power, intellect is 22 heroic levels, luck is 23 heroic levels. Rare 11 level agility. Looking at the magical power data, he couldn't believe it. Park Deok-gu behind him panically reminded him, brother, if you don't run away, why are you still standing there? As for Lee Kiyoung, he is still in a state of shock. He thought about Jong Ha-yan, who possessed legendary level magic power. Hearing that, he hesitantly asked if there were 3 of them. Could we win? Lee Kiyoung immediately said he would go around the corner. He replied once and said he understood what Big Brother meant. The girl in front was trying to run quickly towards them. He immediately signaled her to quickly go this way. She was breathing heavily but still quickly replied yes. She finally managed to run to where they said they were. The giant monster is approaching them. It recognized where they were hiding. It immediately used its giant hand to hit Park Deok-gu's shield very hard. The 2 of them tried their best to fight back against the monster. At this moment, Lee Kiyoung immediately jumped up. Gave a strong blow to the monster's body. Park Deok-gu immediately relaxed his body and wiped away his sweat. At that moment, he heard countless sounds coming from ahead. He immediately shouted to Lee Kiyoung on the other side, quickly moving away to one side. Because monsters are coming in droves. Suddenly he shouted loudly, Big Brother. The reason he shouted so loudly was because a monster suddenly appeared behind Lee Kiyoung. It was waving its hand towards him. He was startled and turned around to look. When that huge hand was approaching, a sword suddenly appeared. This newcomer could defeat that monster with just one simple move. When he saw this situation, he was extremely surprised and wondered what was in his heart that made the monster become like that. Immediately, he turned back to look. Then what caught his eye was a pair of feet wearing black leather shoes, dragging along a long, sharp sword. From a distance, I couldn't see his face clearly, I could only see that he was a young man. He walked closer, he could see the other person's face clearly. This person is still very young, his eyes are blue, his face exudes a cold look. The 2 didn't say a word, just looked at each other eye to eye. But what surprised Lee Kiyoung was when he looked at the frame of his status. It displays and confirms the skill index and maturity limit of player Kim Hyunsung. Age 22, characteristic of a good peacemaker, occupation is common level procurator, title is pseudo-altinous regression, procurator who begins the second battle, loser, person with a mission of sacrifice, an enlightened person. The physical strength is 19 epic levels, and the physical strength is 23 epic levels, 22 heroic levels of endurance, 11 heroic levels of magical power, intellect is 18 heroic levels, luck 23 heroic levels, elite 28 epic levels. What caught his attention in particular was the pseudo-altinous regression text. That makes it extremely difficult for him to think. Regression means going back in time. Behind Park Deok-gu suddenly spoke up, thank you, my brother is Park Deok-gu, you are, he on the other side also spoke up, I'm Kim Hyunsung. As for Lee Kiyoung, he is still immersed in Kim Hyunsung's status frame. At this time, the system gives an overall, completely surprising assessment. It's impossible, this player is so perfect that it's beyond words. To accurately predict the strength hidden in this player such as strength, physical strength and intelligence is impossible. If compared to player Lee Kiyoung, well, it would be a mistake for him not to compare like that. Hope all players feel honored to talk with him. Then I look back at my luck. Physical strength. His elite took another turn. This made him feel extremely shocked. I think this is not the first time. At this moment, he looked at him and suddenly spoke, "You seem to be very skilled at fighting." Park Deok-gu heard what he said, so he happily ran out and hugged Lee Ki-young's neck and said, "He is big brother Kiyoung, but I feel that we cannot compare to him. Just now, didn't you defeat those monsters with just one move? Your luck is also very good." At this moment, he was only pondering whether he should steal his characteristics or not. And he finally did it. Information appeared in the window. Legendary level swordsmanship master. You are awarded stacks of sword usage. The destructive power increases proportionally to the time it takes to swing the sword at a fixed rate. After looking at his status, he thought to himself that he was really lucky. He really made others jealous. I just now noticed him on the other side looking at me strangely. He thought to himself, why are you looking at me so strangely? Could it be that he knew that he was peeping on his characteristics? Then he suddenly spoke up. I'm Lee Ki-young, your name is Hyunsung, right? Thank you for helping us. You came here alone, it must have been difficult. In his heart, he secretly thought, right now he should play the role of a friendly beauty queen, so he immediately raised his hand, indicating that he wanted to shake hands with the other person. Kim Hyunsung on the opposite side gradually walked over to shake hands with him and said, "It was like that at first, but now I'm trying to gather the survivors. I also thought about setting up a camp for the survivors somewhere safe." He immediately smiled and asked, "What about the tent?" Then suddenly he stopped and asked him how many people he needed. He pondered and said there were about 30 people who could fight. Actually, it would be great if I could team up with people who share my ideals like Deok-gu and Kiyoung. Hearing these words, he immediately became sharp and thought, he was like a danger, because you know how to spit out those sweet words, "You're the one who reconciles," or is it a survival base? If you team up with guys like him, you'll die if you don't know. But looking back at him, he remembered the pseudo-demon name Altness. This guy knows how to dominate this place, even the secrets of this world. There's no reason for me to refuse a good relationship with this guy. So he smiled at him and said, "Then we will do as you planned. From now on, your job is to support." He immediately replied, "Yes, I am the prosecutor." Deok-gu was surprised and said, "He just became a prosecutor, I really admire him." And right now he is paying attention to the girl above. Now she is sitting face down on the ground in that hiding place. He immediately walked up to her and said to her, "Can you stand up? If it doesn't feel right, I'll go with you." She immediately hesitated and said, "Thank you" to him. Kim Hyunsung only now noticed the two of them. After seeing him, he ran quickly to them. He was surprised and asked this person. She then hesitantly said, "I was Jong Ha-yan." Hearing that, he happily replied, "Nice to meet you, I'm Kim Hyunsung." When he saw this scene, he was extremely surprised. Why did he suddenly become so excited? He continued to ask her if she was okay. She immediately clung tightly to his hand and replied, "I'm okay." He then hesitantly continued, "If possible, can I call you Ha-yan? Anytime you feel unwell or uncomfortable, you can tell me." She was still the same, still clinging tightly to his hand and answering him, "Yes, I'm okay, I'm really okay." He glanced at him and thought of his nicknames. False regression Altness, the second battle, the one who cannot overcome, the one who is enlightened, the one who must sacrifice his life. That guy is someone who can see to the end of the world. Someone like him can change everything that happens in the future. Once the flow of time turns back, he probably has everything he can take advantage of first. Among them were definitely humans. Ha-yan suddenly spoke up. She said, "It's a bit late but still. Thank you for saving me." He immediately smiled and replied, "It should be done." She saw his face, smile and voice when he answered her, and immediately blushed. He whispered and thought, Jong Ha-yan. Someone who possesses hidden abilities as a magician. Kim Hyunsung, the brave warrior, begins the second battle. It turns out she is your treasure. Smiling mischievously, he thought to himself, "Guys, let's fight together to the end. There are a lot of people here, this place is also much better than before." He was excited and asked him why he found this place. He replied, "I just discovered it by accident." Lee Ki-young heard that and thought to himself, he knew it would happen. At this time, in front of them, a girl suddenly ran up and called Kim Hyunsung's name. Girl with brown eyes and a black mole in the corner of her left eye, along with that is shoulder-length chestnut hair. She looked very excited and asked him, "Are you back, Hyunsung? Looks like you came back with a new member." He gently called her name, Ji-hae. He was in the back thinking, so cute, who is she? She immediately continued, I was very worried because you came home late. Then she turned to Park Deok-gu and asked, but who are these people? Hyunsung immediately replied, they are the ones who will stay here with us this time. She saw him and thought to herself that this person is scary tall. As for him, he was currently using his magic eye to investigate her status window. Name Lee Ji-hae, age 29, the tendency is to be arrogant and selfish, the career is unemployed, and there is no title. Looking at this board, I can only click my tongue and think that I need to try harder. Looking at the two of them again, she was 29 years old but could easily call him and someone who was only 22 years old in a sweet way. He then looked at the statistics and physical strength of the 5 common levels. Physical strength is 9 common levels, tenacity is 8 common levels, magic power is not at the common level, mental power is at 18 levels regression, the destiny is 12 ordinary levels, the elite 9 ordinary levels. After looking at Lee Ji-hae's statistics for a while, he felt like a pile of trash. Furthermore, are you still so arrogant and selfish? On the other side, she immediately asked him, saying that she just remembered their identities. He immediately introduced himself first, I am Park Deok-gu, on the other side is Lee Kiyoung, next to him is. The lady on this side immediately continued, I am Jong Ha-yan, I hope everyone can help. The two girls just looked at each other without saying anything. Especially Lee Ji-hae's expression. Looking at her right now is like evaluating someone else. Then he looked again, and Park Deok-gu, with his large body and weapon, initially got a passing score. On the contrary, Jong Ha-yan has a limp leg, and for him, who was staggering while helping Ha-yan, he received a failing grade. Ji-hae immediately radiated happiness and turned back to talk to Park Deok-gu. Does that mean Deok-gu is a giant? Just by looking at it, you can immediately see that he has defeated a lot of monsters. So he excitedly pointed towards him standing behind and said, that's right, I just took down a few of them. It's all thanks to big brother Kiyoung who's standing here. Without him, we would all be dead. She stood up and said that, maybe she didn't believe what he said. After that, he happily continued to say, anyway, it's nice to meet everyone. First I will lead everyone to the resting place, because the accommodations for men and women are different, so Ha-yan please come with me first. Then she turned to him and asked, is that okay, Hyunsung? He immediately replied that everyone depends on her. Then he turned around and smiled happily at him and said, I'm also very happy to meet Kiyoung. Seeing that, he immediately thought, this woman is the same person as me. Then he smiled brightly and said, yes, I'm very happy too. Then he looked towards everyone present here. Each of them has one state of mind, which is happiness. It seems like this place is really safe, right? But not for me but for them. If I keep that up, I'll turn into a meat shield. The next day, Kim Hyunsung immediately approached and asked them if they slept well last night. Park Deok-gu replied excitedly, thanks to you I had a peaceful night's sleep. As for Lee Kiyoung, he just woke up. He then called Hyunsung and said, now I realize that there are not many people who can fight. Forgive me but, how do you maintain a place like this? He then pondered and said, actually things weren't that good. Food and drink are in short supply, not only was there a shortage of fighting manpower, but he also had to take care of 30 people. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on any longer. Hearing these words, he immediately said, Mr. Hyunsung, the food we brought ran out in an instant, and we also had to deal with the monsters right in front of us. In this situation, everything shows that what we have is only disadvantageous. As if understanding what he said, he quickly replied, they are not a burden. He immediately said, no, they are a burden. I'm also not someone who would give anything to anyone for free. After that sentence, the two of them remained silent without saying another word. The atmosphere became more stuffy than ever. Suddenly Deok-gu spoke up, no, it's not like you want to leave, boss. He immediately said it wasn't like that. It's just that if we stay here, we don't get anything at all. Kim Hyunsung heard these words and immediately pondered. But on this side, Kiyoung continued speaking. We will also stand side by side with you and fight together. Of course this friend will also think like me. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, thank you guys. He continued to say, actually, I somewhat knew what Hyunsung was thinking. Do you want to survive together and escape from here? I certainly understand and sympathize with Hyunsung. However, I am different from you. I cannot sacrifice my life for others. Do we have to let them all go together? Even if you call me selfish, I still have nothing to say. Hyunsung heard that and immediately said, there is no way I can understand you. Of course you will have what you want. When he heard his words, he was extremely surprised. A person known as a good-willed peacemaker, always sacrificing for justice, yet negotiates so easily. So he approached him and said, "If that's the case, I'll ask too. Hyunsung's future plans. Mine," but in his heart he secretly thought, "Dear fake regression, I also want to have a hand in it, there's no way I'm going to let you suck honey alone." He immediately said frankly, "I also want to be involved in Hyunsung's plan." When he heard these words, he was extremely surprised. But frankly admitting it, he already knew. He immediately said, right at the starting point, that strange notification sound clearly brought down two options. Only a small number of those who completed the tutorial were able to travel to the continent. Once again, only a small number of people who have completed the tutorial will be able to travel to the continent, attack and survive. However, in my opinion, survival is practically an impossible choice. I don't know if a few people can monopolize the resources of the many, but if your goal is survival, isn't it unreasonable to gather so many people who don't directly participate in the war, even if you don't get eaten alive by monsters? You will die from starvation anyway. Not everyone can deduce that. After hearing everything you said, he was silent for a while and said, "I understand clearly what you are saying. Then let's cooperate happily." In his mind, he immediately thought, in fact, he is a fake regression, so he just needs to combine them together. He immediately said, "That's exactly what I meant." Then he saw that Hyunsung's eyes when looking at him had changed a bit. He thought that he was not a strong person, but maybe he was a useful talent in his eyes. Or in other words, something like being a tactician or an administrator. After a while, they returned to the location to kill the monster. Now Deok-gu is behind using his shield to attack the monster in front, making it turn around and scream in anger, so he shouted loudly, "Big brother." The brother over there heard that and immediately replied, "I know, Deok-gu. I come here." Before he could arrive, Hyunsung quickly ran over. He jumped up and slashed the other monster, making it unable to react in time, can only scream loudly, and collapse to the ground. I saw this scene and thought, surely my magic eyes aren't lying, Hyunsung is so good. Hyunsung then turned around and said to him, "There seem to be a few more in front, I'll hold them off for a while, there are two left." He quickly replied, "I know." After that, he immediately told Deok-gu over there, "Deok-gu, quickly go get the food." He immediately replied, "He took it all, boss, but at the starting point, there weren't as many monsters as I thought. This is the first time I've seen them gathered like that." He said, maybe someone had already cleaned up the nearby area first. He immediately asked, "Is the boss talking about Kim Hyunsung?" "No, could that person be a real-life kendo player?" He crossed his arms and said, "I don't know, or maybe it's some similar sport, it could also be due to the vocation of searching." Hearing that, he immediately said sadly, "What a vocation." Seeing that he was in a bad mood, he patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry too much, my job will open soon, anyway, you helped me a lot." He immediately replied, "Actually I didn't do anything, it was all thanks to you." He immediately said, "It's not like that. Without you, getting here would have been much more difficult." He was deeply moved when he heard what he said, his eyes filled with tears and he softly called out to you, "Big brother." Then suddenly he saw a golden light flash in front of Kiyoung. It turned out that his vocation had already been opened. The status window appeared, it says on it, "Some professions have already been opened." To see detailed instructions, click on each icon. Accordingly, the sword will be a warrior at the common profession level, the arrow will be an archer at the common profession level, next is the magician at the common job level, and the general at the rare job level. Lee Kiyoung saw that and immediately felt extremely excited. He thought it was great even faster than he thought. He looked at the general's frame, but curious as to what it is. The system then gave a clear explanation. An archer was capable of long-range attacks, possessing basic knowledge of bows and arrows. You can later move on to melee classes such as thieves and assassins, as well as the ability to switch to higher archer classes, such as soul archers and magic archers, and the elite level will increase by 3 levels. Regarding magicians, a long-range profession that can use magic, allows you to possess basic knowledge of magic. After that, you can change to magic classes like Dark Wizard, Alchemist, Summoner. Magic power increased by 3 levels. He immediately thought that using an archer could shoot monsters at long range, using a magician would increase his magic power up to 3 levels. The rest are generals. This is a natural position with almost no fighting ability. Players using this function instead of standing on the front line, you will take a step back to grasp the situation and issue orders. The field of view is wide, and there is a little more information about the job class that the general can change to. increase intelligence by 1 level. He immediately thought to himself, what the heck is a field of view? Kim Hyunsung, who was behind him, immediately asked him if his vocation had already opened. He immediately replied, a Hyunsung, that's right, first there is the common rank which includes warriors, archers, magicians and then the legendary rank which has generals. Hearing that, he was surprised and asked, General. Hearing that, he immediately thought that this general position was a good job, but in fact it was a trap. Deok-gu, who was there, heard that and excitedly said, Big brother, let's choose the general. I don't know why I think you're so suitable for that. He immediately said, is that so? He continued, even though he didn't say it out loud, but don't you think you're completely like a commander? Wow, if the big brother chooses the general, victory is certain. Just imagining standing and watching the big brother swing his arms fiercely behind is enough for me. He heard what he said in his heart and thought to himself, I might be more of a scammer than a commander. I don't even know how to use a word of war to break it in half. Kim Hyunsung, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. He said that if he accepted the position of general, what he would receive would be too little. The other vocations all increase their parameters by 3 levels. Hearing that, he immediately thought to himself that he indeed intended to stop him, but Deok-gu contradicts Hyunsung's thoughts. He said, the big brother must be a general, a general. Hyunsung thought for a while then said, archer seems suitable for Kiyoung. Deok-gu said again, I said big brother is compatible with general. You're a general, quickly become a commander and give me orders, big brother. Hyunsung said again, if he could send reinforcements at long range, it would be of great help. Deok-gu immediately objected, oh, God told big brother to be a general. The vocation to save big brother's soul is a general, and must be an unconditional general. The two of them, one right, one left, kept talking to each other. When Hyunsung spoke but the archer, before he could finish his sentence, he shouted loudly for the general. But if you choose the archer, Deok-gu will shout loudly for the general. He said he was indeed an archer, and he got angry and shouted loudly at the general. The two of them each had their own opinion, and the situation became more difficult than ever. He was between the two of them just now, just laughing. Even though the two guys were arguing, he immediately thought that these two guys were really troublesome. Because of them, my mind is all confused. Then he looked at the job board again. Then, as if I had made up my mind about what I had chosen, he immediately clicked on it. Suddenly a bright yellow light suddenly surrounded him. The two people arguing over there saw this scene and immediately became silent. They asked each other, what's going on? Has he chosen already? So they both called him. They hurriedly ran to him and asked, General or archer, which one did you choose? Which one is it? So the two of them quickly ran towards him and asked, are they generals, not archers? He then scratched his neck and said, I choose magician. Deok-gu seemed shocked when he heard that. He was sad to say that he couldn't believe he didn't choose the general. And Hyunsung asked you, Mr. Kiyoung, can I ask you why you chose a magician? Hearing that, he immediately scratched his head and said, I just chose based on my feelings. Hearing his brother's answer, he immediately said, so that's it. He immediately thought to himself, does this guy feel sorry that he didn't choose an archer? Actually, I have a reason to choose that way. I'm not suited to using my body, so being an archer is a bit unsuitable. General is also not a bad choice, but the cumulative points are too low. Is a magician the right choice? Something that helps me increase my mental capacity is not bad at all. This new magical knowledge is flowing in my head, one by one, as if being filled with magic power. Great, then I'll give it a try. Check the index. And when he came out to check the index, in the overall rating, the system said, moderately competent. It seems you are still very desperate. However, congratulations on finding your calling. It must be very difficult for player Kiyoung to feel magic with his own talent. The magical power index increasing by 3 levels is a good thing. However, I advise you not to expect too much from leveling up as a magician. The more hope, the more disappointment. After reading what the system transmitted, he immediately felt regretful, but in my heart I still thought to myself, never mind, it's not that bad, I should use it right away. After loading the new magician into his body, he turned to ask Deok-gu, who was sat over there, but Deok-gu, have you chosen yet? He immediately scratched his head and said, well, actually, there are soldiers with shields and priests, but I still haven't decided. Kiyoung and Hyunsung both shouted in unison for soldiers holding shields. Hearing that, he stammered and said, but the pastor also. Before he could finish his sentence, the two of them shouted in unison for the soldiers to hold shields. So the boy on the other side began to choose a vocation for himself. When he finished choosing, Kiyoung asked, "Did you choose?" He happily raised his shield and said, "I will listen to the words of the shield bearers." Hearing that, he immediately smiled and said, "Good, very wise choice," and in his heart, he secretly thought, "Great, he will be a literal meat shield." Hyunsung suddenly spoke up and congratulated the two of them, "So let's go back now." As if remembering something, he suddenly said, "Oh wait, what about the issue of food division?" He immediately picked up the food bag and told him that this was enough for the two of us. Hearing that, he stammered and said, but, he immediately added, "Hey, okay, I'll go give it to everyone to eat." He looked at the food packages in his hand and felt extremely moved. Immediately sincerely say, thank you everyone for giving this part to me." Now at the survival camp. Park Hae-young is asking Lee Ji-hae, "Oh Hyunsung, why don't you come back? I'm so hungry I'm about to faint." Ji-hae heard that and immediately told her, "He will be back soon, please bear with it a little, Hae-young." Hearing that, she immediately replied, "Oh really, I hope he comes home a little early." So she immediately held up the bread she was holding in her hand and asked her, "Should I eat this first? I have leftovers." Hearing that, she happily said, "Thank you. Oh yes, I will be very grateful to you." At this moment, behind the two of them, there was a guy whose clothes were torn, his hands were shaking and he called out. When Ji-hae heard that, she glanced at him and asked, "What are you looking at, do you want to eat?" He just raised his hand and replied. Seeing that, she immediately broke the bread in half and said, There's no other way. This is yours, and this is Hae-young's share." Hearing that, she immediately said, "Thank you" to Ji-hae. When she gave him the cake, she said, "He didn't do anything but just lay there wanting to eat, sucking away the worms." With those words, she threw the bread down to him. He quickly picked it up and chewed it greedily, saying thank you to her while chewing. She said happily, "Very obedient, you have to be that good at eating, it's true that insects are different." Suddenly she heard a noise over there. "So you guys have returned." She immediately ran over quickly and said, "Oh Hyunsung." The people there were also extremely happy because they knew the food had arrived, and their stomachs would be filled. Hyunsung immediately gave her the food bag and she said, "Deok-gu and Kiyoung have worked hard too, I will help you handle this food bag." Hyunsung heard that and immediately replied, "Yes, I'm counting on you, I have some work today, so I'm going." Suddenly, a strange guy wearing glasses came up behind Kiyoung and said, Kiyoung quickly shared it with everyone. Hearing that, he just looked at that guy. Then turned around and left. Deok-gu saw that and immediately ran after him and asked, "Big brother, aren't you going to share it with everyone?" He immediately replied, "I told you so, we're not here to do charity." He immediately replied, "That's true but still, it's a bit harsh." He immediately turned around and said, "If you want to eat, you should at least pick up your sword and fight. Maybe Kim Hyunsung brought us here just to please them." Then he looked towards Ji-hae in the distance who was handing out food to everyone. She was extremely polite right now, gently handing out food to everyone. But he didn't think like that. He felt that when Kim Hyunsung was not here, she was the one in charge of managing this place. She is the epitome of a two-faced person. When Kim Hyunsung is absent, she is no different from a queen. Maybe that's the case. Then he saw a group of people over there. Some were so happy that they cried when they held a piece of bread in their hands. Looking over, there were still a few people struggling to carry the heavy stone but had not been given anything. Only then did he notice Ha-yan carrying rocks over there. There was a guy looking at her and shouting, "Hurry up, please, what should I do if a monster comes? How can that Ha-yan lady be so slow? Oh, it's so annoying." Hearing those nagging words, she could only say sorry. That guy immediately stood there and shouted to the people there who were carrying rocks, "If you can't get enough food today, you should starve, you know." The crowd quickly said yes. Look at this scene. I feel like I understand why our Ha-yan is being treated so unfairly here. Then he called Deok-gu behind him and said, "Do you still remember Jong Ha-yan that we met yesterday?" He immediately replied, "Yes, she is the girl that Big Brother helped her with yesterday, right?" He immediately gave his bag of food to him and said, "Give this to her and keep protecting her for me." When he heard that, he was extremely confused and asked, "I know, but why suddenly?" As if he thought of something, he smiled crookedly and said, "Oh, I know, boss, you can rest assured that this job will be left to Deok-gu. Ha-yan is currently carrying rocks." He saw it and thought to himself, how lonely my Ha-yan was. No one is as good to you as us, right? Normally, when you are helped when you are weakest and most difficult, you will feel very grateful, right? Ha-yan, I'm very trustworthy, right? You're counting on me, aren't you? When Deok-gu was about to arrive, he called out to you. But the scene before him shocked him and him. Because at this time, someone approached Ha Yan and gave her the bread. Seeing that, she immediately said, "Thank you." Seeing that, he immediately thought in his heart, "What the hell, that bastard." Yu Sok-woo was smiling brightly and gave the bread to Ha Yan. Seeing that, he got angry and said, "You dare to approach my treasure? Why, okay, it's too shameless anyway, in a place where I don't even have enough to eat." Isn't it obvious that he suddenly treats her so well? Did he do it to achieve his own goals or did he have something else in mind? Deok-gu saw this scene and immediately turned around to call him. He immediately waved his hand, signaling to keep going. He understood and approached Ha Yan. At Ha Yan right now, Sok-woo is talking to Ha Yan. "I'm quite close to Ji-hae, I secretly brought it here to you a while ago." Hearing that, she immediately replied yes. He gave her the bread and said, "Please take it." She looked at the bread in his hand and hesitantly said, "Yes, I'm okay." He continued, "Don't refuse, please accept, to get it, I worked very hard." Hearing that, she immediately replied, "Please excuse me." Then she raised her hands to accept. Then bowed his head and said, "Thank you" to him. "Thank you for taking care of me like this." The guy smiled and said, "Wow, it doesn't mean anything." In Ha Yan's mind, he was thinking, how grateful. Actually, if Sok-woo and Kiyoung weren't here, I probably wouldn't. When she thought about Kiyoung, she suddenly blushed. But that reminds me of Kiyoung. "What are you doing now, over here?" Sok-woo suddenly spoke up. "There's something wrong, Ems, Ha Yan. If you don't mind, can we get closer?" She immediately thought to herself, is he trying to get close to her? So she immediately replied, "Yes, I want that too." Hearing what she said. So he started holding her hand. His face now became extremely despicable as he called her name, Ha Yan. Seeing that, she got scared and screamed, "Letting me go." The guy saw that and asked, "Why did you just agree with me?" She was trembling all over and said, "Why are you suddenly like this? Please let me go." When he heard that, his face turned gloomy and he said, "This person is really... Why don't you understand any of this? Hey Jung Ha Yan, do you think I'm doing charity work?" Hearing that, she was confused and asked why. He still held her hand tightly and said, "There must be a return." She still didn't understand and asked him what he meant. When he saw that, he immediately said, "Maybe I should just say it out loud. If you want to survive here, be reasonable with me, you stupid girl, you still don't understand the situation." Hearing that, she immediately begged him, "Please don't be like that." At this time, Deok-gu came to them. He clasped his hands together and said, "Hey so-and-so. You should let her go while I'm still talking nicely." When he saw that, he got angry and said, "Who the hell are you?" Deok-gu immediately used force to hit his hand that was holding Ha Yan. That made him scream in pain and make him angry. "I didn't expect there to be some trash bastards like you here. Hey, I haven't broken them yet, so don't pretend to act like that." He was angry and yelled at this son of a bitch. He immediately grabbed the guy's collar, then threw a punch that sent him flying away. When Ji-hae and Hae-young and everyone here saw that, they were shocked and talked to each other. And he was still leisurely in the crowd munching on bread. At this time, Sok-woo was beaten until his face was bruised. He screamed loudly and was bleeding. Just like that, he was lying on the ground looking majestic. He saw that and immediately said, "People would look at me and think I just gave birth to a baby. Hey, stop lying there screaming, I haven't used any force yet." Seeing that he hadn't stopped, he became angry and said, "Hey, you're making quite a bit of noise, or I'll help you keep your mouth shut." Suddenly Ha Yan ran in front of Deok-gu and said, "Stop, stop. I'm okay, so Deok-gu please stop, this is a bit." Suddenly Ji-hae ran from nowhere and shouted loudly, "Stop quickly." After saying that, she ran out to help Sok-woo and said, "Mr. Sok-woo, are you okay?" The guy immediately said, "I'm fine." Then she turned around and shouted loudly, "Deok-gu using violence internally is taboo, what the hell are you doing?" Seeing that, he immediately said, he held her hand and started harassing her. "I just removed his hand, I saw it with my own eyes." So she was surprised and asked Sok-woo, "What did you say, you Sok-woo? Is what you said Deok-gu true?" He immediately denied it and said it wasn't like that. Of course, the fact that I held Ems, Ha Yan's hand was just because of a slight misunderstanding, there was nothing wrong with it. When he heard what he said, he got angry and cursed, "This bastard, you chose death." Ji-hae turned to him and said, "Sok-woo, please tell me the whole story clearly." So he immediately said, I just want to get closer to Ems, Yahan. She also responded positively to my suggestion, so, I see there's something wrong here. So Ji-hye immediately stood up and spoke towards Ha-yan. Ha-yan, please stop hiding behind and come out and speak clearly. Is what Sok-woo just said true or not? She then hesitantly spoke about that. But before she could speak, the people here started talking. What's going on? What's wrong with them? I don't know. From what I heard, it seems like the two of them fought because of that girl. It's ridiculous, even in here, she thinks she's a pitiful heroine. She saw the people talking and immediately thought, all of them, why are they looking at her with those eyes? Tears began to flow, she thought she hadn't done anything wrong. Remembering her past, her parents died and no one stood by her side. Tears fall more and more. She softly said that what he said was true. But then he came back, he suddenly held my hand tightly. I mean, even though I wanted to be close, the way he talked made me a bit surprised. Ji-hye on the other side heard that and immediately said, I don't understand what you are saying. She sighed and said, that means. It's true that Sok-woo wants to be close to her, and it's also true that she accepted. She was surprised and said, what but me? Because I didn't know that's what he meant. Ugh, I'm sorry. When she heard that, she said in a cold voice, Miss Ha-yan. Do you think just crying like a baby will solve the problem, older brother? So does Deok-gu. Of course in a situation like this, you came to help because of the danger facing women, I really appreciate it, but before clarifying the situation, you should not act so thoughtlessly. This time, you were a bit careless. In this situation, who is the victim and who is the harmer is still unclear. Hearing that, Ha-yan immediately bowed down and said, I'm sorry. So Ji-hye immediately approached and touched Sok-woo's shoulder and said, sorry, I can't solve anything. The person you need to apologize to is not me. But the victim here, Mr. Sok-woo, needs to receive a legitimate apology. When Ha-yan heard these words, he was extremely shocked. Obviously he was the one in the wrong, and according to her, she was the one at fault. When she saw her standing still like that, she immediately said, why are you standing there? Why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness? So she trembled and stammered. I'm sorry. As for Lee Ki-young, he has now seen this drama, he suddenly smiled and thought, this is exactly the moment. So he immediately walked towards them and said, what are you guys doing? He approached and asked what was going on. He went out to them and thought to himself, he didn't think there would be this many people. Whatever happens between them honestly has nothing to do with me. The important thing now is that they pushed Ha-yan into a dead end. At this moment, Ji-hye suddenly spoke up, Kiyoung, you came at the right time. Now, before she could finish her sentence, he spoke, Ji-hye, are you awake? She heard what he said and was extremely surprised and asked, what are you talking about? He immediately said, do you think this place is an amusement park? If monsters find out and come to this place because of your noise, who will be responsible? When the crowd heard what he said, they started to stir. Some said, why didn't I think of that now? Can they find out? Just keep quiet. Ji-hye immediately said, but the current situation. He immediately interrupted, what is the situation now? I stood and watched from afar and understood the general outline of the story. Ems, Ji-hye, as you said just now, this is a situation where it is unclear who is the victim and who is the harmer, right? If you rely on the herd and force someone into a corner like that, who will be harmed? When she heard that, she shouted loudly, but it was clear that the wrong person was Ha-yan. He immediately replied, Ems, Ji-hye, can you confirm that Mr. Sok-woo is really innocent? When she heard his rebuttal, she gritted her teeth without saying a word. When he saw that, he felt extremely happy. Of course it was impossible. If you can reason with certainty, then all responsibilities will automatically return to the right place. So he immediately pretended to hold his forehead and complain, I didn't think that everyone would come together to bully an innocent girl like that. If Hyunsung saw this scene, he would not be able to think more freely about this matter. Everyone in the crowd heard that and their faces fell, they started to become scared. No, it's impossible, if Hyunsung leaves us alone, we'll definitely die. He took that opportunity to approach her and said, as far as I can see, Ems, Ha-yan. Absolutely not that kind of person. When she heard what he said, she was extremely moved and could only stare at him in bewilderment. Ji-hye, who was opposite, shouted loudly, how could Kiyoung know that? It hadn't even been a few days since the two had met. He sighed and said, listen, Ji-hye. If at school you say to a friend you first met, we'll get closer later, does that mean you should sleep with me? What does intimacy and physical contact have to do with anything? Don't be led by them. but think carefully, she snorted and said, to be honest, there was nothing wrong with what he said. People in the crowd began to change direction. They said, that's right, thinking about it, what they were talking about was a bit unreasonable. Yes, Kiyoung is right, honestly, isn't this going against you Sok-woo? That's right, this time I'm on Kiyoung's side. Jong Ha-yan, that girl isn't very nice, but a bit. I think what Kiyoung said earlier is correct. Do you have to sleep together when you're so close to each other? It's so perverted. That's right, Ji-hae is too much. Kiyoung understands the problem very well. Seeing that the situation was no longer on my side, Ji-hae became angry and shouted loudly, what's wrong with everyone? So she turned to him and shouted loudly, Kiyoung, do you really want things to turn out like this? But what shocked her so much was his current expression. The expression of a winner, full of arrogance, as if to tell her, from now on, look closely. Now the king of this place. It's me. She remained silent without saying another word. So he immediately said, why are everyone gathered here? He immediately turned to the guy and said, Mr. Sok-woo first needs to bandage his wound. The two people over there gave Sok-woo a hand. The two people who were called immediately agreed and helped him stand up. Seeing that, he continued, and before Hyunsung returns, everyone should clean up this place and start their daily work. Since the incident just now may have alerted the monster, I'd like you to ask Deok-gu to scout around for me. When he heard it, he excitedly shouted, I understand, sir. He then continued, there's more. Ems, Ha-yan, can you meet me for a moment? She immediately replied, yes. People around started talking again, but was that girl really like that? Didn't you agree with Kiyoung just now? Sok-woo is indeed a pervert, but isn't she also overdoing it? I didn't like her from the beginning, but I think Kiyoung is right and what you said sounded more like being forced. He heard these words and immediately thought, Ha-yan, don't pay attention to them, because the important thing is that you are in a position favored by people in power. Ji-hae has been silent all this while, she angrily bit her nails. He and she went to a nearby table to sit and talk to each other. He politely invited her to sit down. She was still crying and sat down on the chair. She stammered and said, I'm sorry, I didn't really mean it like that, it was just, he quickly continued, I know, Ems, Ha-yan did nothing wrong. Besides, I hope you can talk to me more comfortably. Hearing that, she immediately used her hand to wipe away her tears. She said slowly, that's how it happened, suddenly at that time. That Sok-woo guy. He immediately continued, yes, what happened to Sok-woo? She replied, he just pulled my hand and shouted, then she immediately described his appearance to him at that time. When he saw that, he said, oh my god, did he do that? After a while, she trembled again and continued, that's the story. Then suddenly Deok-gu went to hit him. Then Ji-hae got angry. He listened to her and thought to himself, what the hell is she talking about? Honestly, I couldn't concentrate on her words, but now the important thing here is the ability to empathize. So he immediately told her, Ems, Ha-yan, you were very sad, right? She immediately replied, no, it's not. I feel better now, thank you Kiyoung. He replied, you don't need to thank me, in that situation of course. She quickly said, no I mean. Thank you for believing in me. Every time we meet, he helps me, but I haven't done anything for him. Can I ask Kiyoung, why do you treat me so well? He smiled and replied, I just did what I thought was right, if you ask why. At home I had a younger sister about the same age as her. He immediately remembered when he was still at home, the younger sister always kicks the door open and comes in to ask him for money. Every time I see her, I think of her. Actually, in his heart, he thought, it was all a lie. That girl is completely different from Ha-yan, but to sympathize with her, I have to complain. She heard that and immediately said, I'm sorry. I suddenly stopped. He quickly replied, it's okay, what about you? She immediately told her story. I have 2 older sisters but I haven't kept in touch for a long time. He replied, so that's it, what about your parents? She immediately clenched her hands and said, they are no more. He heard that and immediately said, we are very similar. When she heard that, she was surprised and asked, Mr. Kiyoung also? Ah, we are so similar. He smiled and said, yes that's true, in my heart, I secretly thought that having something in common is a prerequisite to be able to easily sympathize with someone else. So he continued, if you don't feel inconvenienced, I hope we can talk a little more freely, that's what I want. Seeing that, she panicked and asked, oh yes, how to do that? He quickly replied, let's start with something easy to talk about first. She replied, yes then that is comfortable. He laughed loudly and said, I will be very comfortable. So she immediately replied, yes, no, I know. The man opposite him smiled with satisfaction. Then he used his magic eyes to look at her status window. Her status was still the same as when he first saw it, she still hadn't opened her job. Then he immediately looked at her overall assessment, which says, you have a strong potential. If you have to become another swing magician, you will also become a different magician than Kiyoung, so you don't need to worry too much. After reading it, he silently thought that he must quickly make her become a magician. After we get closer, should I bring up the magician thing with her? Suddenly there were footsteps approaching where they were sitting, and that person spoke. Excuse me, can I bother you for a moment, Mr. Kiyoung? He guessed correctly, the person coming there was Ji-hae. So I immediately told Ha-yan, please stay away for now, I have to talk for a bit. Seeing that, she immediately stood up, said goodbye to him and left. After she left, Ji-hae immediately walked over and sat down. She stammered and said, I came to apologize, I sincerely apologize for causing a commotion. Seeing that, he immediately said, it's okay, I also feel guilty for overreacting. She quickly replied, no, it's my fault, Kiyoung just does what he needs to do. In his heart, he secretly thought that he really couldn't adapt to this older sister. She continued, I'm with you. He continued, yes, just say it. She immediately said, can you leave this matter to me to resolve? After thinking carefully, I feel very sorry for Ha-yan, and Sok-woo too. If you leave it to me, he seemed to understand what she wanted to say, so he interrupted, just do what you want. The management of this place is inherently under Ji-hae's responsibility. I'm sorry I overstepped. She quickly said, that's not it, that's not what I meant. He then gently replied, yes, I know what I'm saying. However, it would be better if you didn't care or interfere in what I do like before. In her heart, she silently thought, Ji-hae should remember what people like us who have nothing at hand can do to survive. There are only a few political tricks. If you want to hold everything in your hands, so do I. So don't go beyond the limit. She suddenly stood up and sat close next to him. She changed her tone dramatically, hugged his arm and said, Kiyoung, I understand what you mean, I won't cross the line from now on, I'm sorry for making you worry. You know what I really think, don't you? Mr. Kiyoung. I like ambitious people. The more I look back, the more I'm sure you're my type. Now we'll become close friends. He immediately asked frankly, are you approaching me now? She immediately leaned close to his ear and said, Jong Ha-yan, aren't you trying to control me to keep an eye on her? That weak child, even if it's not you Sok-woo, will still be there. I will take care of it later. At this point I probably understand what you mean, right? He heard what she said and burst out laughing. He walked closer to her and said, it seems like we have a lot in common. She touched his jaw and said, yes, that's definitely it. Then the two gave each other a kiss. A few months later, on a homemade high platform, Sok-woo was bending down and apologizing to everyone present. He said, I want to send Ha-yan a deep apology. Everyone there immediately talked to each other. Did you know that Ji-hae has sided with Kiyoung? The other person immediately replied, ah, I heard it, so now you Sok-woo is apologizing. But it seems like Ji-hae had no other choice. To be honest, Kiyoung's status is now higher than Ji-hae's. Why is that Kiyoung so protective of Jong Ha-yan? Jong Ha-yan knows what that kid did to cause such a ruckus. That kid, is he intentionally pretending to be stupid? The other guy quickly said, shush in case someone heard, and remained silent. When he heard that, his face darkened and he didn't say anything. At night, he sat in the same place as Ji-hae and talked to her. Anyway, Sok-woo handled it. Please watch Jong Ha-yan carefully. If anything happens, notify me immediately. She immediately replied, I know. In general, you want everything to end smoothly and without anyone making a fuss, right? Then we need to create a situation where Ha-yan is forced to rely on him. That's true, but still. What do you really mean by that little Jong Ha-yan? You look so attached to her. He was silent for a moment then said, you don't need to know. Hearing that, she panicked and said, how could you? Why do you suddenly call me sister? So she suddenly burst into tears, and he didn't care, just thinking in his heart. Ji-hae, I am a master in politics, watch me turn things around. Honestly, this handshake went pretty well. Thanks to her. Which Ha-yan has been lamenting about her sad fate for the past few days. But honey, why am I so unhappy? Luckily I have you here, he immediately replied. No, he is the one who should feel lucky to have Ha-yan by his side. Then he recited the magic spell in his heart. When you hear the sound, you must respond and summon fire. Instantly, a small flame appeared on his index finger. Ha Yan saw this scene and immediately admired him. He immediately thought, actually lately I'm not only interested in Jiang Ha Yan's studies. Deok Gu asked me, can I use the Kamehameha move now? It's an energy wave attack from Dragon Ball. Deok Gu and I practiced together, to get acquainted with each of our vocations. Magicians and soldiers use shields. Image is very important. If you want to create a fire like a firework like this, you have to imagine the real image while shouting the mantra. The problem is, my spells are also bananas, they sound like the navel of the universe. At this moment, he immediately turned and told her that Ha Yan was in the same situation as him these past few days. You probably won't be able to use magic until you get a special job. It'll be quick though, we'll be hunting with Hyunsung, so let's practice together until then. She immediately smiled brightly and said, yes, leave it to me, sir. He immediately stood up and said, okay then let's practice until today. She suddenly stammered and called out, brother, there are actually some things I don't quite understand. He immediately said so, she continued. Yes, and recently my magic power has increased again. Hearing her say that, he immediately thought, wow that's true, my treasure is different, it is growing faster and faster. So it won't be long before you have a vocation, that's great, let's see how much it increases, to what extent. So he immediately used his magic eye to see her status window. But what the hell are you looking at? She had already risen to the basic level of a magician. He couldn't believe what he saw. At this moment, she was suddenly calling him from behind. Brother, I still don't know how to use magic power. Hearing these things, his face darkened. She is lying, but since when? He immediately asked himself, Ha Yan, did you lie to me? Seeing that he didn't answer, she immediately called him back. Seeing that, he immediately hugged his neck and said, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about other things. Well then. Are you talking about using magic power? She immediately replied, yes, I find it very difficult to do what you say. Hearing that, he immediately thought to himself, it's impossible, immediately recalling the heroic level of a magician, that is, understanding and absorbing basic knowledge of magic and magic perfectly. Magical power ranking increased 2 levels permanently, growth ability increased explosively. A person with characteristics like this monster, how could he find it difficult to absorb magic power? What are you thinking, Ha Yan? And she was smiling brightly and told him, then let's practice visualization together once. So I immediately started to instruct you. First you will feel like fireworks bursting into your hands, then follow my movements. She immediately replied yes. Suddenly a flame appeared on her index finger. Her eyes immediately glowed. The fire was extinguished just like that. Seeing that, she stammered and said, this. Looks like I still can't do it, brother, you probably have to teach me more. When he saw this scene, he was sure that she had failed on purpose just now. She turned around and asked him, could you help me one more time? He immediately replied, let's just practice today first, now I have work to do. Seeing that, she immediately asked, so you promise me tomorrow? Suddenly a voice interrupted, Mr. Kiyoung. It turned out that Park Hae-young called him. She asked if he had time now. She is Lee Ji-hae's powerful assistant. Since that day, Lee Ji-hae has drawn her to his side. Because of Yu Sok-woo's situation, we've been seeing each other often lately, but what's going on today? So he immediately replied, yes I am free. When she heard what he said, she felt a bit sad, but when he turned around, he called her in and told her to see him tomorrow. She immediately became extremely excited and agreed. Wait until Ha Yan leaves. Hae-young approached him. He immediately asked her directly, so why did you come here? She immediately scratched her head and said, it's nothing, I heard that today we will announce the members for the next hunt, right? He replied yes. She immediately said, if it wasn't too late, I would also like to go with her. He immediately opened her status window. Her name was Park Hae-young, 27 years old. The tendency for diplomats to calculate in vocation is that they are currently unemployed and have no titles. But when he looked at her depth chart, he was also surprised. 13 heroic levels of muscle strength, 20 rare levels of physical strength, 10 common levels of endurance. So he told her, I don't know, I recommended Ha Yan first, but she immediately said, after all, you need someone to fight. Compared to that little girl, am I not better? He heard what she said and immediately thought, why is she so disrespectful to a future great magician? But as a support person, she also has some ability. So he immediately told her, so first I will try to discuss with Hyunsung, but don't expect too much. She laughed and said, as long as I have your words, there is hope. At this time, Ji-hye and a number of people were present in the empty yard. She shouted loudly. No one was paying attention. Everyone please gather here for a moment. There is an important announcement regarding the upcoming hunting trip. So Hyunsung, thanks you for everything. Hyunsung began to speak, realizing that it was difficult to continue to exist here. We decided to take turns with those of us who were capable of fighting. Everyone saw this and immediately started talking, wondering if Jong Ha-yan would go hunting. Why? He has something to do with Lee Kiyoung. Haha. Kiyoung's hobby is very small. In the end, I don't know what he sees in that girl. Life is unfair, isn't it? I also know how to swing. Hearing these words, she immediately became confused, covered her ears tightly, and thought about everything. Mr. Kiyoung. Just now my heart felt like it was broken into pieces. Mr. Kiyoung is the only person I can rely on here. That's right, we can see him again tomorrow. I felt very sorry for lying to him, but I had to do it to get his attention. Tomorrow we can experience the world of two people again, and receive his love. At this moment, Hae-young suddenly appeared. She spoke loudly. What, is she still here waiting for Kiyoung? Oh my god, she's no different than a stalker. No wonder the way her eyes looked at me just now looked so strange. Annoyed because I talked to Kiyoung. Hearing that, she immediately replied, Ems, Hae-young said that. It's not like that, she immediately interrupted her. It was nothing but no, anyway, it looks so stupid. Just looking at her face is enough to know. Do you like Lee Kiyoung? I said you. Hearing what she said, her face immediately darkened. She seemed to realize that what she said was right and continued. She thought Lee Kiyoung really appreciated her. Hearing that, she asked, what was that about? She said, it's nothing, it's just that at first I was lucky enough to attend the meeting with Lee Kiyoung. She must have made some mistake when she thought that Lee Kiyoung liked her. Ha, maybe a stupid child like you probably doesn't understand, but I know what kind of person he is. People like Lee Kiyoung will not trust anyone at first, and will easily hate everything. Anything you don't need will be cruelly thrown away. Especially weak kids like her, who are the easiest to hate. When she heard what she said, she immediately panicked, thinking he would abandon her. No, it's not. Kiyoung is not like that. He is different from everyone, so she trembled and told her that he was not that kind of person. When she saw her expression now, she was disgusted and said, that's that expression again. Now you probably know why Lee Kiyoung chose you. She was surprised and asked her why. She approached and pointed at her and said, because she is a chess piece that is easy to control and easy to throw away. Just be nice to her and you'll be able to be as clingy as you are now. The people who were good to her would leave one by one. She immediately remembered her mother and sister. They were also like that. She continued, before Kiyoung abandoned her, quickly gobble up that lucrative bait. Otherwise, I and everyone else will take it all away. Besides, compared to an idiot like you, Lee Kiyoung suits me better, you know that, idiot. At this time, Hyunsung continued to make announcements. So the next time we go hunting, we will take Ems, Jong Ha-yan and Ems, Park Hae-young along to experience it. When she heard it, she was happy and told her that it was indeed Lee Kiyoung. He added me to the vanguard just as I asked. So could you please step aside now? I'm very busy. See you on the hunting trip. No, if you come then let's talk again. She hit her and left quickly. She fell to the ground. Tears began to flow. She thought in her heart that Kiyoung is not that kind of person. Obviously he promised to go hunting with me and from now on, he would practice together every day. He considers me like family, always forgives me when I make mistakes and says we will work together. Remembering what Kiyoung once told her, he said she was absolutely not that kind of person. I'm so stupid and naive, even though he knows I am. But Kiyoung really appreciates me. But the other person kept telling bad lies. So I won't listen to what she says. Please don't leave me, please. Please don't treat me like that. Then negative thoughts started in her mind again. She thought he would say he was disgusted with her. The stupid girl, treat it a little better and it will stick to me. It's so annoying. What did I say? Kiyoung should be with someone like me, not a crazy person like you. Bored, a chess piece that is easy to control and also easy to throw away, always an abandoned child, so stupid, who told me to treat him honestly. You have to know your fate. I will plunder everything and abandon you. Those words automatically appeared in her mind. She hugged her head and screamed, it's too noisy, please shut up, don't want to hear, you bad, ugly thing, go away. I don't want to stop, please stay with me please. She kept being negative by his words, kept wandering in negative thoughts, and tormented herself. A few minutes ago, Kim Hyunsung stood on the podium and spoke. Compared to the total number of people, our food and water are completely inadequate, So, it's time for us to fight together so we can survive safely. I decided to train everyone to adapt to the external environment in the correct order. Then called Kiyoung, he replied yes. Then he summoned the fire in his hand with a calm expression. Everyone who saw this was scared and surprised. Everyone, as you know, this is not the earth we once lived on, magic eyes, attributes, secondary, in other words it's like a world in the game, and in this place I am a magician. I'm just starting out, a normal person is no different from everyone else, at first people will quickly run away or hide because they're afraid of monsters. But, if you fight without fear, you will have the strength to overcome. We all have to be more active, only when the collective becomes strong can we survive and escape. Yes, we can do it, everyone, let's try together. Wow, that's great, I also participate. Very good response, perhaps their determination has changed a bit, but soon someone will object or overdo it, still, it's better than starving, right? So first everyone will go together in pairs, Jong Ha-yan and Park Hae-young, congratulations. Park Hae-young walked up, reached out to shake hands and said to Kim Hyunsung. Have a nice cooperation. Kim Hyunsung reached out, but whispered loud enough for two people to hear, Ms. Hae-young. Just now, she pushed Jong Ha-yan. Hearing that, her face turned cold with fear. It's just a warning, but can you be more reasonable and cooperate more harmoniously? If you touch Ha-yan again, you will be tired of living here, you understand? You understand? Ah, yes, she avoided his eyes. Hearing that, Kim Hyunsung smiled mischievously as if nothing had happened. Yes, then please help me, this must be controlled within its limits. Now I want to be closer to Jong Ha-yan, no matter how hard I try to stimulate this unusual child, but Ha-yan, that girl doesn't come on. Lee Kiyoung looked down at the girl, a chill made him dizzy. Lee Kiyoung looked down at the girl, a chill made him dizzy. Well, tomorrow is the hunt, so rest well today, thinking about the people on the team every day, you should also think about the match a little. Haven't eaten well lately, you, don't worry about me, anything, but just eat your bread. Looking back at that girl now, Lee Kiyoung felt guilty, feeling like he did something wrong. Park Hae-young glanced this way, remembering the words just now. Can you be more reasonable and cooperate more harmoniously? If you touch Ha-yan again, you will be tired of living here, you understand? She nervously bit her nails. Oh my god, I'm about to lose my nerve, I'm almost there, damn it. While I'm here trying just to please Lee Ji-hae. And how much effort it took to climb to this position. Lee Ji-hae called out, Hae-young, she just regained her composure. Can you do well on the hunt tomorrow? Furthermore, collaborating with people like Kiyoung will have many benefits. Hearing that, Park Hae-young understood, now even she cooperates with him, so that's how it is, you mean I should be a servant to Kiyoung? Yes, if necessary, this isn't what Hae-young likes, Lee Ji-hae scoffed. What's wrong with making an impression on someone with ability? I'm not the adventurous type, so I want to stay absolutely safe. Ah, yes, Park Hae-young replied reluctantly, damn, I'm definitely caught. On the other side, Kim Hyunsung asked, what's wrong with Kiyoung? Park Deok-gu is worried, are you really okay? But Kiyoung was busy thinking back, she suddenly rushed in the blink of an eye defeated Lee Ji-hae and climbed to power, she was absolutely not simple, damn, I was wrong. Putting on an innocent face, Jong Ha-yan's thoughts were really not simple, in the end, will she be eliminated by that guy Kiyoung? At that time I will be nothing more than a useless, smelly dog, if so, then all my efforts up until now will have been in vain. Damn it, no, I can't leave it like this, certain. And Park Hae-young is plotting to get Lee Kiyoung to pay attention to her, only then can she live. The next day, Kim Hyunsung said that Deok-gu and I would start each other. Kiyoung and Ha-yan and Hae-young too, please support from behind. Especially Ha-yan and Hae-young are participating for the first time, so please pay attention to safety, others will actively support so that the two can soon adapt to the hunt. About fighting methods. Ignoring those lengthy words, Lee Kiyoung stared at Jong Ha-yan. The facial expression I saw yesterday was definitely a mistake, maybe I've been so absorbed in Ha-yan lately that I've been thinking too much. Ha-yan discovered his eyes. So he turned around and flashed an excited smile. Lee Kiyoung smiled awkwardly in response, waiting a little longer. And Park Hae-young was uncomfortable looking at this scene and pouted. Kim Hyunsung finished speaking, then. We're just starting out, until then, I still didn't know how unexpected a new journey would be. A group of hideous monsters rushed out. Kim Hyunsung used his sword to slash each one. Kiyoung is cruel enough just using a stick. While Jong Ha-yan showed admiration for the bloody scene just now. Park Hae-young then felt pale. Park Deok-gu was tired and breathing heavily. Wow, why are there so many little monsters today? Kim Hyunsung said, my hunch doesn't seem very good, everyone be careful. Deok-gu left. He looked to his left and saw a pot-bellied monster jumping towards him. Deok-gu enhanced. Like lightning rushing towards the monster. Use your shield to touch it. It screamed in pain. Then scream, deal with them quickly, I won't be able to hold on for long. Lee Hae-young hurriedly said, Hae-young, it's now, stab it, she was scared, that, what to do, just stab with the spear you're holding, hurry up. What are you doing, hurry up, but she was so scared that she cried, damn, it's worse than I thought, no, calm down, Park Hae-young, must do well, this time we have to perform well, fuck, that damn monster. Nothing special, but when that monster turned to look at her. Made her turn to stone in fear. Kiyoung was annoyed, he always seemed so strong. Then come up behind her, Hae-young. Then took hold of her stick. Next time you do this again, everyone will go to hell. Do you understand? Threats like this made her so scared that she cried, hurry up, put strength into your hands. Holding Hae-young's elbow. Kiyoung pushed forward so that the spear pierced the monster's chest. Then gently say, it's not dead yet, don't let go. Just think it's meat. In her heart, Hae-young scolded him for being crazy, and she was so scared that she was trembling and sweating like a stream. The monster screams. Then fell to the ground. And Hae-young immediately collapsed. She was frightened and cried. I couldn't help myself, like a child. Kiyoung looked coldly, this is the first and last time I will help you. Don't expect help from others here, luckily today was just adaptive training. Next time you have to survive on your own, do you understand? Me, I still expect something from this person until now, maybe next time it might be my turn, she thought bitterly. Of course, everyone has worked hard, Kiyoung said with a smile. In her heart, Park Hae-young cursed, damn it. The group lit a fire and sat to warm up. Kim Hyunsung asked, next is Deok-gu, right? Ha-yan replied, yes, take it easy, you've worked hard, Ha-yan. Deok-gu, it's time to change shifts. Deok-gu is dreamy, but your physical strength is really good, you've been thinking a lot. Kiyoung hasn't slept since then, listening to everything. Maybe because I'm stressed, I can't sleep and think even more. After finishing this hunt. To survive, which direction must we go? At first that strange guide sound said, what kind of place is the mainland? Where is this place and why did it fall here, home, not without regrets but. Come to think of it, Kim Hyunsung is a regressor, so does everyone know. After all, Kim Hyunsung is him. Something happened in the past. Until you come back. Thinking dreamily, he was so tired that he fell asleep without realizing it. For a while. Kiyoung woke up, sigh, what time is it? But looking down, he saw Jong Ha-yan standing next to the sleeping Park Hae-young. Thinking he was mistaken, he rubbed his eyes. Seeing that scary expression. Kiyoung was shocked. What, that? No, that's right, I probably just woke up and saw something. It's just a mistake, that's right, it was a mistake, this is due to illusion, Ha-yan is very gentle, that's right. Ha-yan saw movement from Kiyoung. Immediately walked towards him. Ha-yan sat down, gently touched Kiyoung's hair. You're so cute when you sleep, Kiyoung is so adorable. I won't give you up to anyone. Kiyoung let out a tired breath. Kim Hyunsung approached and asked him, he looked so tired, were you okay? Well, I'm a little tired, but it's okay. Looking over there, I saw Park Deok-gu and Ha-yan. Laughing and talking happily. He thought back to yesterday, there was definitely something unusual about Ha-yan. Perhaps it's because she's been hanging out with Park Hae-young lately, jealousy, is that so? Kim Hyunsung said, so let's go a little deeper today, if something doesn't feel right, come back here right away, everyone agrees no. Park Deok-gu relax, okay Hyunsung. Kiyoung looked at the only two girls and thought, I have to try to check it out a bit. While entering. Kiyoung and Hae-young walked side by side. See the stone. He kicked her aside. Young accidentally exclaimed. Kiyoung caught her and kindly asked her if she was okay. Young was confused. What is this name? Kiyoung looked behind to see Yan's expression. Truly no different from a demon. Kiyoung was so scared. It's not an illusion. Yan is jealous of Park Young. No, it's not that, I just want to be normal friends, absolutely not like this. Something strange, did I do something wrong, where did she hear that from? Park Young noticed, thought. Is he trying to test himself or something? How dare he take advantage of me, you bastard, look at me, it's funny. Leave the car, Lee Kiyoung, let's see how long you can take me for granted. While walking normally, people notice something unusual. Go back and check behind. Kim Hyunsung said, I have a feeling it's getting very close, from now on lower your voice, it reacts very sensitively to human voices. Lee Kiyoung looked at everyone. Said, I feel something around here. Park Deok-gu asked, what's wrong, do you see monsters hiding? Actually. Kim Hyunsung said, up until now I have felt something around, after all, I haven't been attacked yet, something special is ahead. Lee Kiyoung smiled faintly, I'm the only one who knows everything haha, those suggestions, Park Deok-gu said, it's so annoying. After all, what's ahead? Hey, wait, don't be so casual. While walking, Deok-gu saw a spiral staircase leading down, this. Underground stairs. Kim Hyunsung spoke, it, like a basement, hides something. Lee Kiyoung glanced over, oh Hyunsung, fortunately you are a prosecutor and not an actor, just handsome is enough, poor thing, okay, leave it to me. Park Deok-gu blocked two monsters, boss, my shield is not made of vibranium. Lee Kiyoung introduces, this is Navaranoy, the power that can destroy enemies. Kiyoung used fire magic on the spear. Lee Kiyoung wanted to die in a hurry, screaming, oh my god, everyone hurry up. The demons chased everyone to the bottom. Park Deok-gu said, I will lure them. Kim Hyunsung said, you guys should go back to the shelter. But I couldn't understand that little Yan didn't move, Lee Kiyoung was so worried. What are you doing? Hey Young, hurry up, you two Yan, yes. The two daughters did not forget to turn around and look at each other, sparking. Tease each other with the middle finger. Lee Kiyoung was a bit upset, Park Young was serious, why would he bring her along for no reason? No, there's still Park Deok-gu and Jong Yan. There will be a higher chance of survival, Kiyoung called, Deok-gu, okay let's see. My god, Navaroni, answer me. Park Deok-gu's eyes shined, come on, kill them all, Lee Kiyoung is speechless, now is the time to chat, remember to burn everything, concentrate your strength to burn the enemy. Fire attack. Export. Seeing the monster scream. Both were happy, very good, it was indeed a big brother. Deok-gu suddenly asked, hey, why are we the only ones here, what? What about the girl and Young? What, seriously, Jong Yan, Park Young, realizing the dangerous situation made Kiyoung exhausted. Where did he disappear, when did he disappear, he was obviously with us just now, what should I do, please, sorry, Deok-gu rambled, no, it's not your fault, I should have paid more attention, sigh, it would be okay if it was just Park Young, but the problem is Jong Yan, if I got lost in a place like this I wouldn't be able to laugh. First you should turn back, you must be lost somewhere, I know, boss. I don't know when it was lost, apparently until the monster attacked. It's strange, no matter how slow Park Deok-gu is, how can two people disappear at the same time without realizing it, what's going on? Recalling last night's scene, Lee Kiyoung had a bad feeling, Could it be Deok-gu, yes, boss. First, turn left, I'll look ahead and then turn back, I know, boss. No, it's not. Yan, please, don't be like what I think, please. Park Young arranged each stone into a line. Great, this is enough, right, indeed, it is very useful to find the way ahead. Yan is standing behind, clearly, her legs are very normal, she just pretended to fall, right, sister, are you planning to kill me? Young panicked, Jong Yan, you, why are you here? What is it, this, magic power, sorry, Young. No matter what you think, it's not right, what What are you saying, you idiot? What is magic power? Ha Yan coldly used the wind blade move. Directly stunned Young. The space below her feet opened up, causing her to gradually slide down a deep hole. Someone, me, help, save me, it's no use, Young. I used magic power to block the sound. Well, monsters can't come here either, so you can rest assured. Shut up, no, please, why are you like this, Ha Yan, please. It's me who's wrong, it's all my fault, help, please, Ha Yan, It's so noisy, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Help, save me, please, help me, broken. What do you think, Young, it hurts so much, but you also have to suffer like me. I'm planning to rob your brother, the pain feels like it's cutting into the heart. Also, if you were still alive, I would feel very insecure. Young was constantly afraid and resisted. Please, no. So sorry, Young, she was gagged and could only keep all her thoughts in her head. And Ha Yan constantly faced Young with a face full of guilt. Suddenly Kiyoung ran over and called, Ha Yan. So lucky. That's good. But when you get close. Seeing her face so gloomy, he was scared. Kiyoung called, Ha Yan, me. And Park Young was gagged and crawling like a worm on the ground. Kiyoung is still in shock. Ha Yan, you, in my heart I cursed, damn it, I knew it would be like that, even though I tried to stop it before it happened, but I didn't expect it to get to this point. I feel scared, terribly scared, either run away, or pretend like you don't know anything. No way, Kiyoung put down the spear. Approaching Ha Yan, bent down and asked, are you okay? Young, what's wrong with her? Ha Yan is a bit confused, yes. As soon as Young heard it, she was in despair. Young's arms and legs, why are they like that? Please, Ha Yan, just a very simple question. Please answer me, Kiyoung silently prayed in his heart. Ha Yan burst into tears. Kiyoung, excited, please say this wasn't your doing. While the two of them weren't paying attention, Park Young was crawling this way. Ha Yan complied, me too, I didn't know anything. Kiyoung, suddenly, when I opened my eyes, I saw me and her falling down here. I was trying to wake up when I saw Young, she was like this, then, what about you, Ha Yan, are you injured anywhere? Yes. I'm okay, Kiyoung, then my mind complied and leaned on Kiyoung's lap, looking back at the person dragging on the ground. Kiyoung smiled sinisterly, sure enough. You're very good, Ha Yan. Park Young was so tired that her vision became dark, but in her mind she kept cursing, evil people, cruel people. You bastards. Then collapsed. Ha Yan said, Young, Kiyoung talked about something else, maybe a trap was activated in Daejeon, thinking back to when we were in the basement stairs earlier, even if it was said that this place had magical traps, it wouldn't be strange. Ha Yan, maybe you don't know, but I entered here through a wall created by magic, yes. Kiyoung frowned, the script was completed, the problem was. The cut is too sweet, leaving it like that Kim Hyunsung will definitely find out. She's dead anyway, the best way is to create a firewall. Immediately, flames like a dragon flared up. Ha Yan called, you Kiyoung. Kiyoung pretended to say, I also want to bring her body back, but I'm afraid we will be in danger. So other than eliminating her, there is no other way. We should at least do something for her, right? Yes, this way is the best. Yes. Ha Yan couldn't help but smile evilly, she's not the only one who's a monster. As expected, I am just like her. The two of them went back to the place where they met Deok-gu earlier. He asked, big brother, sister, are you two okay? Young and Kiyoung just shook their heads. Deok-gu understood and said no more. Kiyoung asked, what about the monsters around here? Perhaps Hyunsung had already lured them away so there were no traces left. With his ability it would definitely be fine. Alright, luckily he's not here, what we need to do right now is quickly return to camp. Suddenly Kiyoung staggered, oh my, the other two are worried, big brother Kiyoung. Sir, are you okay? Maybe I used too much magic, just need to rest for a bit, that's all. It's not over, we better set up a tent nearby to rest tonight. Ha Yan, is this okay? Yes. Ha Yan was so flustered that he burst into tears. Mr. Kiyoung, maybe the incident just now shocked him. A while later, Kiyoung and Ha Yan sat and watched Deok-gu build a fire. Phew, whoa, somehow, to be honest, I feel a bit sorry. For what? I mean that person named Young, she tried so hard. Kiyoung interrupted, Deok-gu, we almost died because of humans. Although, even so, but, you should be grateful that we were able to come back alive, but it couldn't be that cold, if it wasn't that person, but instead it was you or Ha Yan who died. Maybe I won't be able to stand that attack. Park Deok-gu looked at Kiyoung with bright eyes. When Kiyoung was a bit scared, Deok-gu scratched his head and said, well, I would be the same if that happened. Cough, cough, I'll go check around and see, anyway, is it necessary to go? Kiyoung screamed inside, Deok-gu, don't leave me alone with her, I'm so scared, but how could Deok-gu know? Continue talking, I'll go scouting, that's scouting, besides Big Brother used a lot of magic today. Hey, I'm sorry but do you mind taking care of him for me? Hanya was surprised, but excited, please, leave it to me, Deok-gu, don't get lost. Okay, I'm just going around, boss, don't worry. After Deok-gu left, the two sat silently and sprayed glue. Kiyoung calls up the status window. Overall assessment, success is as big as an ant's tail. We would like to confirm that you have received relatively significant cumulative points for physical, magical, and mental indicators. It seems like you used your mind a lot, especially the physical level increase was recorded to increase rapidly. However, player Lee Ki-young's strength is still just like monster waste. But that's not what Lee Ki-young is paying attention to. His luck has increased, up to 2 levels. That means, looking at Ha Yan sitting next to him, this situation is not bad, Mr. Ki-young, it seems like your skill stat increased a lot, right? So what about you? I haven't changed much, but my magic stats have increased a bit, and my physical strength have also increased a bit. You're so lucky. Kiyoung used his magic eye to read Ha Yan's stats and information. But this overall assessment, somewhat, is Kiyoung's true side. What the hell, this review, Ha Yan saw Kiyoung staring down and confusedly called him, Mr. Kiyoung. The story from before. Are you sad? Kiyoung was silent, thinking in his heart, actually, if he said he didn't regret it, he'd be lying. To this day, every time I think about what just happened, I still feel cold down my spine and my arms and legs tremble. Anyway, Kiyoung approached Ha Yan, said, thank you, hugged her head. Because you weren't injured, it's fortunate that you're still safe and sound, Ha Yan. Compared to survival, those few things are basically nothing. Ha Yan only heard sweet words, so happy that she burst into tears and laughed like crazy. Just keep going like this. Kiyoung and his sister's position is also good, but if I treat her like a lover, then quickly pull her towards me is not a bad way. Kiyoung's stare made Ha Yan confused. Suddenly there was an embarrassing cough. It turns out that Park Deok-gu has returned. Hey, I'm sorry to ruin the atmosphere between you two. Hearing that, Ha Yan's face burned. It's not like that. Park Deok-gu used a clumsy excuse. He didn't know he was going so fast. Ha Yan was so shy that he ran away. Kiyoung asked if Deok-gu was back. What nonsense are you saying? About that, Big Brother, don't pretend. I already know about the Big Brother liking Ha Yan, nothing. What is this kid talking about? But, why do you keep calling Ha Yan the eldest sister? Don't you know she's younger than you? Of course, but, no one calls their sister-in-law their sister. What the hell are you talking about? What nonsense is this kid talking about again? Oh no, wait. Come to think of it, Ha Yan has always had such sympathy for me. But I keep seeing something strange. Could it be that she was seduced by this brat? Cough cough cough, Deok-gu is very satisfied to say, in fact, even though I didn't say it, every time you told me to take good care of her, I immediately knew your intention and continuously pushed the boat between the two of us. Kiyoung was horrified. What? Actually I am. Love expert Kang Won-do, Park Deok-gu is famous. Hey, have you never seen it before? You're very famous. In short, I will definitely put all my heart and soul into pushing the boat until the two of us become a couple. While Deok-gu was in a sparkling rainbow light, Kiyoung was dark and dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about, Deok-gu? It's okay, you don't need to show too much appreciation for me, damn it, Park Deok-gu, that stupid pig. That said, from the beginning, Ha Yan and I were the male and female leads in the love movie she wrote. Kiyoung was so angry that he couldn't stop cursing that kid, that stupid pig, just wait and see. The next day, the fire was out. Kiyoung has woken up. Sometimes I have moments where I don't try to understand anyone but just want to live a little leisurely. Sigh, Deok-gu, wake up quickly. Yes, what is it? It's already morning. That's right, kid, we have to leave early, please prepare quickly. Then turn to call Ha-yan. I won't wake up, I want to sleep again, Ha-yan said dreamily. Ha-yan, you also have to wake up quickly. Ha-yan opened his eyes, but it was too scary. Don't bother. Ha-yan, what's wrong with this girl? It feels like the closer I get to her, the closer I get to death's door. No matter what, I can't avoid her. Now to be alive, Ha-yan. There is no other way but to approach her, rubbing her head. Kiyoung gently said, wake up, be good. At this time, Ha-yan fully woke up. Oh Kiyoung, we have to go back to camp now. Now she's even scarier in that form. Please, don't let anything happen again. On the other hand, Ji-hae sits and enjoys other people's enjoyment. It's very comfortable, right? Go down a bit. It's too late, everything is still fine, right? Oh, look everyone, Kiyoung is back. Oh, he's really back. Hey, hurry up and open the gate. When Ji-hae heard that, she quickly ran over and quickly got out of the way. Kiyoung, are you back? Deok-gu and Ha-yan have worked hard too. Hey, where are Hae-young and Hyunsung? Hae-young is dead, and Hyunsung will return soon. Why, what is it like? The explanation is very lengthy. Leaving that aside, why are people blocking the gate? What's going on? About that, Mr. Kiyoung, can we talk privately? As soon as she heard Ji-hae say that, Ha-yan's face turned cold. And strategist Deok-gu is also serious. Ha-yan, I'm sorry but can you go inside first and wait for me? It seems like it's important. I'll come in soon. In my heart, I pray, don't kill Ji-hae. There, Ha-yan, yes, Mr. Kiyoung. Ji-hae started to say, usually when people die, they leave something behind as their last words. I think Hae-young might have done something too. How did she die? Kiyoung sighed. There was no way. Hae-young made a noise at the place where monsters gathered. We almost died. It was very difficult to come back alive. Ji-hae discovered Kiyoung lied. Kiyoung asked, is there anything else you want to know? Nothing, I can roughly guess what happened. Phew, she didn't ask me much. I felt relieved because this sister didn't ask me a lot of questions but was also very observant. By the way, I want to know why people closed the camp, needless to say. Yesterday morning some people went out including Yusak-woo. Kiyoung was surprised. Yusak-woo, why? Damn it, I knew something would happen, no wonder I always had a bad feeling. According to what he said, he went to help Hyunsung. Support the monkey, Yusak-woo, that crazy, sick guy, he's obviously scheming something because he's losing his foothold here. So everyone blocked the gate. That's right, even if a monster comes, we can't let everyone die. Just mentioned it. Yusak-woo arrived, everyone is back already, who is behind him? Ji-hae sighed, upright people have to die, but people who always look for trouble and cause trouble will come back alive. It's true that you carry a heavy burden. What is it? What is it? What is it in the end? That bastard gives me goosebumps. In the end, what's the matter? That creepy bastard. This was the first time I saw those people. How many people came in with Yusak-woo? 7 people. It seems like the remaining 6 people didn't make it back out. Sure enough, everyone died except Yusak-woo. Looking at these guys, you know they're not in the middle class. Magic Eye. Kiyoung called the Magic Eye to read Jeong Jin-ho's stats. 29 years old, prone to plan murder, vocation as a magic swordsman, no title. What is this tendency? Does the murderer have a plan? Kiyoung turned to Ji-hae and told her, call Park Deok-gu and Jeong Ha-yan here. Okay. So far, there has been no turning back, but just be on guard, give me the power to burn my enemies. Hello. What is this? Did you just say hello to me? Jeong Jin-ho approached, smiled brightly and greeted, first meeting, I am Jeong Jin-ho. He replied that the first time we met, I was Lee Kiyoung. I silently evaluated in my heart, what's going on, smiling and looking like a good person, is this person really a murderer? I heard Sak-woo talk a lot about you, this time you'll turn to magic, with a donkey in hand too. I must see it once, this is the first time I meet a magician. Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung angrily cursed in his heart, Yusak-woo, this bastard, ah ha ha ha, there's no need to be so cautious. Yusaku standing here felt very ticklish, thinking to himself, are you guys talking about me? Pushed his glasses, avoiding eye contact. Jong Jin-ho and others followed Kiyoung inside. Everyone here lives happily and peacefully. Hey Kiyoung, please come in, everyone has worked hard. Kiyoung, please come in, are you tired? Yes, I'm sorry, is everyone okay? Yes of course. Ha ha anyway, this place isn't bad, there were very few people who survived after leaving the starting point so I thought. Jin-ho commented, wow, I really didn't expect there to be an oasis like this. Kiyoung openly hates it. What, an entire oasis? Does he want to swallow this whole place or something? This time his magic eye also works more stably. I don't know if it's a sign or not, but his 5 senses I advise you to stay away from him. Park Deok-gu and Ha-yan rushed over. Big brother, what's going on? Deok-gu ah, Ha-yan ah. Seeing Jin-ho and the others, they asked if they were newcomers. Look, these guys are surprised to see you so thoughtful. That was unexpected, I thought it would be more welcomed. Jin-ho was a bit uncomfortable. It's too obvious, sorry, but I couldn't predict this situation. If you feel uncomfortable, I'm sorry. Ha no, Kiyoung, I also knew it would be like that. Come to think of it, recently I heard that there have been murderers who hunt people instead of monsters. As I remember, among them there was an archer, apparently there was also someone skilled in swords. Maybe some of you have never met. Is this bastard crazy, declaring himself a murderer and declaring war? Well, no. Kiyoung responded coldly, as if the two sides were challenging each other. Want to meet? I hope everyone is strong enough to defend themselves. The guys behind Jin-ho started raising their weapons. Jin-ho also got into action position. What's the situation? Hyunsung suddenly appeared. Hyunsung, thank you for coming. Jin-ho felt at a disadvantage, changed his expression and said. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, Kiyoung. Kiyoung insulted him in his heart, he insulted himself. Kiyoung, who are these people? Hyunsung asked. Hyunsung, luckily you're safe. Is coming together with Sok-woo, I've heard about. Kim Hyunsung and Jin-ho spoke up, I've heard a lot about you and now I've met you. I'm Jong Jin-ho, I hope you'll take care of me, Hyunsung. Hearing this name, Hyunsung's face turned cold. Jong, Jin-ho. Kiyoung assessed the situation. What is it, this expression? First time seeing him like that, he's angry. Maybe you've met Jong Jin-ho. No, this is the first time Jong Jin-ho and Kim Hyunsung met. If so then, before coming back. In the first round, he was the opponent against Kim Hyunsung. Seeing Hyunsung so tense, Kiyoung called, Mr. Hyunsung. Hyunsung just regained his composure. I'm sorry, I'm Kim Hyunsung. Kiyoung continued to evaluate that he is a murderer with a mind. According to the information from Jong Jin-ho's status window, there are roughly 2 points that can be deduced. First, is there anything else to say? He's a murderer, he's crazy. Jin-ho continued to discuss. Meeting you is truly an honor for me, Hyunsung. I also heard Sok-woo say that you are managing the base. On the outside, you look stronger than I thought. May I ask what your rank is? It's a bit difficult for me to ask that much. You probably feel uncomfortable, no matter what. It's so cool that there are so many prey. No, where did you find so many survivors? Kiyoung stood behind and heard it. He's good at adjusting his emotions. Second, looking at Kim Hyunsung's reaction, we can see that Hyunsung met the murderer Jong Jin-ho in match 1, and this Jong Jin-ho guy is the one who killed Kim Hyunsung or the people around him. It's very possible. It's nothing, I'm just saying anyway, if you don't mind. Can we live together in the same place? Hearing Jin-ho's proposal, everyone was startled. Well, of course not at the temple, it's a bit small but we also brought this food. Of course if everyone is not satisfied. Before he could finish speaking, Hyunsung interrupted him, refusing straight away. No way. We always welcome survivors. Turns out he didn't refuse. Kiyoung was surprised. What? Jin-ho said. Thank you, Hyunsung, we will guide each person. The other archer introduced himself as Kim Jae-jun, hoping to help. The bald guy said I was Lee Ki-chul, hoping to help. I'm Lee Kiyoung, I hope you can help me. What, this name sounds familiar. Kiyoung said, Deok-gu, you and Ji-hae will guide together. Deok-gu walked over and whispered, okay, that's okay, we were together just now. First of all, if something happens, you must call out immediately. Yes, you said so. Hey, everyone follow me, this is not a peaceful place, but instead of running around out there, it's better to stay here. Jin-ho laughed ha ha ha, thanking everyone for their consideration. If you're an enemy, you have to keep it close. Well, it sounds convincing but it's unreasonable, a bit unexpected but. That Jong Jin-ho quickly lowered his tail when Kim Hyunsung appeared. This shows that he is very quick. Become a psychopathic murderer with a mind. He and I have one thing in common, which is that we are both thoughtful and calculating people. That's right, that's it, I should thank him for appearing at the right time. Seriously, Lee Kiyoung, I don't know why you're so unlucky, your luck quotient is not really high. Hyunsung, I have something to say. Hyunsung's face was cold, his chin full of thought. Hyunsung regained consciousness. Kiyoung asked, do you know someone? That. His expression looked like he was meeting someone he knew. Slightly, it's true that I know, but maybe that person doesn't know me. Why do I feel like I've met all of them briefly before? Sometimes there is such a fate, it can't be called fate, maybe Jong Jin-ho. Of course, I won't tell anyone about this, basic consultant skills, confidentiality guaranteed. Anyway, to be able to return completely without any injuries, Mr. Hyunsung is truly a master. No, it's just luck, and it seems that Kiyoung is the lucky one. You came here without any problem, actually I have something to say about that. What's going on? Ha Yan knew what it was, so her face turned pale. Young, is dead. How is that possible? So let's get started. I don't know, she was attacked by an unknown magic. You said it was magic. Ha Yan was really scared. Being right next to him sounded like he was in an ice cellar. Yes, that's sort of it. For a newbie like me it seemed difficult to judge accurately, but I clearly felt some magic power. Hyunsung thought, that time after I said goodbye to Mr. Hyunsung. While on the way home, we suddenly saw Ha Yan and Young separate. After searching for a while, I found Young in a dying state, all 4 limbs severed. You said all 4 limbs were severed. Well, maybe so, I was wondering if it was a dungeon trap or not, but Hyunsung affirmed that it was a trap. Kiyoung is worried, he will suspect, it's not a real trap, as someone who has regressed, there's no way he wouldn't know. Yes, I also want to take Young's body with me, but I'm also in a critical situation. Talking about this, Kiyoung immediately burst into tears. I thought it was better to take her with me than leave her body as prey for monsters, so I still keep thinking about that time. Hyunsung was confused. That's it, you've worked hard. Ha Yan is worried, are you okay? To be as honest as possible, today's situation is different from yesterday. A new suspect with a higher likelihood of committing the crime has appeared, Tai and our pure gentle Ha Yan. Thank you, Jin-ho, even your vocation is suitable, Demon Sword Master Jong Jin-ho. The death of Park Hae-young and the suspicion of a fugitive demon swordsman, the leader of a group of ruthless murderers, psychotic killer Jong Jin-ho, is the culprit. It's been a while since telling Kim Hyunsung about Park Hae-young's death. Of course, Jong Jin-ho is the most suspicious person, but he absolutely will not say things like Jong Jin-ho is the culprit who killed Park Hae-young. So it can be concluded that Jong Jin-ho killed Park Hae-young, like this, it really is him. I just need to pretend I don't know anything. As expected, Kim Hyunsung has been secretly monitoring us and Jong Jin-ho lately. Then I have to be more careful. In the end, Kim Hyunsung seemed to indirectly confirm that Jong Jin-ho killed Park Hae-young. The person who will directly confront, the crazy killer, the culprit who killed Park Hae-young, now there is no reason not to rule him out. The problem is how to eliminate him. Kiyoung said that while he was in that basement before, he went back to look but couldn't find anything. Do you want to stay here and do the challenge with everyone? Hyunsung asked again, what do you mean, together? Hyunsung, just in time. Ha Yan also has magic power. Jin-ho also joined, so there must be enough people. Now it's time for him to choose. If those members are in the same group, then we will hold a party for Kim Hyunsung and Jong Jin-ho. There's no other way, but still, the people present here are much stronger. Besides them, is there anyone more suitable? More than anything, this time, don't be like Park Hae-young, Kim Hyunsung now. Thinking Park Hae-young's death was because of Jong Jin-ho, this time, the dungeon attack brought punishment to the murderer of Park Hae-young. The notorious group of murderers will be completely destroyed. So, attractive, right? Anyone who looks at it will know it's a bargain. Kim Hyunsung. The stage is already set, you just need to step on it. No way, Kiyoung pretended to say. if it doesn't work, then Kim Hyunsung thought, it sounds good. Sounds good, let's do it together, however, it's better for us to divide into two groups. Because I have never collaborated with Jong Jin-ho, yes I think so too, I also hate giving my life to a murderer. Then I will discuss it again with Jin-ho, I need to prepare some other things so I need Kiyoung, Deok-gu and Ha-yan, no, not this. Can you call those two people? Yes, I know. That's good, Kim Hyunsung also agreed, he must work harder for the plan to succeed. Jin-ho, it's great, so cool. A voice suddenly came out. It turns out that Jin-ho is helping everyone. Thank you Jin-ho, thanks for your help, bro, ha ha ha, it's okay, we have to help each other. If you need help with anything, you can call at any time. Sok-woo gives people bread, eat some bread, ah, thank you, they even brought in outside food, we can do this too. Jin-ho Hyung take a rest, he's really enthusiastic, really. Ha ha ha, no, it's not a heavy job, it's better to finish it together and then rest. Kiyoung saw this Church of God and cursed, electric guy, what, that's scary, cosplay civilians, enjoying the joy of work. Ultimately what I want is to slit those people's throats. That's Jin-ho's thinking, what is he doing anyway? There were two people whispering and Kiyoung heard everything. New people fight, others bring food and what else to play with, I mean, next time it will fail too, Kiyoung thought, he didn't know anything and said that so casually, I am the messenger of justice who will save you from that murderer. But, anyway, Kiyoung called, Ha-yan. She happily ran to Kiyoung's side. Also practice today, so good, our Ha-yan, Kiyoung patted her head, yes, today has improved a little, making the air move. This is all thanks to you, Kiyoung is a bit helpless, look at him, he's becoming more and more proactive, thanks to that, the people around me are also accepting the relationship with Ha-yan. But why is this stupid pig laughing, seriously, by the way, let's be Ha-yan's lover, huh? No, don't let that stupid pig overthrow you, Deok-gu happily, big brother, how about talking to Hyunsung, I didn't think you'd come so early, anyway, because of that, Hyunsung wants to talk to us, do you have any free time? I only have time, boss, of course, Hanya raised her face and said, can I ask what it is? Maybe he'll go down to the basement with Jong Jin-ho. Deok-gu is worried, I have a bad feeling, me too, but this plan is really important, I think for now I should keep a little distance. We'll keep our distance, don't worry too much, yes, honey, I won't take the initiative to talk to you. You can talk to me, Ha-yan, Sok-woo stays away as much as possible, you know. Yes, brother, then I won't care about him anymore, so lucky. The three of them passed by Jin-ho's group. He and Kiyoung locked eyes, full of wariness. Kiyoung knocked on the door, calling Hyunsung. Deok-gu was more straightforward, kick the door in, I'm here, bro we're here. Hyunsung looked up, everyone has arrived. What are you asking Deok-gu, you bear delicious food. Your expression is like an old woman saving money, Hyunsung is awkward, it's nothing. I have something I want to give everyone, Kiyoung thought of something, maybe. Hyunsung seemed to read minds, exactly. Opening the wrapper, a bright light emitted from inside. Kiyoung was happy, everyone looked intently at the source of the light. Hyunsung says I have something for everyone. This item is an item. Kiyoung emotionally thought, Hyun-shog, damn, I trusted you, Deok-gu asked, wow, where did you find it? Hyunsung answered, actually before being distracted I accidentally discovered a treasure chest, it was in there. Deok-gu exclaimed, wow, treasure chest, there seem to be a lot of stars here. Kiyoung also exclaimed in his heart, wow, he certainly did very well on the bus ride back. Hyunsung said okay, let's review the information first. So let's see where. Steel Dwarf Steel Bracelet, this is an item made by the collapsed Steel Dwarf tribe, contrary to its rough appearance, this is an extremely meticulous and technically crafted bracelet, physical strength +3, muscle strength +1, endurance +1. And the regression level magic healing ring, the place of manufacture is unknown, it is a ring with divine magic and healing ability, which can be used once a day, magical shield ring, regression rank, origin unknown, is an ancient item, this is a ring that can create a shield with magical power used twice a day, load horsepower directly for use. Kiyoung thought it seemed like the owner of this bracelet had already been identified, Deok-gu scratched his nose, so this bracelet will be mine. I will use it, thank you. I haven't done anything yet, but I will definitely return the favor. I will accept your heart. Kiyoung is satisfied. This pig looks suitable, although the selection has been reduced. All remaining items are good items. Especially that magic shield ring, 1 horsepower recharge, can use the magic shield twice a day, which is truly incomparable to a normal rank bracelet. The divine healing ring is good, but it would be better if Jiang Haiyan used it. Haiyan, this child doesn't understand why, if I get injured, I will know how to use magic to heal myself. So, then I'll use this. Well, Haiyan chose that ring. This is mine, right? Then I'll use the remaining item. Can we really receive items like this? It's okay, I have another one. Items with special abilities, even when worn together, only have one ability activated. My decision to give it to everyone was the right one, so that's it. As Deok-gu said, we haven't done anything yet, it's really beneficial. Really, thank you, Haiyan stammered. Thank you, it's okay, you don't need to worry too much, we are now our teammates. Kiyoung was surprised. Teammate, I'm not stupid and easily lured by such goodwill words. Maybe Kim Hyunsung is using this method to make us stand out, but I don't care. What's important is that these regressors intend to accompany us. To put it bluntly, the future of magicians has been determined. Compared to the sturdy armor, my abilities are a bit vague. When hunting, I don't make mistakes. Besides my intelligence, I have no other value. Even people like me were scattered across the continent. But if you want to drag Park Deok-gu and Jiang Haiyan away, you can't do without me. In the future, Kim Hyunsung's kingdom will grow even stronger. He can use me as an administrative officer. In the end, Kim Hyunsung will have no choice but to drag me along to seduce those two people, so I have to continue to show my usefulness to be able to sit in that position. Yes, we are colleagues, it's great, colleagues protect and care for each other, it feels a little stronger. Even though it's difficult to keep up, you have to follow it little by little to make a profit. That's the bell, clearly, man, that's a wonderful sound, but when do we depart? The sooner the better, but I have a bad feeling from Jong Jin-ho's team. Just in case, you guys are not Jong Jin-ho's comrades, I want you to fight with the enemy's mindset. We reluctantly thought, but will you become a real enemy? Yes, it's okay now, but it's also good to prepare individually. And because you don't know what will happen as soon as we go underground. After all, it's been a while since we shouted fighting together. Everyone come here, count 1, 2, 3 and then shout together. 1, 2, 3. Try your best. Let's wait, Jong Jin-ho, for the day when you will be judged by the justice of a regressor. I will spread out a beautiful carpet for you. Jin-ho, can I attack the dungeon with Kim Hyunsung? Sok-woo, after all, this is a good opportunity for us, right? Take advantage of the opportunity, then end with the worst, to kill him, king of this place. Hyunsung walked up to them, apologizing for making him wait. Good morning Hyunsung, everyone's here. Thank you for accepting our offer. It's okay, we have to attack the dungeon to see the clues anyway, instead. On the contrary, we must. Thank you for your suggestion, Hyunsung. Kiyoung could only curse him in his heart, the scheming murderer. Jin-ho said, you seem to have traveled this place a lot. I never thought there would be an underground dungeon, we just discovered it by accident. You've probably heard the first part, but the condition to get through this place is to survive or attack. I think the condition for survival here means staying alive until someone succeeds in attacking the dungeon. If this assumption is correct, then someone must have attacked the dungeon to survive. Can't wait though, just in time. Jin-ho also entered. Because I wanted to take advantage of this good opportunity, I formed an attack team. Actually, I've never thought about it, but it seems interesting. It's just speculation, but what on earth was Jin-ho doing? Well, I just do some things like slaughtering. What about you, Kiyoung? I don't want to say, what's wrong? After asking, you said it in such a harsh way. At this level, the vigilance here seems to have decreased a lot. And Kiyoung looked at Haiyan. Jin-ho broke the party. Thinking back, Kiyoung and Haiyan often hang out together. Maybe two people, the two of them were shy. Kiyoung was shy. That's it. Looking at their piercing eyes. Kiyoung died inside. Seriously, is this guy planning on becoming a matchmaker? What should I say? Is it a close brother-sister relationship or a growing relationship? That's it. After all, a close relationship with Haiyan is mandatory. But Haiyan doesn't think so, admitting, yes, maybe so. Kiyoung is desperate. I've caused trouble again. Everyone cheered and giggled. Jin-ho clapped his hands like a seal. They were truly a match made in heaven. Ha Yan was so excited that she clung tightly to Kiyoung. Shiba, Jong Jin Ho, these puppies. Ha Yan, I'm in pain, Hyunsung said. Well, it seems like it's almost here, right over there. So we'll go in together. The sound of crows cawing and howling is terrifying. Kiyoung caught you, Ha Yan, be careful. Deok Gu pushed up the iron door. Just in time, Kiyoung receives a rare survival mission. Having arrived at the underground dungeon, the rare level mandatory quest is launched. The sound rang out from afar, everyone looked carefully. A three-headed monster appeared. What is that thing? It's really gone. Monsters appear, all of them are three-headed monsters. They screamed, their cries were full of savagery. Lee Kiyoung saw them and broke out in sweat. What the hell, are we done? The monsters rushed out. Seeing that the situation is not good, Lee Kiyoung reminds everyone, we need to get out of here first. Suddenly a loud noise rang out and the bronze door collapsed. Everyone was extremely surprised. Lee Kiyoung is locked in a place with three-headed monsters, unable to escape. Yusak Wu was extremely worried, his body trembled, he stammered, damn it, Steel Gate. Jong Jin Ho shouted loudly, encouraging everyone's spirit, don't run away, we can win this battle. Lee Kiyoung quickly used the magic eye skill and discovered that they were evolved monsters. The general assessment of the monsters is that the head and body are enlarged but the intelligence and eyesight are not correspondingly developed, it has low intelligence and poor eyesight. Lee Kiyoung finished reading these things and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, damn, a monster has evolved, although the tendencies are still the same, but they are bigger and the problem is that there are too many of them. Can I fight? A meat shield doesn't seem enough. Kim Hyunsung was silent then spoke up and said, we can do it. Lee Kiyoung was extremely surprised when he heard that. He thought, if Kim Hyunsung said so, we could probably take them down, put our trust in this fake regression guy. Lee Kiyoung called Deok Gu. Park Deok Gu heard that, understood, me. Three people, Kim Hyunsung, Park Deok Gu, Jong Jin Ho, lined up in a horizontal line, one holding a sword, one holding a shield. Kim Hyunsung is about to move forward. Jong Jin Ho immediately stood in front of him. He chuckled and said, let me go first. After speaking, without waiting, Hyunsung answered and immediately rushed towards the evolved monsters. Lee Kiyoung looked towards Hyunsung. He thought to himself, I have to use my magic sparingly in case of an emergency. Kim Hyunsung suddenly rushed up without saying much. Jong Jin Ho was extremely surprised to see him. He said, Kim Hyunsung, why are you suddenly flashing? I'm curious how strong you are. Are you being too careful? Jong Jin Ho promptly moved out of the way so Kim Hyunsung could attack the evolved monsters. The attacked monsters screamed loudly, blood splashing everywhere. Kim Hyunsung continued to attack under everyone's surprise, along with the screams of hate from the three-headed monsters. Lee Kiyoung wasn't too surprised by Hyunsung's actions. As expected, he didn't suddenly become a fake regression, but were they real people, that is, monsters? He was extremely worried and looked at Park Deok Gu. That pig teammate must have felt very embarrassed. Park Deok Gu rushed to attack, showing off his skills. Lee Kiyoung saw that and was extremely happy, silently cheering for him behind his back. Let's fight, you pig, you can do it, Park Deok Gu, now you are not just a meat shield anymore. Park Deok Gu is now shining, the fire is burning, the shield warrior, that is the epitome of a shield warrior. On the other side, their group also has a little girl, none other than Ha Yan. Ha Yan read something, please give me, the ability to defeat them, and the strength to fight side by side with Oppa. Wind bomb. After Ha Yan finished speaking, he turned his hand towards the monsters, a beam of light emitted, and an explosion rang out. Lee Kiyoung couldn't help but feel proud, exclaiming, great result, good fight, Ha Yan, it seems like you said some strange words when calling the Lord, but still have to praise, good fight. Lee Kiyoung is still not overjoyed. Our beloved sister Ha Yan always knows what to do. She deliberately destroys the monsters on our side and lets the monsters on the other side chase after Jong Jin Ho's side. That's great, maybe we'll get a bargain in this match. Lee Kiyoung come forward Ha Yan compliment, Ha Yan, thanks to you we can rest a bit. He came close to Ha Yan, whispering to her, but even if Jong Jin Ho and his henchmen asked him to help Fairy, he still used it as a signal. Ha Yan shy, yes sir. Lee Kiyoung plans, take this opportunity we will eliminate them. Just like what Kiyoung predicted, Jong Jin Ho's group begged for help from Ha Yan. Miss Ha Yan, please help us, this side too, please. Please use the magic just now, Miss Ha Yan. Ha Yan did exactly as Lee Kiyoung said. Wait a minute, I need to recharge my energy to use magic. Yu Sok-woo worriedly urged her to please hurry up. The monsters rushed up to attack their group, they all screamed. Lee Kiyoung found the situation in front of him extremely happy. Miraculously, even the monsters are on our side. Kiyoung looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, Ha Yan, isn't it wonderful? Ha Yan also happily replied, yes, you. He encouraged the group of people who were being attacked to endure a little, everyone could do it. They saw Kiyoung's voice and immediately urged him, Kiyoung isn't done yet, come over here and give us a hand. Lee Kiyoung acted in front of them, waving his weapons around, looking extremely rushed. Please wait a little longer, everyone can. Think about your loved ones who are waiting for you all on earth, you have to live for them, try your best, we can do it. Lee Ki-chul couldn't help but curse, damn it, stop talking nonsense, use magic quickly, use magic now. You bastards. Lee Kiyoung is still busy acting, showing an extremely scary smile. We're almost done, everyone, he thought, out of 5 people, 1 would be trash. And today, that trash is me. Lee Kiyoung uses fireball skill. The light emitted by the fire attracted the attention of the monsters. The monsters' side exploded. Jong Joon-ho's group of people were extremely happy. I finally relaxed a bit, but then I realized something was wrong. The monsters were unharmed, they rushed out from the firelight. Rushed towards them, the original 3-headed monster turned into a pair with 3 eyes. Lee Kiyoung stood aside. I reluctantly used this trick to cover them with a beautiful fire cloak. I will give them a name. Their name is Burning Monsters, damn murderers. He smiled happily. Under the monsters' terrible oppression, Yu Sok-woo hurriedly ran away. In the end, justice won. Lee Kiyoung turns those evolved demons into fire demons. Their name is an evolved fire demon. Their age is 6, they tend to have burning instincts, and their rank is a low-level monster with poor intelligence and eyesight. Precious fire, they look scary, maybe it's caused by an artificial fire, but its vitality is also exploding. The fire monster's stamina decreased by 1 point every minute, currently at 16. For Lee Kiyoung, to be honest, creating a fire demon was a gamble, but still. It's the perfect gift to make Jong Jin-ho miserable. Lee Ki-chul teacher's situation is getting worse and worse, he can't help but get angry. What the hell, damn it, you guys are making things worse. Lee Kiyoung still hasn't gotten out of his role and continues to act. He seems apologetic to them. I'm sorry, I didn't think this would happen. Before he could finish speaking, he was scolded by them again. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and put out the fire. Lee Kiyoung was not angry and just said, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, just wait a little longer. Just saying those words, Lee Kiyoung's heart is now blooming. He thought, what are you going to do now, Jong Jin-ho? It's time for you to hide your skills, hurry up, use magic like come on, you crazy swordsman, come on, swing your sword, now your stupid skills are gone you son of a bitch. Jong Jin-ho tried to stay calm, reminding his teammates not to panic and maintain the formation. As for Yu Sok-woo, he was about to run away and was called back. Sok-woo, I told him not to run, come back now. Seeing that Jong Joon-ho still hadn't done anything, Lee Kiyoung sighed, you want to hide your true nature until the end, it really makes me doubt that you want to live honestly and uprightly. The fire demon caught Lee Ki-chul up high. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jong Joon-ho turned down and asked for help from Lee Kiyoung and Jong Ha-yan. Lee Kiyoung said in disgust, why is my energy recovering so slowly? Park Deok-gu saw that he had no intention of taking action and asked, shouldn't we save that person? Kiyoung replied, no, if you rush in, you will also be in danger. Lee Kiyoung smiled and said, no matter what happens, don't do anything useless, let me and Ha-yan take care of it, you just stay behind and defend. Park Deok-gu immediately agreed, listen, I understand, boss, I'm really laughing in my heart, it's just a little lie, just ignore it, as long as we're safe it's okay. Lee Ki-chul was captured by the fire demon, crying and trembling endlessly, begging for help. Hae-jun is worried but if he rushes in, it won't help anything. Jong Jun coughed and gritted his teeth. Lee Kiyoung couldn't hide his smile on one side, that person would have lived if Junho had rushed in, I'm so sorry for him, so sorry, but the situation is changing for us. Eat more noodles in my next life, my friend. Kiyoung looked towards Ha-yan. Ha-yan understood and started to act, she read then Chung-gavu. A shower of rain poured down straight at the fire demon. Lee Ki-young's group was extremely happy, he thanked Ha-yan profusely, Okay, the first match is over. Hae-jun's whole body is shaking. He couldn't help but rush towards Kiyoung. Grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him. Attract other people's attention, just because of you. But Ki-chul is dead. Ha-yan was now acting scared. Lee Kiyoung also pretended to be sad. I'm sorry but, it couldn't be helped. Hae-jun's face turned purple, tears fell. What did you say, you dog? Kiyoung answered him, it was inevitable. I'm very sorry about Ki-chul's death, but I tried my best, because Ki-chul was the last person to die after I used magic. France, Hae-jun still doesn't want to let go. You son of a bitch, do you think that's it? At that time, Lee Kiyoung showed a scared smile. After all, we survived, right? Jae-jun couldn't help but punch Kiyoung in the face, cursing him, you bastard. Ha-yan and Park Deok-gu saw this and were extremely worried about Kiyoung. Ha-yan said, you want to die, right? Deok-gu said, what are you doing? How dare you hit our Anu Ada? Lee Kiyoung walked towards them with shaking hands and feet. It hurts so much, he thought. He told them, I'm fine, I'm the one who ruined everything, it was inevitable. Those are words on the lips, but what's on the inside? According to the situation, it's true that I should have received that punch, and don't forget to continue to show weakness. Or Deok-gu person is extremely heartbroken. Hae-jun still won't let go. You son of a bitch, you're right. Before he could finish speaking, Jong Joon-ho stopped him. He advised him, Hae-jun, stop talking. I understand how you feel, but arguing anymore won't help. Hae-jun trembled. Joon-ho immediately came close to him and whispered, changing the plan. When Ki-chul died, this battle was over. Now just make friends with them and end the hunting trip. If you understand, then don't say anything more. Jong Joon-ho walked towards Kiyoung and said, I'm sorry. My junior doesn't have any bad intentions, he's just shocked to see his old friend leave. I hope you understand, Hae-jun. Don't give up, scold. No, I will never accept this. This bastard did it on purpose, he did it on purpose, he did it on purpose to play with us. Lee Kiyoung bowed his head and apologized to them, looking weak. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry everyone, this is all my fault, it's my fault. Kiyoung's group did not expect him to say these words, everyone was extremely surprised. Lee Kiyoung trembled, stammering, if I just try a little harder, if I'm a little stronger, Ki-chul, no, everyone, the whole world, I can save everyone. Lee Kiyoung trembled and held the sword in front of his neck, the bright stage light shone on him. Oh my god, a pathetic person like me should die, that useless, one-of-a-kind bastard. I will atone for causing Ki-chul's death, with my death. Goodbye everyone, take care. Kiyoung's group each had their own look. Sadness stopped Kiyoung. Deok-gu cried, stop, big brother, you didn't do anything wrong. Ha-yan panicked, Oppa you can't die, Oppa, no. Kiyoung was extremely satisfied with this performance, the murderer's performance. It was such a beautiful and fun scene. It was great to see everyone surrounding him when things gradually got worse. Ha! Hae-jun can't swallow this anger. You're crazy, Jong Joon-ho reminded. Jae-jun, didn't you hear me say stop? Do you need me to say it again? Yusak-woo then spoke up, raised his glasses and said, yes, Jae-jun, I think everything should stop here. I told you, that guy is a cunning trash. He stole my future wife, Ha-yan. That way, if you keep provoking him, it will endanger us. Bow your head and apologize. Lee Kiyoung said, I was so careless, I don't know what to say to comfort you right now but. Really sorry. Hae-jun gritted his teeth. Damn, what the hell is this situation? Why have I become a villain? The look on that guy's face was definitely trying to play with me. Jae-jun turned around and left. Kiyoung looked sad, couldn't keep his mouth shut, spit, ha ha ha, God, what to do? No one believes you, you stupid, crazy murderer. Jong Joon-ho looked at Lee Kiyoung and thought to himself. I want to kill that guy, but, that talent comes from the beginning. How about I attract him to my group? He looks pretty good. Yusak-woo before leaving he said to Kiyoung. I'm sure you're having fun, Kiyoung. Because even if he caused trouble, everyone would rush to protect him. Kiyoung said in disgust, why? Sok-woo immediately ran away trembling, you guys wait for me. Kiyoung spit out a mouthful of blood. Whole body trembled. Crazy guy, seriously, what a pathetic provocation. Kim Hyunsung is worried, are you okay? Kiyoung said. I'm fine, it was my fault, so I'm truly sorry, but his heart thought, actually, I'm in so much pain. Hyunsung, your Hyung is drowning in pain, damn it. Kim Hyunsung reached out to me. Kiyoung touched it, it was so warm, the luxurious warmth that he could enjoy as a teammate of fake regression Hyunsung. Ha Yan was behind them, grabbed something and crushed it, a light appeared. Lee Kiyoung suddenly coughed and coughed up blood. Ha Yan was extremely worried when he saw that. Forgetting his original intention, Ha Yan sobbed, extremely worried, brother. Is it okay? Oh no, that's really, you're so stupid, so cruel, I will. Is it okay? Oh no, that's really, you're so stupid, so cruel, I will. Ha Yan's voice changed 180 degrees. I will avenge you, I will definitely avenge Alpha Nu Eta. Because an idiot like him deserves to be punished, yes, Lee Kiyoung consoled, it's okay, Ha Yan, you're the one in the wrong, so there's no other way, Lee Kiyoung thought but didn't dare say it, her eyes became scary again. Kiyoung was calculating in his head, if Ha Yan took action and performed magic on them, then this painful attack on me would be wasted. This brutal act had already happened to me, so this time, it will be their turn to attack us. I think I just need to initiate something for things to continue happening. The atmosphere was silent except for Ha Yan's crying. Yu Sok-woo found this action extremely annoying, his face changed color. Lee Kiyoung was extremely happy. Damn, what the fuck, it seems like everything will be easier than I thought. Thanks to that obnoxious pervert, Shok-woo, provocation is my specialty, you know that. Watch and learn here. Yu Sok-woo seemed to see something extremely scary. Turns out, Lee Kiyoung was hugging Ha Yan. The scene was extremely romantic, he was being coy with her, he was in so much pain. Ha Yan. He hugged Ha Yan tightly. How could he be jealous? Sok-woo. Suddenly Lee Kiyoung slipped and almost fell. Luckily, Ha Yan quickly caught it. She asked, are you okay? Lee Kiyoung was embarrassed. I didn't want this. Ha Yan keeps asking, you can rely on me a little more. Kiyoung's face turned pale and he thanked her. Lee Kiyoung decided to change tactics. I had to stop pretending to be pitiful, but anyway, I achieved my goal. That expression of his, as if I had just taken away the person he loved, I was sure I was about to fall out of my sentence. Right, ha. Park Sok-woo gritted his teeth, unable to bear the scene before him. Lee Kiyoung hugged Ha Yan again, provoking and jealous, right. I'm so jealous, come here, come on, go to my place, you bastard, go to my place. Kiyoung said, thank you, Ha Yan, I'm not difficult for you. Ha Yan replied to him, no one is much, this is nothing compared to the help I have given you. Park Sok-woo couldn't help but speak, Miss Ha Yan, he looks quite heavy, if you are uncomfortable, then please allow me to assist. Ha Yan replied indifferently, but I don't want you to do that, I can do it myself, take care of your business, Sir Sok-woo. Kiyoung spoke up, well, it's my fault. Park Sok-woo trembled. Lee Kiyoung couldn't help but laugh. Oh God, look at his shaking hands. In the first place, if he had the ability to control himself, he wouldn't have done something wrong with Ha Yan. We're in the shelter, now is the time, come here quickly, you bastard. Suddenly a bunch of monsters appeared, everyone returned to their fighting stance. Take your positions everyone, prepare to fight. Lee Kiyoung worriedly reminded Ha Yan, can you go ahead and follow Deok-gu to destroy those monsters? I will be there soon. Ha Yan is extremely worried about Lee Kiyoung's body. Kiyoung comforted her, he wouldn't do anything too much, so don't worry and move forward. Ha Yan saw that and couldn't help it. Lee Kiyoung saw Ha Yan go and thought, the current distance from Deok-gu should be 20 meters, if I receive a stab by provoking Sok-woo. Even if the pig's agility stat is a bit poor at this distance, he will be more likely to block the next attacks for himself. And while he does that, Ha Yan will use magic to heal me. Even if I get attacked, I still have the energy shield that Hyunsung gave me. As for the monsters, Hyunsung and Junkoff will be able to cope with them on their own. After Lee Kiyoung finished calculating, he suddenly laughed savagely, hi. Lee Kiyoung went to grab Park Sok-woo's shoulder in his extremely surprised eyes. Then, let's turn Sok-woo into a villain. Lee Kiyoung asked him, are you jealous? Park Sok-woo heard that and was extremely angry and shouted, it's here, finally, it's here. Park Sok-woo slashed the sword straight at Kiyoung. Fresh blood poured out, it hurt so much, it hurt like hell. Lee Kiyoung 3 seconds ago. Hold on, I can hold on, as long as we can get rid of Sok-woo here. Pay attention everyone. As expected, everyone saw the excitement and immediately turned towards Lee Kiyoung's place. Park Sok-woo took it for fun, called Jeong Jun-ho. I finally did it, guys, I took care of this bastard, Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. He speculated, for those of us who had defeated the weakest of the four gods, his voice sounded very proud. Junho, among the cards he kept, at least one of them, is an ideal mine. Jeong Jun coughed, his face turned pale, his tone was extremely scary. Sok-woo, what the hell did you just say? Park Sok-woo didn't know anything, still extremely happy. I said I could do it, that's right, I did it, bro. J. Ong Jun-ho was extremely angry, cursing and beating this crazy dog. Lee Ki-young thought, it's over, it's really over, their group is truly hopeless. From the looks of it, that bastard Junho is going to eliminate this crazy rebel from his group. It looks like he's showing us that he has no intention of fighting my group. It's still late, Junho, you have to fight with us, you know. Ki-young feels this is a very suitable time. Okay, it's time, let's go. Hyunsung, don't let things happen according to Jeong Junho's wishes. Everyone worriedly ran to Ki-young. Ki-young is holding his wound. Great, great, our lovely elements are all here. Hurry up and heal me. Jae-jun from behind took the opportunity and stabbed the sword straight into Ki-young's body. You trashy son of a bitch. You killed him, you killed Ji-chul, die, you bastard. The air condenses. Ki-young fell flat on the ground. Ha-yan shouted loudly and ran to Ki-young's place. Facial expression changes. Lee Ki-young fell to the ground, gritted his teeth, blood oozed out, his face turned pale, his whole body trembled, his hand clutching his wound. Ha-yan saw him like that and was extremely worried, shouting, no, brother. Park Deok-gu was about to rush up and say, those bastards, bro. Jeong Junho quickly took over, cursing at Jae-jun and Sok-woo, damn, these guys really are. Both of you, die. Jeong Junho rushed to attack the two of them. But unfortunately it didn't work out. Kim Hyunsung blocked his sword. Jeong Junho was bewildered and couldn't believe it. Was knocked back by the attack. Kim Hyunsung told Park Deok-gu, take care of Ha-yan and Ki-young, I'll take care of Jeong Junho. The two names Yu Sok-woo and Jae-jun were shaking, extremely scared. Park Deok-gu immediately followed the money towards Ki-young and Ha-yan. Jae-jun angrily said to Sok-woo, Jeong Jun coughed on that bastard. Hey, Sok-woo, take the opportunity to leave here. Sok-woo held the sword tightly in his hand and replied, no, Jae-jun. Jae-jun doesn't understand why he said that. Why? Sok-woo looked at Ki-young who was lying on the ground and replied, I will leave after finishing that bastard. Lee Ki-young, you go ahead. Jae-jun understood that when he heard that, he just told him, oh god, I understand. Also, you look so cool now, I'm sure Ki-chul in heaven will be happy too. Okay, do my part too, see you later. Sok-woo looked at Ha-yan who was covering his face and crying, saying the last few words to Jae-jun, just leave me, the dual swordsman Yu Sok-woo will leave after taking care of all these bastards. At Lee Ki-young's side, Park Deok-gu was screaming, Alpha Nu Eta, Ki-young, open your eyes, you can't die like this. Hearing what Deok-gu said, Ki-young silently cursed in his heart, I'm not dead yet, you loser. Ha-yan sobbed, if you die, hoo, no way, brother. Ki-young hates it, you too, please use recovery magic instead of just screaming. Park Deok-gu suddenly remembered something he said to Ha-yan, that's right, Noonim, the ring, the recovery ring, quickly, throw it here, quickly. Ki-young silently praised, good job little pig. Ha-yan was still crying and pulled out the ring. Deok-gu called her, calm down, the ring. The ring on Ha-yan's hand was now glowing, put her hands together, read, recover. A light emitted around Ki-young's body. Open your eyes, this is amazing. Everyone saw him opening his eyes very happily and asked if he was okay. Ki-young said it was okay, then said, thank you Ha-yan. You're still busy calculating, wow, I'm about to die, I'll have to pay attention before doing anything in the future. Suddenly, Yu Sok-woo rushed forward with a sword in his hand, die, Lee Ki-young. Park Deok-gu had good reflexes, he could push him away with one hand, scolding him, you bastard, how dare you. On the other side, the monsters were screaming. Ki-young lay flat on the ground holding his ring in his hand. Gave a triumphant smile, okay. It's time. Ki-young uses the energy shield skill, a shield appears to protect Ki-young's place. Lee Ki-young stood up, smiled, thinking, as expected, I hired the right person. But Park Deok-gu kept looking around, telling Ki-young, Ha-yan disappeared. Lee Kiyoung heard that and speculated that she must have walked into Jae-jun. Ha-yeon's timing was perfect. Deok-gu was now bowing his head to the ground and kneeling, his tone full of regret. Cough, I'm sorry, it's my fault, if I had come a little earlier, I'm sorry for being late, I'm sorry for not what can help. Lee Kiyoung heard those words, rubbed his hand on Deok-gu's head, comforting him. Don't worry Deok-gu. I was also careless, and thanks to Ha-yeon, I only realized a little bit now, so don't worry, most importantly. Don't cry, little pig, you're grown up and you still cry. Park Deok-gu's tears were short and long, refusing to admit it. Who would cry? Also, is there a rule against adults crying? Kiyoung replied, how do I know? It's because you're too noisy, so don't cry. Deok-gu said again, I think you're too complacent. Kiyoung replied again, you're arguing with me, aren't you, you little pig? Kiyoung was extremely touched by Deok-gu. He thought, it was just a mistake in his calculations, but no matter what, it wasn't a bad case. On the other side, Jae-jun is running away. He still can't stop being angry. You sock with this idiot. Watching him avenge Ki-chul is so refreshing, but that's all. No way, why do I keep getting entangled with that bastard who only knows 3 things, just flowers? And Jong Jun-ho, that damn guy, from the beginning I knew the word friend wasn't in his dictionary, but is it okay to kick me like this? Damn it, and even that's the best thing, is to follow Jun-ho and cooperate with him to kill Hyunsung. Then, I will tear Kiyoung to pieces. Jae-jun, he's running like hell. Suddenly a ray of light passed through his feet, causing him to fall to the ground, not understanding what was happening. His feet. Turns out, it was none other than Ha-yeon who did it. Her expression at this moment was extremely scary, her hands were casting magic and she said, hello, there's no time so I'll end it quickly, it's so embarrassing. Jae-jun, he screamed in fear, crazy, she's not normal, you bastard, you crazy bitch. Ha-yeon grabbed Jae-jun's mouth, forcing him to open his mouth. Jae-jun could only pray for help in his mind. Help, what is she doing? Damn it, help. Ha-yeon didn't have much time to use skills, gas bombs. Jae-jun cried out pitifully. Ha-yeon innocently said, it hurts you too, why did you do that before? But my brother probably hurts even more. My brother's sin is terrible, I will take revenge on him. Jae-jun trembled, please forgive me, I'm crazy. Jae-jun's blood splashed on Ha-yeon. I knew Ada's blood was on me, how stupid, my brother won't like it, he's the one who deserves to be punished. Jae-jun was extremely scared. Go ahead, I don't want to be like Ki-chul. Ha-yeon said in a savage tone, phew, we have to finish quickly, this is the end, today I will only punish you a little, don't be naughty in the future, okay? Jae-jun was scared. Okay, it won't be bad anymore, it won't be, so don't do it again, I can't die like that. After coming here I see that life is worth living, coming here is really meaningless. Jae-jun calculated in his head, it's okay to live, whatever happens, it's okay to not fail, there's still a whole bunch of people I can't kill yet, right when I come back, I'll deal with Kim Hyunsung first according to the plan, next, then I'll kill this woman, then Yusok-woo, after I've stolen all the items here, one day I'll become a criminal, I'll recognize Ki-chul's dream, what do you think Ki-chul, what a great plan. Jae-jun calculated for a long time, and finally discovered that Ha-yeon used the air bomb skill. He was extremely surprised and then died. Ha-yeon sat and looked at his bewildered appearance. Oh, he was killed. Next to Kiyoung, Yusok-woo was screaming, his glasses were cracked, and he looked extremely miserable. He angrily said, hey, let me go, you bastard, Lee Kiyoung, you rat, do you think my brothers will leave you alone? Kiyoung heard that and laughed contemptuously. Deok-woo was angry, funny, so funny, my brothers will kill Kim Hyunsung and will kill you guys soon. I won't forgive Ha-yeon either, I will make her regret not choosing me, every day, do it, but it seems like your beloved brothers have abandoned you and run away already. Kiyoung showed disdain, lifted his chin, Jun-ho didn't tell you, since Ki-chul died, the plan was cancelled, you're the only one who disregarded it, the name Sok-woo doesn't mean what you're saying, what are you saying? Kiyoung was extremely happy, he was dying of laughter, his expression was full of patheticness, this situation was so funny, you said it straight to your face, you jerk, do I have to spell it out for you to understand? Jong Jun-ho abandoned you. Sok-woo, actually I'm very grateful to you, actually from the beginning, thanks to you trash, me and Ha-yeon have made a lot of progress. Kiyoung despised, the belief in the person that Young Jin-ho considered as a guarantee was this stupid, tsk, Sok-woo finally understood, you bastard, you mean you took advantage of me. You trash, you're worse than a dog, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Kiyoung smiled and replied, what are you talking about? That sounds a bit uncomfortable, isn't it? Ha Sok-woo, I just sat at the table and ate what you prepared. Of course, I didn't even move a finger because you even put food in your mouth, and Sok-woo, if you want to fuck me so bad, then I'll probably have to kill you for real. Sok-woo no longer had any arrogance on his face, now there was only fear. What? Kiyoung patiently explained, I mean, I'm the one holding your life right now, but for Kiyoung, if things go a little differently, the person lying there will be me. Actually, this isn't the most ideal choice, killing someone is really bad, but even so, Deok-gu asked extremely worriedly, are you serious, are you not? Kiyoung consoled, Deok-gu, if you don't want to look then close your eyes. Sok-woo is scared. Lee Kiyoung, what do you mean, what are you planning to do, you lunatic? Kiyoung replied to him, I think I need to experience using my hands at least once. Why? Because in this place, that is the most rational and necessary meaning, isn't it? Sok-woo trembled, you're crazy. Kiyoung replied, the color is the same, isn't that right? Sok-woo humbled himself and asked for forgiveness. But at this point, there's no need to hesitate anymore. Kiyoung raised his sword high, apologizing. This isn't the first time, to be fair, they were all people I killed. I deny their help and trick them into falling into a trap. At that time, too, I just need to calm down and reassure myself. As I said, I don't need help, this is the same, it's all necessary, I should think in such a reasonable way. Kiyoung stabbed the sword straight down. Sok-woo completely lost his breath, another lost lamb. Kiyoung comforted Deok-gu, no need to be afraid, this is a place to kill or be killed, and if you can do it, then I can do it better, it doesn't matter what it is, I will be better than you, all. Hearing that, Deok-gu calmed down and asked, are you a Christian? Kiyoung sighed, he doesn't believe in gods, he just tries his best. A notification sounds, a new floor has been unlocked, select the floor you want. Kiyoung glanced at the information board and said, it seems we get experience points when we kill this person, whether on Earth or here, the world is cruel, isn't it? Deok-gu yes. Kiyoung turned around and said, you shouldn't die, never, understand. The two people, Lee Kiyoung and Park Deok-gu, left after dealing with Yu Sok-woo. While walking, Kiyoung browsed the information board. Deok-gu saw him thinking and wondering and still not choosing, so he advised, brother, Alpha Nu Eta is still thinking about the occupation like you said, choose the coolest one. Kiyoung silently said, I have a headache, everything is cool, kid. Kiyoung calculated and thought in his head, this time, everything is good, choose the optimal one, I think I should make a prediction with fake regression next time. Suddenly a call rang out, brother, it turned out to be Ha Yan's voice, she was chasing behind Kiyoung. Ha Yan ran to hug Kiyoung, tears streaming down her face. Kiyoung reached out and hugged her. Ha Yan asked worriedly, are you hurt anywhere, are you not injured, are you okay now? The name is Yu Sok-woo, what happened? Kiyoung held her face and explained that he killed him. Ha Yan was extremely happy, that's good, I mean, I know. Park Deok-gu approached and wondered, thinking back, Noonim, where did you just go? Ha Yan was surprised and replied hesitantly, well, that was before I found out, so. Kiyoung saw that and thought, I should say help her, run and help Hyunsung. Ha Yan heard you say that, her face was even more scared, no brother, I don't love Hyunsung like that. That guy, Kim Jae-joon, hit you, so I just, got mad, Ha Yan said while biting her nails, her whole body was shaking, and before she woke up, she accidentally shot her, I'm sorry. Park Deok-gu saw her crying and was extremely panicked and said, no, that's not it, I'm the one who needs to apologize, Noonim, I understand what you mean. Actually, I also want to chase him, you know that, I really understand how you feel, so don't cry. Hearing that, Ha Yan cried even louder, phew, I really couldn't stop thinking about it and what I should do, phew. Deok-gu didn't know what to do and turned to Kiyoung, comforting him, Noonim is over, so don't cry anymore. Oh, Hyung, don't stand there watching, do something, what are you doing, come quickly, here you go, geez. Ha Yan keeps saying sorry. Kiyoung walked towards her, what do you want to apologize for, our lovely and kind Ha Yan? Kiyoung patted Ha Yan's head, comforting him, okay Ha Yan, are you so angry because you saw me injured, thank you very much. Kiyoung hugged Ha Yan, it's okay. To Kiyoung, she is like a time bomb that is both warm and gentle, so comfortable. Ha Yan and Kiyoung's chest burst into tears, Hyung, honey. Deok-gu saw the romantic scene and coughed. Kiyoung silently said, "That's enough, Ha-yan." Having no choice, Kiyoung asked Deok-gu to come comfort Ha-yan. Unexpectedly, Deok-gu is smiling extremely scary. Refused to come out, gave Kiyoung a like. Kiyoung angrily cursed in his heart, "Damn bastard, he deliberately set a trap, right, this pig." Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps. It turned out to be Kim Hyunsung. He said, "So everyone was here." Kim Hyunsung had all the scratches on his body. He smiled at everyone. Kiyoung looked at Hyunsung and speculated that Jong Junho is not easy to kill at all. So embarrassing. If he was a good person, I would have been photogenic, but, standing in front of our Hyunsung, it's just like doing 3 childish magic tricks. Kim Hyunsung wondered, where are the others? Kiyoung answered without hesitation, I killed them. Most importantly, what happened to Jong Junho? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Kim Hyunsung spoke up, that's good, after all they are our enemies. Kiyoung heard that and said, that's right, this is inevitable, it seems they have planned it from the beginning. If we fall into their trap, perhaps everyone in the shelter will not be safe either. I know it won't be easy, but I hope people will see this as the right thing to do. Kim Hyunsung suddenly complimented, you did the right thing. There will probably be many difficult situations like this in the future. There's no one out there condemning you for making a decision like this. I don't know if I can console you at all, but I hope you'll get over it. Kiyoung was quite surprised by these words. Fortunately he received it gently like that. It was really comfortable. Hyunsung, yes thank you Hyunsung. Hyunsung asked, also, are you feeling better yet, Kiyoung, your wound? Lee Kiyoung replied, oh yes, I'm fine, I'm very healthy now. But if it weren't for the ring you gave me, I probably would have ascended to heaven. I don't know how many times you saved me. I will never forget this favor. Kim Hyunsung was extremely embarrassed when he heard that. Kiyoung was surprised to see this expression. This kid, so proud. Hyunsung gave an idea. Everyone must be tired, so I think it's best if we rest somewhere nearby. Deok-gu happily replied, agreeing, let's go, Hyung, Noonim too. Kiyoung replied, okay, Ha-yan let's go. Kiyoung looked at Hyunsung thinking, we fight together, face dangers together, and overcome them together. It seems he's also thinking that we've become close to each other, just like me. Hyunsung, isn't your face a little red? I can be sure that, even after getting out of here, he still maintains a good relationship with us. Just thinking about being able to sit on the same boat with Kim Hyunsung, the type of boat with the highest safety and extremely comfortable, I thought this was a dream. Kiyoung smiled, or, I should say I finally breathe a little more relieved now, right? You've worked hard, my treasure. The 4 of them stopped to rest. Deok-gu started the fire. Ha-yan raised his hand to warm it. Kiyoung held the firewood and said, Hyunsung, actually, I have unlocked a new job. Ha-yan and Hyunsung were both surprised. Hyunsung asked, so quickly, are you going to tell me? Kiyoung replied, of course, I was planning to ask for your advice because this time there are so many choices. Kiyoung opened the status window. View unlocked jobs. Several professions have been unlocked. Click on each option to see detailed explanations. Includes 5 rare professions: summoner, magic spearman, warlock, alchemist, and fire mage. Hyunsung gave the loaf of bread to Kiyoung. He quickly thanked him and took it. Kiyoung is still preoccupied with thoughts in his head. He doesn't know what to do if he gets caught in a scam job or something, but luckily that's not the case. The commander is also like that. There is always someone talking about the commander. The commander's ears give him a headache. Kiyoung munched on bread, explaining each profession, starting as a summoner. Instead of fighting personally, a summoner is a class that fights using summoned disciples, spirits, or monsters. The summoner can become stronger with increased mana, and the level of compatibility with summoned beasts. You can upgrade professions related to summoners such as tamers, elementalists and fake summon monsters. Physical strength increases by 1, intelligence increases by 1 and magic na increase 2. Kiyoung likes this the most, because his disciples can appear and fight for him. Nothing feels more safe and comfortable than that, although I'm not sure about the level of compatibility. Next is the Magic Spear class, an intermediate class that can use magic and a spear at the same time. You will have average knowledge about spears and magic. The class that can be upgraded is not yet. Clearly, agility increases by 1, mana increases by 2. Kiyoung finds this a bit impossible, because using his body doesn't suit him very well. Next is the Warlock. A high-level class that can use dark magic. It possesses a completely different level of magic, to the point of being able to reverse the concept of magic you previously knew. By casting that magic spell, the power of evil, Therefore, some religious organizations divide by intense sea magic, but in return its power completely overwhelms other professions. Mana increases by 4. Kiyoung found this really interesting, but the last part made him a bit uneasy. Ha-Yan thinks everything is good. Next is the alchemist. Basically, the alchemist profession is more about learning and researching knowledge about magic than fighting. They can completely find directions and enjoy new developments related to their work, cast spells, magic and mana. You will possess the basic knowledge of how to create homunculus, that is, elves and alchemy. You can upgrade professions like apothecary, mage alchemist and homunculus expert. Intelligence increased by 2, mana increased by 2, Kiyoung thought, because his intelligence index is higher than mana, so this is really the most suitable profession, although becoming a pharmacist is a bit worrying, but I can create something similar to mana elixir to supply the mana shortage. Finally, the fire mage, obviously, to possess great fire power, needs to consume a lot of mana. The additional stat is 5 mana. Lee Kiyoung asked Kim Hyunsung's opinion. I really want to know what you are thinking. Hyunsung spoke his mind. I'm sorry, but your Kiyoung mana is a bit not very high, so the magic spearman is a bit. Kiyoung was attacked but still laughed. Is it that bad? Kiyoung started trying out the spear. Ha-Yan and Deok-gu both complimented him nicely. Kiyoung feels that at least I can take care of myself, but maybe from his point of view, I'm really pitiful and so sad. Kim Hyunsung continued to analyze. As for the fire mage, because the mana consumption is too high, I think there are still many risks. As for the warlock, listening to the explanation, it seems like this profession has the potential to cause trouble. You fall into a dangerous situation. I think it's better to choose between summoner and alchemist. Kiyoung nibbled on the bread and said, actually I also think so. It's a bit pitiful, but if this world had a medieval setting, some religious organization would chase away warlock Kiyoung like rabid dogs. There's no way I want to put myself in that situation. Such humiliation, I have to stay. But really, this cute kid is trying his best to give me suggestions, Kim Hyunsung explained, but I think that maintaining a summoned beast also costs a large amount of mana, since you have quite high intelligence, so I mean the alchemist is really not bad. Speaking of alchemists, they can create some magic potions, and not just make them. Medicine, if you need a summon, you can also create something called homunculus, so it will be much more useful in real battles. It's not like summoning. But creating an artificial entity, it would be very effective if you had enough mana to maintain the catalyst, and more. Kim Hyunsung keeps talking nonsense. Now Kiyoung understands. This profession is rare, isn't it? A rare profession does not appear easily. First of all, even if a monk's specialty is healing magic, I'm sure they're still limited in their divine power. In that situation, a high-quality healing elixir created by an alchemist will definitely be necessary. If this is truly a rare profession, the magic medicine is probably an indispensable item. Should I try to live the life of an alchemist? Kiyoung smiled and said to Hyunsung, the alchemist, definitely a good choice. But I can't give up on the necromancer. Well, because the alchemist can also create a substitute, there's really no need to think about it. Suddenly, Park Deok-gu spoke up. What are you talking about? You must choose warlock. Kim Hyunsung wants to choose the alchemist. A dragon and a tiger confront each other. Kiyoung cursed in his heart. Damn it, it's happening again. Park Deok-gu said in a menacing tone to Lee Kiyoung, Big brother must be a warlock. Kim Hyunsung quickly retorted, not an alchemist. The two of them looked extremely tense face to face. A battle between a tiger and a dragon. Kiyoung silently cursed, damn it again. Park Deok-gu happily told the reason. Think about it, wield the power of darkness to destroy monsters. Imagine your brother as a warlock. Everyone can see you becoming a warlock, darker and more sinister, right? Kiyoung listened to him and thought, this time he's talking warlock like a parrot. Hyunsung sighed and said, but in the eyes of others. While talking, Deok-gu said, who cares about that? I just need to kick away those who chase and kill Big Brother, that's all. Well, to be honest, the warlock doesn't match the boss's benevolent personality, but the scene where the boss wears a black cloak is so cool, just think about it. Deok-gu said while smiling thinking about that scene. Kiyoung heard that and found it a bit attractive. He looked at Hyunsung expectantly. Do something with that kind of coercive tone. Suddenly, I was drawn into this. Hyunsung spoke up to Kiyoung. Even so, he can't become a warlock. Definitely not. Obviously being an alchemist would be better. Park Deok-gu refuses. Ha, Kiyoung silently cheered for Hyunsung. That's right, our Hyunsung can't bear to lose. The two people, Hyunsung and Deok-gu, argued loudly. One was a warlock, the other an alchemist. Ha-Yan just stood there blankly without saying anything. Kiyoung's mouth was smiling, but in his heart he was saying, I shouldn't have asked. The sound of arguing continued. Deok-gu growled like a tiger. Hyunsung did not give up. Everyone had their own opinion. The two of them were trying to attract attention. I want to ask your opinion. What do you think, sister? What do you think, Ha-yan? Ha-yan stammered in response, I can't choose either one. One side has the appearance of alchemy research knowledge, with one side using the power of darkness. Ha-yan said with her face red and her heart pounding. Kiyoung didn't understand what this girl was thinking. Kiyoung also looked confused, rubbing his chin. It's really difficult to choose. I actually find the warlock profession more risky, but in return the rewards are also higher. Park Deok-gu took the opportunity to say, yes, big brother is what you said, become a warlock, go to the dark side, big brother, warlock. Suddenly, Hyunsung, pulling something out of his pocket, pulling out the radiating light, he said, this is something I got, very by chance, but it is an item reserved for alchemists. Park Deok-gu was extremely surprised when he saw that. Hyunsung made a request, if you choose the alchemist profession, I will give you this as a gift. This item is called Ramus Tucker's Introduction to Alchemy, a hero type reserved for alchemists. The great alchemist Ramus Tucker is a typical alchemist who wanders around in the world, is part of the Army, Republic team. He was famous as a leading researcher in the field of biology and alchemy, but one day, for unknown reasons, he was known to have been eliminated. Maybe he has passed away, but the alchemical knowledge he left behind is still passed down to this day. His intelligence has increased by 1, his mana has increased by 1. Kiyoung wondered what this was, where did it come from? Hyunsung asked, what do you think, don't you want it? Kiyoung's eyes lit up, oh so cool, I couldn't deny it. Park Deok-gu quickly said, wait, Hyunsung, this is not a gift, this is bribery, bribing big brother with an unfair item. Where does that thing come from? Hyunsung did not hesitate to answer Deok-gu's question, well then, in the treasure chest with other things. Hyunsung looked at the book and said, I'm not an alchemist so I can't read this book, but it's a hero level item, it doesn't work for me, but for you, it's worth looking forward to. Wait, Kiyoung sighed, silently praising, good job, Hyunsung. Kiyoung calculated, it's hard to make excuses, right from the beginning, there's a high possibility that the rings and bracelets you gave us, are also items that are not easy to find here. Even though Hyunsung is old, it's hard to believe that the treasure chest appeared right where he was like that. Although I don't know if our little Hyunsung came back with his bag, or if he used some kind of store that we can't use yet, but seeing him pull out so many things, I'm sure there were more items in his bag than I thought. Kim Hyunsung was full of determination and shouted, Kiyoung, please become an alchemist. Park Deok-gu does not give up, big brother, warlock, choose that warlock. Ha-yan is on the side cheering, you choose the career you want. Kiyoung closed his eyes and said, okay, I have thought carefully, in this case. Obviously I should have sided with Hyunsung, sorry Deok-gu. Kiyoung rubbed his head and said, I think being an alchemist is the best, I swear it's not because of the book. After hearing this, Park Deok-gu was attacked and turned into a statue. Hyunsung complimented, good choice. Kiyoung opened the information panel and confirmed that he wanted to choose the alchemist profession. The notification sounds, you have upgraded to the alchemist profession, you have received alchemy knowledge, checking the player Lee Kiyoung's stats and level up, basic alchemy knowledge, method, basic pseudo-magic research, first manufacturing method. An overview of Kiyoung, it seems you have chosen a pretty good path, I don't have much to say, but, watching you try your best makes my heart flutter, it seems you even received your item, does not deserve to receive, one hope you have the ability to understand Ramus Tucker's alchemy, otherwise it would be a pity for a hero level item like a pearl to wear on a pig. Kiyoung was quite satisfied, it's not like I don't know where this came from, so whatever. Hyunsung looked at the book and smiled. His sparkling eyes looked at Kiyoung, extremely happy. Kiyoung looked at Hyunsung and sighed, this kid, have I become any more useful? Now I'm the stock part you're interested in, I'm no longer the rarely useful manager, alchemist Lee Kiyoung is standing on the stock exchange, ha ha, I've struck a gold mine, already. Hyunsung personally handed the book to Kiyoung, congratulating him. Park Deok-gu has to accept reality, it's a shame, but if big brother chooses that then so be it. Kiyoung also did not forget you two Ha-yan and Deok-gu, thank you, Deok-gu, Ha-yan, thank you both, I gratefully accept your gift, Hyunsung. Kiyoung held the notebook and looked embarrassed, even though I'm constantly being the recipient like this, it's a bit embarrassing, but I will try my best to meet your expectations. No, actually I feel happier when I can help people, Kiyoung still hasn't stopped being excited. Hyunsung, you're so kind. This guy will help your stocks hit the roof, so you have to keep investing in me, okay? A long while later, everyone fell asleep. Kiyoung was still awake sitting near the fire, opening a book to read. So this is alchemy. I don't have any equipment yet, it's a bit difficult to practice. I probably need to add something like a specially made catalyst for alchemy, but that pig is so noisy, it's so noisy. Also, if this job requires similar catalysts and equipment, then it seems like this is a job that relies quite a bit on items. This will cost a lot. First of all, I guess I can only just match it with the spell I'm using. Hyunsung woke up and noticed Kiyoung reading a book and came over to ask. He couldn't sleep. Kiyoung replied, there are many things related to alchemy knowledge that I need to ponder. In your heart you're thinking, look, I'm working very hard, oh powerful investor. However, looking at him so satisfied makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. I'm sure you don't intend to consider him a drug factory, right? Looking at Hyunsung who was having fun, Kiyoung said, that reminds me, the survival mission hasn't been completed yet, right? Because based on the current situation, it seems like there aren't many things like boss monsters. Hyunsung thinks the same as Kiyoung. Kiyoung saw that. I can't help but feel like we're at the final stage of the tutorial dungeon. Tomorrow, when we go deeper, maybe we'll see some clues. Hyunsung completely agrees. Kiyoung calculated. First of all, I confirmed that there are no boss monsters here, and more. That means there's a way out nearby, right? Mainland. That fucking starting point instruction says. The mainland is a place where only a few survivors can set foot. On the other side, Lee Sang-hee smiled and said, it seems we have finally found them. The sword and shield will take his place. Even though we haven't reached the actual stage of this place yet, I feel like we're one step closer. Lee Ki-young's group of 4 set off together. On the way, 2 people, Kim Hyunsung and Park Deok-gu, quizzed each other. Hyunsung asked, how is the god of thunder after bathing? Deok-gu replied, smelling Thor. When Deok-gu asked, what do you call being a nerd since childhood? Hyunsung replied, nah nerd, now it's my turn. Hyunsung asked, what bag do you want to bring to the market to bargain? After hearing the question, Deok-gu said 3 dots, carrying a bag, what does that mean? I don't understand. Hyunsung had to ask and answer himself, carrying the bargain bag. When Deok-gu heard the answer, he smiled like a lucky man. After hearing this, Kiyoung still couldn't understand. Hyunsung, where did you learn all that nonsense? Kiyoung turned to ask Ha-yan, do you find it funny at all? Ha-yan shook her head repeatedly, no, it's too boring. Kiyoung still feels that our Ha-yan is more interesting. But I'm happy because everyone is more comfortable than before. Hyunsung and Deok-gu went first and laughed. Everyone was very happy. Kiyoung walked behind thoughtfully. In front, everyone was worried about how to escape this dark hell. This is why being in the same boat as pseudo-regression is so good. Seeing Kiyoung's smile made Ha-yan happy. He raised his hand to pat her head. Suddenly as they were walking, they stopped, seemingly seeing something very surprising. It turned out that in front of the 4 of them was an iron door, the exit that Hyunsung mentioned yesterday. Hyunsung saw it and smiled. Kiyoung saw it and sarcastically looked at that brat smiling. Everyone looked towards Park Deok-gu. He understood and immediately walked to the door and pushed it open. Let's go, to the mysterious world. Park Deok-gu was extremely surprised at the scene before him. Why did we end up in a strange place again? Kiyoung also looked dumbfounded. Mysterious, where are we? What the hell, this isn't outside. Kiyoung noticed a large circle in the middle, and that thing in the middle, a magic circle. A notification sounded. A rare mandatory quest had been started. The rare quest status was not completed. All 4 people have activated this mission. Park Deok-gu discovered there was another door on the other side. He quickly rushed to push the trigger, but it didn't start at all. Kiyoung reminded, Deok-gu, don't touch things so carelessly, come back here, there must be some conditions to open the door. And we have to leave here so we can complete the dungeon sweep. Kiyoung pondered, what would be the method to complete this? First, Hyunsung said that there was no boss monster. For some reason the magic circle looked like a hint. Suddenly, Hyunsung seemed to think of something. Step towards the magic circle, then use your skill. A blue light emitted from Hyunsung's hand. The magic circle glows. Kiyoung understood, so all he had to do was inject the mana. Hyunsung said, yes, I had a feeling that it was related to mana, so I tried to see if it seemed like the correct answer. Kiyoung feels that his crotch is too exposed. My friend. An announcement rang out. The dangerous mandatory mission had been completed. Rare missions, complete and survive. Everyone found it extremely fun. Park Deok-gu couldn't hold back his tears. Kiyoung observed Hyunsung closely. His expression was like, I did it. And this is really where it starts. The scene before them was extremely beautiful, attracting everyone's eyes. Butterflies flew up from the magic circle. Even though this scene is a bitch, the ending is like this. Really beautiful. The door that Park Deok-gu saw just now opened automatically. The light emitted dazzled everyone's eyes. A girl spoke up, congratulating you on safely returning from the tutorial. Kiyoung looked at the girl in front of him. This person was. The girl wearing the microphone introduced herself. I am the person in charge of this tutorial dungeon, the vice president of the Blue Guild. My name is Lee Sang-hee. Lee Sang-hee said, it's truly an honor to meet everyone. Kiyoung was surprised. The person in charge of the guidance dungeon felt like she was getting along with us. What was going on? Park Deok-gu went to Lee Sang-hee and asked, what about the person in charge of the dungeon floor? Is it possible that you are also the one who brought us here? Lee Sang-hee quickly explained, no, let me introduce first. She introduced herself, I am the vice president of a free guild under the leader of the Holy Empire, founded in the name of Goddess Benigor. The guild's name is Blue Color. I am also the manager of this dungeon floor. One day, we were also summoned to this place and were given the same challenge. Simply put, we arrived a little earlier than everyone else, but we still couldn't find out because why was he brought to this land. Furthermore, once the tutorial dungeon is completed, it is our duty as administrators to guide you, the completed team, to the outside world. As well as rescuing the survivors still inside. And in addition, of course we will teach and support you in adapting to the new environment where you have to live from now on. We will also ensure to provide you with a basic living space. Kiyoung wondered, a basic living space, let's not talk about that. That means the door leading to the dungeon level is not always open, right? Sang-hee quickly replied, yes, this door only opens for 3 days after completion, but we don't know why. I will lead you out. Well, before that, please hand over your weapons. Kiyoung heard that and was extremely surprised. What, are our weapons rented? Sang-hee, we'll discuss in more detail after arriving at our beauty guild's base camp. Sang-hee told his people, Miss Hua-yun, please start searching for the survivors inside. I will take these people to the military base. Now, please come this way. Lee Kiyoung decided to use his mind's eye, checking the stats and talents of player Lee Sang-hee. Lee Sang-hee's status bar is fully displayed. Age 33, temperament is an ideal peacemaker, heroic paladin rank, job effect is basic grasp, knowledge of techniques, has basic knowledge of shields, basic knowledge of intermediate swordsmanship, basic knowledge of advanced swordsmanship, basic knowledge of gods, basic knowledge of intermediate gods. Lee Sang-hee's title is Iron Blood, strength 82, physical strength 90, endurance 91, mana 77, intelligence 32, luck 33, agility 52. Sang-hee's ability is Blood Gold, a strong consumption to temporarily increase endurance and stamina. For those with the knight profession, stamina usually increases by 3. Saint-level equipment is of the heroic type, iron-blooded shield is of the heroic type reserved for knights, and the power range is of the legendary type. Overview of Lee Sang-hee. Her stats alone are impressive. It seems like her potential is nearing its peak. Her endurance and strength stats can still increase further, but other stats are very difficult. She's not strong at all, but somehow her stats make people feel regretful. Even so, you should never underestimate her. Comparing player Lee Kiyoung with her is impossible. Kiyoung read it all in one go and her face changed. Those parameters are nothing to look down on, but if she wanted to, she could kill us without any problem, so why is she being modest, such? Kiyoung assessed Hyunsung's face, temporarily returning like Hyunsung did not react too negatively. The role of an ideal peacemaker does not create bad feelings, so I think I won't have to worry. She doesn't care about whether people die during training or not, so the way she treats us is so different. Is it just because we are the finished team? Kiyoung walked up and couldn't help but look back. It seemed they arranged everything faster than he expected. Well, it was only a matter of time before the people in the shelter were rescued. Thinking back, I would have left without saying a final goodbye to Lee Ji-hae. It wasn't my concern. Kiyoung entered the door. The scene before his eyes was extremely surprising. In the sky is a bird flying with its wings. Park Deok-gu was so touched that he shed tears. Looking at the scene before us, the road bustling with goods and people passing by, that's when we believed we had survived. Lee Sang-hee happily said, our luck is good today. Griffin is very rare, so we don't often see them. It must be grilled taste, great. Park Deok-gu saw the food restaurant and immediately rushed over. Sang he noticed that and said, now that you mention it, you must be very hungry. We were planning on treating you all to a meal, but this is a special occasion, so I'll buy whatever you want. Deok-gu is extremely happy, excited, really? Big brother, I have grilled squid here. Hey, if you have the chance, just eat it well, please give me an extra portion over here. Kiyoung sighed. He suddenly noticed that Hyunsung hadn't said anything yet. He's thinking about something. Why does he have that expression? He called out to Hyunsung. Hyunsung quickly responded, you called me. Kiyoung replied, well, nothing special. I just want to say, please continue to help us in the future. Hyunsung, you've come this far, you can't leave me, I'll try my best, you know that too. Hyunsung was extremely surprised when he heard that. He happily replied, okay, I also hope you will help, Kiyoung. Kiyoung's group of people also got into the car with Lee Sang-hee to go somewhere. In the car, Ha Yan and Hyunsung greedily ate grilled squid. Kiyoung leaned on his hands and looked outside through the door, exclaiming, it was so comfortable, actually being treated this kindly was not something he was used to, but hey, happy first. Sang-hee sat face to face with Hyunsung. Hi, that reminds me, it seems like you guys conquered that dungeon pretty quickly. Hyunsung also quickly responded, surprisingly, isn't that normal speed? Sang-hee smiled happily and replied, no, normally a dungeon takes 6 months to conquer, but you guys did it in just 3 months, it's truly extraordinary. Perhaps this is the shortest conquest time in the world, Park Deok-gu wondered, do they have dungeons in other places? Sang-hee explained, yes, the Republican Party and the Alliance of Countries are also managing several tutorial dungeons. We, the Holy Emperor, are currently managing 3 tutorial dungeons. I'll go into more detail later, but here. There were many people from many places, each of them was given their own seat and went through different instructions. Kiyoung just sat and listened without saying anything. He looked outside and thought to himself, that person must be a native, wearing clothes and robes, just like in the Middle Ages, although I don't remember it clearly. Sang-hee keeps saying, normally we're not allowed to know what happened inside, but I'm really curious how you guys conquered the dungeon so quickly. And with just a small group of 4 more. Hyunsung replied, a lot of things happened, but we were able to do it because each of us fulfilled our role well. Well, in the concentration camp the survivors of the first floor below the surface land, there is one for shelter, please save the people there. Sang-hee doesn't understand, why? Deok-gu immediately spoke up, wrapping his arms around Hyunsung's shoulders, that's where he set up, so the survivors could gather together, we left behind those who couldn't fight, then formed a group, the team went to conquer the dungeon, that place was not only a safe place, we also built a fortress, so everyone there lived well, there was also enough food. Sang-hee was quite surprised, complimenting them, I get it, you guys are new but it's really cool. Kiyoung sat and listened but somehow understood, now I'm sure. The reason they are being friendly with us, Kim Hyunsung this old fox, well, everything is simple. The players when facing the first group of soldiers shouted, where is this, who are you, hey, what do you want to play now, let me go, let us go home, the soldiers hated saying, I told you to gather quickly, follow the instructions, first line up, be orderly, your house doesn't exist anymore, that was the scene that Kiyoung speculated, usually people would react like that after surviving the dungeon, they would cry and make a fuss. What about us, conquering the dungeon in the shortest time, they even built a shelter for survivors, a new wind is blowing into the whole land, the blue color is preparing to rise once again active recruitment efforts, large-scale guilds in the empire caused tension, super recruits became a world highlight, Kiyoung guessed, we are super rookies who are rapidly increasing prices. And they're a big organization trying to recruit us, the team leader, Kim Hyunsung, do you have anything to say, shelter, there were about 30 people there, hopefully you can save them, we trust you, Kiyoung hates, this old fox regression guy, why else would he tell us about our achievements, of course he seems like there's nothing big to do to increase our value. The way they treat us is very different, we are the high class, from the beginning, being in the raid team, has proven that we can adapt to any situation. Being in the same boat as pseudo-regression is the best, the carriage stopped when it arrived, Lee Sang-hee got off first and reminded everyone to get off carefully. This is our base. I don't understand what Lee Kiyoung saw, but he was extremely surprised, his eyes widened, it turned out that this place was extremely crowded, isn't that the main headquarters? Lee Sang-hee invited everyone in, Kiyoung looked at Hyunsung wistfully, they are golden eggs, well, I just need to slowly find out what the purpose of this cute fake regression is, whether it's blue or somewhere else, regardless who is he going with. We will also walk on a path filled with flowers. The Kiyoung group walked in, opened the door and screams rang out. There were countless people, the heroes of the raid team. The strongest guild in this land, the Guild of Hopes and Dreams. Welcome to the Blue. Kiyoung's group of people each have different faces. Kiyoung doesn't understand what's going on. Lee Sang-hee quickly explained, sorry if I startled everyone, we just wanted to organize a wonderful party for you. Kiyoung was still surprised, he was so shocked that he thought a monster had appeared. Call the person who made this up right away. Sang-hee looked at everyone's faces and had to say, everyone must be tired, let's go to the banquet room first. We'll start preparing the food, tell those part-time workers to use what they're doing and prepare some food. Park Deok-gu was extremely excited. Kiyoung only paid attention to other people. The people who greeted us were just doing extra work, well, thank them anyway. There's just one thing Kiyoung is wondering about Lee Sang-hee, but didn't she say she's the vice president? If it's in the company then it's equivalent to the vice president, why does she have to do it all herself? And everything looks so massive and majestic, a bit flaunt. On the other side, those who look older are all important members of the guild. They say, ho ho, investing in form is indeed a wise choice. Just as Chairman Kim said, Lee Sang-hee doesn't know how to make a good first impression at all, showing others that Blue's status isn't bad in the first place. Look at them, they look excited and happy. You play Goem always right, the future of Blue is bright, sooner or later they will join us. If I were 10 years younger I would still be standing there. A moment later, the banquet table was completely prepared. Park Deok-gu holding a chicken thigh attractively. Eat happily. Only Kiyoung is worried. It's delicious, let's just say so, they look great and seem to have a lot of money. I commend them for trying to perform well in front of us, even the knives and forks are gold, but at this guild I thought they were a bit suspicious earlier, from everything being a bit ostentatious, to the fact that the vice president himself do all the simple things. There's no way they're as clear, not at all. Kiyoung held the spoon in his hand and suddenly realized, wait, what is this spoon, isn't it pure gold, why is it so bright? Maybe. Lee Sang-hee suddenly spoke up, oh, that reminds me, I haven't asked your names yet, can you all say your names? Hyunsung volunteered to introduce himself, and also said that his profession was a swordsman. Next is Park Deok-gu, the shield warrior, next is Ha-yan, the shaman. Kiyoung didn't expect them to mention their occupation. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Kiyoung is the final introduction. I am Lee Kiyoung, the alchemist. He thought that, because he was the one who had changed his profession twice, unlike the three of them. What do you think, you want to recruit me, right? You do. Suddenly Lee Sang-hee frowned and said, alchemist, I understand, you probably just changed your job for the second time. Kiyoung was extremely surprised. What is that? Why does she look so disappointed? Damn it. Kiyoung turned sharply to Hyunsung who was attentively eating, tears short and long. Didn't you say the alchemist was great? This guy, I really wonder if this bastard just wants to turn me into a factory. If they don't treat me well now, then I have to make them treat me well. First, just trust this beloved old regression. The drug factory only prevents me from becoming that person. I want to get to the point, but it's not the right time. Park Deok-gu was busy eating and drinking, constantly praising, oh my god, it's so delicious, it's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food. My grandmother said you shouldn't trust people who give you free food, but I'm so hungry that I don't care anymore. Kiyoung finds people like Park Deok-gu very good, simple-minded like him is sometimes good. Hyunsung suddenly spoke up, actually, just like Park Deok-gu said, we are very grateful for the meal, there is nothing to complain about, but the reason you treat us so well is because you need us, right? Just as Kiyoung predicted, they really wanted to probe us. Sang-hee also replied, you guys are really cool, to think that our intentions could be guessed through these gestures. Yes, to put it briefly. We want to recruit you to our guild. Of course, it's difficult for you to give an answer right now. If you all agree, we have prepared extremely good conditions for you. Kiyoung wants to see more. That's right, look what you guys have prepared. Even though it's obvious, Lee Sang-hee clearly stated the conditions. The conditions we have prepared will be very favorable for everyone. Hyunsung suddenly interrupted. First, I want to give more details. Kiyoung was startled. What to do? Hey, wait. Sang-hee said, of course, then I will explain in detail so everyone can understand better. This land called continent. Kiyoung kept looking at Hyunsung. Hyunsung, are you serious? Do you really want to join them? Since when did you jump to their side? Even though they only got the code and everything here is fake, Sang-hee kept saying, besides us, the Holy Emperor also worshipped Goddess Beniger. Kiyoung speculated that, well, I'm short Kim Hyunsung, this pseudo-regressor, is probably only interested if there is something worth keeping a secret from us. Maybe in his past life he was also in the blue group, sharp. But he nods too much, even if he wants to approach them to take advantage of them. Hyunsung, if you keep like this, you'll be headbanging. You have to be suspicious and compete with them a bit, not don't agree with everything they say like that. What benefits does the blue color guild give you? Kiyoung rubbed his chin, so annoyed. I don't understand what he was thinking. Perhaps, he used to be a gullible guy who worked like a slave in a vile gambling club for the rest of his life, a pitifully gullible guy. But I'm still not sure why he came back here again. Oh no, our poor Hyunsung used to be the believer, no doubt about it. I've seen him be so stupidly benevolent ever since he set up a camp for the survivors. Kiyoung couldn't help but cry as he imagined, but, who is that person next to you? It's me, your good brother Kiyoung. Kiyoung stuck a piece of meat on a plate. I have never shared what belongs to me to anyone, so I will never allow anyone to take anything away from me. Don't worry, Hyunsung, I'm sure I'll fill this life with gold and silver. From now on, don't trust anyone anymore. And trust me, he bit into the meat and smiled savagely. Lee Kiyoung was holding a golden plate, his face exuding coldness, thinking, Hyunsung, I guarantee you won't let anything hurt you, just trust me. At a luxurious party taking place, Lee Sang-hee opened his mouth to speak first. The land called that territory is not only Beniger Holy Kingdom. She said seriously, holding her chin, but there are also big countries like the Republic and the Alliance. We work together to maintain balance in each country, in which the Kingdom Alliance has friendship between the Holy Empire and the Republic, while the Holy Empire and the Republic are hostile factions. Lee Sang-hee said, in addition to the 3 countries listed above, there are also neutral countries, but those 3 countries are the top 3 countries. We are just immigrants from Earth to this territory. And having to live with the indigenous people who existed here in the beginning, our relationship is quite complicated, so we always find ways to understand each other. Lee Sang-hee continued, in addition to humans, the native inhabitants also have other species, such as goblins, dragons and mermaids. Lee Kiyoung put his chin up well. Oh really, first information, there are people here too. Lee Sang-hee didn't care about Lee Kiyoung's indifferent words. She continued to say, secondly, Lam Hway and some other convergence attacks have a certain autonomy, not affected by you, countries. However, those guilds form cooperation agreements with the host countries, so that when war breaks out, they can provide military support back and forth. The second piece of news, no matter how powerful the barbarians are, they will not stage a coup to take over the right to rule the country, and the 3 major countries above all have super weapons that help them fight against big guilds. Lee Sang-hee continued, third, dungeons that are used to challenge people are only open once a year. Where you are now, the holy state religion for foreigners, the people who manage things, provide basic guidance, and govern. Guilds ranging from small, medium to large scale will be self-divided and guided by management. When the tutorial period ends, the guild assigned to the tutorial mission will have the opportunity to interact with the raid team. She finally spoke, and that explained the meeting between us, the Lamb Guild, and everyone's raid group. Park Deok-gu had a stupid face. He looked puzzled and said, does that mean we are from the Lamb Association? Lee Sang-hee quickly explained, it wasn't really like that. If I had to explain it would be like this. She did not hesitate to continue, we are organizations that are recruiting people. People often see us as recruiters inviting people to work at the company and working together to negotiate salaries on a daily basis. Park Deok-gu put his hands on his neck and let out a long sound. At this time, Lee Kiyoung did not speak for a long time. He was still attentively observing Lee Sang-hee's words from beginning to end. He silently thought, just as I thought, but I still left one thing unsaid. On this side, because others asked too many questions, Lee Sang-hee shyly said, it could be said that the whole room and this food were bribes? No, gifts from us, ha ha. Lee Kiyoung came to the conclusion in his heart that this Lee Sang-hee girl. It's also very straightforward. He was holding his chin, staring at Lee Sang-hee and thinking, if I were her, I would lie about more than half of that information. In his heart he was thinking, this person, too straightforward, unlike someone who would create a story in a place like this. Maybe the vice president is just a slave in someone's hands. That person can take advantage of the deputy association's integrity to cover up a secret, some real purpose. It's also possible that the guild is trying to show that they're all as stupid and upright as she is. Lee Kiyoung suddenly smiled secretly, but honestly, to me, they are very desperate. Suddenly he spoke up and asked Lee Sang-hee, I have a question, what role does Lam Hoi play in the holy country? Lee Sang-hee was startled, then she said, go ahead. He asked, why are you guys so desperate? Lee Sang-hee heard that and said quietly, oh that's it. Lee Kiyoung had no respect at all. He continued, the Lamb Guild was once a guild representing the holy country, although we were not a big guild, but... At that time, Lee Sang-hee's hand was being held tightly to suppress her emotions. Lee Kiyoung asked, ever? She sighed and said, yes, but then we encountered a problem that went beyond our control. Lee Sang-hee suddenly stood up and shouted, however, I hope you will consider the benefits that will be achieved in the future. Our salary and benefits will not be inferior to any other guild. Lee Kiyoung immediately replied, I understand. Next to Kim Hyunsung, seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. In Lee Kiyoung's heart, he secretly thought, so they are just a guild in a period of decline, so they need to recruit potential recruits to regain their form, so they have to lower their ranks. I feel like I even spent an amount of money beyond what my budget allowed. They're trying to show their sincerity and try their best to look chic to make us sympathize with them, but that's your business. He clasped his hands together and his face gradually became expressionless. In Lee Kiyoung's mind, there is an image of himself waving his hand and refusing to say, no, what's the point of thinking like this? Breaking up sooner will be less painful. On the surface, he was sighing deeply and thinking, we are not sponsors, why do we have to sign a contract at that cheap price just because we feel sorry for you guys? Dream on, let's get out of here Hyunsung with your strength and high yan, we are more than capable of joining a big society. While secretly speculating in his heart that Hyunsung would agree with him, suddenly Hyunsung spoke up and said, it sounded okay. So Lee Kiyoung immediately sprayed glue and thought, Aunt Ro, over here, Kim Hyunsung is talking endlessly with Lee Sang-hee, but we can't answer right now, we need to know more details about the conditions on your side first. Lee Kiyoung opened his mouth and thought to himself, oh he is expanding his relationships, what is the reason for him to do so? So it wasn't until later that Kim Hyunsung remembered his friend next to him. He turned to ask Lee Kiyoung, is it okay, Kiyoung? Lee Kiyoung had no other choice, he was startled and laughed and replied, ha, that's right, you did the right thing. But waiting for Kim Hyunsung to turn away, he tensed up and stopped his fingers, thinking, this kid, well, even though he is an innocent, he is still a regression, there must be a reason for him. With this personality of his, it is guaranteed that in his previous life he would have been easily deceived, but in this life, I'm going to do this, so what am I really thinking about? Suddenly Lee Kiyoung seemed to realize something, he silently lamented, could it be? Looking at Kim Hyunsung's innocent face, Lee Kiyoung guessed that he wanted to take advantage of them. He was startled, it was definitely not a hasty decision, at the same time, he saw it, shit, why are you suddenly so handsome? Lee Kiyoung chained the events together and came to a conclusion, meaning that in his previous life, in Lam Hoi, he was not average, at least he was. Kim Hyunsung must hold a very high position. Lee Kiyoung remembered his past life and every time he returned from a mission, he would be warmly welcomed by the children. At that time, when he entered the Divine Regression region, Kim Hyunsung, the president of Lam Hoi, even though he was a great person in his previous life, he was just a random person somewhere, but in reality, he is a squatter with a position in the hall, and Park Deok-gu is entering from the real world into the territory to act as a meat shield for Kiyoung. Surely he is always the one who negotiates important moments. Lee Sang-hee Guild, joining the territory from the real world, and Lee Kiyoung is a member of the guild. Eating meat in the real world was pulled into the territory. Young Ha-yan, the most powerful magician in the territory, entered the territory from the lost world to protect Kiyoung. At that time, he was resting his hands on his hands, reminiscing about the past. Maybe he was the president of the guild. Come to think of it, he was originally a legendary player, so strong that the system couldn't judge how powerful his stats would be in the future. In Lee Kiyoung's imagination right now, Kim Hyunsung is holding the guild's flag. He thinks, in this bustling guild, he will have great influence. I don't know if the purpose of our bridge is to save the world or not. Or obviously, the higher his position in the guild, the more beneficial it is. There is a very high possibility that he wants to return to the guild, even though that's just my guess. That's the most reasonable reason to join this lame guild. After that, everyone raised their glasses of wine to drink. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, and his attitude also showed that he was very effective at Songhee. I can judge based on that. Lee Sang-hee saw that a long time had passed, so she said, thank you everyone, hope everyone can rest comfortably tomorrow. Would you like to meet again to discuss with the Human Resources Department? Kim Hyunsung immediately replied, yes. Seeing that no one spoke anymore, Lee Sang-hee said, it seems everyone has finished eating and drinking, I'll lead everyone to the room to rest. Waiting for everyone at the dining table to stand up, Jong Ha-yan approached Lee Kiyoung and asked, do you have a good appetite? He replied, okay, how about you? She excitedly said, I really like the meatballs, so next time I can make them myself. Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung smiled and said, "Is that so? I can't wait to get that." Jong Ha-yan smiled brightly. Yes. Looking at the adorable Jong Ha-yan holding his arm, Lee Kiyoung laughed ha 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 and thought, "I bet you want to come back to the club to promote the whole group to important positions, because we are all very good. What and what, it seems like our regression has been thought out somewhere." Lee Kiyoung coldly looked at Kim Hyunsung's back. "Kim Hyunsung, you are so cute." He smiled a smile that was difficult for others to see. Lee Kiyoung followed everyone up to the room and thought, he was thinking, he had it all figured out. For Lam Hoi, it is like a white snake that always wants to control everything. It is truly a lucrative bait. When she got to the upper floor, Lee sang he pulled out a bunch of keys. She handed it out and said, "This is the guest key, if you need any help, just let me know, I'm leaving now, I hope you have a peaceful time here." Before Lee sang he left, Lee Kiyoung exclaimed, "Thank you, Fa Lam Hoi." After saying that, Lee Kiyoung blushed, smiled and nodded. Lee sang he also nodded in response. She didn't forget to smile, then thought to herself, "I don't forget to make a good impression." Lee Kiyoung reached for the door handle and turned to tell everyone, looking at the number, "I think this is my room, what do you guys want? We can go rest in our personal room first." Hearing that, Kim Hyunsung's 3 people didn't bother to react, they just stood there staring at Lee Kiyoung. He had to silently complain, "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't pick your nose." Kim Hyunsung stared at Lee Young like he wanted to ask, "Kiyoung, how do you feel about this place?" On the surface, Lee Kiyoung just smiled, but in his heart now there is hatred. "Don't use your eyes to ask me that question, just ask the truth, Hyunsung. If this continues, will maybe mind reading will appear on my next class transfer list, too. You must be very curious about my thoughts, right?" So he sighed and said, "Should we go inside and talk?" Kim Hyunsung quickly jumped up and replied, Yes, if you think so, that's fine. Perhaps with a fake regression, we can still listen to Kiyoung's opinion." Entering Lee Kiyoung's room, everyone was amazed at the space inside. Park Deok-gu excitedly said, "This is a real room." It was a real room, with a bed, a mirror, and a blanket. He immediately said yes in response, but in his heart he was thinking, "Phew, well, it seems like while I'm sparring with them, I'll be able to enjoy my time here." Lee Kiyoung, as the owner, immediately approached to care. He spoke up, "You can sit wherever you like." Okay, thank you." And Eta Kappa Iota, Young, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, "It seems like our lovely Hyunsung is being very haphazard when predicting my answer." He went out to a chair and sat cross-legged, thinking that he could make a price regression worry this much. What a ridiculous situation. Lee Kiyoung spoke up, "So. Maybe this sounds like a coincidence, but I never thought I would see a structure like this again." He scratched his head shyly and said, "I'm really not used to this kind of VIP treatment, but in my heart I thought, I actually really like it." Park Deok-gu rubbed his messy short hair, "Me too, the contract and I hate it. I hate having to deal with things that give me headaches like that. What about you?" Jong Ha-yang also said confusedly. He felt the same way. Kim Hyunsung had been listening all this time before speaking. "Deok-gu and Ha-yan, you two just need to think about it simply. We are in a position where they want to treat us well, and this will probably apply to other organizations as well. After the first round of negotiations ends, other organizations will also send us something. We should think about the organization that will bring us the most benefits, but I can't help but think that this association will be better than other organizations." Hearing those words, it was like seeing Lee Kiyoung sitting with his arms crossed and thinking, "Well, there's no other way." Kim Hyunsung looked at Lee Kiyoung and spoke, "While we still don't know what the terms will be, a place that needs us will of course treat us well, don't you think, bro, Kiyoung?" Lee Kiyoung thought with a cold face, "Kim Hyunsung, you really are crazy about little Lam Hoi." "Yeah, is that so? So shall we help this association?" On the surface he replied, "Yes, maybe so." On this side, Park Deok-gu sat on top and said incomprehensibly, Is that so? So we will help this association." Jong Ha-yan also replied, "Wherever Alpha Nu Eta Kiyoung goes, I will follow." Lee Kiyoung thought, "I wonder if there are any unexpected benefits waiting for me this time." Jong Ha-yan called, "Brother." Lee Kiyoung still crossed his arms and closed his eyes and calmly said, However, I think this place isn't too bad." Hearing that, Kim Hyunsung immediately blushed, but he hadn't been happy for more than 2 seconds before Lee Kiyoung continued, "But it won't be until tomorrow to know for sure. Now freedom of choice is still the best for us, because we have nothing to lose anymore." Seeing that Kim Hyunsung's face had changed so quickly, Lee Kiyoung thought this was really interesting. Kim Hyunsung's face was now starting to look sad. He said, yes, that's right, Alpha Nu Eta Kiyoung is right, we also need to consider a few more things about our future, we should consider that too, of course we will choose the side that benefits us the most, above, Lee Kiyoung thought proudly in his heart, ha. Oh my god, my dear Hyunsung, you're scared because you think I might not choose Lam Hoi, don't worry. If the fake regression is in love with a crab, we want to choose Lam Hoi, it will be Lam Hoi, because he sat with his legs to one side for too long, his legs were numb and he couldn't stand up. Jong Ha-yang worriedly walked forward and asked him a question, but the train of thought in Lee Ki-young's head did not stop, he still thought, although it was quite easy to convince, seeing that he could become a price regression, he was definitely not stupid. More importantly, returning to the guild might be the key to success in his second life, but as humans, who wouldn't want to be treated better? Lee Ki-young's legs felt numb while standing and massaging his legs, he laughed and said, ha 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 ha, s okay then, since it seems like we're done talking, we should probably rest for a while, room and then explore the guildmaster together. Jong Ha-yen also quickly replied, why that's right, just rest. Park Deok-gu also quickly stood up and said, I think, you can just rest, he replied, it's okay, I can't sabotage you all, let's meet in front of my room in 15 minutes, I'll see you all later. Kim Hyunsung also stood up and said, I'm going to my room too. Lee Ki-young smiled, okay Hyunsung, see you later. Kim Hyunsung didn't know what else to say so he replied, yes, but in his heart he secretly thought, now the important thing is the agreement, we must negotiate successfully. Looking at the slightly sad, slightly lonely back of Kim Hyunsung leaving, Lee Ki-young thought inexplicably, damn, why does he look so sad? Hey, if the negotiations go well, remember to give me a position, there, ha ha ha. Go back to your room, take the key and open the door. Kim Hyunsung's eyes did not hide his sadness. Looking at the room with only sunlight shining in, it looked a bit gloomy. Kim Hyunsung searched for a long time but couldn't find the power switch. He immediately lifted his feet and walked to the window. Remembering my past life. My people died protecting me, that girl was trembling in a pool of blood and said, President, please, run away, they will come here, right here, the three of you have to escape, even if you're alone. Kim Hyunsung heard that and kept saying, no. I will not retreat alone, I will also fight to the end, please. Lee Sang-hee held the spear and stood up tremblingly, her whole body was covered in blood, she weakly said, I'm sorry. She cried while giving a reassuring smile to Kim Hyunsung, please forgive me for this sin, President. Jong Ha-yeon's body was climbing up, she was dead. Park Deok-gu shouted angrily, this horrible bastard, the one who killed her, the one who killed Ha-yeon's sister. As for Lee Sang-hee, she cries and laughs at the same time, whether it's today, or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, we all have to protect, the empire massacred its people, ha ha ha, President, the scene was very, very brutal, the masked guys are here again, arg. She held the short sword close to her throat and said, humanity will eventually be slaughtered. I'm sorry President, saying that, Lee Sang-hee committed suicide in front of Kim Hyunsung, her blood splashing all over him. Looking at the people I love dying, they are lying in a pool of blood with Kim Hyunsung's dazed, unbelievable eyes. He stood alone in the middle of the lake, the sky turned red as if stained with the blood of the person he loved. Returning to reality, Kim Hyunsung took a deep breath. He said slowly, I'm sorry, this time, I will definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, a mask appeared. Kim Hyun woke up suddenly, he was breathing heavily and couldn't breathe. The afternoon sun had turned yellow and shone on his body, but he still refused to move and stood there for a long time. Kim Hyunsung hugged his face and cried, while crying he said, damn. Remembering the three people, Lee Ki-young, Jong Ha-yan, Park Deok-gu, and Lee Sang-hee, all of whom I love so much and are still alive and well, I silently made up my mind, this time is different. I can do it this time, I will definitely save us all. His tears and sweat are still falling, Kim Hyunsung is sad, I will definitely do it. Outside, sitting in the house under white clouds, birds chirping. Outside in the hallway, Jong Ha-yan was tiptoeing towards someone's room. In Lee Ki-young's room, he is changing into a new shirt. Jong Ha-yan gently grabbed the doorknob of Lee Ki-young's room. But suddenly she heard a noise inside. As soon as Lee Ki-young opened the door, she saw Jong Ha-yan standing there shyly. She hesitantly said, did you sleep well? Lee Ki-young was extremely wondering, what is it, why is he here? On the surface, he also asked, what about you, I'm waiting for you. Jong Ha-yan smiled brightly and replied, I want to go to the interview with you. She proactively hugged Lee Ki-young's arm and said, "By the way, you smell really good today." Lee Ki-young thought to himself, "Is it okay?" Waiting for everyone to sit in the hall, a soldier opened the door and walked in and said, "Alpha Nu Eta Kappa Iota Mu Hyunsung." Kim Hyunsung stood up, looked at the three of Lee Ki-young and said, "I'll go first." Lee Ki-young smiled encouragingly and said, "Yes, good luck." After Kim Hyunsung left, the three of Lee Ki-young fell into silence for a long time. Lee Ki-young sat dumbfounded and thought, if it was a group interview, maybe I would just barely pass, really bad. Those applauses, could it be that it wasn't just a simple interview? Are they planning on doing tests or something else? After waiting for a while, the next person was Jong Ha-yan. Inside, Lee Ki-young still hears loud applause. He thinks to himself, that must be it. I hate this feeling. Seeing Jong Ha-yan come in, the soldier continued to call, next, inviting him to Park Deok-gu. At that time, Lee Ki-young's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. He kept hearing the sound of applause. He thought in disgust, even Deok-gu, feeling like everything was about to end, exposed like a card of deception in front of teammates. Then the soldier came in and called, next, Lee Ki-young. He looked happy and said, "Come here," but in his heart he was thinking, at least my stats are a lot better than before, aren't I very skilled now? I also have high intelligence. As he walked, he thought, besides, I also have Mu Alpha Nu Alpha, Deok-gu doesn't even have one, I'll probably receive the same welcome. At this point, he suddenly stopped in surprise. Walking to the middle of the room, Lee Ki-young raised his eyes to look at the group of people above. Lee Sang-hee above smiled at him. There was also an old man wearing glasses looking at him seriously. A white-haired man was resting his chin, looking at Lee Ki-young and then sighed. Then the old man wearing glasses spoke, "Now, you Ki-young, if I remember correctly, your profession is, you said you were an alchemist, right?" Lee Ki-young also did not hide it and replied, "Yes, I was originally a magician, but then I chose alchemist when advancing to the second profession. Since I was allowed to choose an alchemist, I didn't pursue the normal career of a magician anymore." He was talking intently when, the guy wearing glasses said, "Ahem, you Ki-young." He thought, what the hell, did he just laugh? Up there were two men whispering and laughing at each other. And the old man with glasses picked up a pen and said, "I say this because you're still young and don't have much experience, but an alchemist mage isn't really a good choice. If you had abundant mana, perhaps the story would be different, but may I ask, what is your starting mana stat?" Lee Ki-young coldly replied, "If you asked, my index is 8. Hearing the number 8 come out of Lee Ki-young's mouth, he pushed his glasses back and laughed loudly, saying, "8, poof." Then he said, "Ahem, quite modest, right?" Including the fact that he changed his profession twice, it was quite a bit. Lee Sang-hee next to him was startled. The old man with glasses started talking again. "I was expecting it to be at least 10, maybe his mana growth index was a bit low." Lee Ki-young replied, "Yes, it doesn't increase as fast as my intelligence, at least, it's still better than my team's mage." The old man with glasses didn't listen to him and directly interrupted, Miss Jong Ha-yan is, well, that's the end of the interview, I already understand what you want to convey." Lee Ki-young was so angry that he thought, damn, the examiners are dying, they won't even let me take the test. Lee Sang-hee calmly responded, "Why don't we move on to the contract negotiation part?" She confidently made the choice saying, 1,500 gold, equivalent to $150,000 on Earth. Like everyone else, his contract term was 7 years, with an annual salary of 700 gold. "What do you think? Of course, we can renegotiate the salary every year, and we will also provide everything you need within our means." Before he could finish his sentence, a gentle voice rang out, just as he joined the rest. Lee Ki-young stood still and thought, what? Lee Sang-hee next to him heard that and quickly turned around and said, "Wait, Hall Lee Sol-ho. What are you doing? Why are you disrespecting him like that, Mr. President?" Lee Sol-ho slowly said, "What should I do? You understand clearly, right, Vice President Lee Sang-hee? Actually, he's a bit different from the rest, but spending 1,000 gold on the alchemist is truly a waste. It would be nice if he didn't waste our resources." Below, Lee Ki-young was still standing still listening to their discussion. "Lee Sol-ho." Lee Sol coughed very calmly and said, "Be calm down, Vice President. What Lee said in the hall is not wrong, you know that too. We're offering such good terms just for the others. He wouldn't even have a chance if it were in another guild. I'm sure he was lucky enough to join the party of them in the rookie dungeon and is carried by everyone. I've met so many people like him that it's nauseating." At this time, Lee Kiyoung's face was already cold to sub-zero degrees. He silently lamented, "These damn bastards. They're trying to make a fool of themselves, aren't they?" Lee Kiyoung activated the skill to observe the status of each person in this hall. He couldn't help but exclaim sarcastically, "Their status stats don't even have any skills like the mind, they don't. You should know that my dormant abilities are lower than average. The only reason my score is lower is because of my support class like Alchemist and my relatively low mana, but right now they're ignoring the most important thing." Lee Kiyoung forced his mouth to ask, "Is that all the terms?" Lee Sang he answered confusedly, "That's not all, of course, countless necessary benefits and accident insurance as well as life insurance will also be provided." She explained that, and also money for weddings, childbirth and benefits to use many facilities and other types of insurance. Not only that, we will prepare an additional research room for support type jobs like a new Ada Kiyoung here, and if you want, we'll even send an alchemist to train you personally, in addition. Another female member tried to stop Lee Sang-hee, Vice President, conditions like that, but she ignored those words. She resolutely continued, "Kiyoung is also a member of the team that completed the recent challenge. I believe in his potential, that is, what the guild does, beauty, can bring you at this time. However, as I said now, it can be renegotiated at any time later." Lee Kiyoung remained silent and said nothing when he heard such words, but he thought that, at least, Lee Sang-hee's attitude was not the least. Lee Sang-hee's attitude was not that bad. Gee, that bad. I was really pleased when she showed respect and did not forget to continue convincing me. The problem is the lagoons next to her. But there are a lot of people speaking out. Even so, but Vice President, I don't know how close he is with Kim Hyunsung, Young Ha Yan, and Park Deok-gu, but it's not normal. Normally, team members who have just completed a dungeon trial would go their separate ways. I think we should lower the amount negotiated in the contract a bit, don't you think so, President? Kim, that's right, paying him 1,500 gold just to take care of the other 3 people is a bit much. Below, Lee Kiyoung rested his chin and fell into deep thought. They were just like stale bread. Oh no, moldy bread was correct, but what they said was not all unreasonable. Just like they say, this is the outside world, where the bonds of many couples, people who came together to be born from, will no longer work. I'm sure this is very common. He put his hand down and curled his mouth, thinking, but what about us? Those things won't happen to us. Recalling the happy image of Young Ha Yan, Kim Hyunsung, and Park Deok-gu, Lee Kiyoung thought to herself, but isn't it different with people like Hyunsung, Ha Yan, and Deok-ju? Then there is the image of money-hungry Park Deok-gu smiling, holding a glass of champagne in his hand to congratulate, "Honey, money is truly the best thing in the world." A Young Ha Yan will reject Kiyoung, a Kim Hyunsung is ready to trample on Kiyoung's words like strangling an ant. I can't imagine, damn it. The 4 of them grew up together, ate and slept together because they were close friends. Lee Kiyoung affirmed that we are closer and more sympathetic to each other than you think. You really think we are? Would you leave me alone if I was insulted like this? No way. Even though this is making me mad, I still feel happy. If things have turned out like this, I'd rather let them ignore and look down on me. It would be much more comfortable. Lee Kiyoung thought for a while then spoke up, "To be honest, I'm not sure, but it sounds like they're on good terms." I can understand that everyone was thinking very strangely. The old man with glasses held up a piece of paper and said, "To be honest, it's true, young man, no matter where you go, no guild will offer you a contract with good wages, not this good for an apprentice alchemist. However, if you can convince the other 3, we'll even raise it a bit more. What do you think?" Lee Kiyoung smiled benevolently and replied, "I will consider it." The old man wearing glasses did not expect this answer from him. He looked angry and said, "What do you mean?" Lee Kiyoung scratched his head shyly and said, "Well, what I said just now has a positive meaning, but I want you to give me more time to think." We hope you can give your answer as quickly as possible. Once next week's demonstration starts, we won't have much time. There was a person above with a fan cover saying, "What is that? He doesn't intend to refuse, right? It would be embarrassing to let him fall into the hands of another guild. To be honest, we're a bit lacking in the manufacturing profession. If we trained him a little more and let him make medicine, it would still be beneficial." The old man with glasses calmed down. He said, "Until then, I hope you will speak well of us in front of the other 3. Yes, of course, then I'll excuse you." As he walked, Lee Kiyoung thought and maneuvered. Maybe we will receive more invitations from other guilds that Hyunsung said no to. At this moment, Lee Sang-hee banged on the table and stood up, saying, Kiyoung, wait a minute." She quickly ran over with a letter and gave it to Lee Kiyoung. "This is the Blue Guild introduction book and the original contract. I think, it will be useful if you take a look while considering. Lee Kiyoung reached out to receive it and replied, "Ah, yes, thanks, I'll watch it later." Lee Sol coughed and patted his forehead and lamented, "What a shameless ghost, the future of blue is truly dark." Lee Kiyoung turned around and left. It was not necessary or worth reading. His face was very cold, because after all, this whole thing was going to be completely turned upside down in the next few days. 1,500 gold for the contract, with an annual salary of 700 gold, on Earth, they are equivalent to $150,000 and $70,000. To be honest, these benefits are really too preferential for a newbie, and this also means that they give such incentives on purpose. I simply don't like being treated like a surplus. These jerks, if they are really desperate, they should have had a more sincere attitude. Seeing that Lee Kiyoung took forever to return, Kim Hyunsung and the three of them immediately called him. Park Deok-gu stood up and asked, "Do you think they treated us well?" Young Ha-yen also asked, "They seem good people." Kim Hyunsung walked towards Lee Kiyoung and said, "Hey, Kiyoung, I think if you look at it from their perspective, it's like betting. They must be quite pressured to recruit talented people. It seems that human resources are the most important factor for them." Lee Kiyoung silently cursed in his heart and said, "Yes, it was a dream, with you guys, that's just how they treat you." Teacher Lee Kiyoung didn't say anything back. Kim Hyunsung hurriedly said, "Maybe it's a bit early to make a decision, but what do you think? I think it would be better if they guaranteed the rights of our group here instead because of going to some other big association." Park Deok-gu also chimed in, "As long as you agree, I agree too." Young Ha-yen nodded and said, "Me too." But Lee Kiyoung still kept staring at Kim Hyunsung from beginning to end thinking, "Just as I thought, loyal Deok-gu and cute Ha-yen will not betray me. The problem is Kim Hyunsung. In this guy's dictionary there really isn't any concept of push and pull. He is absolutely supportive, and above all impatient. Being looked at like he can pierce the galaxy like that makes Kim Hyun angry. Get worried." Only then did Lee Kiyoung envision his future life. "Little fish living in the pond, with me as your master. The life of a ruler is what you choose. Of course, even I think that choosing blue is the most reasonable choice. Rather than going separate ways or being crushed by large associations, it would be much better to take advantage of the existing base of an association at this level. If I had to start somewhere, sitting on the head of a snake would be better than diving into the tail of a dragon, because Hyunsung and Ha-Yan are skilled enough to make it happen, but still, it's not like this." It wasn't until a while later that Lee Kiyoung calmly said, he thought it was best to think more about it first. Kim Hyunsung was startled and asked, Alpha Nu Eta don't like this association." He replied, "No, not really, just." Lee Kiyoung raised a finger to indicate, "I think we can negotiate to increase the benefits a little more the better, and, there is already a way to do it, right, Hyunsung?" All three people, Kim Hyunsung, Park Deok-gu, and Young Ha-yan, were extremely shocked when they heard that. Kim Hyunsung hid his sadness and said, "Yes, I think I understand what you want to say." Lee Kiyoung's face is the opposite of Kim Hyunsung's. He thought, it should be exactly, proving his strength. Blue has already used their priority. They are now in a position where they must let other guilds see the skills of each person in our group and have the opportunity to recruit us. Kim Hyunsung stood up straight and thought, I was a bit hasty. Kiyoung, it's okay, Hyunsung, it's just that it's not necessary to sign the contract too early. The longer the negotiation lasts, the more worried they will be, and all we need to do is. Lee Kiyoung thought, we are the group that completed the probationary dungeon in an unbelievable time. It's entirely possible that we will receive more attractive offers, and when that happens, just use one as a final blow to show them our value. You said, once again, prove how valuable we are and be very clear. Then you thought to yourself, like my answer, from the beginning, you can bid a little higher for yourself, brother. Park Deok-gu scratched his head and said, "Oh, I'm asking just to be sure, but are you planning on going somewhere else?" Young Ha-yan screamed in fear, "Please don't." Then she rushed into Lee Kiyoung's arms and cried. He patted her head gently and smiled and said, "Ha ha, no, you also want to stay with everyone, and of course with Hyunsung too, right?" Kim Hyunsung nodded repeatedly and replied, "Yes, even if fate intervenes between us in such a strange place." Kim Hyunsung said, "I also want to stay with everyone." In the midst of this extremely harmonious scene, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, "You should do that, this damn guy." He turned away, hid his face, and chuckled until he blushed, thinking, "I will earn a lot of money for you, Hyunsung." Over here, Park Deok-gu snapped his fingers and came up with an idea to say, "I feel the same way, brother and sister, Ha-tilda, we should go make some fresh beer and snacks, right?" Lee Kiyoung didn't stop and replied, "Ha ha, when the work is done, for now, focus and work hard to prove your worth. After a while of crying, Lee Kiyoung called, "It's you too, Ha-Yan." She raised her watery eyes and shyly said, "If so, please go on a date with me today." She blushed and said, "I will practice hard if you agree to go on a date." Lee Kiyoung said in confusion, That's for after the recruitment. He also needs more practice." Young Ha-Yan shook her head and said, "I don't know, then I won't practice anymore." After hearing this, Lee Kiyoung was extremely shocked and replied, "What, Ha-Yan, you?" He thought to himself, "Today she's really giving me a hard time. Normally she's very good." Thinking of this, Lee Kiyoung sighed but still agreed, "Okay." Young Ha-Yan happily smiled brightly. Before being happy for 2 seconds, Lee Kiyoung said, "In return, let's all go together." "Can you two go?" Hyunsung, Deok-gu, that idiot Kim Hyunsung doesn't know what to say. "Okay, anyway, I'm free," Park Deok-gu next to me helplessly said. PSS, hey, have a little love. Seeing that her date had completely failed, Young Ha-Yan sadly refused. I'm sorry, thinking about it, I should go practice more swordsmanship, so I probably won't be able to go." Already, Lee Kiyoung didn't stop him either. Hoo ha ha, well, I have to work out too, so you two should go somewhere and spend some quality time together. Young Ha-Yan frowned and turned to look at the two disruptors, and Lee Kiyoung said softly, No Deok-gu, it's okay." I swear he hugged Young Ha-Yan's small face. "Listen to me, right now, everyone needs to practice more. You still insist on going out with me even though you know that. Are you sure you're okay with that?" Young Ha-Yan replied in a low voice, "Yes, because training can be put aside later. For me, being with you is more important," something like that. Lee Kiyoung said, "Okay." Then he thought to himself, "I can't blame her, she's so honest." All in all, becoming an important person to her is the best choice, but for now, we still have to prioritize training first. Kim Hyunsung looked around bewilderedly and thought, "I've been a bit inconsiderate lately," and Young Ha-Yan looked down and said, "TSK, I just want to be with you, just the two of us, TSK." Lee Kiyoung thought helplessly, "She's abnormal again." Well, it's true that I haven't been paying much attention to Ha-Yan lately, but anyway, our performance demonstration will be in big trouble if Ha-Yan doesn't focus on practicing magic, and that is haunting me. The four of them, each in a different position, but indispensable to each other, and I will not allow that to happen. I will not allow that to happen. At any rate, I will make all three of them succeed quickly. Because the director of this stage will be the team's joker, Lee Kiyoung, and surely the blue-collar judges understand that. Only maybe our team can demand more from them. Because I can prove to them that I can think too. Looking at Young Ha-Yan, who was still angry, Lee Kiyoung grabbed her dumpling face with his hands and said, "My little Ha-Yan, you want to go out with me that much? There's no other way. Let's go eat somewhere, okay? Oh my god, she's so cute." Young Ha-Yan immediately agreed and replied, Yes, that's a good idea, man." So he thought, I also have to practice hard, but everyone also has to try their best, because everyone is the main actor. He turned to look behind. "Let's go, Hyunsung, Deok-gu, after eating, let's take a walk around the park by the city's lake." The two men also quickly agreed. Lee Kiyoung spoke up, Okay, today, let's do everything our Ha-Yan wants." Young Ha-Yan shouted happily, "Really?" She hugged Lee Kiyoung again and said, "Later, we can separate from Hyunsung and Deok-gu and go alone, just the two of us." Lee Kiyoung's smile is deteriorating more and more. "Let's film a captivating movie together, okay?" A few days later, everything in Lam Hoi was still going very normally. In the room, Park Deok-gu was lying on the bed watching something, while Lee Kiyoung was looking up documents on the computer. Sitting for so long made Lee Kiyoung's body tense, so he stretched and yawned. Lee Kiyoung turned to ask, "Are you looking at the advertisement?" Park Deok-gu didn't turn to look but was still attentively watching. He replied, "That's right, the restaurant here is expected to have amazing dishes, amazingly delicious, because they have a chef named Raymond Park or another chef who is also a famous star in the world." Park Deok-gu enviously pictured a table of food and swallowed his saliva and said, "I'll stay at that place even better than here. Come on, who would think that Park Deok-gu, me, would achieve great success in a place like that?" He suddenly asked the flyer to sit up and shouted, "Really, I wish my grandparents and grandfather could see how much I've grown up." Lee Kiyoung was speechless when he thought of his grandparents trembling in confusion with their nephew. Luckily for the two of them, they couldn't see him at the present time. Park Deok-gu didn't know what Lee Kiyoung was thinking. He shyly scratched his face and said, "Being treated well like this makes me feel like I'm considered a special person. Ha ha ha, it doesn't feel bad at all, come on, bro, Lee Kiyoung said, you feel the same way, right? From now on you will be treated even better. The two happily talked freely to each other. Those simple smiles appeared after a long time. I was having fun and suddenly fell down again. He asked, by the way, brother. Is Ha Yan really okay? Lee Kiyoung didn't know what was going on, so he asked, what's wrong with her? Park Deok-gu rubbed his messy hair and sighed. A few days ago, since he rejected her, she locked herself in her room and cried for several days. Like, you should take care of her, that's more, even if you don't tell me, I still know. Back in Young Ha Yan's room, she locked herself in there crying, because right now Young Ha Yan is suffering a huge shock because Lee Kiyoung refused. Lee Kiyoung went back to reading the book. He read and replied, but this is necessary, there is no other way. The more delicious and sweet something is, the harder it is to give up, the harder it is to get rid of it. Park Deok-gu, well, I know that, but, like, you're a bit too strict. I don't know where Lee Kiyoung got the bread, he stuffed it straight into the throat of the gossipy guy Park Deok-gu. Hey, I told you not to worry, I understand Ha Yan much better than you, so why do you keep complaining all the time? That's enough. If you have time to chat, eat more to improve your health or something else, continue practicing until the recruitment, understand? You fat guy, by the way, why do you keep wandering around my room? Idiot, Park Deok-gu replied while munching on his bread. Yeah, I understand. After dealing with Park Deok-gu, Lee Kiyoung returned to the table, resting his chin and thinking, like I said, I understand Ha Yan better than anyone, as well as how important Ha Yan is to our team at this time. More than fake regression Hyunsung, the reason this team is so valuable is because we have a powerful future mage with the potential to grow at a legendary level in Young Ha Yan. Lee Kiyoung scrolled through the stats table. Development potential is like the ability sleeping in the body. Players with higher development ability will have their stats increase faster. On the parameter table, luck is 27, intelligence is 31 and both are hero level, as well as my luck and intelligence indexes. As for Young Ha Yan, she is in a period of rapid growth in her mana, and during the date a few days ago, she even rose to the second level of the elemental mage class, the profession that both me and Hyunsung proposed. Lee Kiyoung scribbled something on the paper. The problem is, Ha Yan can grow more, and faster than he can grow at the moment. Ha Yan can grow more, and faster than he can grow at the moment in. That's why I wrote a cheat sheet in the probationary dungeon. After a while of writing, the final product was, the Young Ha Yan Push and Pull Project. It's similar to making a famous star obedient. Every time he makes progress, I just need to reward him. The scene is Lee Kiyoung patting Young Ha Yan's head and praising, honey, today I tried to create a new spell, and, is that so good, you did well, our cute Ha Yan, you did well, our cute Ha Yan. Lee Kiyoung will become a cold boy, we should rest today, let's go back to each other's rooms, then I'll be scared and say, I can do better, honey. And the result after that is, you, being able to go out with you, just the two of us like now. I wish time could stop. Me too, but Ha Yan. Let's not meet again, at least until the entrance exam. If you get 100 points, I'll hang out with you again. At this point, Young Ha Yan will break down and ask, what, but you stay calm, don't worry, just for a short time. If our Ha Yan does well, I will reward him, do you understand? Promise me. Young Ha Yan will be angry and cry, this is ridiculous, damn it, just as I expected, she became a hard-working student who strived to be praised. Right now, I'm just trying to help Ha Yan take full advantage of her development potential. She will get stronger, and she will also be rewarded by me, an opportunity for her to shoot with one arrow, 2 goals. And that was the perfect plan that Kiyoung created. Lee Kiyoung calmly reviewed his plan and said, I'm simply keeping my distance from her because she can't concentrate if I'm around. I think it's good for a person if they keep clinging to the person you like but not studying to prepare for the exam. Park Deok-gu pursed his beak and replied, well, that's true, but, she's been crying bitterly for the past few days, it's natural to be worried, even though it's only been 3 days, I also feel a bit sorry for her, but the place where we demonstrate our strength is where the leaders of the Blue Guild and the scouting teams of other guilds will gather. Lee Kiyoung said quietly, if you keep hanging around me and ruining everything, it will be disadvantageous for Ha Yan. Anyway, we have decided to go together if this thing succeeds, ha. Besides, Ha Yan also needs to learn to live without me by her side. I can't always be with her, so this is also a good opportunity, Park Deok-gu said leaning back on the bed. Well, the more he thought about it, thinking about it, I feel more and more that Ha Yan Uni really likes you a lot. The two of them are truly a beautiful couple, what a rare scene to see these days, ha 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 ha. Hearing what Park Deok-gu said, Lee Ki-young thought dejectedly, the problem is that her feelings are more than that. From the beginning, if it weren't for this fat guy's arrangement, I did not have to spend peaceful days under the close brotherly relationship like now, peacefully. At the thought of young Ha Yan holding a bloody knife, he asked, in the past, I used to be very obedient to what you said, but lately, I'm not like that anymore, right? Most of all I don't play with you anymore. Thinking of this, Lee Ki-young himself shattered this scary image. He shook his head and thought, no, I won't be able to rest in peace, whether it's young Ha Yan or Kim Hyunsung, in any case. Until the end, when the two key members Ha Yan and Hyunsung showed off their strength at the recruitment event. We can ask for more, maybe 2, 3 or 4 times more. On the day of the performance, the host was standing on the introduction podium. In just a moment, the guide raid team's performance will officially begin. I hope everyone will quickly settle down. I repeat, in just a few moments, the guided raid team's performance will officially begin. A guy in the Lamb Guild was leading the way for the 3 people. Lee Ki-young said, there are 15 minutes before the start. Everyone should quickly move to the designated location. Raid team, this way, please follow me. While walking and admiring the surrounding scenery, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, I like it, it's completely different from the tour guide. Looking at the luxurious building in front of him, he thought to himself, it's really classy, even though I don't care for those old guys, but I have to admit we feel really safe now. He looked down again at the crowd of people watching. Oh. Are the people in the shelter? Let's see Lee Ji-hae. I'm not here. It's a bit disappointing even though I don't want to admit it. There are times when I really miss her stubborn personality. If we were both here, making the old men in blue kneel and surrender would be a matter of just a wave of our hands. When walking through Lee Ki-young's door, he looked a bit surprised. Looking at the brilliant, flashy scene before his eyes, he smiled and thought, wow, that's right, we are just like this. Everything must at least reach this level. At this time, instead of being the host, Lee Sang-hee was standing on the podium and speaking, dear members of our beloved raid team and important guests from all over the world, I am Lee Sang-hee, Vice President of the Blue Guild. It has been a long time since we foreigners were last in this land. Hearing those words, Kim Hyunsung didn't say anything, and Lee Ki-young, standing next to him, burst out laughing. Lee Sang-hee continued, we, the organizers of this event, still feel like walking around the dungeon for random tutorials is just like yesterday. Even so, the doors in the tutorial dungeon were still open this year, and, because of that, more and more new heroes set foot in this land. Smiling mouth. Lee Sang-hee continued to read his speech, from the bottom of our hearts, we would like to sincerely thank all the distinguished guests from all over the world who are gathered here, would like to send our deepest thanks to members of the new raid team, and everyone present here. We and the Blue Guild hope that the blessings and light of Saint Beniger will always be with everyone, thank you very much. Wait until Lee Sang-hee finishes speaking, the host picks up the mic to continue speaking, that's right, this raid team conquered the dungeon in the shortest amount of time, and also attracted a lot of fame for themselves. Please warmly applaud today's main character. Hearing the name shouted, Lee Ki-young waved to everyone and said with a smile, please support us, ha ha. In a dark and gloomy corner, young Ha Yan was so nervous that she was shaking. In the distance, he saw Lee Ki-young. Seeing her, he thought to himself, there she is, my lovely Ha Yan, looks like she's looking for me. And now young Ha Yan is still tense and looks around. Lee Ki-young looked at her from afar and thought, I wonder if you practice a lot, keep fighting, my beloved Ha Yan. Suddenly she saw Lee Ki-young's tall and thin figure, she immediately smiled brightly. Lee Ki-young saw her smiling back at him and was happy, but then he suddenly saw that her nose was bleeding. He panicked and thought, what's going on? She's got a nosebleed. Did she practice to the point of exhaustion? Right. Park Deok-gu also saw her. He clenched his fist and said happily, Alpha, Alpha Nu Eta, Alpha Nu H, no over there, brother, ha, but why, she looks so listless. Oh my god, she must have practiced really hard. Lee Ki-young lowered his head and said yes. Then Lee Ki-young sadly thought to herself, is she practicing too hard? She doesn't look good at all. The host saw that young Ha Yan was still motionless, so he said, from this moment, the XX performance will begin. The first performer is an apprentice magician, Young Ha Yan. Miss Young Ha Yan, please signal me when you're ready. Young Ha Yan blushed, thinking that he would definitely be very disappointed in me, if I failed. He'll definitely say that I'm slacking on my practice B and think that I'm a useless, pitiful idiot, that's for sure. B because he likes people with T realness. B because he likes real people. Above, Lee Kiyoung is covering his face and worrying about Young Ha-yan. Below, Young Ha-yan was clutching the stick and trembling as she thought, I don't want anything like that except that. I don't want him to be disappointed. I hope I will do well, please, the host said. Young Ha-yan, please signal me when you're ready. Young Ha-yan was now in tears, her whole body was extremely scared, she didn't want to. I will be abandoned again, just like my parents abandoned me. The host said confusedly, let me ask Young Ha. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly there was a loud noise. The whole hall was shaking. Lee Kiyoung was worried and thought, damn, is there an earthquake? Ah damn, there can't be any mistakes, this will determine the team's efforts, please, Ha-yan, please. He closed his eyes tightly and silently prayed, let's try to do well together. Young Ha-yan picked up her weapon, she created a purple ball with attributes. Boom! Something shot high into the sky. Immediately after that, a huge fire rushed down. Lee Kiyoung opened his eyes wide and cursed, damn it. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the fire that created a huge impact. That noise caused Lee Kiyoung to cover his eardrum with his hand. He grumbled, thinking, my eardrums are about to explode, Ha-yan, please be gentle. Hera looked at the scene before her eyes and smiled. Even the hard-eyed man was quite surprised by this power. Then both Lee Sang-hee and President Lee Sol-hai were equally surprised. And after Young Ha-yan threw a shot, she was holding the stick tightly and was out of breath. She suddenly burst into tears and turned around to find Lee Kiyoung and called him. Lee Kiyoung was stunned for a moment. He bowed his head and cursed, damn it. Then Lee Kiyoung suddenly jumped up and shouted, oh my god, my beloved Ha-yan, Yi, come here quickly, top of top, my beloved Ha-yan is amazing, super classy. Everyone, that's her, that's our team's magician ooh. Kim Hyunsung said in confusion, how could he behave like that, I really admire him, and Park Deok-gu nodded and said, who can't stop him, really. In the middle, Lee Kiyoung spread his arms happily and said, that's right, I told you that she's a genius magician, Young Ha-yan, and I'm Lee Kiyoung, please support and care a lot for us, but in his heart he was still angry and thought, damn it. At this time, the audience was also infected by this happy atmosphere, they were howling loudly in the background. Someone started praising Young Ha-yan, yes, she is a genius magician has appeared, Miss Young Ha-yan, please spend some time with our guild. Go away, we killed her first, whoa, Miss Young Ha-yan, the audience was rushing down to where Young Ha-yan said, Miss Young Ha-yan, howling loudly. Up above, Lee Kiyoung was attentively watching Young Ha-yan go down thinking, thank you for doing well, Ha-yan, well, I thank you very much, but what should I reward you with? Young Ha-yan was happily running towards Lee Kiyoung, her face showed joy calling him, brother. She reached out and hugged Lee Kiyoung without knowing what was in his heart. In front of Lee Kiyoung, there were all broken stones and rocks, and the people in the guild were busy repairing them, leaving him speechless. The audience watching the opening match still hasn't stopped screaming, they are praising Young Ha-yan, she is truly a genius, the genius magician has appeared, Miss Young Ha-yan, please spare us a few minutes, Miss Young Ha-yan, if you don't like the Blue Guild, you can join our guild. Above the stands, the strategist who had just finished watching this remarkable opening match said, Karina, give me that magician's profile now. Karina was still immersed in the matter that she had not been able to escape just now, her face was as black as the bottom of a pot and said, yes, I understand, strategist. This strategist raised his chin and said with a smile, this is interesting. Young Ha-yan rushed quickly towards Lee Kiyoung, kept calling for you, brother. Lee Kiyoung opened his hands and gently called Ha-yan, but in his mind he thought, damn, what should I do with her now? Then he used his mind's eye. When Young Ha-yan ran to hug him, her data panel appeared. Lee Kiyoung thought in surprise, her magic power is already 41, only 1 week ago it was 31. Overall extremely impressive, she is showing an incomprehensible growth rate. Player Lee Kiyoung is very lucky, because he only needs to cling to a talented genius like her like a parasite to survive. I also hope he will never, ever, being separated from this girl favored by nature's magic, and the fact that he should be careful when looking at other women so as not to get stabbed. Gay, whoever wrote this overview, try to be caught by me, this is a dare, I will, 30 you, do you understand? Wait, will my children 30 you? Anyway, Even the people who look super strong in this area only have about 60 to 80 magic power, so our little girl is a genius. How come? The host, who was shocked by Young Ha-yeon's strength, was now lying on the ground trembling and saying, everyone, please follow the procedures, please everyone, please go back to where you were originally, everyone. The people below saw the two people Young Ha-yeon and Lee Kiyoung hugging each other passionately and wondered, what is this? What is their relationship? They don't have any control over the current situation. It always seems like Lam is really helpless. On this side, Young Ha-yeon has already hugged Lee Kiyoung. She gently called out to him. Lee Kiyoung looked down at her and said, sorry, Ha-yeon, you're too attentive, it must be very difficult, right? She shyly touched her hands and replied, and no, it's not difficult at all. With tears in her eyes, she said with a bright smile, but I've endured it for a whole week, so. Will you definitely reward me? Lee Kiyoung's smile became stiff. He thought, I always think like this, but Young Ha-yeon is very weak. The fact that she can barely change her I'm yours attitude when everyone is staring is also quite an interesting scene. Everyone around looked at the two of them hugging each other and blushed and whispered. They must be in that relationship, it seems like that, what the heck? However, Lee Kiyoung's eyes narrowed and then looked at the group of people with open mouths below. He smiled happily and said, of course, because this is not a bad thing at all, on the contrary, this is a very good thing. Lee Kiyoung suddenly held Young Ha-yeon's small face in his palm and placed a light kiss on her forehead and said, good job Ha-yeon, I love you. And of course this statement will be said for everyone below to hear. Now such a romantic scene caught the eyes of so many people. Even Kim Hyunsung and Park Deok-gu found it very normal. Lee Kiyoung has never been as happy as he thinks now. Just like this, the image of the couple cuddling each other cannot be separated. If you want Young Ha-yeon, then you have to accept me too. It's true that it painted a truly beautiful scenario. Lee Kiyoung felt like he had achieved a lifetime achievement and happily thought, our love show was truly a great success, ha 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 ha. But it seems like Young Ha-yeon hugged too tightly, making Lee Kiyoung stiffen. Young Ha-yeon shyly hugged Lee Kiyoung tighter and said, hi, oh oppa, hi, you can't escape. Lee Kiyoung was hugged until he was spitting blood and said, let go, Ha-yeon, that's enough, he thought to himself, damn, I knew right away. The romantic pink atmosphere radiating made everyone feel shy. The host picked up the mic and continued speaking, so, next will be, the new swordsman that everyone is looking forward to. Kim Hyunsung also stood up, and Park Deok-gu saw Young Ha-yeon and waved and said, yo, welcome back sister-in-law. Young Ha-yeon responded enthusiastically. While Lee Kiyoung looked fiercely helpless, Kim Hyunsung took off his jacket to prepare to go down to the stage. The host said, now we will continue with Kim Hyunsung's performance. Kim Hyunsung turned back and said to the three people, then I'm leaving. Park Deok-gu smiled and said, see you later. Lee Kiyoung also smiled and said, good luck, Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung nodded as a response. Lee Kiyoung saw that and thought to himself, damn, he's so handsome. Waiting for Kim Hyunsung to leave, Park Deok-gu said softly, and cough, Q looking at his brother and sister makes me feel like a light bulb or something. Geez, I have to move on and find myself a lover. Lee Kiyoung replied coldly, forget about it and focus on the match. Ha-yeon, you too. He raised his hand and said with a smile, it would probably be a very desirable scene. Below the martial arts hall, the host said, the performance would be a duel with a skilled swordsman. Lee Kiyoung opened his mind's eye to observe Kim Hyunsung and his opponent. He secretly thought that it was called a duel, but looking at the stats, the difference was clear. This was almost a training session, practice one-on-one. Of course, our dear regressor wouldn't think so. At this time the host said, the countdown begins, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The opponent unconsciously tensed up when facing Kim Hyunsung, while Lee Kiyoung put his hands under his chin and smiled. As soon as the host finished shouting his head off, the two instinctively rushed to fight. Kim Hyunsung took out his sword and seriously blocked his opponent's sword. The other opponent saw that one move still couldn't defeat Kim Hyunsung, so he increased his strength even more. He silently lamented, this kid. How is it possible? So strong. I just saw Kim Hyunsung smiling gently as if nothing happened. Kim Hyunsung swung a sword and sent his opponent flying farther. He gritted his teeth and rushed back, then thought, and still. Kim Hyunsung calmly struck again, this time stronger than the last. He still blocked Kim Hyunsung's sword, but he looked at that angular face and exclaimed, "Handsome too, damn." In the stands, Kiyoung saw Kim Hyunsung knock his opponent to the ground. He smiled and thought, well, he's doing very well. Below, Kim Hyunsung and his opponent were still fighting passionately. He thought, honestly, this is the first time seeing him fight so seriously, even for someone like me who knows nothing about swordsmanship. Looking at Yun, it's not like he's being overwhelmed or anything. The one-eyed opponent screamed and rushed towards Kim Hyunsung, who was already in a waiting position. Kiyoung saw this but was not at all sad. On the contrary, he thought, but this is his second time. If he wanted, an opponent like this would be crushed under his feet. But he will shake the monkey's stick by showing off his skills, so he'll probably just exchange moves back and forth. The one-eyed man swung his sword across Kim Hyunsung's body, while he was still as calm as a horse, passing a part of the road. The one-eyed man swallowed his saliva, showing fear. The one-eyed man's sword slashed Kim Hyunsung's face, causing his face to bleed, but he was never defeated. Above the stands, the spectators watching the match were so excited that they were blushing and applauding. Genius, truly a genius. Observing everyone's faces, Kiyoung came to the conclusion that, but those who learn a little about swordsmanship will look like they saw a swordsmanship genius just born or something like that. You guys must be surprised. It's a big mistake to think that Ha Yan is our team's only trophy. The real trophy is someone else. Seeing this, Kiyoung immediately covered his mouth and smiled, making young Ha Yan sitting next to him confused. Below, Kim Hyunsung swung his sword towards the one-eyed man, leaving him unable to react in time. Kim Yun unleashed a blow that cut away the sword of the peg-eyed guy, causing him to stand frozen in one place. Kiyoung frowned and thought, but it's not like you show off too much. After knocking away the other guy's sword, Kim Hyunsung also threw his sword on the ground. His face appeared cold and emotionless. Then the one-eyed guy thought it was over. He let out a sigh. But right after that, a powerful punch hit him right in the face. It was Kim Yun who threw this punch. He was thrown away and hit a large rock in the distance. As a result, the one-eyed guy's entire body immediately collapsed. The rock behind is deeply hollowed and cracked. Kim Sword-sung punched Kim Hyunsung straight in the face. Kim Hyunsung followed inertia and fell straight back, creating a strong impact sound. The ground exploded. Hyunsung fell to his knees. Seeing the situation in front of him, Kiyoung's face turned pale. Everyone was extremely worried about Hyunsung. Even a group of people at Lee Sang he were sweating profusely. The guy Kim Sword-sung hurriedly ran to Kim Hyunsung and said, "Hey, are you okay? I accidentally made a mistake." Kim Hyunsung sighed. He raised his face and said, "I lost." Kiyoung saw that Kim Hyunsung had no problems at all and was extremely happy. There was nothing wrong with him. "This guy is very good. I knew right away that he would be able to do it." The host's voice rang out. His tone was a bit stuttering. Just now was the performance of candidate Hyunsung. Guests, please pay attention. You will meet the candidates after the performance is over. Please do not leave your seats. Kiyoung was sitting on the side silently praising Kim Hyunsung. As expected, no matter what, regression is still regression. On the one hand, it skillfully shows off strengths such as high endurance and flexibility. On the other hand, it avoids revealing its true strength. He is a person who knows how to advance and retreat, which is admirable. Without burning a drop of sweat. If so, Ha Yan would be rated one level higher, but for the big guilds, Hyunsung's recent performance was enough to make them rush to recruit. There he is. Murmurs rang out and Kim Hyunsung returned to his seat. The host announced, followed by the performance of candidate Park Deok-gu. Since ancient times, soldiers and medics have always been important factors in a team. We respectfully introduce the card, Assault Team's Golden Shield, Shieldman Park Deok-gu. When Park Deok-gu heard the person introducing his name, he immediately stood up and told everyone, "I was so nervous." Kiyoung immediately encouraged, "Your physical condition is much better than before, don't be nervous, keep trying." Ha Yan also didn't forget to cheer for her younger brother, "Keep fighting, Deok-gu." Kim Hyunsung also said, "You can do it, Deok-gu." Park Deok-gu immediately gave the three of them a like button. Suddenly, before he could prepare anything, Park Deok-gu was punched in the face. It turned out that the owner of this punch was none other than a monster. The host announced that, as you were witnessing, this performance's main purpose was to test endurance. The candidate will qualify if he can withstand the training monster's powerful attacks within 3 minutes. To ensure safety, we have kept the monster's legs. Please rest assured, after the performance ends, candidate Park will be treated by doctors immediately. Park Deok-gu was suddenly attacked and quickly raised his hand to avoid the attack. although the monster was restrained by chains, its strength was not diminished. Park Jiok-gu was continuously punched from left to right, from top to bottom. It hurts Lee Ki-young, I know he's strong, but isn't doing this a bit too much? Park Jiok-gu sighed, wiped his face. The monster was also breathing heavily. One person and one monster rushed straight at each other. Park Jiok-gu raised his shield in front of them. The two crashed into each other. Then lie down on the ground. Breathe like you've never breathed before. Park Jiok-gu raised his hand towards the monster and praised, "Hey, that's a good fight, brother." The monster also happily responded. The two clasped hands together. Everyone in the audience found this scene extremely touching. Only Lee Ki-young found it a bit strange. "Oh hello, what a loving atmosphere." The match was over. The host said, "What a great performance, thank you, and next will be the performance of candidate Lee Ki-young." Kim Hyunsung also happily looked at Kiyoung with Ha-yan, "Wish Kiyoung, we will cheer for you, fighting, good luck." Park Jiok-gu returned to his seat in the stands to cheer. "It's your turn, I believe you can do it, keep it up." Lee Ki-young happily looked at them, they were so enthusiastic. I also cheered up a bit. "Thank you everyone, thank you Hyunsung, I'm going." The announcer introduced, "Candidate Kiyoung is an alchemist rarely seen in teams. We are eager to witness this candidate's skills. Mr. Lee Ki-young, please give us a signal when are you ready?" "Yes, let the performance begin." Lee Ki-young walked onto the field and waved to everyone. He thought, "This is the first time I have fought with the alchemist profession. But I don't need to create a highlight for what, lamb leaders, everyone has mastered their skills." Those guys also said that the catalyst was very expensive and they couldn't lend it to me anymore. Those bastards clearly wanted to trip me up, but luckily I asked Jiok-gu to find me a wooden stick. Lee Ki-young started reciting the mantra, "Oh almighty ones, please respond to my request." A magic circle appeared. Kiyoung held a wooden stick and touched the magic circle. Lee Ki-young thought with worry, "He's dead, it's not effective." Alchemy is basically reciprocity, it requires more stamina than mana, Kiyoung said loudly, "Firestorm." Right after that, a blue light emitted. From the magic circle, a blue whirlwind appeared rising high. Everyone was amazed by Kiyoung's performance. He stood there looking at the whirlwind and thought, he had to admire his performance to see him use blue magic because as a member of that blue guild, the ending also looked crazy. The snail rushed towards the stick, which looked quite similar to a scarecrow. In just a moment, it caught fire and turned into smoke. Lee Ki-young is full of confidence. "Yes, using the alchemy ring definitely creates a better magic spread effect, it seems to be even stronger than my regular fireball. But it's very difficult, I won't be able to use this in a real battle, damn it, I need to hurry up and develop another material or something." At the end of the performance, Kiyoung bowed solemnly to everyone. The host praised, "Thanks to your hard work, all the demonstrations were completed. I ask the valuable guests to remain seated and follow the necessary procedures." Lee Ki-young walked towards his seat to the joy of his teammates. Shocking cheers rang out. Kiyoung hated it. "It's here, there's nothing to be afraid of, guys, everything is going according to plan. Just entrust your body to the melody." Everyone is attracting Lee Ki-young's group to their union, but the debate is extremely heated. "Ms. Young Ha-yan, please come to our union." "Mr. Kim Hyunsung, we are recruiting." "Sir, do you want to take a moment?" "Sir Park Jiok-gu, we are a bodybuilding association, let's work on those muscles together." "Hey, quickly bring Young Ha-yan and Kim Hyunsung here." "Lee Ki-young, he seems like he's going to be an explosive mystery factor, so bring him back here, right now." Lee Ki-young witnessed this scene and told himself, "All of you must believe in me." Someone couldn't help but bid, "Mr. Lee Ki-young, if you join our association, we will give you 2,000 gold coins as a contract fee." Kiyoung seemed to get his wish. "Oh, here we are, we have 2,000. Everyone is determined, so we give you 3,000, others give you 4,500, plus 6,000. Lee Ki-young crossed his arms and leisurely looked at them. Worth thinking about, from those who always try to win over me, from those who always flatter me, my God, everything can change in an instant always there. Everyone is arguing garlic, what are you guys doing? I told you to go get Lee Ki-young back here immediately." "Mr. Lee Ki-young, I beg you to come back to our team." "With Ms. Young, Mr. Lee Ki-young, this is our business card, can we talk to you and Ms. Young Ha-yan for a moment?" "Ms. Young Ha-yan, Mr. Lee Ki-young, you two are really a beautiful couple, there, if we join our association together, we'll..." Hey, don't push." Ha-yan looked quite confused and embarrassed, but Lee Ki-young couldn't hide it and chuckled inside. "Ha ha, that's it, it's truly a beautiful sight." Lee Sol coughed and Lee Sang his faces darkened. Lee Kiyoung looked like a big star in the world, warmly welcomed. Lee Kiyoung seemed to have achieved his goal, his eyes filled with cold thoughts. Dear Lam Hoi, do I look like an idiot anymore? What would you do if you knew that I, the party's explosive mystery, preferred sweeter fruits? It's a complete illusion if you think you can win us without me, especially at the price you initially negotiated. Suddenly a girl with red hair rushed forward. Push everyone away, attack Lee Kiyoung. Made everyone extremely surprised. That girl pushed Lee Kiyoung to the ground, his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. Hira says, hello, cute baby. Should we talk a little, you and I? Lee Kiyoung cursed silently. What, who is this damn woman? A girl rushed forward and pushed Lee Kiyoung down under everyone's surprise. She said, hello. Hello loves, should we talk a bit, me and him? Lee Kiyoung was pushed down and his face turned pale, his whole body trembled. Ha Yan quickly supported him. Lee Kiyoung could only curse under his breath. Damn it. What kind of power is that? I thought I was going to die. Maybe she was the boss of a big guild. Lee Kiyoung doesn't think many women use their mind's eye on that girl. The system displays, checking the player's parameters and development threshold. A moment later, the full biography of the girl appeared right before Lee Kiyoung's eyes. 28 years old, her inclinations, her unpredictable change, her profession, the legendary mercenary queen. Dialogue: the job effect is to gain high-level knowledge about weapons, to gain high-level knowledge about weapons or hands, to gain knowledge about high-level magic use. The title of Bloodthirsty Lady, Fierce Fighting Rented Red, Bloody Mad Lady of the Noble Empire. Hira's father's stats are as follows. Strength is 97, which is legendary type. Hero types include physical strength 85, endurance 90, magic power 82, agility 82. Type rarity includes luck 56, intelligence 67. After reading this, Lee Kiyoung had to gasp. This person, what are these monster-like parameters? The strength is 97. She is the strongest of all the people I have ever met. Is she a monster or what? And what's with the title and that bias? I don't like things that I can't control at all. VIP lady, where did you come from? The key information about Hira's father is that he is a bloodthirsty lady and a person who changes in unpredictable ways. Cha Hira looked around and lamented, ah, my god, look how disrespectful I have been behaving. When I get excited, I just rush forward without thinking at all. Cha Hira introduced himself, Mr. Lee Kiyoung and Ms. Young Ha Yan. Right, it was truly a pleasure to enjoy your two performances. I am the president of the Red Mercenary Guild, is one of the 3 largest guilds of the sacred country. Father Hira is pleased to meet you. After speaking, he immediately reached out to Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung suddenly became extremely happy and excited. One of the 3 biggest guilds. Suddenly, she looked like a saint, just as I thought. It was true that I stuck by Ha Yan's side. That's good. Lee Kiyoung raised his hand to respond. His attitude changed 180 degrees compared to a few seconds ago. Ah, yes, nice to meet you. My name is Lee Kiyoung, please. Before she could finish speaking, Ha Yan's eyes suddenly darkened. Kiyoung didn't understand what was wrong with her. Ha Yan whispered to Lee Kiyoung, don't shake that person's hand, man, that person is very strange. Man, her clothes are also strange. Before, she even tried to kill us there. Honey, please. Lee Kiyoung's hand suddenly trembled extremely. He thought to himself, it's just a handshake, it's okay, right? She's a top figure. If I make a bad impression on her, it will be very bad. In the end, Lee Kiyoung still decided to shake hands. Please guide me further. While Ha Yan was busy being surprised, Hira's father immediately approached and extended his hand. Very nice to meet you too, Miss Ha Yan. Ha Yan seemed about to explode in anger. Lee Kiyoung quickly blocked her and Hira's father. He said, I'm so sorry, Ha Yan here has a pretty serious fear of strangers. Father Hira suddenly announced the price, an extremely shocking number. What did the previous bidders pay? The number she paid them was $2 million. Everyone has the same price of $2 million, annual salary of $500,000. What do you think? Kim Hyunsung was also extremely surprised. Lee Kiyoung calculated in his mind, $2 million, according to the exchange rate in this world, is about 20,000 gold, compared to the amount that the Blue Guild initially proposed to us. I'm 1.5 thousand gold, which is $150,000. Lee Kiyoung looked towards Kim Hyunsung to see his expression. Seeing Kiyoung, he immediately understood. Hyunsung, can't we go there? That's it, still can't stop regretting it. But even so, $2 million per person is really a huge number. For me, it's 15 times better than the blue side. The temporary background, it's only natural for me to hear everything she said. Cha Hira spoke up, looking at his expression. He seemed extremely satisfied with this price. How adorable. Hearing the name you probably know, our Red Mercenary Guild originally is a guild that focuses on close combat. You newcomers probably already know this, but here, monks are two talented people who can use high-level magic our precious land, so the executives at my guild are constantly asking for help, urged me to be more proactive in cultivating Dharma history, you see. Lee Kiyoung wondered, so she wants to reform a little, Cha-hira bingo once. To be honest, that's why when I came here today, I didn't expect much, but by chance, talents like Ha Yan and Kiyoung appeared in front of me. You may be an alchemist, but it's still a magic profession. And besides, you can also heal like a monk in some form, right? So I think you two are the perfect talent for our proposal. Hira's father's attitude is completely different from the blue gong. Kiyoung remembers Lee Sang-hee's words, an alchemist that's it, we can only give a maximum of 1,500, okay well, just try harder. Lee Kiyoung is silently praying, that's right, I also think so. Hyunsung, just think about this one more time, no matter how we analyze it, it's clear that with blue we have what kind of trash is that? It's not too late yet, so let's go fight. Father Hira suddenly said a shocking piece of information. However, this suggestion of mine is only for those with magic professions. Our guild is currently overloaded with close combat fighters. Yes, even though having to let go of a talented person like Kim Hyunsung still causes me a lot of pain. Lee Kiyoung is a bit suspicious. What the heck? Wait a minute, that means in exchange for my value increasing 15 times and being by Ha Yan's side, that means I have to move Hyunsung and Deok-gu aside. Cha-hira said frankly, so, it's really difficult to bring other people along, so we just want Miss Ha Yan and Kiyoung here, just harming people, is that possible? Kiyoung replied to Hira's father, it was truly an extremely interesting project. Park Deok-gu and Kim Hyunsung called Kiyoung. Father Hira was confused, I couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not. Kiyoung's tone was full of sincerity, I'm being very honest, I also feel very happy to hear you offer such conditions, just. Ha Yan is trembling next to Lee Kiyoung. Brother, Park Deok-gu also worriedly said, Hyung, what are you talking about? Indispensable is Kim Hyunsung, Kiyoung, Ha Yan. Lee Kiyoung was full of thoughts, honestly, I understand Hira's father's background, she herself is the most perfect sword and shield, if I were her, I would also put in a lot of effort, put more effort into cultivating mages like Ha Yan instead of melee warriors, however. Lee Kiyoung hugged Ha Yan and said out loud to Deok-gu and Hyunsung, we became closer while completing the tutorial, it would be a shame if we couldn't accept the four of us at the same time, this is not acceptable, sorry. The two of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Deok-gu felt tears in his eyes, brother, tear, why are you so afraid of someone like that, really? Looking at the two of them, Lee Kiyoung thought, it's true that it's a bit embarrassing, but a regressor isn't something that can be bought for $2 million, moreover, how can Hyunsung think that he can negotiate with his silliness? Cha-hira smirked when he heard the answer, it's interesting, you acted like you were interested, but then you turned around and I don't see you as the type of person who is easily attracted to things like that. My policy is not to try to change anyone's mind once they've changed their mind, but this time it's really embarrassing, especially you, Lee Kiyoung. Your face is not my style, you know that. Cha-hira grabbed Kiyoung's face and turned her eyes to Ha Yan and said. This genius mage lady should learn to control her bloodlust, right? Look closely, baby, look closely at what would happen to your precious things if you defeated me regardless. Things don't go as Kiyoung thought, wait a minute, Mom, what is all this sudden happening? You said, you let it go. While speaking, she was interrupted by Hira's father, this was her punishment. Cha-hira came closer and kissed Lee Kiyoung, his face turned pale, Ha Yan is no worse than you. Kiyoung trembled and cursed under his breath. This woman is crazy. Ha Yan is still standing there. Ha Yan is here. Save Ha Yan who is watching. Damn it. Lee Kiyoung wanted to push away but he couldn't move. You shed tears. Ha Yan, please understand me. This was just an accident. Ha Yan covered her face and screamed. Deok-gu also did the same movements as Ha Yan. After a while, Hira's father left. After being released, Lee Kiyoung collapsed to the ground. Damn it, Father Hira was extremely pleased and said, okay, I was going to play with you a little longer but. If you're so bloodthirsty and out of control again, I won't let it go, you should reconsider your behavior. Lee Kiyoung was upset, am I her toy or something? How could she do that in front of Ha Yan, who knew what she would do? Wait, why is she so quiet? Because this is so unexpected. Lee Kiyoung wiped his mouth over and over again, I have to fucking sort it out, everything is so messed up. Suddenly he noticed that there was a glowing crystal necklace around his neck. What the hell was this thing? Hira's father seemed to read Lee Ki-young's mind and immediately said, "That's my gift." "Okay, next time we'll see each other again, baby." Father Hira smiled happily and left. Lee Ki-young held the necklace in his hand. The message displayed, "This is a rare energy pendant, possessing the power to increase the magical power of any person, and at the same time amplify the magical influence, that person's art. Excavation location is currently unknown, energy increased by 3. Lee Ki-young feels that this gift is not so bad. Ki-young thought, of course, I'm still a teenager full of confusion, but I noticed that she still gave me gifts even when I refused to negotiate. I almost wanted to call her sister. But at least I didn't leave a bad impression in people's eyes. But before that, I have to quickly put this in my pocket before Ha Yan notices, and then go and stabilize things here." Lee Ki-young's group left. He apologized profusely to everyone. "I'm sorry for causing this mess, there's nothing to worry about, we'll leave now." Over here, everyone saw that Lee Ki-young's group left and still did not give up. "Wait a moment, Mr. Lee Ki-young, Mr. Lee Ki-young, if you don't feel sad, please come to our association." Lee Ki-young lamented, "God, my spine, having to greet each person like this is really tiring, but each of them is a valuable potential customer, I can't treat them lightly. There are people who haven't given up yet, that's a good way to prove it. I have a feeling you will be the pure cool breeze that will change society's attitude towards those alchemists." Ki-young hates it. What the hell is funny, but the alchemy on his face is so weird. On the surface, Lee Ki-young happily replied to everyone, thanking everyone. "I'm a bit shy because I've never made many comparisons like this with others. Yes, I'll try my best to get in touch when I can." Some people even said, "Mr. Lee Ki-young, no matter where you choose to go, I want to maintain a good relationship between both of you." Ki-young came to shake everyone's hands under Deok-gu's anger. Deok-gu is upset now. Seriously, she looks like an animal, I mean that woman. She has never argued with us, it's really frustrating, don't you think? Park Deok-gu urged Kim Hyunsung, "Come on, say something." Kim Hyunsung thought for a moment. "This is probably not a bad thing." Park Deok-gu did not accept this answer. "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you know about this world?" Kim Hyunsung said, "Just my intuition." Park Deok-gu angrily shouted loudly, pouring out all his feelings, "Really, she was like a monster." Kim Hyunsung was startled and asked again, "What? I told her just now." "She still dares to cause trouble with you? Oh my god, I'm so helpless, don't you think?" But in response to his words was Kim Hyunsung's silence, because he was busy looking at Lee Ki-young. "Come on, say something," he said enthusiastically. He stared ahead for a moment, contemplating something that no one else knew. Only later did he hesitate to speak. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing. "What nonsense are you talking about? How do you know?" After hearing this, Park Deok-gu became even angrier. He shouted back in a dissatisfied mood. Kim Hyunsung just smiled faintly and glanced at it, saying, "It's just my intuition." Of course, Lee Ki-young himself discovered it. He had his own guesses in his mind. To be honest, first from his perspective, I'm sure that even if he refused the red mercenaries, he would keep in touch. Getting lost with Father Hira isn't necessarily a bad thing. There was a small accident, but Cha Hira, she is one of the strongest people in the country. Thinking about it that way, I should really be grateful. If the price of antagonizing the leader of such a large guild was my lips, I would be let go quite easily. But what's wrong with Ha Yan? She makes me so worried. At this moment, Zhang Ha Jan's mind was dull. Her whole body radiated an intense tension, making Park Deok-gu scared and quickly shook her body, wondering if she was okay. She suddenly woke up startled. "Did something happen? I'm still fine." "Oh my god, you must be so shocked." Suddenly, a group of people wearing Lam Hoi uniforms approached. As soon as he looked at them, he guessed their identities. The person leading the way was the vice president of the Lam Association. She hesitantly called his name. He raised the phone and interrupted her words. "Have you thought about changing the terms of the contract at all?" Watching their twisted expressions was truly an elegant pleasure. They probably realized that those terms were strange from the start. They will definitely think so, especially when they see the difference between when we stayed with them for more than a week and today's negotiations. During the meal, everyone was really shy, plus many not so good things happened. Miss Lam Hoi's face seemed to turn completely pale. He obviously thought that Lee Ki-young's status in Kim Hyunsung's gang was higher than he expected. Ha Yan is easy to guess, but now they will realize that Lee Ki-young's words carry a lot of weight in the heart of Hyunsung, who has always been the leader of the clan. Song he hesitantly replied, "Oh, about that, can we go inside and talk a little more? I think we need to discuss more about the contract conditions." "Of course, Miss Lee, I'm always willing." He replied very warmly, "Then go back and tell your teammates, then I'll be gone for a while." Ha Yan, follow Hyunsung back first. Ha Yan's emotions at this moment were completely blank, her eyes were expressionless, her mouth answered instinctively, okay. He looked at her with some concern, probably thinking about how to handle this situation rather than leaving it too unstable. In the immediate future, that issue will be resolved after negotiations are completed. So he went and stood in front of everyone at the Deputy Lam Association conference. He was mentally prepared to see how much these guys would increase before he was satisfied. Miss Lee, facing the concerns of all the elders, spoke first. First of all, the contract fee was 10,000 gold and the annual income was 5,000 gold, and we will provide new hero-level weapons, rare-level armor and accessories. After hearing that, he just wanted to burst out laughing, but he had to restrain his mouth. The timing wasn't right, he couldn't speak yet, he was just thinking about the scene where the main character confronts the villain in Death Note. Lee continued to say, plus, we will build a smelting furnace just for you, Mr. Lee. Well, that sounds very reasonable. Is there anything else? Oh, also, we will proportionally divide the products obtained in dungeons and hunting grounds, and of course we will make you have your tools upgraded and repaired for free by the professional blacksmith in the guild. Lee Kiyoung really wanted to ask questions in his heart, his head was like a real criticism. That's all. That's it, that's all, Lam Hui, really, that's it, is that what your abilities are? You say you are the leading pioneer group, I asked how high your level is and is this what you have? Finally, Lee finalized the deal and we were able to extend the contract term for another 3 years. Seeing that he still didn't say anything, she had to make the final decision. Okay, in that case it's just you. Instead of adding you to a new guild, I'm allowing you to form a new, independent team. Just this sentence, the closer he gets to his goal, his heart is blooming. That's right, just a little more. The clan leader's authority will be like the leader of our management team. The more you talk, the wider your smile becomes, just a little more. And even though you are new, we will completely delegate the clan management decisions to the clan leader. A little more, a little more. Additionally, we will restructure the management team to non-combat members. Yes, very good, very right, great, just a little more. Her face turned red, then she raised her voice and shouted loudly, then recommended Mr. Lee Kiyoung to be the captain of the non-combat management team. Oh, that's great, that's right, very accurate, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lee Kiyoung is now smiling like a pervert, unable to stop smiling because his plan has succeeded, sparkling eyes. Suddenly, the old man sitting next to him could no longer stand his insolence and encroachment. Immediately stood up, held the stick and launched a very strong stream of lightning energy. Lee Kiyoung suddenly felt nauseous, felt like his mana was slipping away, bloodthirsty, unable to breathe. The old man kept cursing, this bastard, even a guy with only a tongue like you dares. Lee quickly stood up and asked, are you crazy? Stop right now. At this moment, he thought that perhaps he had gone too far, breathing became more and more difficult, oxygen seemed to be depleted in an instant. Your face was as green as a banana leaf and you cursed, how dare you manipulate my guild? Team leader Lee Sholyo, that kid dares to touch the Almighty. He vaguely heard the word team leader. Now I remember that I heard about it in the past, that son of a bitch's position is the leader of the management team. Fuck this damn stagnation, don't you want to share your position with me? He glared and pressed his stomach, I need to teach a lesson. Lee Sholyo still doesn't know when to stop and continues to use his power stick. You brazen guy, you're making everything chaotic, you think we want to invest in you? Lee Song, he shouted angrily. Lee Sholyo, this is a request, withdraw your energy. Immediately, the person next to him also worriedly said, Group Leader Lee, it will be very troublesome if other groups hear or see this, please take it back, he's still talking too much, there's no need for that, everyone. All I need to do is eliminate him without anyone knowing at any cost. Lee Kiyoung was mad, his hands were veins, he was cursing in his heart, this crazy backward old man too. He then issued a challenge, try it out. Everyone was immediately surprised, turning their eyes to him, but he had no intention of taking back those words, and even looked at him challengingly, try it, crazy old man, try killing me and see if you can do it. Lee Sholyo was silent for a moment but decided to rush after the attack, mocking, thinking I couldn't do it. His whole body seemed to have exhausted all its strength at this moment. But still shouted loudly, will my sister Hira leave you alone if you kill me? If Father Hira saw this scene, he would definitely burst out laughing. After hearing that, the other guy was startled and stammered, what did you say? It couldn't be Hira, the mercenary queen. He smirked, wiped the sweat from his forehead, confidently crossed his arms and replied, yes. Mercenary Queen Cha Hira, that's my sister. What, now I can breathe normally again, you damn old-fashioned guy. Seeing him suddenly become soft when talking about Father Hira, her influence on this continent is more terrible than I thought. This time, he took the upper hand, glanced lightly and replied, of course she is not my flesh and blood, it's just that between me and Mrs. Hira there is another special relationship. You see, Mrs. Hira is very funny. The other day she even said she missed me and even gave me a gift, which was quite shocking. Our sister Hira is the best, he thought to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone had to whisper to each other in confusion. The other guy was scared but still tried to keep his voice low. He said some nonsense. Why are you? Stop making up lies. How could you? With that amazing mercenary queen? Ridiculous. Whether it's meaningless or not, you just stay there and wait to die. And differently, he himself found it completely meaningless. He didn't even know who she was. The two of them had just met for the first time yesterday. But there was one thing he dared to affirm, that Father Hira was really strong. Strong enough to crush each person into ashes. Besides, I'm not different from your eyes, it's not for show, everyone has seen us, proof that she and I are quite close. These words were like lightning hitting the old man's ears. No matter what, I ask, what is the relationship between you and the mercenary queen? Please give me a more convincing answer. Whether she and I knew each other or not, it was true that we were in contact. So of course I will take advantage of her from now on. He smirked and replied, probably because he was old but he didn't really understand anything. Didn't he need to know? It was a personal matter for us, those who had changed from friends to lovers. The important thing is that Lam Hoi, who holds the bargaining power this time, is threatened by a newcomer with power. And he couldn't let the public know about this. What should I do now, if Hira finds out about what happened today? So Lam Hoi will be in big trouble. He said in a sarcastic and mocking tone, it's true that the dog that is the most frightened barks the loudest. He looked at him with contempt to the bottom of society. He really had to keep his mouth shut this time. His whole body was shaking from the bitterness. Stop grinding your teeth, old man. Do you want to get dentures or something? Seeing this gesture of his made him very happy. Lee sitting next to her saw the tense situation and asked him to stop immediately. So with momentum, knowing that Lam Hoi would have no choice but to follow his will, because he still had a card to threaten them. But think carefully, even though this is just a rumor, don't you see that something important is being lost in Lam Hoi now? This redneck guy is going crazy and an agent has to do all the simple tasks. Apparently, even when Father Hira of the Great Red Mercenaries came here himself to propose marriage. Lam Hoi then has no way to hide it conveniently. He sneered sarcastically. Where could that person be? The president of Lam Hoi thought. Lee frowned and said in annoyance, so you noticed our president's absence. Did you hear it from someone? Oh my, Lee Kiyoung didn't think he would guess correctly. That position also belonged to Hyunsung, so that's good. Either way, it's clear something big happened here. With my loose mouth, even if I don't know anything, I just say it out loud and examine them later, or something like that. That's fine, he calmly replied. Well, with Hira and everything was easy to guess. Lee Song, he hesitantly replied, that's it, Mr. Kiyoung, we will go into details after you join. In case you misunderstand, our president is definitely alive and well. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man jumped up and jumped in. This cheating bastard, you not only want to bring down the mercenary queen but also our guild leader. You should be reasonable. How dare you challenge the leader of the Lamb Guild, you arrogant and cowardly bastard. This guy is really explosive. Really, he tried to act like he sacrificed himself for Lam Hoi, but in reality, all he feared most was losing his title. That's really annoying. Him kneeling down and begging me to join isn't enough, he coldly replied. I don't need to know the details, but I don't think you have the right to behave like that based on the current situation of the Lamb Association. What an ordinary old man. He thought to himself, the closer he gets to the contemptuous old man, the more he should give up his remaining bargaining power, otherwise Lam Hoi will lose the opportunity to return to the Renaissance period. But looking at your actions, I don't think you'll regret it at all, he said with a challenging tone. The old man seemed to have high blood pressure, cursed loudly. Shut up, you arrogant idiot. Do you think we can't see that you want to wipe out the Lamb Association like a rat? That's great, the perfect example of the devil of our time, Li Shulyo, he chuckled in his mind. You guys want to clean up the Lamb Guild, obviously. My side just wants to pick up the scraps that were dropped by the fake regression. He didn't care, put his hands on the table, looked straight at him. Listen carefully, I didn't come here to fight, I came here to negotiate. No matter how much you rest on your laurels, don't you think that behaving like this and completely ignoring your superiors is bad? The other guy was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was so angry that his throat was choking. He continued to make sarcastic comments. Oh my God, has he lost the ability to evaluate the situation and recognize the problem? This old man, the old man immediately couldn't stand the physical impact, but he quickly dodged it spectacularly. The bastard, he calmly continued, if you want to show me the solidarity of the Lamb Association, cheap and deceitful, then you did very well, no, very successfully, Mr. Lee Sholyo. People like you are destroying those groups. That guy was so angry that he wanted to apparate. What, you guy? He finished it off with a blunt sentence, we call people like you stagnant water. Unable to calm down anymore, he pushed the deputy Lam Hoi away. Directly grabbed his collar and prepared to hit him. This bastard, how dare you, it's like you know everything. People like you. How dare you, talking nonsense when you don't know anything about my Lamb Association. He continuously let out cruel words. He looked at the old man with indifferent eyes. What's wrong with me? It's really nonsense. Are you crazy, Lee Sholyo? Let him go immediately. The deputy Lam Hoi rushed out to dissuade him, but it was no use. Spare Song-hee, I will finish this brat today. The more he saw the old man's angry expression, the more proud he became. He kept shouting the vice president's name. Perhaps he was really out of control, or they had known each other for a long time. He laughed out loud. What's wrong, Mr. Lee Sholyo? There are things that exist even if you can't see them. I don't care how you look at me, you know very well that the real treasure is Kim Hyunsung and Jang Ha-yan. I know very well that you don't want me, very well, but even so. You shouldn't express yourself like that either. Even using the law of the jungle, you're going too far. I'm not your subordinate, do you understand? He held the old man's hand straight and put it down. His eyes were steely, his voice was eloquent, exuding a very cool aura. The old man seemed to have completely lost control and was about to rush forward when he was stopped by Song-hee. Her voice was really serious this time, her dark eyes radiated murderous intent. I told him to stop, this is the final warning. The old man clicked his tongue and swallowed his anger. He glanced slightly in admiration. The vice president was also really difficult. Lee Song-hee, she is the type of person who is easily influenced by emotions. That's what I don't like about a commander like her, but she can be considered the conscience of the Lamb Guild and also the only normal person here. But if those two continue to walk the tightrope like that, it will only benefit me more. Lee Song-hee immediately asked someone to take him away. He left in anger but couldn't do anything. He shouted loudly and let him go. Watching him being chased away made him very happy. Offering a righteous Lee Song-hee like that only helped shorten the reign of former King Lee Sholyo. He turned his head and clicked his tongue. Wait there, brat. I will make you regret joining the Lamb Guild and standing up against me. Just say your last words like a B-list villain. Thank you. Lee's face darkened and she said embarrassedly, are you okay? I really can't believe things turned out like this. I apologize on his behalf for that behavior, truly sorry to you. Captain Lee's personality is indeed a bit hot, but he rarely reaches this level of senselessness. After listening, he could only sigh in his head. Song-hee, it's been hard for you. Then he asked, was he really okay? No, that's not it. With the president's long absence, he probably became more and more worried and became sensitive, even though everyone else was the same. You think it's funny, I feel like they're celebrating his passing. Even though those old guys are really giving her a headache, she's still delusional about them as if are they my people. I must bring her to my side. She bowed her head and sincerely apologized for what had just happened. In the name of the vice president of Lam Hoi, I am truly sorry for what you have to go through today, and please, for what happened today. I understand what you mean, no need to worry. Besides, I'm the one who should be apologizing. The truth is that I said it without thinking about Lam Hoi's honor, he replied. You have made up your mind in your heart. Don't worry, Vice President, I will definitely help you pull out all this grass, she hesitantly said gratefully. Thank you very much, he smiled and replied, don't worry, that's right, you don't need to worry about anything related to the contract, so hurry up and help me get promoted. Of course he said that in his head. After hearing that, her face suddenly woke up, brightened as if she had more hope. So I can see that you are interested in our contract. Yes, however, please remember that what you said is about the position of a director. My value has definitely increased a lot, thanks to Cha-hira. He chuckled in his head, without a guild master, without military power, I will let you taste a little of the treasure of fake regressions and the Red Mercenary Guild, and then you will have to give me the position of a director, right? And otherwise this is nothing more than a scam. That was all his thinking. Poor girl fell into a trap without knowing anything. She continued to make suggestions. Yes, of course, actually we are planning to make your team our main military force, and it won't take too long to create a new organization. You just stand still and listen to her, planning out a plan in your head. I can't guarantee that those old bastards won't send me to hell from now on. Poor Kiyoung fell into the trap of the devil. To avoid something like that from happening, I need to have power immediately. I'm not just going to say it with my mouth. If this is a political battle, I'm honored. I will gradually lay down my political foundation, so I need power to keep myself safe, Lee Song-hee added. However, we cannot prepare the hero items right away. I hope you understand. However, we will be sure to stabilize your position as quickly as possible. What? Hero-level items are so rare. Hyunsung pulled that book out of his bag like it was nothing, so I thought this was normal. At that time he brought out a very cool magic book. I will give him this hero-level book as a gift. Such a gift? Yes, I understand. Thank you. Thank you for understanding, Kiyoung. I'm really sorry for what just happened. She blushed and apologized again. He scratched his head and smiled lightly. No, I'm sorry for making such a mess. It must have been very difficult. I'm sorry I couldn't help. Oh no, it's a bit difficult to apologize like this, but I want to invite you to a meal before the joining ceremony. Please let me know when you're free. No, you don't have to do that. Thank you, Vice President. I will discuss this with my teammates and tell you later. In his heart, he truly admired Lee Song-hee, admired because she was a model citizen, not a joke. Then, he walked out the door and said goodbye, then see you again, Vice President. Expressing sentimental feelings amid tough stances is key here. A pure young man without any resentment towards the difficulties he had just experienced. Yes, Kiyoung, please take care. That's right. Little by little, unable to fill the hurt deep in his heart, Lee Kiyoung turned away and... That's exactly what the Vice President is thinking, repenting, so I should have done more to help him. I will definitely never let this happen again. This was exactly the expression he was truly hoping for. No matter the reason, it would haunt her mind forever. Lee Song-hee, it's best for you to continue feeling sorry for me. He went out for a while before revealing a triumphant smile. It's really easy to take advantage of other people's kindness. Poor girl who was tricked into life so easily. You now have to move forward quickly to turn the absurd into reality, or else the whole house will be ruined. When he returned to his teammates and talked, Kim Hyunsung asked in surprise, "Are you talking about the Red Mercenaries? Why is it so natural?" He quickly replied, "I have something to discuss with the captain of the Red Mercenaries." "You mean Father Hira, right?" Ha Yan's face turned pale. He stood up in fear. "Don't go, I can't go, Oppa." Park Deok-gu was equally confused. He and his sister were both here, but when it came to the woman who took away his innocence, he didn't understand anything. He had a headache and replied, "What are you guys talking about? It's not like that. I'm just trying my best to help the state. Can I ask the reason?" Hyunsung continued. He grinned back, "I think it would be great to have someone to protect us. I'll give you more information after I've thought it over." He nodded. Looking at his cheerful face made you even more excited, knowing clearly what he meant. "You like it like that? Would you like your brother to make peace with the mercenary guild captain for you? What a lovely boy." Only Ha Yan can't keep calm at this moment. She sobbed. This time he realized that he hadn't finished dealing with Ha Yan yet. She kept stammering and babbling. He can't go. You left me to be with that other girl. I don't want to. You are so stupid." "No way." He did it again. He sighed in his head. It would be better if someone gave him a manual on how to use young Ha Yan or something like that. "I thought I knew Ha Yan better than anyone else. How can I handle this, so that even when I'm reckless, the good news that I handled it smoothly is spread?" Comforting her recently has no effect anymore. Even if you complain, no still means no. This issue, extremely important to the association, is not really for me. If I'm discovered loitering here, I'll be in danger. He worriedly looked at her, calling her name, but there was still no response. He had to tell his teammates that he would leave immediately after talking to Ha Yan. Even though he's ashamed, Young Hyan doesn't have the ability to protect himself right now. We don't need the army, but the government does. No, actually, the government is the current necessity. And you can't have it, so now I'm going to get it. You see, both nodded in agreement. Yes, take care. Ha Yan too. Yeah, if anything happens, just let me know. What benefits me will benefit you. Ha Yan and the three of you will understand. So why don't you understand? He thought about it for a long time and didn't understand the reason, but normally, she would blush, talking as if she were on a date. It seemed like Cha-hira's problem was a real shock to her. You just opened your mouth. Ha Yan, don't worry too much, she immediately interrupted. Please don't go. Nothing happened, then take me with you. Going alone has arrived. He hesitated for a moment, thinking in his head, thinking carefully. The two of them hadn't really talked to each other much lately. During the magic training, the two were really close. I'm sure she's very lonely. Going for a walk like this and following her would be better. Just as he thought everything would go smoothly, he felt a dark aura nearby. The girl suddenly rushed towards him, sobbing like a child, screaming loudly, "Don't go, really, do you want me to go crazy or something?" She spoke so quickly that she didn't let him say a word. He refused to listen at all. If it's someone, you should obediently listen to them. Gradually the strength and energy radiating from her became more and more gloomy, no longer crying but more like a threat. Please, don't throw me away, please. Don't really go, if you go. What, you idiot, you're so stupid, you know that, anyway, use this on him. But it seems like a good idea, she muttered to herself, making his spine suddenly stand up. I used the wrong method, damn it, for some reason I got goosebumps, as I thought, this will be the best way for Ha-Yan. While she was still talking, her eyes were lifeless and white. The murderous aura radiates everywhere, all because of you, stupid stuff, but that's right, it's all because of you that he definitely will, you will definitely like it here. He suddenly pushed her against the wall, He suddenly cornered her against the wall, his tall body made her suddenly bewildered and suddenly raised her neck. Her face gradually turned red like a girl who just fell in love. Her heart was pounding, her gentle voice returned to normal. Honey, look, she's back, just as you predicted. Actually, I want to develop a more pure and romantic way with Ha-Yan, but... He smiled evilly and decided to use the boy's cards to whisper in her ear, I love you, Ha-Yan. His words made her shy, embarrassed, and speechless. So there's no way you'll ever throw me away, why should I do that, we'll have everything. He laughed inside, after all, he had already planned it since the day he arranged everything. She would be a good card for this plan, she shyly kept calling him, he still whispered softly, holding his hair, I love you, Ha-Yan, you see, I don't have to choose between a legendary level mage, top 3 guild master, fake regression or shield. Because I will have everything. From the beginning the one who should worry about being thrown away is not you but me. Of course, he would hide this thought in his heart rather than reveal it, he needs to reveal his innocent, pure face to attract people towards him. As expected, an innocent girl like her fell into the trap, she sobbed loudly, I love you Oppa, I really love you, so please, Ha-Yan you know. I just want to protect you and don't want you to get hurt. What I just said was only half sincere. She hugged him and refused to let go, her hands were shaking, her sister did the same. She felt the same, yeah that's why this is necessary. I want to maintain a good relationship with that woman, because I need strength to protect you. He had to let go of her hand, causing her to hastily hold on. Honey, if it's about that, I can too, can. But Father Hira's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, our genius maid should learn to suppress her bloodlust a little, look closely, see what will happen to the people you love if you dare to challenge me. Her voice became smaller and smaller, she realized what was happening. He smiled gently, slowly bent down, caressed his tender cheeks and said affectionately, really, so our Ha-Yan. Need to become stronger for your own good, right? Many times stronger than now. She trembled and hugged his pitiful face, thinking about everything in the world, her pitiful Oppa Kiyoung, for herself and her teammates. He had no other choice but to sell himself to that woman. He looked at her reaction and felt chills in his heart, she was thinking of something strange again. But for some reason, I have a hunch that it's a good thought, that's right, I really am a pitiful person who has no choice but to leave my fiancé and sell myself. Sadly, both Lee Kiyoung and Young Ha-Yan lacked the strength to protect each other, and then the two were forced to part ways. Young Ha-Yan looked at the back of the ordinary person walking away while swearing to herself that she would become a more useful person to protect both him and herself. That's exactly what you predicted, but I know what you're worried about, the previous accidents will never happen again, I promise, Ha-Yan. He gradually hugged her waist, the two gave each other a passionate kiss. Ha-Yan was extremely excited and happy when he was kissed. I just had my first kiss with Oppa, my beloved Kiyoung, I need to purify him. I would have been tainted by that girl, if only I had been stronger. Stronger than Father Hira will become someone even stronger than her and protect him. Seeing Ha-Yan's reaction was something he felt was quite worth looking forward to. Because from now on, after realizing his helplessness, Ha-Yan will actively train from now on to protect his beloved Kiyoung from the world's threats. Typically, Father Hira took away the person she loved the most, well, Ha-Yan's condition will probably be stable for a while. Now then, it's time to meet my new master. Thinking of doing so, that night he covered himself with a cloak and approached Father Hira's residence. The person looking at the door at first glance recognized him as that guy. Kiyoung frankly took off his head covering and asked to see Father Hira. This will be the first step in the plan, I don't know if she will like it but I will wear the necklace she gave me, the only thing left is to see if Father Hira likes the conditions I proposed or not, but damn, what kind of building is this, it's so huge, they're really exploiters. As soon as he entered the castle, he was amazed at its beauty, the super spacious space and the majestic interior, they don't lie like Lam Hoi, it feels quite mysterious and like the masters are here. He stood in front of a large room, took a deep breath to reassure himself. Calm down, I was well prepared, asking, is there anyone? Knocked on the door several times but got no response. Kiyoung thought the girl was away and was about to knock again when boom. Hira's father blatantly kicked the door and shouted loudly, you damn thing, I told you to bring the documents yourself. This scene made him scream in shock. Father Hira ruffled his hair in anger and cursed loudly, God, I told you not to bother me while I was sleeping. I never would have guessed this kind of opening. Newcomer huh, oh you are. Ah, we meet again, sorry, you must have changed your mind, she replied, smiling cheerfully and stretching her arms. He timidly replied, I haven't yet. Upon hearing the word, she immediately changed her attitude, it's okay, so what do you want, you even woke me up, now I'm talking to her, but I still don't know how to bring her in. She patted his shoulder threateningly, you know, I really hate those bastards who lie to everyone around them and then probe other people's reactions. I'm sure you still haven't let go of your little lover and just came here, because you can't forget that hot kiss at that time. What exactly is his purpose? She approached his face and asked. Father Hira, I can't predict her thoughts but her personality is straightforward. I should try to please her like any other woman. Thinking of this, he made a suggestion, dear lady revered Father Hira, please become my protector. It took a while for her to react after saying that. He scratched his head shyly, oh my god, I'm afraid to say it again twice, sponsor. After he finished speaking, he was filled with fear, please don't refuse, no, it doesn't matter where we go, just take each step confidently, Kiyoung. Father Hira suddenly burst out laughing, what does that mean? That sounds fun, follow me, no one has ever talked openly with this mercenary queen before. Honestly, your face is exactly my type, I kind of hate guys with tough faces and stiff speech. After looking at it, he felt chills, it seemed friendly. Father Hira patted the bed and ordered. Now come sit next to me and act cute. After hearing this, Kiyoung froze. What? Father Hira said annoyedly, what, you said I would sponsor you, right, so why don't you come here and do some cute things for me to see if you like it? He was embarrassed and thought, damn, what a misunderstanding, I stammered for a while before getting the words out, no, that's not what I meant. Damn it, I'm not that kind of man, Father Hira thought angrily, so what do you mean? I just mean that if you invest in our team, we both benefit. Oh my god Lee Kiyoung, you think I asked like that because I don't know, she sneered and mocked, the previous investment offer to you was only valid if you and that cute girlfriend came here together, well if it's just you then it's fine, but what if both of you don't come? But you want me to sponsor your whole team, are you kidding, why do I favor you when you have joined another guild, I'd better play around a few times with you, my type, and then give you a few coins, don't you think so? Damn it, don't attack so hard, he cursed in his head, after listening, he began to defend, of course I know this very well, President Cha Hira, however, I do not ask you to become my sponsor without any benefits. After hearing that, she immediately burst into laughter, it's so cute, looking at how aggressive you are, it seems like you are very confident about your proposal, he nodded and replied, of course, President, on the outside, it was like that, but inside he was mad that she had been treating him like a toy all this time. Obviously, receiving her protection like this wasn't a bad choice, as long as it's beneficial for you, just ignore your pride and become her cute, obedient little puppy, it's not a bad thing, even though the way I'm weighing the pros and cons is making me lower my self-worth, but as expected, I couldn't become his toy, because I had set a bigger goal. Because of that thought, he decided to turn the cards face up. Father Hira saw his aggression in front of him and looked straight at him with mocking eyes. Okay, then continue watching, tell me, just completing the tutorial challenge, what do you have besides this body, uncle? Smirk in your heart, don't be too surprised, right, I'll see to it that the president, Cha Hira, can invite both Young Hyeon, the magician you're eyeing, and our captain, Kim Hyunsung, as allies. She had already seen the performance, so she definitely knew their potential very well. Those two could even develop to the point of being ranked among the strongest on the continent in the future. Currently, expanding relationships with such people will definitely be of great help to the mercenary queen in the future. Even their appearance was outstanding, so she could be confident that they would bring absolute satisfaction to the mercenary queen. If the product suits your preferences, please call. One surprising point was that Father Hira seemed very bored and not at all interested in what he had just said. He was startled and surprised and asked again, what, are you not satisfied with something? Father Hira raised his chin and said, I was asking what about you, why is it so difficult again, damn, this is so frustrating. He thought angrily, she stroked her hair equally uncomfortably, Whether they developed or not had nothing to do with me, I'm already one of the strongest people on the continent right now. Honestly, I could use a magician from a spell-casting guild or a magic tower to make up for the lack of personnel. Our mercenary guild has more than enough money to do that. The same goes for close combat warriors like Kim Hyunsung. Even our guild currently has a surplus of talented swordsmen. Of course, those two will have attractive aspects, but we don't want them so much that we have to bring them back at any cost. Plus, the word allies means they're not exactly my people, right? What I need are talents that are purely mercenaries, people who will devote their entire loyalty to the guild, understand? He was immediately slapped in the face until he was speechless. Damn it, I already thought of a counterattack for this situation. But what if she doesn't like it anymore? Am I really going to turn into her dog? Seeing his awkward expression, she continued to say, listen, Lee Kiyoung. If you keep gossiping or rambling on about ridiculous things like investing or something, then just obediently come here and do some cute things to seduce me. I promise you won't be disappointed with the bonus. Okay, I might even give you more gifts. Who knows, if he does well, maybe I'll even sponsor his whole team. The more he talked, the more he wanted to fight. Damn it, I have a feeling she'll keep behaving like that no matter what I say. It's a bit regretful, but I can't help it. Now it's plan B. He immediately snatched the necklace from his neck. His voice turned angry and turned the situation around. Look at this mercenary queen. The action of throwing the wire directly at her made Cha-Hira very surprised. Dude, what does this mean? He confidently replied, it seems like I've let you step on me too much. You see me as a doormat, but Atoy doesn't need this. True plan B is to take the boldness to the extreme. She angrily shouted, what the hell, are you crazy? He gradually stepped forward, challengingly saying, I don't need gold, silver, or an ornament like that. What I need is you, the woman revered as the mercenary queen Father Hira. I need your strength and your name. I'm not interested in anything else. This is a bit of a lie. In fact, he is interested in a bunch of other things. Losing that item would be a shame. Could she return it to me later? Hearing these words was no different from an insult. Murderous intent was emitted. Hey, what do you think you're doing? It seems he is still not aware of his position after receiving so many good offers. My position? Of course I know it. I have it engraved in my bones. Exactly, this is the next step for Plan C that he outlined. I know I could be instantly erased from existence with just one sentence from you. I know I could be executed right in the middle of the main street without anyone knowing. I know I'm a member of a famous team, but I also know I'm just an idiot who can't do anything on my own. I know everything. This step is called evoking her emotions. Plan D is the finishing combo. This time you decided to take the risk of kneeling down, directly attacking your heart, revealing your weakness. That's why I need you, mercenary queen Cha-Hira. Sister. The pleading voice was like lightning striking her icy heart. One round of seductive acting, let's begin. He was confused when he saw her not saying anything, not knowing if it was effective or not. After a while, Cha-Hira laughed and replied, Lee Kiyoung, you're quite adorable, you know. For a kid who's angry, you're quite funny. You're the first man who dares to express it to me, Lee Kiyoung. Oh my god, Lee Kiyoung, you're actually just describing a scene from a web novel in the 2000s. She lifted his chin and looked at that lovely face, smiling. There aren't many people who can be so confident when standing in front of me. The more I see him, the more I like him. Okay, I changed my mind. You still have many prepared items, right? He then stood up, bowed his head and said, yes of course, President. She was interested in his proposal and replied, if that's the case, why don't we exchange the same price? You know, that's the basis of alchemy. All paths in the world are the same. Just one or two parties cannot change anything. If you want my protection, you must exchange it for something of equal value, so say it. Seeing that there was a ray of hope, meaning that he had not yet failed, he pulled out the previous book, and yes, the next product was percentage of profit from the remedy that I prepare and sell. Oh, where did you get such a precious book? He should have used this in the first place. He felt a bit regretful that he only brought it out now. How do you calculate the percentage? I will give you 1%, just 1%, are you kidding? He gave a series of very reasonable explanations. I know it's a bit too much, but I'm still not sure whether the product I made will sell well. However, the market out there is limitless. With just a little trick, she can sit on a pile of money. I can definitely hold victory in my hands. It sounds absurd, but in my hands it's very convincing. Do you know why? Because I bet my life on this move. Father Hira continued to listen to what followed. He then proposed that she could join our team. No, it's connecting with Lam Hoi. What? Telling the truth for someone to see. Her face began to tense again, sweating. her sharp eyes slantingly observing his every move. "It's true, I'm serious. Our party will become stronger, soon. We will be the next generation to lead the guild, and then the Lamb Guild will be the guild that represents the entire kingdom, and we will always stand side by side with the Red Mercenary Guild as a trustworthy ally. You can establish a close relationship with us through investment. Please grasp this before any association or conflict." She replied angrily, "You think you're a prophet? Where do you rely on to be sure that everything you say will happen? Of course it's a secret that can't be revealed. The team has regression and can't get whatever they want." Finally he made a generous offer. "I can give you the magicians according to your wishes. This is the armpit length list that I compiled. There are many listed. All you need to do is look over it and close the deal." Hey, what kind of talk is this? What? It's exactly the reaction I expected. If the negotiation drags on too long it will be very disadvantageous, so I have to be sure from the first condition. He saw that thought as soon as he saw his face turn red. "Her province, you don't stop there. There are also magicians who have completed the tutorial cycle like me, are currently under the management of the Lamb Guild, and there are also very outstanding people. Actually, the guys in the survival camp are nothing more than trash. The rest of the guys from other areas are quite decent. Regardless, she can't verify it, I'll just cut it wherever I can. Before coming here, I had already calculated it all. It's very interesting, but can you do as I say?" He confidently folded the note. "Of course, the reason I am so confident is because first of all, I will soon become the leader of the Lamb Association, holding the negotiation power of the Lamb Association in my hand, and the second thing is the secret, do not." Such brazenness, he sighed and pretended to be regretful. "The core rule of alchemy was reciprocity, you already said it. The fact that I have a mind's eye is also a secret that cannot be revealed." He smiled and waved the piece of paper. "I also think so, President Cha-hira. It won't be long before he reveals more. If you want to know so much, then accept my proposal." That's what he thought, but he wasn't sure if she would agree or not, and he certainly would never reveal it. Father Hira was really shaken this time, her face clearly showing hesitation. If she were a typical Manhwa character. "That's so good." Suddenly, she opened her eyes as sharp as knives. It made him feel cold down his spine, his heart skipped a beat. I bet she was using all the neurons in her brain to consider the pros and cons. What should I do? What if it doesn't work out? Damn it, what is she thinking that has fire burning in her eyes like that? Her eyes radiated smoke and fire as if it wanted to burn the whole room. She was already worried, but now she was even more worried than before, he thought to himself in confusion. He knew right away, life was not like a dream, it must be a mess. Even though you already knew it, you still jumped in. Lee Kiyoung, you're such an idiot. I'm about to leave. Farewell to all of you. At the moment when she was hanging by a thread, she thought she was about to fall to the bottom of the abyss when suddenly, she spoke up to break the silence. 3%. My profit share will be 3% instead of 1%. Next to that is a list of useful wizards and a list of melee fighters, and I will decide what the protection moves are. What method? Yeah, don't you want me to protect you? I swear on my honor, Father Hira, the mercenary queen, will never dare touch you again. In return, I'll decide how I'm going to do it. Okay, final no. He was surprised why she suddenly changed her attitude. What was wrong with her? That was delicious, but a bit suspicious. I'm sorry, but can you tell me how? She immediately interrupted him and said, by the end of today you will know, so whether you accept it or not, answer me right away. Your eloquent words carry a bit of threat. It can be clearly seen that now that you don't agree, you can easily change your mind immediately. He immediately saw this point. Was she trying to put him at a disadvantage? Anything would be better than a failed deal. Of course, there is no reason for me to exist. Yes, I agree, thanks to you, she smirked and said, yeah, shall we talk about this case? You can go now. Honey, she smiled affectionately and said goodbye to him as she left. Lee Kiyoung bowed his head and left, but his heart was still confused. The feeling is indescribable. He doesn't know if this is effective or not. Is it really a done deal? As soon as we got outside, a group of men rushed towards us like arrows. You stood outside and could hear them talking to each other. Big sister, what do you think about Lee Kiyoung's proposal? I understand. What you want is also what we want. I will bet my life to protect Lee Kiyoung. He smirked. The big announcement plan was successful. That's it. I did it. He left with a victorious smile, throwing away his cloak. Just want to shout to the whole world, oh, I love you so much. Mission accomplished. Sister Hira, I love you. Oh my God, I spent so many days and nights thinking about it. I love you so much. Now you're just like a child who received a gift and is running home with joy. Finally, I can be called your brother. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. My stomach hurts from laughing. He laughed so much that his stomach shook inside. I've already found a helper, wait for me to come back. As I was running back to prepare to announce the good news to everyone, the system immediately showed another one. You got a new title. The title is very unique, it is the title of lover of the new mercenary queen. After looking at it, his life felt like it would turn to stone. The yellow sea is fading but my mood is plummeting, oh my, how sad for you. His face was sweaty, his neck was shaking all over, damn it, Cha-hira, the way she spoke. Don't like me, what is that, I said, don't like me, why are you doing that, what does she mean, oh my god, the thought of being the lover of that bloodthirsty tyrant. It's also the first title, I want to climb the river so much, I want to jump in and die too soon, this title I dare not truly accept. After that terrible night, 2 weeks had passed since I met Father Hira. Meanwhile, negotiations with Lam Hoi were conducted very smoothly. As soon as I opened my personal account, I got paid immediately. The management position that I was promised was also given to me soon after. It was a wonderful morning when I was welcomed at the festival. The family warmly welcomed me. Good morning to Captain Lee Kiyoung. Well, good morning. You feel happy because today will finally be the day they move to the base. Is the last thing we are waiting for is a hero type item. Actually, until the last minute, I was wondering if it would be okay to go with Lam Hoi, but the more I know, the less bad things I see about Lam Hoi. First, unlike other guilds, power lies in the hands of the guild leader. Summary of the organization chart of the conference. The head is the president. The second person is the vice president, followed by 2 administrative business departments, health and welfare departments, mobile headquarters for combat strategy. Below is a mobile force divided into many different parts. Simply put, it's easy to move around without having to notify your superiors. As they promised, they specially created a 7th state for me. I like it. The flying leader is none other than our adorable fake regression, Kim Hyunsung. But the most important thing is not that, it is a special administrative officer who does not participate in combat, a special position for Lee Kiyoung. The vice president's words were to do whatever you like, but actually you yourself feel like it's made up. First of all, the important thing is that your position seems similar to that of Lee Shulyo, that crazy guy. Actually, I'm glad they created a position for I came so fast. It's true that Lam Hoi does business with a conscience. He was currently approaching a door deep in thought. It was unusual for a guild member of a fighting guild to sit in a management position. In any case, although it was a bit difficult, Lam Hoi was quite considerate of me at this time. As I was about to open it, someone ran to stop me. Mr. Kiyoung, that's the room. Before he could stop it, he opened it, resulting in a pile of letters pouring out like a flood. Now it's clear why they were so thoughtful. That's because I'm that mercenary queen's lover. Sung ran to help him up and asked, "Are you okay?" "Oh yes, thank you Hyunsung, I'm so embarrassed, you guys didn't need to send so much, what's with all this?" A bunch of amazing food ingredients, rare lias glitter, rare nameless fruit, rare Benzies mana essence, rare mandrake, rare goblin fixed poison, ancient alchemy making kit hero. The alchemy set passed down from an ancient country will increase the success rate of alchemy, temporarily increases the user's luck stat. Wow, that looks so cute. I don't know if they'll pay me back for being arrogant, but I guess they thought it would be better to invest widely if they were going to do it. Thinking back, it seems like it's been a while since I last saw Kiyoung. Yes, that's true because I'm naturally so busy. He smiled shyly and replied. The people behind him looked at him and felt panic. Of course, the Lamb Guild was closer to the Mercenary Guild that had become incredibly successful quickly, and since I am the cause of that, my position in the natural society also naturally increased without doing anything. The 2 people in the back were talking sadly to each other. Again, packing that shit up is part of my job, but it is what it is. Who knows, you're the mercenary queen's new lover. I guess the queen has been talking about this herself all along. Tell everyone her Lee Kiyoung, and anyone who touches you will die immediately. I feel a bit sorry for Young Ha Yan. I heard that the 2 of them were close before. After hearing that, he felt discouraged. The news was all spread by Father Hira, leading to gossip. The main thing is that Cha Hira is spreading nonsense. I know that. I mean, I understand that things are different on another continent, but Lee Kiyoung is a bit. Why did he do that right when they got out of the trap? Guide, it was so unfair. Hearing these words made his blood boil. Of course he got what he wanted, because no one would be crazy enough to tease the mercenary queen and her lover, in the Holy Kingdom. Except for one person, who at first may be very innocent. Is a girl who looks like a young rabbit but will turn into an assassin in just a split second, Young Ha Yan. When Cha Hira started getting aggressive with her gifts and rumors spread, Ha Yan's expression was as if she was truly dehydrated. His eyes were dull, his mouth was open, his body seemed to have fallen into dozens of levels of hell. I'm afraid I would have thrown an atomic bomb at everyone present. All day long I would see the girl turning away in tears. She probably couldn't accept the fact that there was nothing she could do to help her. Of course I said I had nothing to do with Father Hira, and convinced her that she was the only person I loved. He had to rub her body and coo at her all day long. Ha-Yen, you know, right, that you are the only person I love. There is nothing between me and Father Hira, but it's obvious that on the outside of being obedient, on the inside, I'm really unstable. I will definitely become stronger to protect Oppa. I won't give him to anyone. Oppa was so adorable today, what a pity. He even put his hand on my shoulder. I'll extract his scent later. Young Ha-Yen begins to spend a lot of time quietly practicing magic. He let out a short sigh in his head. It's good to concentrate on practicing, but if she loses control, it will be a headache. I can't take care of her 24 hours a day. Sung suddenly spoke up, thinking about it. Kiyoung, yes. Can you tell me what you said to the mercenary president the other day? He was startled and replied, well, I'm sorry, I should have said it sooner, Hyunsung. I was quite busy at the time. I just told Father Hira to sponsor us, and she agreed too. I don't know why she did those things for me, but this is just the dirty tricks of a mercenary leader. In the letter clearly stated, I am always grateful to you. I hope you will accept it. With love to the most wonderful person in the world, Father Hira. I know, I was surprised because she was different from what I heard. Considering the facts, I feel relieved that you left a good impression on her. After hearing it, he could only laugh. He must have been confused and proud to do it, because Father Hira is different from what he thought. If we do well and make an alliance with Father Hira, we will reap a big piece of the cake, except for the new nickname. Well, if you think about it carefully, Ha-Yan is probably in the lake behind. Looks like she's been practicing multi-element magic in Deokgu. Seems to be building a ship next door. Building a new ship. Yes, Ha-Yan said he wanted to go for a walk by train, so they left. I thought it would be useful for practice, so I left them alone. Deokgu happily said, building a ship is very difficult, so I will only make a rowing boat. I will practice physically too. But after hearing that, I just wanted to curse those two in the face. Park Deokgu, you're such a stupid pig. What are these two planning this time? By the way, how are you doing? Kiyoung asked first. He was startled and replied, come to think of it, there was a lot of discussion about the bunker during the leadership meeting. The name of the cellar is Garden of Horrors. They say it's a rare dungeon that was recently discovered. No matter who we're discussing, who in the guild will attack, there's a high chance it will be our side that's responsible. Waiting for the attack on the bunker, he offered him a cup of coffee so he could say more. We have a lot of time before the expedition, but it's better to prepare in advance. Besides, we still have to see if there are any members. Anyone want to join the association? I will let you know about the recruitment when I have more information about them. Do you think everything's okay? He raised his eyebrows when he heard the words his first teammate said. He nodded and continued, yes, of course. It's difficult to keep up in every meeting, but I think I understand more about Lam Hoi and the mainland now. I think there will be a guide on the transition market of other survivalists or people from the land soon, so I'm quite looking forward to it. It's a pity. I think in the future there will be at least 1 or 2 people investing in our association. Is it because of us? We can think like that. Lee Ki-young knows that because Lam Hoi has poured a lot of money into us. He asked further, so, I think I will pay the people who join our association in advance. As the leader of the association, I am satisfied, but what about you, Kiyoung? He smiled and replied, of course, this is all for the benefit of Team 7 and the Blue Guild. He secretly hoped to choose a few candidates who were a bit easier to exploit. Sung nodded and replied, thank you. I'll go first because I have a meeting and I'll go meet the survivors. Okay, see you later. After finishing talking, the two said goodbye to each other. The conversation was indeed profitable. Exactly what Sung had expected. When our rebel, Kim Hyunsung, goes out there and acts for the good of the group, I will support everyone from within. He gently put down the coffee cup and thought to himself, I'm really busy. MIFNHC needs to learn about the new people in the new guild. On top of Father Hira's work, I have to participate in managing and training new recruits of the Lamb Guild. I don't have 10 centimeters. In times like these, think of a to-do list. Send a list of names, basic apprenticeship, learning mainland history, preparing to explore medicinal herb bunkers, planning to receive rewards from the mainland, planning to deal with ancient bastards, testing the catalyst that Father Hira had giving, gaining Kim Hyunsung's trust, gaining Lee Sang-hee's trust. But don't think again. I did better than he could have imagined. I'm sure he was busy looking for people he met in his first life, but I felt he trusted me to manage this case. He bowed his head when thinking about this, because that wasn't enough. Need to make him more confident. Any more is the goal. I can be left behind at any time. I've come this far, but if I still can't do anything useful, I'll still be secretly stabbed by the retrograde person. Well, you better think you have a lot of uses. First, I need to make a list and send it to Father Hira to see what I've missed. Lee was now asking Sholyo if there was any more news about the situation from the military side. He cleared his throat and replied, Song he no, Lee sang he, it's nothing special, the latest news is that they have arrived at Area C. Arriving at Area C of the temple, they've gone quite a distance, we are probably out of food by now, please inform the guild leader that we will provide additional food supplies. He kept nodding yes. Let it go. This attitude made her want to go crazy, so she shouted loudly. When you're done, you have to keep your voice down, Uncle Sholyo. He felt the momentum on his face and said, I haven't heard Song he call me that for a long time. She hesitated for a moment and then said, I will bring the new people to Lindel, then you will take care of everything here. Please stop torturing new recruits, you must control your hot temper. He exhaled in disdain, I didn't mean to make things difficult for them, I only did it for you in this association. I don't understand your good intentions, you are very sad. Even though we are not related by blood, despite all the difficulties in the tutorial, we are no different from family, however, only uncle and nephew are like that. As for Seung Jun, he patted her shoulder and made some very annoying excuses, whatever you say, I will take care of everything here and contact Seung Jun, you don't need to worry about everything here. She nodded, stood up from the chair and left the room. I understand, so now I'm going to the meeting. If Seung Jun has any feedback, please let me know immediately, okay, if Lindel comes, please let me know, okay, I'm going. As soon as the door closed, he immediately revealed his sinister and cruel face. He called someone and proudly said, it must be me. The vice president wants us to provide food and supplies for the guild leader's army, of course not, just pretend to send it. Song he, don't worry about her, it takes a puppet like her for the plan to go smoothly. We have to make sure that Seung Jun cannot return alive. If he comes back here, things will be messy. Surely you guys don't want things to be that bad, right? I hope everyone will cooperate. The old man smirked, thinking that this time it would continue as planned. The other end of the line suddenly burst out laughing. I understand. By the way, I heard there's a new soldier causing a lot of trouble. How do you plan to handle it? The question made him nervous. He was startled for a few seconds and found it difficult to answer. Wanyang, I'm the type of person who will let a new mat like him do whatever he wants. Just throw him into a dungeon and he'll disappear right away. A guy like that is nothing to worry about. Can we have a meal together sometime? I'll bring the hero type items that Mr. Ito likes. Hello Mr. Ito, please help me. Okay, sayonara. He said as he clenched his fists that he was going crazy. He was panting and breathless, his face no longer covered with blood. His anger flared to its peak when mentioning the incident that day. The next morning, everyone gathered at the training ground. As soon as Lee Kiyoung arrived, someone noticed. The boy quickly bowed his head to greet him. He smiled and replied, you've worked hard, it's nothing. It's truly a beautiful sight, he replied with an industrial smile. I'm not officially in charge yet, but as I see it, you will soon become the mainstay of Lam Hoi. This guy knows how to live in this society. Lee Kiyoung is quite a compliment for someone who knows how to talk. They both burst out laughing and looked at each other. The soldier was startled and asked, anyway, what brings you here? I have a little time left before I go. The survivors, or should I say interns, I just thought I needed to take a look at them, but yeah, that's the case if they're still alive. He smiled and replied affectionately, since I was given an undeserved position by you, I will show everyone at the Lamb Festival how hard-working I am. He nodded and replied, I see, you're amazing, running Lee Kiyoung. This guy probably got to this position entirely thanks to flattery. It only took a few sentences for Lee Kiyoung to immediately see what kind of person he was, so now everyone will receive invitations from associations or register to join the association. He glanced around and saw people wearing purple and black uniforms. He had guessed they were from the Black Swan. The voice rang out, please follow our rules. While everyone was sighing and lamenting, the sound of footsteps slowly rang out, breaking the silent atmosphere. They announced in turn, this is Mr. Lee Kiyoung, the Special Air Combat Operations Inspector of Lam Hoi, give him respect. As soon as the words finished, everyone's faces turned pale. They looked at each other in panic and said, wait, isn't that Lee Kiyoung? Why is Lee Kiyoung there? Just now I saw Hyunsung and 2 others, not to mention the attack team, all became the operators of that guild. I should be on the attack team. Looking at the crowd's reaction, it wasn't strange compared to what he thought. What a monkey attack team. You guys can't even create fire from your fingertips. Do you think the attack team is a joke? And it's just me and Kim Hyunsung running it. Everyone whispers loudly and quietly that they're jealous of you. Of course, besides the haters, there are people who look at him with admiring eyes as if seeing a god or god. This expression really made him feel the scent of power. Following the right person was necessary. We were sent here together and came here together. The difference between me and them is basically heaven and earth. This feeling was really great for him, almost as if he was now telling everyone that his past choices were not wrong. Should she be jealous, she should find herself a fake regression to take advantage of. What are you looking at? What's the problem? Lee Jie was now looking at him with a disdainful face. Eyebrows raised, lips turned up. He remembered the time before when she gave him his share. He made a big decision. I was trying to deal with Jin Ho and his team while attacking the dungeon. You thought I was the type of person who hated gambling. You seem quite serious, considering how late it is and you're still making armor. Of course I do hate chess, though. I'm not stupid enough to not participate in a winning game. That's why I like you. She giggled looking at him. He then replied, stop saying useless things. Do you want to join us? I'll ignore it. It's very scary, and I don't like gambling anymore. Greed is deep. Well, since you're a babbler, don't learn to walk like a crane, right? Babblers have their own way of walking. Clearly this was the previous sarcasm. Now, looking at that proud face, I know it would be a waste not to bring her here. She's smart and good-natured. I've been so busy lately, so I'd love to have someone like her working for me. Letting another guild have her would be too much. At this time, the vice president also arrived. You're here, Commissioner Lee. He smiled politely and replied, you calling me by my title makes me so embarrassed, Vice President. Seeing that there was no old man behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lee nodded, I think I told you this. You can bring anyone to team number 7 if you want. I give you permission to do that. And the association will also support you as much as possible. Please continue to work hard. Yes, thank you very much. Meeting Lee Song-hee after meeting strange people all day made me feel more comfortable. I will work hard, Mom. Just thinking of this, the vice president immediately asked to shout loudly, everyone, thank you for always working hard. Everyone was forced to come here and faced many difficulties, even if it was only for a short time, but thank you for your hard work over the past time. Everyone will now go to Lindel, the city of freedom. Lindel is a city where 3 major guilds, the Blue Guild, the Red Mercenary Guild, and the Black Swan Guild, coexist peacefully. Some of you may have been in contact with one of the associations just mentioned, and some of you may also want to form your own association, otherwise some of you might want to live the lives of non-combatants. After listening, Lee Kiyoung guessed that perhaps Lee Song-hee was planning to choose someone here. There are many ways to live your life in this world, but I have one piece of advice to share with you. Please survive. After speaking, he frankly turned away. This statement made him feel very excited and cruel. I thought she was trying to choose someone out of pity, but I also understood her thinking. Even I find it difficult to find people to put on the list. Suddenly someone shouted loudly calling Kim Hyunsung's name. A guy said something and then shouted loudly in front of him, you go up there alone, you're too selfish. You promised us you would come with us, you said you would take care of us, yet you came into the guild alone and now you ignore us. I'm disappointed in you. After saying those words, both you and I felt like they were turned to stone. After looking at it, he was confused. It was sad that he could be so thick-faced and be such a bastard. It was sad. The bastard cursed his beloved Ha Yan and fawned over young Jin Ho. Hyunsung tried his best to create a shelter for you guys and even shared food with you. What else do you want? Why does he have to worry about accepting you guys? He boldly said, Kim Hyunsung, you didn't leave us here, right? You promised to take care of us, so you have to do it right, right? You spoke with your mind trembling like you were afraid of being eaten by a tiger, one of the vilest names. After hearing this, Lee Kiyoung felt so sorry for him. Damn, you're his dog, why is he so shameless? That's why I told you to leave them alone from the beginning, you soft-hearted thing. Why doesn't this person say anything? I feel a bit worried. Everyone was screaming like an ant nest, begging, Hyunsung, please, we only came here because we followed you. You can't leave us like that. They are right, you have to take care of us. Don't leave us, please make them shut up, please. Kiyoung just wanted to scream like that, please do something, oh my god. Faced with Kiyoung's pleading eyes and the crowd's anger, Hyunsung made a bold decision. He came forward and said frankly, I'm sorry. It seems our acquaintance will end here. These words seemed to make him instantly completely collapse. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood still and apologized. Kiyoung, on the other hand, was very happy and smiled in his heart. Now he was satisfied. You're joking, right, Hyunsung, please say you're joking. The other guy grabbed him by the collar and shook him hard. He frowned and replied, I think from now on it would be better to let you go out and live your own life instead of staying with me, even though it was only for a short time. I really enjoyed being with you. What the hell, you'll be safe in the city, what the hell, how could you say something like that, say something so irresponsible? He went crazy after the announcement. That reaction made Kiyoung very uncomfortable, giving off a murderous aura and being irresponsible. He's pushing the limit, isn't he? Hyunsung, I think I'll make you decide that you can't let your companion be talked to like that. You decide to come forward, we have no obligation to take care of you. I guarantee that you will be safe in the city, even if you don't have the most comfortable life, at least your life will not be threatened by monsters. The other guy didn't immediately yell back, what, who are you to say that to me, you're nothing but Hyunsung's servant. Kiyoung angrily thought to himself, who the hell did you just say I am? I'll say it again, but neither Hyunsung nor I have any obligation to take care of you. Actually, we're strangers, aren't we, you bastard? Who do you think built the stone wall in the camp? Kiyoung smirked in his heart. Now you're back and saying that, and you weren't the one who built it. Ha Yan was the one who built it. He smirked and said, I understand, if you really feel that way. He threw a bag of money on the ground in frustration. Take this is 5,000 gold. It's sad to end here, but this is my gift to everyone. Not much, but I'm sure everyone got their share. It was a pleasure working with you all and I hope to see you all again. All the people standing behind had eyes as bright as car headlights. Seeing money was like seeing heaven. He smirked, I don't even need to use the soul window anymore. What they want is so clear. One guy was about to take it, but the other guy snatched it away in the blink of an eye. I didn't want it, don't do this. But, thank you Kiyoung. He smiled lightly, it was okay. Then I wish you a good survival, please take care of yourself. He was trembling in fear. Yes, sure, take care of yourself too, Kiyoung. I hope to see you again next time. Behind him are a series of bullet-shaped eyes as if preparing to tear him apart in an instant. It seems like his life is not stable right now. This ending also made Kiyoung very happy. Greedy bastard, next time, that won't happen. Because you guys will start fighting each other and killing yourselves. He won't even notice that everyone is holding a knife ready to kill him. Of course, you obviously lied about the 5,000 gold, you didn't even give them 50 gold. Li Jie saw it all and suddenly smiled. He panicked and looked confused. What's wrong with Li Jie? Why is she imitating me and staring at me as if she's saying I'm still the same? She wants to go with me. Should I confess to her? Actually, I want to meet you. I want to tell you about my new business proposal. Li Jie suddenly flipped her hair and confidently said, I really don't have to stay with you. After hearing that, he was stunned. It's clear that both of you are standing on the other side like the ends of the world. Your association is like stars. Sister Jihye, I know that you are all I have, so why do you act so confident? Or have you been contacted by other associations? Sister, you're making me worry. Next time we meet, promise to recognize me. Li, after seeing the whole incident, expressed her respect. You are really kind Kiyoung. In this selfish world, he secretly hoped that please choose him, please. He pretended to scratch his head foolishly. No vice president, so now we go to Lindel? Yes, but understand that because of the situation this time, we must walk there, although it won't be too long. Please tell me if you have any concerns about the trip. Oh yes, your face is all pale. Oh my god, you bitch, you made me so used to riding a carriage and now you tell me to walk. Are you kidding me? He cursed in his heart like he was going crazy. Deek Gu and Ha Yan suddenly came happily smiling. He asked in surprise, what are you guys doing? Deek Gu boasted, I was hoping we could sail this boat if we had some free time. It would be a waste not to use it after I made it, so I decided to take it with me as well. Looking at the boat behind him, although he cursed in his heart, he couldn't help but admit that it was really good. Actually, if you didn't do that, no one would doubt your athleticism. How are you planning to carry something this big all the way? You have to carry something else too. Oh, I'll drag it all the way, so it's okay. It also helps me build endurance. If you're tired from walking, you should get on the boat with me, it will be twice as effective. Ha Yan has a perverted smile, his eyes are lifeless. I'm really looking forward to driving with you. After looking at it, he felt chills all over his body. Suddenly, he felt like he wanted to get on the boat and really wanted to go downhill. Sung seemed to see that reaction and quickly replied, I think we're about to depart. Why don't we put the boat with all the other luggage? Kiyoung nodded and replied, he was right, don't be stubborn anymore and hurry up and pack your things. After he finished speaking, he turned to Kiyoung and softly thanked him. Thank him for helping me before. Oh, it's okay, no need to be polite. Just think like that, Hyunsung. The group then decided to walk as planned, but his feet were like Beijing's mountains. Wow, I'm going to die. Who said it won't be long? I'm going to die. The sun is about to set. The people who were with you kept chatting. So today I tried writing a new spell. I tried combining the elements of wind and water together, so if I spread out like this, really, you're amazing, Ha Yan, I saw her use it with my own eyes. She used the spell and the pool suddenly split its mana in half. I thought moss or morass came to life. He thought angrily, shut up fat guy, it's too noisy. He just wanted to scream loudly, I think you mean Moses. Yes, that's right. All three kept laughing and talking except for Kiyoung, who was in charge and walked like this. I need to earn more money to buy a horse-drawn carriage to take them here and there. Explain the word moss means moss, morass means mud. Moses is a religious leader, law announcer, prophet, military commander and scholar. He is also considered the scribe of the Torah. He lightly glanced at Ha Yan. At least Ha Yan seemed better. I think the fat guy takes good care of her. Deokgu is very good at taking care of Ha Yan's spirit. I think staying with them like this is not bad. Kiyoung looked up and saw Sung's confused face. He felt a bit sad. His first world was the end of the world. I better leave him alone. On the other hand, Ha Yan looks like she's enjoying her honeymoon. We're almost there, Miss Lee said happily. That clock tower over there, it must be Lindel, a place where people on earth live out their lives in the Holy Kingdom. Lindel, City of Freedom. This is the beloved front yard of our rebel. Standing before them is a giant city clock. He laughed contentedly. Until the retrograde gives me a house in the front yard, then Lindel is across the sky. Lee Ki-young's adventure continues. Just thinking about this made him laugh so hard he couldn't stop laughing. Except for Sung at this moment, his mood was extremely confused. The image of the fire burning the watch in his mind kept flickering and appearing without knowing why. He quickly turned away, annoyed. Face is sweaty. He glanced over slightly and saw that the three of them were still cheerful like ignorant people, even singing and jumping around. He smiled, I can do it. In this life, I will not let tragedy repeat itself. I'll take advantage of you, come on, let's go home, Hyung sung. The scene before their eyes made everyone gasp. We're finally there. Stage where our beloved retrograde will open the main act. There were two people in the group with two completely different thoughts, making Kiyoung laugh in his head. The city was very crowded and bustling. Walking along for a while felt like we were traveling abroad. Everyone was excited and followed the crowd, saying at the same time, selling items, we have rare items, find a hunting companion. The character asks to hunt monsters. Lee turned around and replied, I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Lindel is where many Koreans live. Ah yes, you told me that people from all over the world were summoned here. Usually Japan, Korea and Taiwan are sent back to the Holy Kingdom. Lindel is mainly Korean and Darwin is mainly Taiwanese, and the Japanese live in a place called Cilia. I see, so what about the Republican side? Chinese and Russians were summoned there. Of course, there were many people from countries summoned to different areas. Even though those places were quite far away, it's almost like returning to Earth. He thought quietly, need to find a priest to join the hunting trip. Need to find a priest, please inform me if there is a priest who possesses divine power above the heroic level. He noticed that many people were looking for the priest. He guessed perhaps because the number was relatively small, if only we had one too. While they were thinking, a girl's silhouette suddenly passed by, surprising everyone. Directly stealing a piece of bread, he panicked and thought his wallet had been stolen, but luckily it was okay. Lee panicked and asked, is everyone okay? Yes, it's a bit bad, but such things happen very often. The city has a restrictive policy on slums, but its effectiveness is not as expected. Oh, that's it. You can see that they just want to hide the true nature of this neighborhood. The gap between rich and poor here is too big. Social evils easily occur, Kiyoung said worriedly. Why do you keep staring that way? I suddenly feel worried. You don't plan to open a charity camp, right? Deokgu suddenly shouted loudly and pointed forward. Oh brother, over there, it's the brew building, right? Wait, really? Lee Kiyoung can't believe it. It's blue, not brew, that's it. Miss Lee replied with a smile, we're here, thank you for following us all the way here. He raised his neck to look at it and had to admit that it was truly royal. She nodded. Welcome to the conference. Everyone was happily chatting with each other, and he finally remembered the name correctly. I have to apologize because I always called it wrong before. Except for Sung, he frowned, his eyes were not very friendly, but this was what he expected most from this name, his cheerful and amused face. Once inside, you can see clearly, the interior is majestic. Servants are neat and tidy, in short, they are the top of the top. This is crazy, please come over here quickly. I think we can have a drink here and there, let's become a monk tonight. Ha-yen also agreed and replied, yes, this place is also used for eating and drinking, also a place to welcome members of other guilds. It is very suitable for exchanging, collaborating or sharing information. Lee Kiyoung glanced around for a while. Their headquarters was indeed very good. It doesn't look like a guild on the brink of collapse. Even so, I still don't feel like this place is like my home. Lee introduced everyone around. There is a dining area underground, please feel free to use it. And on the second floor, each person's private room has been prepared. There are many empty rooms, so feel free to choose the room that everyone likes. After listening, both of them were extremely excited and excitedly cheered like children. This place is definitely my home. Even Kiyoung must be equally happy. Ha-yen shyly pulled his hand and whispered, we feel like newlyweds. Come to think of it, isn't there a bit too much room? I think it would be fine if Hyunsung and I each shared a room, and big brother and big sister shared. Ha-yen, what about the next room? We will laugh next door. Deek-gu smiled inwardly, don't try to do stupid things. He was about to sneak in, the two of them had to live together, was pushed away by Kiyoung, right in the next room. You like it, right? He begged in his heart, please Ha-yen, I will be in danger more than once if I stay in the same room with you, for world peace, I can't do that again. He spoke softly and made up a story. People said we wouldn't hate each other if we used separate rooms. Ha-yen shyly nodded and agreed. Kiyoung breathed a sigh of relief as if he had just saved the world. In addition, other facilities such as training rooms and fitness areas are located behind the building. Lee added, although they are for group training, you can also use them individually if requested in the lobby, so please feel free to use them. And with Mr. Kiyoung, I've prepared a private space for you at the end of the hallway, please follow me. He felt a bit surprised when he reached the end of the hallway. Is a private research room filled with rare medicinal herbs. The goods are so good that I can't stop talking. You will work here. To avoid you having trouble due to impurities during the research process, we have also prepared a disinfectant artifact. To avoid incidents, this place is also equipped with protective magic. He couldn't believe whether this was real or a dream. We originally wanted to design the research room a little larger, but since this is the first time we are preparing logistics facilities, that's why. Kiyoung just finished looking at the pile of things and felt very satisfied. No, this is great, I really appreciate it. They even displayed all of Father Hira's gifts. This is the first time in my life that I have been treated like this. When I was on Earth, I never had my own space. Everyone is happy to congratulate you. It's great, bro. Nfin is like a scientist's laboratory. You're so cool. I wonder if there are any alchemists on this continent who are as good at starting a business as me, although Father Hira's gift is much better than everything here, still. At least I'm not treated like a burden. With material conditions like this, I can create everything I want. He picked up a few items and looked at them, determined to do his best. After all, they have equipped you with all the best conditions. Now you can't be bold enough to accept it without doing anything. Enjoy eating, bro. Sorry Deok-gu, please eat first. What's wrong? He said boredly. I want to research a few more things. You and Ha-yen should go eat something. I've worked hard to be recognized as an alchemist. I definitely can't miss this opportunity. I still have a lot of things I want to research. Mom, I will try my best. Lee saw that feeling and nodded with satisfaction. I also plan to organize a meal tonight, but it looks like I'll have to wait longer, so I'll go first. Thank you, Vice President. Okay, try harder. The Vice President walked leisurely. Deek-gu shook his shoulders sadly and replied, well, I'll go practice. Besides, there are a few things to arrange. What are you and I planning to do? She stammered in response, my sister also has many things to learn more about. Then I will visit the slums. Sung replied firmly. These words really made everyone freeze. We have to stop him. We can't let him waste any more like that. What do you mean by slums? I have business there. Kiyoung's throat was speechless. What's the matter? If you want to be the savior or something, if you have nothing to do, please spend time taking care of the team for me. Deok didn't know anything but still supported him. Honestly, he was a bit too kind. Is it just a bit? Oh, my parents. Sung hesitantly spoke, making him feel really scared. It wasn't until Sung said he would go there to find someone to cooperate with. Kiyoung smiled and raised his lips with satisfaction. Okay, good luck to you. So this is what you want, huh? If so, will you give him satisfaction? Sung said goodbye and left, returning to his cold face. Kiyoung also guessed it, in the slums. There is a fifth member. While practicing, the practitioner needs to have a lot of sophistication. Before conducting actual experiments, you must study countless theories and perform in vitro experiments. The reason is simple, because the experimental materials are super rare and expensive. If you estimate the amount of money you yourself have to spend for each experiment, you will probably be very nervous. But the reality is different from the theory. The result is that as soon as the solution is applied to the teeth, smoke rises, the screen displays. You have failed to create a new catalyst mixture, the materials are decomposing, no matter what they refine. A pharmacist must be extremely delicate. But this is a normal thing for pharmacists. You are familiar with it. Thinking about it, he decided to waste his money. This is 1,000 gold coins. The meaning is that Kiyoung has had a time running his own classes, so he doesn't need to worry about the cost of materials like other alchemists. First, just pour in all the ingredients and create whatever the hell it is. And yeah, it's really successful. The drug amplifies the emotions. He was determined to only focus on the results, skip the theory and go straight to the conclusion. So in an instant, a synthetic potion that amplified emotions was born. He was very proud of himself, even though at first he did it for fun, but maybe it didn't work. In addition to this medicine, he also made countless other medicines, nourishing and vitalizing medicines. The screen continuously opens with chimpanzee sounds signaling that you have mastered Ramus Tucker's Introduction to Apothecary and Basic Potion Recipes. Kiyoung was so happy, now I can make most of the potions sold in the store myself. Both my intelligence and magic power increased as well. This is really using money to buy index points, but the main thing is that this week alone, I spent almost 2,000 gold coins in the next minute. It's true that if you have money, you can buy money. While we were excited, someone knocked on the door and called loudly, "Dear, you have this parcel." "You're here too, Ha Yan. Did you two disinfect before entering?" Diak Gu and Ha Yan nodded and smiled. "Yes, we did it, of course we did it." Then Diak Gu, "Why are you bringing me a parcel? Isn't that someone else's job?" He pouted and scratched his head. "This is the only way for me to meet you. If you don't do this, there will be no other way to meet you. Even though we live in the same house, isn't it difficult for us to see each other? Let me put these parcels here. You can put it anywhere in this room. Thank you, Diak Gu." He felt how stupid he acted. Ha Yan suddenly spoke up after seeing enough of him wearing a lab coat. "Have you eaten yet?" "Oh, I haven't. What about you?" "Now that I think back, I realize I spent too much time focusing on experiments." The shy girl brought out a lunchbox to show off and planned to give it to him. He was surprised and didn't think Ha Yan had made it for him. Inside are pieces of meat decorated very eye-catching. Looking at it droolingly, both of them stared wide-eyed. The girl said embarrassedly, "I tried to make those meatballs, but I don't know if they were delicious or not. I made it while thinking of you. I hope you like it." He chuckled in his heart. His little Ha Yan, thinking about her cooking for him made him realize how cute she was. Except for when she acts crazy, Ha Yan is really a good girl, so you happily responded, "So please enjoy this with all your sincerity, Ha Yan." The atmosphere was very good until Diak Gu suddenly collapsed to the ground. Both of them were speechless and speechless. That guy kept mumbling something, his mouth was drooling, his face was pale and he looked like he was about to faint, making him not understand what was wrong with his meatballs because he didn't say anything clearly. At this moment, he felt shivers, not knowing what animal meat this was. Ha Yan now turned on the crazy switch again. Her dark voice said, "You. Diok Gu has already eaten, why don't you eat quickly, or, you don't like the food I make?" He stuttered, startled. "No, that's not it." His mouth said so, but at this moment he smelled something very strange from the meatballs. The girl continued speaking in a dark voice, "If that's not the case, then why? Hey man, let me feed you, then you'll eat." He was startled and was about to step back, but the girl grabbed him first and kept trying to put it in his mouth. "Open your mouth, brother, we are like newlyweds." After seeing this scene, he was really scared. What was this? Are they real meatballs? What did she put in there? There's no need to say the results alone. After he finished eating those meatballs, he fainted for a while before regaining consciousness. When he woke up, he was startled to see her standing right in front of him. Ha Yan was embarrassed. "Thank God, he suddenly fainted and made me so worried." He smiled bitterly and replied, "It's just how tired I am. Don't ask any more, don't ask any more." If anyone saw this scene, they would be curious to death about what she put in those meatballs, but since I'm too afraid of Ha Yan doing that, let's end the meatball mystery here. I'm also happy that I can still wake up normally. The unfortunate thing is that Diok Gu is still unconscious. He only realized this because at first he thought he was a soft bed. "We have the medicine bottles you made." Thinking about it, you open that guy's mouth and put the medicine in. I've never tried them on a real person before, so I was quite nervous. Luckily he woke up. "As soon as I returned from the student gate, you said I was unconscious. Thank you." I owe you my life again, I owe you my head, stop acting and sit up. I'm not acting, it's really like that, there is no taste but it is very snowy, energy and endorphins are filling my whole body. His muscles suddenly increased rapidly, his health suddenly increased, and his vitality was overflowing. He cheerfully said loudly, I know you can do it, I've been doing a lot of things lately and to think I could make this medicine too, it can bring back people who are close to death. He breathed a sigh of relief and explained in his mind that it still didn't have that effect, just for healing wounds and restoring energy. Deok Gu scratched his head, he didn't really understand but it seemed great. With this, it's only a matter of time before you become rich. Of course, I've been focusing on making potions that can make money, and I also have a promise to Father Hira, to be able to continue moving forward after the support from the Lamb Association, Father Hira and my lovely retrograde, I need to make money for myself. Of course, he won't say that out loud. Kiyoung changed the subject, now that I think about it, how is Hyunsung doing? Oh boy, he trained with me at the training house, but as soon as he finished the course, he immediately headed back to the slums and he brought a lot of food with him. That's it, does he do anything every day? I told you, even though he's normally a nice person, he cares too much about the people in the slums. Sometimes I look at him and frown, and I can tell that he has a lot of worries and troubles. So, you also guess that the exercise didn't go very well, wondering if there was some kind of problem. So he decided to go there himself. Both of them were surprised when they didn't think he would do that. Kiyoung nodded, he thought it would be better for him to check for himself and he was also curious about who that person was. I think it could be dangerous. Ha Yan suddenly suggested that he also wanted to go. You don't object, that's good, I guess there will be no one better than Ha Yan to protect me even though she just killed me alive. So if I'm planning to go too, then you won't need to worry anymore, I won't join you but it's still dangerous so please be careful. Hyunsung, I will help you so please wait. Suddenly he passed by a display of medicine bottles and decided to prepare a little more carefully than to carry his body empty. The two quickly got on the carriage. This trip is nothing more than a city tour. These houses look interesting at first glance but easily get bored after looking at them too much. The driver started a conversation and asked why everyone came to the slums. He replied, it's not a big reason, we actually just arrived in this city not long ago so we just wanted to look around. Oh, you must have gotten a good offer from the guild. Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say that about myself but yes, I usually try to avoid this route. As you know, the slum area is always dangerous, and the environment is a bit difficult, the atmosphere is completely different from the Western Square. Ha Yan spoke up, he looked at the people lying on the ground, smelly, dirty, with drooping hair and torn clothes. I don't know if they were too afraid to beg or if they had lost the will to beg, but all I saw were lifeless bodies lying on the ground. They must have had a reason for such actions but he felt foolish for worrying about the danger. All of their stats are useless. The coachman added that this area was not as bad as the surrounding areas by the saint, but there was still no good reason to come near here. He was startled when he thought of the word saint. The screen suddenly displayed divine power up to the 69th. Made him very surprised. And immediately recognized that it was a woman's index. He immediately used his mind's eye to see a woman named Sun Heyoung in front of him. This was the Sun Priest, with divine power and knowledge. The system also warns, don't get close to her, she's too pure for player Lee Kiyoung to corrupt her. It's not an exaggeration that she was born to be a priest, even if her skill stats were comparable to yours, she still had legendary skill stats in holy magic. She is the one who prays to the saints, blessing herself and others with the attribute of light, an attribute that stays active until the power is completely exhausted. He immediately asked the driver to stop the car right here and jumped down like an arrow. Basically Jung Ha Yan in monk form. Unless your eyes are wrong, you can confirm that it is her. The birth of the legendary monk. He found out their fake regression talent had been searching. He chuckled in his heart, having a fake regression was amazing. It was hard to believe that he knew a legendary level priest from his previous life. Okay, I also want there to be a pastor on the team. I'll help Hyunsung, so just wait. Just as he was about to rush in, he stopped at the scene before his eyes. There were a lot of flies buzzing and bothering Heyoung. A man wearing glasses replied, our guild can do more than just donate, and will help all the poor people in this area. Heyoung humbly replied, I will accept help but I have no intention of leaving this place, I want to continue taking care of these people myself. Sorry, then we will establish a charity organization to take care of it yourself. No, thanks. Kiyoung looked around and guessed that they were competing to recruit her. Hyunsung, your friend is very famous, but where is he? Didn't he come today? Furthermore, a pastor is already rare, She is also a pastor with great statistics and does not belong to any association. Everyone probably wants to hire her, not just Hyunsung. Ha Yan stood and gently shook his hand and said, "This place is so chaotic," but he kept thinking, everyone was probably trying to act like saints. Damn it, how should I approach it? The black swans pretended to be smiling and warmly said, "Squid Monk, give us the porridge, we will help you distribute it. Thank you for coming to the Black Swan gang today, distribute well." While being friendly in front of him, he turned around to reveal his disgusted face, covered his mouth because of the stench, and gave him food that was not very friendly. Kiyoung looked at this scene very offensively. "Look at those guys, it's obvious they're acting, right? Why don't you just go? I can do much better than them." "I'm definitely not upset because they went ahead of me, I'm just amazed that these bastards look like they've never done any charity work in their lives. Like they were trying to please the pastor. They are all loud, arrogant, self-righteous, loath to do charity, dirty two-faced, and selfish businessmen, but poor people are also two-faced people. They just wait for the pastor to come to redeem themselves and ask for very small things even though they have enough arms and legs and are not crippled at all." It felt like he was observing the final stages of a re-education camp, and that pastor reminds me of someone on the team. "Just busy running back and forth taking care of everyone," Kiyoung said kindly. "Oh no, the newspaper is faded, I'll get a new one, thank you, but you will come tomorrow, right, pastor? Please bring me more porridge." "Yes, of course I'll come help tomorrow too." "Okay, open your mouth and eat some soup." It was truly such a magical scene that it made him feel very disgusted that he would vomit. Why would a pastor care about abandoned people? Just an easygoing guy taking care of lazy pigs, isn't he? I was planning on joining that circus that recruited a pastor, but I changed my mind. First of all, I can't do what those idiots are doing. And it would also be disadvantageous for me to do what the other guilds are doing. So he decided to open another card. "You pretended to come in and raise your voice to attract attention. Are the slums here?" "Yes, in a situation like this, the best choice is aggression." Kiyoung smiled and greeted warmly. "You must be a guest, welcome." He immediately interrupted, "Yes. Everyone looks like a pig." The words made all those people immediately freeze. Kiyoung seemed frozen in disbelief and stammered as he spoke, "Oh, I can't hear you clearly." "Everyone here is a pig," he scoffed. What, God, how many times do you want me to repeat this? Those people don't look like people." Now I understand why Hyunsung hasn't recruited this person yet. It seems I've found the main problem here. Even though Kiyoung was very shocked, she still tried to calm her down and said, "That's rude, please apologize immediately. No one here deserves to be humiliated like that." Everyone also reacted harshly, demanding that he apologize. They quickly realized he was from Lam Hoi and were surprised. What was such a rotten person doing here? "Damn it, what do you want? We're from the Nozo Guild, apologize now." "I'll say it now, Lam Hoi should explain what's going on." He laughed scornfully in his heart. "What are those people doing? They must be completely crazy." Kiyoung clasped her hands in front of her chest and replied softly, "As God said. Share food with those people, share clothes with those who are naked, pay attention to the poor and say hello to them in peace. These are weak people who are thrown away by society for different reasons. They are good people who deserve help. And from the perspective of a pastor who has an obligation to save those young people, I cannot accept your recent humiliating action. If you say one more rude word, I won't stand still, so please apologize to these people and leave." He frowned and silently thought, so that's the pastor's priority. Save those who are rejected. She's so obsessed with helping the poor and doing charity that there's no way she'd have the time to join a guild and work for their cause, so I can't change her mind the same way as the other guilds. Seeing that he was still silent, Kiyoung aggressively asked him to apologize. He curled his lips. "Here. We will respond with a twisted human nature." Thinking about it, he raised his head and said frankly, "What if I don't want it?" "I'm doing it," he immediately interrupted. "The lecture was fine, in theory, but do you think all these people deserved help? Trash people who can't do anything themselves and just wait for you to bring me free food until it rolls down your face. And all those people, good people no, they just pretend to be like that in front of her. Being weak doesn't mean you have to be good, pastor. Those people are just taking advantage of you because life here is more convenient than in the other world. Without that, they wouldn't ask her to do things that even a child could do." All of those words naturally made everyone feel guilty. Kiyoung doesn't believe it with a bodhisattva heart. "Shut up, who gives you the right to criticize them like that? They only come here as a last resort because this society doesn't give them a choice. No one here chooses or wants to live a life like this. I think you're wrong about this. It would be better if you stop being stubborn and come with us, okay?" He just wanted to scream like that and get it over with. "And also, I think it's only right that if someone like you can't understand them, This country prioritizes strength and talent, and those who can't keep up are treated like trash. Someone who was born with natural talent like him, and easily got into a good guild. It's impossible to understand the lives of people who don't have those things. I'm not wrong, master. These words immediately brought him back to very hateful memories, and looking at the way you go around causing chaos, it seems like you have too much free time. It seems like the real trash of society is you. What a pitiful person. The beggars then laughed inwardly because of this counterattack. He was so angry that he couldn't stand it. To climb to this position, I don't know what the hell I had to sacrifice. All I've lived up to now is the effort of being trampled on by society, being called a loser, by everyone. Development is bad, that's what they called him. After listening, he felt really sarcastic. This time you are wrong, Pastor, you don't know how difficult my life has been. If you said that, I would be hurt too. Kiyoung was about to turn away. I guess he had nothing more to say, right? Then hello, a zookeeper. What? Now I understand, the one who made those people behave like that. He did not hesitate to point straight at her face and blurted out a fatal sentence. If those people were dirty pigs, then she was the zookeeper who made those pigs get used to it. She angrily shouted, "What did you say? See, somehow you're just like them, cowardly defending yourself even though you know I'm right. Am I wrong? At first I didn't see it, but the meeting must have seemed very trashy, but the poor only appeared because of you high-class people, because you ignored those below you and only cared about those who benefited you, just useful. Oh, you're joking when you say those people are the reason for Lindel's downfall." He guessed that charity was just to make her feel satisfied with herself. He raised his chin and said, "Then should I show it to you, the real reason why Lindel is slowly rotting? I will show you the truth you have always been avoiding. I will let you realize it." So he immediately announced to everyone the shocking news, "I will hire all of you." "Why do you suddenly want to hire someone?" Kiyoung replied in surprise. Another guy jumped up, "Hey, who gave you the right to make such a sudden decision?" He didn't pay attention and continued, "Let me think. Okay, I will provide jobs from construction to medical experiments. It may be difficult, but as long as the body is strong enough, everyone can do it. I will also pay more than 30% of the normal salary. Hot food is also included. Oh, I also have to include a few bedrooms. I will assign each person a place to live based on how hardworking each person is. What do you think?" The entire crowd immediately cheered in extreme surprise. The beggars started talking loudly to each other. Kiyoung jumped up, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Not discussing anything, he ignored it and added, "Are you guys going to live like cockroaches having to rely on others, in a place equal to a mouse for the rest of your life? Or will you take this opportunity and become a useful person to society, stay at home with hot food and a bed to sleep in? Each person's choice. It's time for everyone to do their own thing." His words are no different from those of a saint, a savior who is saving all the people here. The atmosphere immediately fell into endless silence. Ha Yan immediately clapped her hands and looked at him with extreme love and admiration. This was the thing he loved about her the most. Kiyoung shouted in annoyance, "You're a scammer, aren't you? How could anyone be fooled?" But before that surprise, someone spoke up to change the vortex of public opinion. "Are you serious? Do you really pay us more than 30%? Is there any meat in the meal? I'm already sick of porridge." Kiyoung panicked, "Wait a minute everyone. It could be a scam, don't believe him." He had already predicted it and silently prayed that the pastor had better buckle up, because it was time for her to wake up from her own fantasy world. A hooded man stammered and asked, "Would you really hire me with just those conditions?" Hearing this question, Kiyoung immediately walked towards that man. He reached out and held his hand tightly, then replied very seriously, "Why, of course, as long as he works hard, then we, the people in the name of Lam Hoi, will always respect you. If you still don't believe me, I will let this female pastor become the Lam Association's advisor as proof." The female pastor Sun Hee-young, who was standing to the side, heard this and cried out in panic, wait a minute, how can you arbitrarily decide everything like that?" As soon as these words ended, a person from the Black Swan Guild immediately agreed, "She was right, this female priest must return to our Black Swan Guild." Regardless of this statement, the people in the slum thought for a moment and then one by one said they agreed with Kiyoung's proposal. When Sun Hee-young saw that everyone had agreed, she was extremely confused. She looked around and stammered out, "Everyone, why is this happening?" Kiyoung was right next to him, not too fast or too slow to say, That's it, I think you should go back to our church, right, female pastor, after all you have to watch over me." Hearing this, Sun Hee-young did not answer immediately. She thought for a moment then spoke up, "This has gone too far, I never intended to participate in the Lam Assembly." Hearing her say that, Kiyoung thought to himself, there's no point in acting so arrogant, because I'm your healer." Thinking that, he burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha, it seems like you really don't like me, huh? But you know, I like altruistic people like you." Not letting Sun Hee-young say anything else, Lee Ki-young turned to everyone, then clapped his hands a few times and raised his voice. "Okay, everyone will start work tomorrow. Remember to be there at 9 o'clock. Good morning." Dismissed. When the people in the slum heard that, they nodded in agreement and turned to leave. They were a little worried and whispered to each other, I don't know if I can wake up so early." Waiting for the crowd to disperse, Sun Hee-young raised her hand to support her forehead. She said with a bit of a headache, I still can't completely trust you, but I have to thank you for giving everyone a job to do." Hearing what the other person said, Lee Ki-young immediately reached out and patted Jong Ha-yeon's head, who was standing next to him, then replied, "Oh, you don't need to worry. Anyway, in the end, everything still falls into place." "What?" Sun Hee-young asked confusedly. Lee Ki-young did not answer but asked the question again, "How long has she been a volunteer here?" Hearing the other person ask that, Sun Hee-young immediately said, "Probably about 3 years. Why are you asking this?" Lee Ki-young still did not answer but continued to ask questions. "So how many people after being cared for by her wanted to reintegrate into the outside world?" This question made Sun Hee-young stunned on the spot. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lee Ki-young laughed and said, "I know, no one really wants to leave here. Don't you have thoughts like this every time you look at them? So pitiful. Are these people worthy of my care? Maybe I should go find a brighter future for myself. To think about someone's thoughts that I can't even shake is difficult. Does this really make sense?" And dozens of other doubts, right? The venerable saint forsaken. After speaking for a long time, Lee Ki-young stopped talking. He looked at the little change in Sun Hee-young's facial expression and thought with excitement, I like this expression. Think more, ask yourself, doubt yourself more, only then will you be enlightened. He. After a long moment of silence, Sun Hee-young slowly spoke up, "I am a human being. I admit those thoughts have appeared in my mind, but I also cannot sit and watch homeless people commit suicide. I can go through pain, no matter what their purpose is. Neither you nor I can deny the fact that they are incompetent people living at the bottom of society, and I am just a person who wants to change. Lindel becomes a beautiful place without any suffering." Hearing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young thought to herself, "You don't know how valuable you are as a healer." Thinking that, he immediately laughed and said, You are so naive. Taking care of these trash here is just a waste of your time." These words made Sun Hee-young a little angry. She coldly replied, "That's it, I won't sit still and let you do whatever you want." Hearing her say that, Lee Ki-young thought, "What can I do to you? Am I a combat healer?" Well, I don't hate her expression right now. Sun Hee-young didn't say anything more at this time. She was a bit miserable and wondered in her heart. Now that she thinks about it, she sees why everything is still as bad as before. Have I done something wrong in the past? What if he's right? Lee Ki-young let Sun Hee-young have time to think more deeply. He didn't bother her anymore but secretly calculated, just making her doubt herself would be half of his goal. Then, I will expose to her the nature of this real world when they are lazy. Having a cheap labor source but also enlightening Sun Hee-young, plus Hee-young's trust, isn't this a super perfect plan? Super great, what a shot. The arrow hit 2 swallows. If only I could test my medicine on living things. Luckily I decided to bring the medicine with me. Sun Hee-young stood motionless. She was remembering Lee Ki-young's question earlier. Everyone was good people, they were just acting in front of her, they were deceiving and taking advantage of her. This statement made Sun Hee-young extremely frustrated and uncomfortable. She looked at the homeless people in the slums here. Looking at their miserable looks, she shook her head and thought, no. I just don't have enough faith. Benigor, please guide this poor little sheep. I wonder when Lindel will become more beautiful. My name is Lee Ki-young, leader of the Lamb Guild. I went with Ha-yan, the little love of my life, to the slums to recruit a 5th member to replace my beloved pseudo-regressor. We came to find Sun Hee-young, the female pastor who is considered the legendary saintess of Forsaken. At first I was so focused on her ability stats that I didn't realize that Young was being deceived by the homeless people in the slums, so I decided to expose them and hire them to become my drug testers. But when I woke up, 3 days had passed. Lee Ki-young woke up from his evil dream. His body is frail now, but his mind is still very stable. The concept of impossible does not exist in a scammer's dictionary. The truth is always hidden behind provocative and fabricated words. Opening the curtains and stepping out, Lee Ki-young held his aching head and began to calculate. I slept very well. Was it strange or something? I felt so tired. Ha-yan crawled into bed every night. Me. It's been 4 days and I still don't have any news from Young. It's true that I look bored like this. I had to stay here longer than planned because some people really worked very hard. Well, my drug test was successful, so I can't say I didn't get anything in return. However, they'll give up soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. It is not easy for a person to want to change. They will quickly want to return to their comfortable, nurturing time. What if I expose their true nature to Sun Hee-young? Just wait, Hyunsung, I will bring you back to you soon. Ha ha ha. Lee Kiyoung walked towards the Lindel slum development project. A flyer with Lee Kiyoung's picture crossed out flew from nowhere and landed on his face. Taking down the leaflet from his face, Lee Kiyoung curled his mouth and thought. Just relying on your plan, you can predict everything accurately, you pathetic bastard. That's right, in this world nothing is impossible. I will become the only ray of light in this world. I will become the brightest halo. Ha ha ha, this is enough to convince the sun, he is young. In a corner of the Lindel slum development project, homeless people were gathering in a place whispering and chatting. One person asked, "Hey Mr. Kim, how's work?" The needleman rubbed his nose and said, "I quit. I find that wandering around every day and receiving free food from the pastor is better than having to work for some weak boss." The person who had just raised his voice heard that and replied in agreement, "Ha ha, I told you, this place is paradise for people like us." This conversation was overheard by Lee Kiyoung. He didn't say anything but sarcastically thought to himself, "Oh, slum dwellers, you really are pitiful sheep who only know how to rely on your friends, respected pastor. And loving pastors. You save this world but at the same time doubt it. Even these drunkards are helping me. Kiyoung, you won't stand by and watch these people, right? You'll scold them." Lee Kiyoung slowly walked towards the group of homeless people resting. Seeing him coming, one of them immediately looked up and said, "Oh, look who is there. It's that weak boss. Ha ha, he really deserves to die. Ha ha, he looks so weak. A man should have firm thighs. I don't know what he can do with those weak legs. He looks like a dried melon. I don't know if it's a man or not." Hearing these taunts, Lee Kiyoung tried to suppress his anger and thought, "Oh, look at how rude they are to me, sister, sister, sister. Sister Kiyoung. These trash scolded me even though I didn't do anything. So she'll be angry with them, right?" Thinking so, Lee Kiyoung immediately walked towards where Sun Hee-young was handing out food. He curled his lips and called out, "Female pastor, I have something to show you. Please come with me for a moment." "What's going on?" Sun Hee-young turned around and asked suspiciously. "You'll know when you watch it." Lee Kiyoung said those words and left first. Sun Hee-young frowned and thought for a moment, then followed. Lee Kiyoung took her to a small alley. He pointed at a homeless man who was drinking alcohol with his head back and said, "Look at them. They quit their jobs and went to cause trouble with me and the other women. They've only been working for 3 days and they've already quit. You still don't understand. This is their true nature. They only pretend to be pitiful in front of you because you treat them well. They are actually just drunken sexual harassment criminals. So tell me, who is the one causing Lindel's downfall now, me, or those other trash?" After saying this, Lee Kiyoung observed Sun Hee-young's expression. He thought to himself, "I think it's okay to just pretend that I don't understand." Those homeless people heard Lee Kiyoung say such words and immediately showed miserable faces and cried, "Pastor, this sissy is trying to kill us. Pastor, we don't do things like this now. Our beautiful pastor, we can continue to live here, thanks to you. And this evil bastard, you are trying to seduce our beautiful pastor. What about us? Only sissies do things like this." Not bothering to pay attention to these words, Lee Kiyoung glanced at Sun Hee-young and said, "You see it too. You can't keep being deceived by them." Saying something like that, he was amused and thought to himself, "Oh, you idiots, you're digging your own grave. Sister, what are you going to say now?" Sun Hee-young was silent for a moment. Her head bowed slightly, then slowly spoke. It was PTSD. Hearing this sentence, Lee Kiyoung was extremely excited. Exactly like that, he happily turned to look at Sun Hee-young, but was immediately stunned by her next words. She raised her hands to pray and said, "How pitiful, they must have felt so miserable. How much pain they must have suffered to be able to drink this much wine to forget their pain." Hearing this sentence, Lee Kiyoung thought helplessly, "What the hell are you talking about? Are you drunk too?" Thinking that, he immediately shouted, Female pastor, you are saying it wrong, they are criminals." But before he could finish his sentence, Sun Hee-young interrupted him and shouted, "You are the one who humiliated them first, you called them pigs. Isn't it fun? If someone with as much power as you has never experienced it, you won't be able to understand it." What? Lee Kiyoung thought in horror. He completely couldn't understand what the hell Sun Hee-young was thinking. Extremely angry, Lee Kiyoung laughed and said, "Ha, you already know the truth. Still like that, you heard what they said just now, right? They are the ones who turned Lindel into a mess. they are criminals who like to play the victim, they are the cancerous seeds of society. Shouting a sentence like that, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, damn, I'm so careless, I forgot something obvious. While thinking like that, Sun Hee-young interrupted his thoughts and said, no, they were originally just poor miserable people trying to fight against a powerful person like you. I didn't say they were innocent, but he was the last person to say that to them. Because you are the one who receives the privilege. Hearing what the other person said, Lee Ki-young blamed himself for being too careless. She strongly believes in the underdogma belief. Why did she draw such a strict line between good and evil in the first place? If she lived in a shabby house, she would automatically become a. If you become a good person, if you live in a warm and cozy house, will you become a bad person? Thinking so, Lee Ki-young immediately objected, so what about the people who were sexually harassed by them? If I am a powerful person like you said, then what about the people who have the same social rank as them? Would you also justify their actions in that case? Feeling that the other person was too talkative, Sun Hee-young rubbed her ears and said a little impatiently, ha, you're really slandering them. Everyone here is part of a big family, I understand them very well, they look lazy and impulsive, but they have never harassed each other, even though I really have doubts about myself, but I have never doubted the fact that they live very peacefully, so stop slandering them. Hearing this, Lee Ki-young was extremely amused, he burst out laughing and said, isn't that interesting? That's just the tip of the iceberg. A respectable pastor like her really only chooses to see what she sees. Just a wish. Are you interested in doing an experiment to check the truth? I don't. Why should I do that? Sun Hee-young shrugged and replied calmly, if you want, you can do it yourself, you're the only one here who looks free. Because what you expect will never happen. Looking at Sun Hee-young's leaving back, Lee Ki-young frowned and thought, you're still trying to be stubborn, then you need to use stronger measures. Sun Hee-young said impatiently, if you are going to continue doing this, then I have to ask you to get out of here. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young raised his hand to rub his chin and thought to himself, damn, I didn't expect it to be so difficult to convince Sun Hee-young. While thinking about this, the homeless guy who was drinking earlier suddenly raised the empty bottle of wine and hit Lee Ki-young on the head. He pointed straight at his face and scolded, you, clever boy, you dare to gossip about us, you're the reason why she's been looking at us so strangely lately. Lee Ki-young was suddenly attacked and had no time to react, he held his head and silently cursed it. That homeless guy didn't stop and continued to scold her, you think you're good because you're in a big guild, what else did you say to her? Encountering this unexpected situation, Lee Ki-young panicked and calculated, what should I do? I've already used up all the magic medicine, really? Seeing that the situation could get out of control, Lee Ki-young quickly cried out, hey wait, don't hit me. The drunk guy didn't pay any attention to this and said in a harsh voice, don't wear a belt, don't worry, today is your death anniversary. Seeing that he couldn't stop these homeless people, Lee Ki-young dodged and got angry, thinking that he had to flatter these losers to get it over with. Pretend to apologize. Thinking like that, Lee Ki-young quickly put on a pitiful look, he clasped his hands in supplication and said, hey, wait a minute, sir, please stop, please, I'm sorry for calling you guys, you're an animal, please stop. The drunk guy didn't pay attention to these words, he raised his fist, aimed at Lee Ki-young's head, hit it down and shouted loudly, shut up, you son of a bitch, you ruined our lives, you must pay, responsibility. More and more homeless people followed the drunk guy and started punching Lee Ki-young, while beating them, they happily said, ha ha ha, even the female pastor said this was self-defense, so she would there's no problem, you straight sissy, ha ha, you idiot, ha ha, being beaten so hard that he couldn't stand up. Lee Ki-young held his head and angrily cursed, damn, those inhumane bastards. Damn it. Sun Hee-young lets those guys do these things because she thinks she has a higher status than them. That's right, Sun Hee-young stood from afar watching the battle, she didn't bother to stop but calmly said softly, he deserved it, the criminals must be punished for their crimes. At this time, the homeless people's mocking voices rang out incessantly, ha ha ha, you idiot, the female pastor will not help you. Do you really think someone so easily deceived would believe such a someone from a big guild like you? Ha ha, just accept your fate of being our punching bag. It's starting to rain now, Lee Ki-young can't resist, he listens to the curses of those people and exclaims, damn, you bastards, it hurts, damn it, Hyunsung, Ha-yan, Deok-gu, come save me. After exclaiming once, Lee Ki-young secretly calculated that Lam Hoi's Lee Ki-young would not do it. He must be someone kind enough to make the female pastor want to protect him. It would be even better if he was someone who can expose the true face of these losers. So it seems I only have one choice. After a good fight, the homeless people looked at Lee Ki-young lying flat at their feet and happily discussed, ha ha, look at you, you sissy, are you a man? I guess her face isn't the only feminine thing. Do you think there's a chance she's actually female, you know, like a girl wearing boys' clothes? Ha ha, selling her as a slave is probably okay there. Lying on the ground, Lee Kiyoung listened to these bastards and quietly repeated, a girl wearing a boy's clothes, what nonsense are you talking about? That's not it, you idiots, you're probably talking about the clothes he's wearing, women's clothes. I am always confident in wearing women's clothes. Of course, I didn't say I liked wearing it, I only did it because I was forced to, and I even won a cross-dressing contest in college. Well, at that time there were also some guys who molested me, of course I put them to death. The harsh reality is that the weak do not receive any help. I wonder why those types are still living in the world. Well, I've never liked speaking up for myself, but my life is easier thanks to you losers, thank you, you bastards. Seeing Lee Kiyoung lying on the ground, he suddenly grinned. The homeless people who couldn't achieve their wishes angrily shouted, is he crazy? Why is he suddenly smiling like that? I think we didn't beat him enough, we must hit him hard to make sure he can't. One guy was talking here when another guy suddenly interrupted, wait. Are you sure you want to do that? If we sell him in the slave market, we can make a large amount of money from him. Hee, we'll roast them all in the casino anyway. Hee, you guys are really hopeless, but just bring it here quickly. While talking about this, the whole group suddenly stopped. They looked down at the ground below. Lee Kiyoung did not know when he had disappeared. The prey had run away. These homeless people were so angry, they started cursing at each other. Damn, where did that dog go? Damn you idiot, we let him go because of you, damn it. And at this time, Lee Kiyoung was hurriedly walking down the street. His face was all scratched up. He scolded silently, you idiots, damn it, I know there are days when you need to be agile. Someone wearing different clothes? Miserable world. I don't even need expensive makeup because I already have this amazing magic kit with me. Lee Kiyoung quickly returned to his tent. As soon as I got inside, I saw Jong Ha-yan sleeping on the bed. Lee Kiyoung quickly shouted, Ha-yan, wake up Ha-yan. Awakened by the call, Jong Ha-yan rubbed her eyes in confusion and sat up. Lee Kiyoung quickly asked, did you sleep well? Jong Ha-yan nodded and replied, yes, hee, what about you? After asking this question, Jong Ha-yan suddenly noticed the wound on Lee Kiyoung's face. She was startled to regain consciousness and exclaimed, brother, what's wrong with your face, what happened? Lee Kiyoung shook his head and said, it's nothing serious Ha-yan. Can you perform the transformation spell with me? Jong Ha-yan didn't understand what Lee Kiyoung wanted to do. She said doubtfully, transformation magic, it was only for a moment but it was definitely possible, but why suddenly? Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lee Kiyoung interrupted, so let's turn him into a beautiful woman, looking as fragile as possible. After saying this, Lee Kiyoung narrowed his eyes and thought, if I want to do this, I have to do it right, I have to make those losers fall in love with me. Jong Ha-yan saw the expression on Lee Kiyoung's face and asked in bewilderment, but what? Of course I'm willing to do what you want, but I've never done that before. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Kiyoung thought, what the hell are you talking about? Even though he thought so, he still smiled and said, no, it's not like that, okay, just do it quickly. Remember to dress me to look like the people who live here, is that okay? Hearing that, Jong Ha-yan didn't ask anything more, she nodded and replied, okay, please wait a moment. Having said that, Jong Ha-yan immediately raised his hand to make a gesture and then began to recite the spell. God, I wish to turn my brother into a beauty. Standing on the opposite side, Lee Kiyoung also clasped his hands together and silently prayed, thanks to you, Alpha Nu Eta believes in you, genius female magician, Jong Ha-yan. When this wish ends, Jong Ha-yan's magic will also be successful. Lee Kiyoung quickly transformed her body and became an extremely beautiful girl. Lee Kiyoung made an extremely cute gesture and said, in the name of justice I will not forgive you. Lee Kiyoung was extremely satisfied and thought to himself, so great. Jong Ha-yan, standing on the opposite side, couldn't help but exclaim, dear, so beautiful, Alpha Nu Eta looks so much like a fox. Hearing her say that, Lee Kiyoung laughed and replied, ha, how beautiful, let me see. After looking at his face in the mirror, Lee Kiyoung said a little disappointed, it's still me, Ha-yan, I told you to turn Alpha Nu Eta into a beauty. Jong Ha-yan's eyes glowed, she smiled and said, you're already beautiful, boy, you're so beautiful. Hearing her say that, Lee Kiyoung frowned and thought, well, my body is probably fragile enough. Thinking that, he turned around and said, okay, let's go, Ha-yan. Jong Ha-yan stood behind and exclaimed in bewilderment, Where are you going? Go see the female pastor teach those losers a lesson, said Lee Kiyoung. Hearing that, Jong Ha-yan immediately chased after her and shouted, "Yeah, I'll go now, you, no, I mean you Kiyoung." Out on the main street, wearing a different appearance, Lee Kiyoung turned his head slightly and smiled and said to Jong Ha-yan, "Can you call me Ki-yun?" "Yes," Jong Ha-yan replied with narrowed eyes, "Sister Ki-yun." Walking in front of Jong Ha-yan, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, "I will use Sun Hee-young to teach those bastards a lesson, and I will use them to attract Sun Hee-young to my side. What a kill two birds with one stone. Keep drinking, you worthless bastards, keep it up. As for me, I am currently a young woman who is the breadwinner of the family and cannot stand injustice." In the slums, Sun Hee-young was standing under an awning sheltering from the rain. Lee Ki-young's words kept echoing endlessly in her ears. What about those who had already had sex with them? Even them, is it still acceptable to do that with people of the same status as them? Shaking her head vigorously, Sun Hee-young thought to herself, no way, they would never do that to their people. Of course, sometimes I hear rumors that they quarrel with each other, but since they are human beings, it is normal, there is no law against them arguing, and once I stop them from doing that, they will turn around, return to my usual honest nature, so they won't be able to take advantage of me. I trust them, that's why I still believe in not giving up on this place. I will not surrender. 10 minutes ago, an empty bottle of wine was thrown around on the street. After letting Lee Ki-young run away, the homeless people angrily cursed him. "Do you think that sissy boy will tell his gang about us? So what should we do? We're screwed, so we have to catch and kill him before he runs away, damn him. It's important to make sure that the easily deceived priest doesn't suspect us." As soon as these words came out, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "What did you just say?" The homeless people were a bit startled and quickly turned to the place where the voice came from. There was a girl standing there, none other than the Lee Ki-young who had just transformed. The homeless people asked suspiciously, "Who are you? What did you just say?" Hearing this question, Lee Ki-young repeated coldly, "Did you just call the female pastor a fool?" While Lee Ki-young was with the homeless people, Jong Ha-yan immediately ran to find Sun Hee-young. Having just found the female pastor, Jong Ha-yan hurriedly cried out, "Female pastor, it's dangerous. There was a conflict between the residents and one person was harassed by several men." Hearing this, Sun Hee-young was startled and stammered, asking again, "What did you just say?" It must have been a misunderstanding. That was Sun Hee-young's initial thought. There must have been some misunderstanding. Sun Hee-young guessed that it must be so. At this time, Lee Ki-young's words continued to echo in Sun Hee-young's head, and what if they did that to someone of the same status as them? What she meant was that their actions would still be acceptable if do it with someone of the same status. They were all members of a big family. They were good people who helped each other to overcome hardships. That's what Sun Hee-young always tried to force himself to believe. While running to where Jong Ha-yan pointed, Sun Hee-young thought to herself in fear, "Please God, please tell me this isn't true, please." Before I witnessed it with my own eyes, a harsh truth of real life. Weak people are not necessarily good people, female pastor. This is exactly what Lee Ki-young once said. Sun Hee-young ran to the place and saw a homeless man grabbing Lee Ki-young. He kept punching him in the face and then rolled his eyes and said, "Shut up, who are you to act like a judge of justice, slut?" Sun Hee-young completely did not understand what was going on. Lee Ki-young, in the form of a girl, saw the female pastor running towards him and showed even more weakness. He thought to himself with amusement, "Welcome to the scene of madness. Sis, you've never seen anything like this, have you? You've made me wait too long." Thinking like that, he immediately opened his mouth and shouted, Help me." The homeless guy heard this cry for help and grabbed Lee Ki-young even tighter. He rolled his eyes and roared, "Whore, who do you think you are, daring to act?" Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young thought with satisfaction, "Yes, you son of a bitch, say all the thoughts in your head, speak louder, be more powerful, say words so ugly that a young sister I had to faint when I heard it, keep saying what you want, you son of a bitch." As soon as he thought that, Lee Ki-young was thrown straight to the ground. A group of homeless people rushed towards him, punching and kicking him. They kept cursing him with harsh words, "Bitch, don't, I think you'll get out of here alive today." Being knocked to the ground, Lee Ki-young held his head and looked scared. In his heart, he thought to himself, "I see, you saw it, the demons are bullying the weak." Thinking like that, Lee Ki-young immediately weakly begged, "Save me, someone save me, please." The female pastor Sun Hee-young witnessed all this and couldn't bear it anymore. She immediately rushed forward and shouted, "No, stop, everyone stop now. What are you guys doing?" Seeing someone suddenly rushing towards them, One of the homeless people immediately pushed Sun Hee-young back. Seeing her fall, Lee Kiyoung in the form of a girl was extremely worried and shouted, "No, female pastor." Shouting such a sentence, he silently exclaimed, "Oh my God, sis, even though this whole thing is terrible, this is the reality, don't worry about money for washing clothes, I will give you a beautiful dress, then." Seeing the other person shout such a sentence, the homeless people suddenly froze, they stopped their movements in extreme terror, everyone stuttered in panic, "Ha, female pastor, what, here you are again. Damn it, if only I hadn't pushed her." Female pastor Sun Hee-young did not bother to pay attention to the homeless people, she turned her head to look at Lee Kiyoung lying on the ground, seeing the other person looking at him, Lee Kiyoung quickly showed a pitiful face with tears streaming down his face, he thought to himself, "Oh, she's looking over here, I have to pretend to be in pain." Sun Hee-young step by step walked towards where Lee Kiyoung was lying, her hand reached out to touch the person lying flat underneath, but she only reached halfway and stopped in mid-air, she painfully mocked herself, "I'm stupid, too, because of my own selfishness, I'm really stupid, when I avoid looking at the truth, how many people have suffered like this person?" Seeing Sun Hee-young's expression at this time, Lee Kiyoung was extremely satisfied and thought, "Very good Hee-young." Sun Hee-young was completely unaware of everything around her at this time, she was immersed in her own thoughts, "I wanted to create a beautiful Lindel, where everyone unites as one, Lindel and the holy country, no, that won't happen because this continent is too rotten. Power justifies everything they do and they act in their own self-interest. And without any way to protect the countless people suffering under their oppression, I wanted to protect those people." Getting out of her own thoughts, Sun Hee-young took Lee Kiyoung's hand and said softly, "That's how I feel, Hick, please wake up, I'll cure you right away." Hearing this, Lee Kiyoung thought to herself, "I don't know what's going on, but when I say the ultimate line, it will be amazing, right now I'm a sad girl." Thinking like that, he immediately said, "Female pastor, I'm sorry, I couldn't bear it anymore when I heard them insult you, that's the reason, cough cough, Kiyoung is sad, Kiyoung is injured, Kiyoung is like a little rabbit trembling." Hearing the weak girl on the ground coughing in pain, Sun Hee-young quickly spoke up, "Stop talking, everything will be better now, everything is good, ah very good, your tear ducts are about to dry up because of this flood of tears." Lee Kiyoung thought, so then he weakly spoke up, Pant, it's okay female pastor, I'm dead, please go away quickly." Saying something like that, he thought to himself, "Of course I didn't really ask you to leave. It's about time you heard my answer." The female pastor bowed her head in silence for a moment. Then she raised her head and looked at the group of homeless people on the opposite side, then said in a cold voice, "I'm very disappointed in you guys. I took pity on you and took good care of you, how could you do such a cruel thing, please leave this place immediately." As Sun Hee-young spoke, she couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed, lying on the ground. Lee Kiyoung pretended to cover his mouth with his hand, then he smiled extremely satisfied and thought, "I knew this plan would succeed, ha ha, sister, now you understand, from the beginning they were that kind of people, now you believe me." After hearing Sun Hee-young's words, the homeless people were extremely scared and shouted in unison, "Female pastor, why did you suddenly say that, you misunderstood." Not wanting to hear any more words, Sun Hee-young immediately interrupted, "I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Please leave this slum immediately, this is not a place for people with dishonest and dirty hearts." After saying that, Sun Hee-young immediately picked up Lee Kiyoung. Hearing the other person's words, he was extremely satisfied and thought to himself, "Sister, you are so cool, sister, what do you want to evolve into now? Go to the dark side, trample on my precious life and go to the dark side, ah, corrupt female pastor, you quickly go corrupt." While thinking about this, Sun Hee-young used magic to treat Lee Kiyoung. Seeing that, he panicked and cried out in his heart, "Ah, that's not good, don't do that, don't heal me, Lee Kiyoung should look like she's in pain. Damn it, Ha-yan, stop her holy magic from entering your body, that's right." As if understanding what Lee Kiyoung meant, Jong Ha-yan quickly ran to a hidden corner and used her holy power to stop Sun Hee-young's actions, a great magician and a great priestess, a fierce collision. Feeling her own holy power being blocked, Sun Hee-young exclaimed in horror, "Ha, is the holy power being denied? How is that possible? Is she in such a critical condition that even holy magic has no effect on her? Heck, it's all my fault, hey, it's because I don't want to hurt, because I wanted to avoid looking at the truth, ha. That person was right, he always told me the truth, I was wrong, me, the one who always turned away from those who were really suffering. No one else but me, heck, oh my god, heck, hick. Hearing these words, Lee Kiyoung weakly called Sun Hee-young. He thought, I understand. What you told me, now I understand, look at me. Surprise yet, I've prepared a little surprise for you, what do you think? After thinking these things, Lee Kiyoung immediately opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this terrible situation, Sun Hee-young cried out in panic, no, oh my god. Seeing the other person crying bitterly, Lee Kiyoung sighed softly. Good-natured people are always weak when it comes to these things. This is good, next time I'll try it with Hyunsung too, but I'm so happy to have it. Talented Yan here, if I go with that guy, we'll all be lost. Jong Ha-yan, who had just been praised, was hiding in a corner wiping her tears. She thought to herself, I don't want to use this spell anymore, lol. Slightly opening his eyes to look at the group of homeless people who had just beaten him, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, sister, have you opened your eyes now? Those evil people are waiting for you. There's still something missing. Where is the jihad sis? I saw this somewhere and they would use things like a book to hit me over the head. Thinking like that, Lee Kiyoung once again called out to Sun Hee-young. Hearing the call, the female pastor quickly grabbed the other person's hand and quickly said, I can't die, please don't die, please. Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung thought, I won't die, sister. Even though I was going to act like I was in pain and wanted to die. Silently thinking for a moment, Lee Kiyoung whispered, I haven't been here long, but I've learned a lot since coming here. You're a noble person, you're the one who wakes up first to take care of things, for others and clean up trash on the ground, bottles rolling on the floor, tissues, and she also cooks soup for everyone. Every day she gives soup to everyone without discrimination, regardless of whether it rained or snowed. Every day she did the same, she shared everything she had, she ignored fame and wealth and volunteered to help those people.
Others will help too. The big guilds will pay attention to the people in the slums and I will protect Lindel's safety. I still remember you smiling and giving me bread as I lay on earth. I respect what you have done for us. You are my benefactor, so please don't blame yourself for what happened.
You are a person worthy of respect. Of course, when he said these words, Lee Kiyoung had absolutely no such memory, but he would take advantage of it. Hearing the other person say such words, Sun Hee-young cried loudly, oh my god, is a fool like me worthy of serving the people? I wanted to protect the weak, heck, please, someone please come help me, someone is injured here. Everyone please, hick, everyone in the guilds please, someone please help me, please. No one responded to Sun Hee-young's call for help. Looking at the deserted scene here, she thought painfully, they all left after I came here. This isn't true, how could they? Why? I loathe the strong, trample on the weak and destroy peace. Looking at the weak girl lying on the ground, Sun Hee-young immediately stood up trembling. Seeing this action of hers, a homeless man curled his mouth in mockery, Hess, you stupid bitch, look at how pathetic you are. What, are we dirty? You finally show your true face, hypocritical bitch. Hearing these words, Lee Kiyoung lying on the ground smiled slightly. But at this time, Sun Hee-young's eyes looking at the homeless people had changed. Her eyes were full of indignation. She thought to herself, I don't know how related that thought is. While thinking about this, a homeless man suddenly jumped up, grabbed Lee Kiyoung's hand and pulled him back. He shouted loudly, what are you doing? Not long ago you were pretending to be kind and take care of us. Now you call us dirty and chase us away, you fucking slut. Being pulled hard, Lee Kiyoung thought, keep going, let's do more. Sun Hee-young was extremely frightened. She just didn't want to be someone who was disgusted by the people she loved. The scolding of Sun Hee-young continued to resound endlessly. That's right, you're a hypocrite. In fact, I didn't like you from the beginning. Who the hell are you to ask for pity and help us? Bitch, dirty girl pretending to be a saint. If you're so desperate for attention, dress yourself up and go to that brothel. These words were extremely unpleasant to hear. Lee Kiyoung looked at the expression on the female pastor's face and then thought, sister, have you finally woken up? Sun Hee-young bowed her head for a moment, then clasped her hands tightly around her head and screamed, oh my god, if only these people didn't exist in the first place, if only. This will have to happen then. Looking at Sun Hee-young's expression at this time, Lee Kiyoung happily thought to herself, black tears flowed from her eyes, I love her to death, go to the dark side, go to the dark side. While thinking about this, Sun Hee-young suddenly cried out, no, please, let that child go now, you idiots, shut up, child. Hearing that, the homeless people shouted loudly. It seemed like that idiot still didn't realize what was going on here. Okay, so if you all die here, there won't be any witnesses. Hearing these words, Lee Kiyoung cautiously turned his head and looked back. only to see a homeless man holding a sharp knife in his hand. He was horrified and thought, damn, hurry up and help me, sister. It's touching you, hey, it's touching you, Lee Kiyoung is about to die, the good girl will die first, come to the dark side and save me. While thinking like that, Lee Kiyoung slowly moved closer to the knife. He slightly glanced at Jong Ha-yan, seeing her expression at this moment, Lee Kiyoung silently prayed, wait Ha-yan, calm down, don't be rash, control your bloodlust, Ha-yan, calm down, damn it, sis, quickly go to the dark side. Ha, what is she doing, why is she suddenly doing that? Sun Hee-young suddenly knelt down on her knees very neatly, clasping her hands together to make a prayer gesture. Seeing this action, Lee Kiyoung thought to herself, is she praying? Is she praying right now? She prayed when Kiyoung was about to die. The homeless people are still using dirty words to insult the two people on the ground. These bitches must all die today, I will deal with this one first. Hearing these words, Lee Kiyoung thought, Kiyoung is about to die, quickly deal with this guy. Right at the moment the knife in the homeless man's hand was about to stab Lee Kiyoung, a stream of blood-red magic suddenly shot out, cutting off the homeless man's head, causing fresh blood to splatter, dyed the entire underground space red. The person who slashed out the magic just now was Sun Hee-young. She had now stood up straight, her head was slightly bowed so her current expression was temporarily unclear. Seeing the scene just now, the remaining homeless people were extremely scared and frightened. Only Jong Ha-yan opened her eyes as wide as possible, looking at Sun Hee-young with an admiring expression. The female pastor suddenly raised her head, looked at the homeless people with cold eyes and said in a harsh voice, don't think I can love everyone. If you all die here, there will be no witnesses left. With her ability, Lee Kiyoung can see the current stats of the female pastor Sun Hee-young. Her current profession is the female pastor of darkness. Seeing this information, Lee Kiyoung was a bit surprised and shocked, his eyes opened wide and he thought, sister. What is this, so scary? Is this the judgment, damn it? Damn. I'm the one who wants her to follow an evil religion, but not to this extent. Well, we're trying to create a happy family, what to do with a bloody scene like this? While thinking about Lee Kiyoung, he witnessed the entire massacre of Sun Hee-young against the homeless people in the slums. He couldn't believe it and softly exclaimed, damn it, I don't want to have to do something like this. Hee-young, you're so scary. Looking at the group of homeless people in front of him, Lee Kiyoung silently sighed, I don't care about the lives of those people, what I care about is how to clean up all their bodies. If Lam Hoi finds out, so, can I ask Ha-yan to use cleaning magic to solve the problem? But why does she look so happy, as if she wanted to do this from the beginning? And you too Ha-yan, why do you have that excited expression on your face? We've been together for so long that you feel sympathy for her, seriously, why is everyone so strange? While thinking about this, an incident happened. Jong Ha-yan was the first to discover it. She suddenly cried out, oh my god. Hearing this call, Lee Kiyoung was also startled. He lowered his head and looked down at his body, feeling extremely panicked. Wait a minute, the magic has expired, it can't be. At this time, female pastor Sun Hee-young's hands were stained with fresh blood. A homeless man saw her coming towards him and was extremely scared, stuttering and begging, Pastor, please spare us. Not bothering to pay attention to this request, the female pastor said in a cold voice, death, there is no forgiveness at all. Looking at Sun Hee-young's killing back, Lee Kiyoung thought in horror, does this crazy woman know that she has been lying all this time? Oh my god, I'm crazy, if she finds out everything was an act, she'll kill me. It's open. Stop it, don't. My body is back to normal, Ha-yan, help me quickly, Ha-yan. Jong Ha-yan, wake up quickly and help me. Damn it, it's almost done. On the other side, after finishing dealing with the last homeless man, Sun Hee-young raised her foot and stomped hard on his head. Then she coldly said, we will meet in hell. Derelict. At this time, Lee Kiyoung had returned to his original appearance. He snuggled in a tight cloak and crouched down against a corner of the wall. Sun Hee-young looked around, saw Lee Kiyoung, she happily ran over and shouted, ah, thank God, she's still alive. But before he could finish his sentence, when he clearly saw the face of the person sitting on the ground, Sun Hee-young asked suspiciously, who are you? Lee Kiyoung raised his head, he tried to force a distorted smile and said, Hee-young, long time no see. Realizing who the other person was, Sun Hee-young widened her eyes and exclaimed, what is going on? Why are you here? Where is the girl from before? Have you been lying to me all this time? Hearing this questioning, Lee Kiyoung gritted his teeth and thought, she already found out, it must be my turn. Thinking like that, he let out a breath and slowly said, I won't hide it from you anymore, I just want you to see the nature of this world, I just want that, but... Speaking of this, Lee Kiyoung suddenly stopped, he looked at Sun Hee-young's bloody hand, which he was holding tightly. In his heart, he was terrified and thought, Mom, Sister Hee-young, we are very close, aren't we? Or if you follow me from now on, I'll buy you new clothes too, so sister, please forgive me this time. Showing an extremely pitiful face, Lee Kiyoung thought, I'm a pitiful little puppy caught in the rain, oh, I'm asking too much. Lee Kiyoung acted coyly while observing Sun Hee-young's expression. Seeing her cold eyes, Lee Kiyoung was startled and silently exclaimed, I'm dead, look at her expression. I'm about to die, I'm about to die, I'm about to see naked chickens, Mom, Hyunsung, Deok-gu, Ha-yan. As if sensing Lee Kiyoung's worry, Jong Ha-yan suddenly rushed out from a corner to block him. She looked at Sun Hee-young, her eyes filled with tears and shouted loudly, you can't do that. Don't kill him, hey, if you kill him, I'll end everything. After saying that, Jong Ha-yan immediately bent down and shook Lee Kiyoung. She worriedly asked, Dear, are you okay? Sun Hee-young had not said a word until now. At this moment she suddenly raised one arm high. Seeing this move, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, Mom, it's here. Thinking so he immediately told Jong Ha-yan, defense magic, that defense magic, hurry up. Jong Ha-yan didn't bother to listen to Lee Kiyoung's words. She stood up and ran straight to where Sun Hee-young was standing. Seeing that, Lee Kiyoung shouted in panic, No, don't come near there, come here, oh my god, please listen to me. As soon as these words were said, Sun Hee-young's magic had already arrived. But nothing happened. Sun Hee-young closed her eyes tightly then slowly spoke. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Actually, you two can laugh at me all you want now. Because now I am no longer a pastor or a saint, I am simply an animal slaughterer. Sun Hee-young's words had just ended when a new notification appeared in front of Lee Kiyoung's eyes, the task of comforting and advising Hee-young when she was sad and increasing your popularity index. After reading this notice, Lee Kiyoung thought, is this a dating simulator, or something similar? After being silent for a moment, Sun Hee-young spread out her bloody hands. She looked at her hands and said softly, like that, I really feel relieved after what I did, giving in to the devil with these hands. Ha, isn't it funny, I'm a hypocrite, even God won't forgive me. Hearing these words, Lee Kiyoung thought, no, sister, you are, thinking like that for a moment, he immediately spoke to comfort her, don't feel guilty anymore, I think your choice is completely right. At this moment, a few comforting words from the system appeared before Lee Kiyoung's eyes, if it weren't for you, no, that girl would have died in the hands of those bastards, I'm a noble, I wouldn't do it, whatever is wrong, they are the ones doing the wrong. After reading these sentences, Lee Kiyoung was extremely confused and thought, what should I say, what a coincidence, I'm also a scammer, can you stay with me? Yes, I'm a virtuous person, fake, pastor, that's not true, those animals are the ones who did wrong. After pondering for a while, Lee Kiyoung immediately said, the wrong people are the animals who don't know how to be grateful to you, I'm not sure if this is good, but consider that you just helped Lindel clean up the trash to clean up the environment, that will make you more comfortable, this is also an expression of volunteering. After saying this comforting word, the value of intimacy between the two people immediately increased. Lee Kiyoung was a little worried at this time, thinking, will this trick work on her, how could it be possible, from the beginning I knew she was not a normal person. Thinking so, he continued to say, from now on, if you have to take that one person's life to protect someone else, I will always be by your side forever. So please, cooperate with me and create a beautiful Lindel, Hee-young. Lee Kiyoung said as he put his hand in front of Sun Hee-young. Looking at his hand, Sun Hee-young thought to himself, is this person a messenger sent by the gods to awaken me, if it weren't for him? Dear Supreme Beings, I pray that I will obey your orders and follow this person. Thinking clearly, Sun Hee-young immediately placed her bloody hand on Lee Kiyoung's hand. She smiled in relief, then narrowed her eyes and said, okay, Kiyoung, let's fight these things together, be evil in this life and protect the weak, my benefactor. Thank you for saving me from that night. Mission completed, Lee Kiyoung immediately used his eyes and mind to observe Sun Hee-young's current status. Current trend, righteous person, profession, shadow priest, title, goddess of outcasts. The general assessment immediately appeared in front of Lee Kiyoung. What the hell are you doing with the goddess, you cheap bastard? All three people quickly left the slum. Lee Kiyoung walked in front. He turned his head slightly to look at the two girls chatting happily behind him and whispered, very good. I am truly a genius, a bright future is waiting for me ahead. The top of the top, not only defeating the enemy but also attracting the female saint to his side. Although there were a few bad incidents in the middle, the result was above expectations. Ha ha, Hyunsung met Sun Hee-young will probably be very happy. I wonder what his expression will be like at that time. What do you think, Hyunsung? You're so helpful. Walking behind, Jong Ha-yan suddenly looked at Sun Hee-young and said, Hee-young, thank you, why? Sun Hee-young asked curiously. Jong Ha-yan smiled and replied, because you saved him. Although I was a bit disappointed because I couldn't save him, you gave me great motivation, really. Sun Hee-young narrowed her eyes and replied, there is someone other than Kiyoung who understands her, she is very happy, this is probably a blessing from God and everyone else. That's right, Jong Ha-yan nodded in agreement, it's all thanks to him. So let's get together. Dry blood determined to protect Kiyoung. Walking in front, listening to the two people talking, Lee Kiyoung's sweat dropped in horror and thought, damn, how do they get along so well? Going a little further, a voice suddenly rang out ahead, Kiyoung. The person who just called was Kim Hyunsung. Seeing this person, Lee Kiyoung thought, damn, Hyunsung, I miss you almost to death, it's because of you that I'm so old. Thinking like that, Lee Kiyoung still smiled and replied, Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung slowly walked forward. As he walked he spoke, at first I was skeptical, but I didn't expect it was really him. I didn't expect to see him here, I thought he was in the lab right now. I went for a walk with Ha-yan. Hearing this question, Lee Kiyoung rubbed his nose and said, well, actually, the thing is, having said this, he stopped talking and thought to himself, I'm doing this for you, don't be too surprised. While thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung suddenly exclaimed, Kiyoung, that person is. Seeing the other person say that, Lee Kiyoung smiled slightly and thought, hee, it would be very troublesome if you were too grateful to me. Thinking of this, Kim Hyunsung also said the last word. He asked, who is that? Hearing this question, Lee Kiyoung froze on the spot. He opened his eyes wide and thought, what is it, Dad? Seeing the other person ask, Sun Hee-young quickly walked towards Kim Hyunsung. She held out a hand and smiled and introduced, nice to meet you, my name is Sun Hee-young, I'm just here, charity issue. Kim Hyunsung reached out to shake hands with Sun Hee-young. He also smiled and replied, nice to meet you, I'm Kim Hyunsung, hope we can get along. Looking at this scene, Lee Kiyoung thought inexplicably, what's going on, why are you so stiff Hyunsung? When he met Ha-yan he didn't act like this, don't say she didn't, was it one of his old teammates? While thinking about this, Lee Kiyoung noticed that behind Kim Hyunsung there was a little girl peeking her head out. He thought to himself, why does this little girl have, let alone, the mind's eye? Lee Kiyoung used his mind's eye to observe the other girl's stats. Her information panel immediately appeared in front of him. You are looking at the potential and development limits of player Kim Yeri. Name, Kim Yeri, age, 14, personality, the thief has a broken heart, occupation, archer, professional advantages, basic archery knowledge, title, no, you should try harder, overall assessment, is a future assassin prodigy, has been bending trees since he was young, has dexterity and magic at the legendary level, other stats cannot be compared to other Lee players, is a quick-witted child, but please don't hate her and don't be a bad influence on her, even though her heart is broken, she's still an innocent child. After looking at these stats, Lee Kiyoung exclaimed in horror, I've never seen this before, there is no one other than Kim Hyunsung who has all the stats at the heroic and legendary level. You should know when you don't see him in the slums, even though he's been there. I see, she's the person Hyunsung is looking for. Unfortunately. Thinking of this, Lee Kiyoung glanced slightly at Sun Hee-young, he breathed out a breath and said softly, so this time the chosen one is different from him. Legendary Pastor Sun Hee-young, sing it. The center position is covered in blood, tears are falling, I keep slashing them all. Here it is, right at this concert, she will be the fifth member. Prayer for you. The darkness of darkness, the fate of destiny. Only chaos can save those souls. The dream squad has been completed, now I see that Young's appearance is exactly my type, she is a cold beauty just like Kim Hyunsung. While thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up, now I will reveal the fifth member of the Lamb Guild, who will be first place and participate in the Lamb Guild. Is the legendary Pastor Sun Hee-young. Or a new star suddenly appears Kim Yeri, the new member of the Lamb Association is. Seeing that Kim Hyunsung kept hesitating and not continuing to speak, Lee Kiyoung was a little impatient and gently scolded her, hurry up. After scolding this sentence, Kim Hyunsung also made his choice, Kim Yeri. This answer made Lee Kiyoung and Sun Hee-young extremely surprised. Lee Kiyoung thought, what, damned. I even pretended to be a girl to get Hee-young to join this bastard. Does he really not know her? It's impossible for someone like Hee-young to not have attracted the attention of our regressionist in his previous life. No, probably. She was killed by someone in the slums, that's why Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha couldn't find her. Well, it doesn't matter anymore, 2 jackpot tickets appeared before my eyes, that means I have to get used to the child Mr. False regression brought. Thinking like that, Lee Kiyoung immediately walked towards Kim Hyunsung. He looked at Kim Yeri and smiled and asked, Hyunsung, who is this child? Hearing the other person say that, Kim Hyunsung quickly exclaimed, oh, I forgot, I accidentally bumped into her in the slums. She said her name was Kim Yeri. I thought she might have talent, she thinks very clearly and even has a job. Well, she seems very shy, so it might take some time to get used to. Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung laughed and replied, ha ha, I understand, she just escaped from the slums. Hello Yeri, nice to meet you, I'm Kiyoung. Kim Yeri heard Lee Kiyoung talking to her, so she was extremely wary and immediately ducked her head to hide behind Kim Hyunsung. Seeing that, Lee Kiyoung thought, getting close to her will be very difficult. At this time, Sun Hee-young, standing behind Lee Kiyoung, also smiled gently at Kim Yeri. Lee Kiyoung breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, a lot of things happened, but in the end everything was okay. Let's go back to the previous guild. From now on I just need to enjoy having a fake regression with me. Lee Kiyoung and Kim Hyunsung led the group in front. As they walked, Lee Kiyoung asked, oh yes, clothes for the newcomers. Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Hyunsung said, it's best for me to take care of that. Kiyoung, hearing that, Lee Kiyoung immediately replied, thank you, and I think it's best for you to take care of that. After chatting a few words, Lee Kiyoung continued to be immersed in his own thoughts. His position is the safest in the team. He. A few days later. On the dining table. Kim Yeri and Park Deok-gu are comparing to see who eats faster and the winner is Kim Yeri. Looking at this scene, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, it seems like they have become friends. It seems like that pig also had an effect. While thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up, everyone. I know it's a bit sudden, but I want everyone to go fight the dungeon together. Hearing this, Lee Kiyoung was a little surprised and exclaimed, oh, are you talking about what you said before? That's right, Kim Hyunsung nodded and said, like I said, it's a dungeon called Garden of Horrors. The person who discovered the dungeon very generously allowed us to explore first. Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung happily thought to himself, oh okay. Just thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung's voice spoke again, but there's a problem. It seems like another guild is going to fight this dungeon with us, so I wanted to ask everyone's opinion. This information made Lee Kiyoung's eyebrows furrow tightly. He thought to himself, what an uninvited guest, damn, I thought I could have it all to myself. Thinking so, he immediately asked, so what group will go with us? The Red Mercenary Guild, the Witch Guild, and the Black Swan Guild? Kim Hyunsung replied. Hearing the name of the Red Mercenaries, Lee Kiyoung immediately remembered Hera. He thought, not bad. If it's Hera's guild, I completely agree. I also want to see what kind of guild Black Swan is. Even though we have to divide the spoils, we still benefit in the end. This is also an opportunity to increase popularity. Voice for the assembly. Thinking of this, the opposite side Kim Hyunsung continued to speak, and I will divide the spoils based on the contribution ratio of each guild. Contribution ratio, Lee Kiyoung exclaimed, probably not working together. Yes, Kim Hyunsung said, placing his hand on his chin, but my goal in this dungeon battle is not money or items. It's about experience. Hearing you say that, Lee Kiyoung took a sip of tea and silently calculated, I understand, Hyunsung, you want us to level up, right? I'll leave it to you, Hyunsung, this time take care of us, Hyunsung. In another part of the temple, Lee Sol coughed out a breath. He turned around and said to Young Yun. Thank you for doing as I said, Young Yun. Although unfortunately other guilds interfered, Young Yun heard that and immediately said, we can't do anything, let's explore that dungeon together and the Black Swan group really wants to go with us. Lee Sol Ho now asked very mysteriously, you have heard about that person, right? The new member of the Black Swan. Everyone is rumored loudly about that person. Young Yun was silent for a moment then exclaimed, I also want to be close to Team 7. I didn't expect you to care about Hyunsung's team. Do you have any ulterior motive? Hearing that, Lee Sol Ho immediately shrugged and said, there's no reason, I think you watch too many movies. I just want everyone in our guild to have good items. Aren't you the one who has a secret reason? I know you like the name from Team 7. Being said to her heart, Young Yun blushed and exclaimed, What's wrong? Anyway. I'm quite impressed. I think there has never been a new team that has attracted as much attention as this. Their popularity is on another level. I'm sure they are more famous than idols on earth. There's no such thing, no wonder, they're beautiful. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Sol-ho remembered what Lee Ki-young once said, "Do you think Sister Hira would let you go if she knew I was dead?" Remembering these words, Lee Sol-ho thought, his mouth is really wide. I'm sure he can't do anything alone. He would be the perfect source of money to provide for me. Go make money for me, ha ha ha. Expedition Day. All the participating teams gathered in one place. A person wearing a black swan suddenly spoke up, "Reporter Lindel, you have to draw us beautifully, okay, especially the black swan team." While talking about this, a loud noise rang out. Oh my god, Kim Hyunsung in real life, so handsome. There's Lee Ki-young in the back. The group of people led by Kim Hyunsung walked to the gathering place. Walking behind, listening to the gossip around, Lee Ki-young thought, who are these people? Probably reporters hired by the Black Swan Association. I feel like they will post false news about everyone except the black swans. They really draw everything because there are no cameras. Really sad, really fast. While thinking about this, in the distance suddenly there was a crowd of people waving their hands and squinting their eyes to say hello. Hyunsung, welcome. It's been a while since we last met. The last time I saw you was at the president's meeting. Already, seeing this person, Lee Ki-young thought, that name is. While thinking about this, the other person also came forward to greet Lee Ki-young. Nice to meet you. I'm Choi Young-gi of the Red Mercenaries. You must be Ki-young. I heard a lot about you from my father's sister, Very Hira. It's an honor for me to join my brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, when did I become your brother-in-law? While thinking about this, he felt something scary behind him, so he thought he shouldn't look behind him. Behind Lee Ki-young are Jong Ha-yan and Sun Hee-young. Trying not to pay attention to the two of them, Lee Ki-young used his special skills to see the stats of the people here. As he watched, he marveled, what a great group, everyone's stats were impressive, and they also had good weapons, truly good meat shields for their team. While evaluating the others, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang in Lee Ki-young's ear, "You're not really going into the dungeon, are you?" Hearing that, Lee Ki-young glanced over slightly, he curled his mouth and apologized twice. Hearing this, the person who spoke got a little angry and said, are you pretending to be stupid? I know you're just here to enjoy the experience points." This made Lee Ki-young a bit confused. He looked closely at the woman who had just appeared in front of him and thought to himself, what? How does she know who this person is? Lee Ki-young quickly used special skills to see the other person's information. An information panel immediately appears in front of you. You are viewing the potential and development limits of player Petra Apra. Name, Petra Apra. Age, 29. Personality, military calculation. Occupation, robber. Title, Queen dictates. After reading these lines, Lee Ki-young silently calculated. A strategist calculates and the queen dictates. I understand the type of person like her. Maybe she intentionally provokes me. While thinking about this, Petra Apra continued to ask questions. Why are you silent? Are you angry? Aren't you? That's probably right, you pathetic thing. You belong to the Lamb Society. It's not strange. You still carry a child comes here. I mean, I told you not to go with that Lam Hoi. Oh no, Lam Hoi came to destroy it. Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young cursed silently. Petra Apra, what kind of name is that? Nonsense. People like her really make me hate. Who does she think she is to dare to play politics like that? Rare level dungeon. You have entered the Garden of Terror. Confirmed participants are 24 out of 30. Looking at the terrified monsters inside the garden, the players immediately comforted each other. We must keep moving forward. This way, forward. The troops in the rear must be slowing down their advance. Petra Apra. Walking behind, Lee Ki-young silently calculated, a member of the Black Swan Society with the profession of assassin and the title of Queen of Command. Since we're the ones with the lowest approval ratings, she's probably trying to push us down to increase her influence in the team. If that's the case, then it's best to use a political stick to hit him on the back. Her. That's great. I never expected them to be friendly towards us anyway. Park Deok-gu walked in front, holding a shield while fighting with the man-eating tree monsters. These trees are extremely strong. They release tentacles that hit Park Deok-gu straight in the face. Seeing this, Cho Young immediately reached out to help. He worriedly asked, Deok-gu, are you okay? Park Deok-gu shook his head and replied, yes, thank you brother. Looking at this scene, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, how could he let his guard down like that, really? He did say his name was Choi Young-gi, but luckily for Deok-gu, he seemed quite trustworthy. While thinking about this, in the distance, Petra Apra came along with 2 people from the Black Swan group. She was neither quick nor slow to speak. It's impossible, please tell me I'm wrong, but are these people the guild here doesn't actually belong to any guild? Are they assassins hired to kill all the guild presidents here? If not, why would they make the situation so dangerous? Hearing these words, Lee Kiyoung cursed in disgust. Damn it, why are you pretending to be a superior bilingual? I bet she doesn't know any English at all, she can barely use it, the most basic word in English. At this moment, a member of the Black Swan group spoke up and said, Sister, maybe someone will hear, so speak a little lower. Petra Apra shrugged and laughed, then calmly replied, let them listen, I think just being nice to that group will make them listen to us. Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung thought, laugh, do you think you've caught us? On the other side, Choi Young-gi was holding Park Deok-gu. Park Deok-gu felt a little guilty and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Hearing that, Young-gi immediately shook his head and said, it's okay, you're new, this is normal, okay, why don't we rest for a bit, everyone, stop camp. Everyone listened to Choi Young-gi's words and stopped to set up camp. Some people were curious and asked, Young-gi, why don't we let Lam Hoi's people stay in the rearguard? A little young, that's right. Hearing this question, Lee Kiyoung, standing not far away, immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth to stop his smile. He thought to himself, yes, just laugh while you can. Thinking so, Lee Kiyoung immediately took out a bottle of medicine. He brought it to Choi Young-gi and said, thank you for leading us, Young-gi. Seeing the bottle of medicine, Choi Young-gi was suspicious and asked again, you Kiyoung, like this? What does that mean? It's the resuscitation medicine I created. Lee Kiyoung said with a smile, it works better than anything currently on the market, I just wanted to express my gratitude to you. After saying this, Lee Kiyoung glanced at Petra Apra and thought to himself, the most basic thing in politics is to make friends first, make enemies later. I will increase the number of allies I have first, then attack you later, no matter what truth you tell, as long as no one believes it, it's all your fault. Hearing the effects of the medicine bottle in Lee Kiyoung's hand, Choi Young-gi's eyes lit up and quickly exclaimed, thank you very much, you are such a kind person, just like what the president said. My sister said that, back when she was on Earth, it was you who saved her at her most difficult time, and then the 2 of you met again in this world like fate. What a wonderful story, it's beautiful. Hearing what the other person said, Lee Kiyoung's sweat dropped and thought, Hira, what kind of rumors is she spreading? Thinking of this, on the other side, Choi Young-gi continued to exclaim, for me, Choi Young-gi, my sister's benefactor is my benefactor, I owe you this favor, even to the death, will not forget it. Looking at the smile on Choi Young-gi's face, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, well, since he is the type of person who is easily moved after hearing these trite stories, my job will be easier. The 2 sat down next to a small fire. Lee Kiyoung shook his head and laughed, ha ha, it's nothing Young, I'm the one who should thank him, but I don't know if you know, or not. What do you know? Young-gi asked curiously. Lee Kiyoung raised his hand to rest his chin, he bowed his head slightly then said, I don't really want to talk about this, but you know, Petra. Never mind, actually. Seeing that the other person kept hesitating and unable to say a complete sentence, Choi Young-gi worriedly quickly asked, what happened? The president assigned me the task of protecting you, so tell me what happened. It's delicious, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself with satisfaction. Then he said, well, if you say so. When she was mocking us just now, she said something like, do you really think that bitch father Hira can protect you here? Hearing this, Choi Young-gi couldn't believe it and exclaimed, what did you just say? Did she really say that? Lee Kiyoung nodded and replied in a low voice, yes, not only that, she also said that we Lam Hoi were assassins hired by Hira's father to kill everyone here. So excited, after saying these words, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, my shyness, my difficult eyes and this Young-gi looking at me. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around, looked straight into Choi Young-gi's eyes and said sincerely, please don't misunderstand, I'm sure Miss Petra didn't mean anything bad when she said these things. Maybe it was because I was a bit angry at that time. It seems like I told you something you shouldn't have said, I'm sorry. This sentence had not yet been fully said when Choi Young-gi angrily scolded, how dare she, Petra, how dare she mock our president? Looking at the other person's expression at this moment, Lee Kiyoung happily thought, ha ha, I immediately knew that Young-gi was an extremely loyal person. That's good, you're becoming more and more dissatisfied with her, aren't you? During this time, I will continue to attract more allies. Just by acting wise, I was able to attract the guild's magicians to my side. Seeing that Lee Kiyoung had finished saying goodbye to the guild group, Petra Apra immediately walked out from a hidden corner and called out, "Hey, hey, 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 why don't you stop trying to go around acting like this?" Hearing this voice, Lee Kiyoung turned his head slightly. He said faintly, "What do you mean? I really don't understand, Miss Petra." Seeing this attitude of the other person, Petra Apra immediately crossed her arms and smirked and replied, "Wow, are you serious? Don't you see how you are destroying this whole team? You're making us slow." Hearing what the other person said, Lee Kiyoung burst out laughing and said, "Why don't you tell me directly that you just want to quickly swallow all the rewards from the Lam Hoi faction?" What did you just say?" Petra Apra said angrily. Lee Kiyoung didn't pay any attention to her. He made a teasing face then calmly said, "Well, if that's not really the case, I really don't understand why you have a hostile attitude like that with Lam Hoi. I really don't understand." At this moment, Petra Apra couldn't hold back her anger. She opened her mouth to scream, "What's going on? Hey, Lee Kiyoung, do you think that's funny? Do you know who I am? I'm here, Black Swan." Lee Kiyoung's words spoke right to Petra Apra's heart. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted, "Of course I know. Of course I have to know that you are a bastard with endless greed, want to steal things from no one other than the rookies." Petra Apra regained her composure very quickly. She looked straight into Lee Kiyoung's eyes and then curled her mouth and said, "Ha, you finally showed your true face. Who will support you? Father Hira. Ha, are you behaving like this because you have Hira's father's back?" Hearing her say that, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, "It's time to release evidence for what he said before." Thinking that, he straightened his back and replied, "Of course, I'm not afraid of you at all. If anything happens, Cha Hira will definitely protect me." This made Petra Apra extremely funny. She burst out laughing and said, "What? Ha ha, do you think that bitch Father Hira can protect you from this far away? We are in a dungeon. Well, you see, if you die here, no one will know the truth." These words successfully angered Choi Young-gi. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, scolding this bitch. On the other side, Lee Kiyoung continued to speak, "Can I consider what you just said as a threat, Ems, Petra?" "What?" Petra Apra did not understand the meaning of the other person's words and asked again. Without answering her question, Lee Kiyoung leaned into Petra Apra's ear and whispered, "I finally knew why the Black Swan Society seemed so interested in participating in the trip, went this time, and sent no one else but herself. The high-ups of the Black Swan Society want her to die here." Hearing these words, Petra Apra's whole body suddenly stopped immediately. Seeing this expression of hers, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, "Okay." Thinking so, he continued to say, "She was useless, and on top of that, she was causing trouble everywhere. They couldn't stand the fact that she tainted the reputation of their guild anymore, right? Hit me." Lee Kiyoung prayed silently, then he continued, "Moreover, I heard that it seemed like you also held a high position. Were you demoted or something?" Hearing what the other person said, Petra Apra angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hey, Lee Kiyoung, you want to die, right?" Not at all scared by this threat, Lee Kiyoung laughed and said, "Did you guess correctly? I feel sorry for you. It seems like the assassins you're talking about are actually your juniors. After we clear this dungeon, they'll ambush you from behind, right? Let's fight." Lee Kiyoung silently cheered, but at this moment, Petra Apra couldn't calm down anymore. She rolled her eyes and waved her hands and scolded, "You bastard, shut up." Lee Kiyoung quickly lowered his head to avoid the opponent's punch. Then he hurriedly said, I forgot to tell you this. Hira's father is not someone who will have my back." Saying this, tears suddenly flowed from Lee Kiyoung's face. His face was now wet with tears and looked extremely pitiful. His attitude turned 180 degrees and started to pray towards Petra Apra, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Seeing this scene, Petra Apra was completely at a loss for what to do. She exclaimed in bewilderment, "What?" As soon as these words came out, her raised arm was suddenly held tightly by another hand. The person who just arrived is Kim Hyunsung. He's not too quick or slow to speak. There's nothing to apologize for, Kiyoung. Hearing this voice, Petra Apra looked up in panic, facing the tall figure of Kim Hyunsung. And in the back, Choi Young-gi also cried out worriedly, You Kiyoung, are you okay? What happened?" "Petra, you bastard, how dare you curse my president and Kiyoung like that?" After Choi Young-gi finished speaking, other people immediately ran over to ask worriedly. Hearing these greetings, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, "The people who support me are my beloved allies. This is the reason why people must behave in the most appropriate manner at all times." Thinking like that, Lee Kiyoung immediately said in a low voice, "Thank you for your help, Hyunsung." Kim Hyunsung saw Lee Kiyoung's pitiful appearance and asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" Lee Kiyoung Houm, "Miss Petra told me to stop trying to get along with everyone." Hearing him say that, Petra Apra exclaimed in horror, "What, hey?" Reporters are constantly putting pen to paper to draw the sharpest images. Seeing that, Petra Apra immediately turned towards them and said, "Yes, that's right, draw another story, I am that victim, draw more." But right now on the reporter's side, they are constantly drawing and whispering, "He, see, did Hyunsung just protect Kiyoung here? Oh my merciful Lord Benigor, thank you for opening the door to a new world for me." Looking at this scene, Lee Kiyoung secretly calculated, he knew right away, the Black Swan reporters, they seemed a bit different when they were focusing on Hyunsung and when they were receiving orders from Petra. I don't know if any of them are my fans, but they are indeed very kind towards Lam Hoi, unlike their stupid director. Should I give it a try? After thinking about it for a while, Lee Kiyoung weakly walked towards Kim Hyunsung. He softly said, "Hyunsung, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I kept causing trouble." Hearing him say that, Kim Hyunsung quickly waved his hand and said, "You have nothing to apologize for, Kiyoung." Lee Kiyoung lowered his head slightly, showing a pained look. He thought to himself, "We are performing a very heartwarming brotherly love song. I knew they would have this reaction. Things are getting worse day by day. Is it beneficial for me?" That's true. On the reporter's side, someone wrote, Lam Hoi's Kim Hyunsung cannot forgive the Black Swan Guild for insulting his guild members. It is possible that Lee Kiyoung is manipulating the balance. What is his purpose here? At this moment, Petra Apra spoke up again. "You guys are really, hey, that Lindel, do business properly, and you, let me go now." Being shouted at by the other person, Kim Hyunsung did not let go but said in a cold voice, "I have something to tell you. Kiyoung has done nothing wrong. Even if there is a quarrel, you have no right to handle it here like that. This is clearly an abuse of power. If something happens to my team members, as the team leader, I should be the one responsible." These words made Petra Apra choke on the spot. Choi Young-gi from behind also spoke in agreement. "He's right, you're the one who's dragging our feet. We really should have slowed down a bit, but thanks to Kiyoung we didn't. That's discouraging." Being told that, Petra Apra couldn't refute anything. She exhaled angrily and sighed softly. She was so angry. If the Lam Hoi people were just a normal group, they wouldn't say anything, but how can I bear to stand in our way so clearly? Hearing her say that, Lee Kiyoung thought to herself, she's trying to act like she's doing this for the common good. How weak is Lam Hoi that she dares to look down on us like that? Without waiting for him to speak first, the opposite side Choi Young-gi couldn't help but ask, why was she in the way? If only she had paid a little attention to the battle situation, she wouldn't have said that. Ha Yan and Hyunsung's magic has exterminated so many monsters, and Kiyoung has cured us, too. This is Lam Hoi's first trip, really, I can't stand it anymore. Hearing all these words, Lee Kiyoung happily silently exclaimed, "Ha ha, Young-gi dear, you did a great job, it was so fun." But at this time Kim Hyunsung continued to speak, "Please don't let if something like this happens again. If you have any disagreements with our team, please talk to the team leader, me." After the other person said so, Petra Apra had nothing left to say. She replied harshly, "Hayes, okay, sorry, Hyunsung, Young-gi, I'm really angry." Seeing this expression of hers, Lee Kiyoung curled his mouth and silently exclaimed, from beginning to end he was still so stupid. "I don't think you should be a politician, Petra. The more you talk, the more people hate you. Stop making things more difficult for you." I wish she would leave the team already. Everyone quickly dispersed and returned to their guild. Walking in front, Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up, apologizing to everyone. Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung immediately said, "Hyunsung has nothing to apologize for, I'm the one apologizing." Kim Hyunsung shook his head and said, "We joined this trip to gain real experience. But I didn't expect you to be treated less than a dog, ridiculed and mocked so horribly. This is all my fault. As the captain, I'm truly sorry." Hearing the other person say that, Lee Kiyoung suddenly got speechless and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, actually it's not that terrible. At this time, Kim Hyunsung suddenly pulled out the sword from his waist and then said seriously, "However, from now on everything will be different." Seeing this action, Lee Kiyoung silently pondered. It seems that the hero Hyunsung is gradually revealing his true power. "I'm sorry I didn't enjoy the beauty of manipulating others. I can't just stand by and watch, Petra Apra. I will make you pay for trying to hurt me." Looking at the man eating flowers ahead, Kim Hyunsung raised his voice and shouted, "We will start attacking the second boss, everyone get into position." After saying this, he immediately rushed forward. Looking at the scene in front of them, Choi Young-gi and another person next to them were both terrified and couldn't close their mouths. On the other side, Petra Apra immediately took the opportunity to exclaim, "Oh my god, Hyunsung just acted on his own, the tree roots are going crazy. Having said this, she stopped and then curled her mouth and thought, make more mistakes, make more mistakes, make more mistakes. People here didn't pay much attention to Petra Apra. In another corner, Kim Yeri raised her bow and arrow and started shooting towards the carnivorous plants. At this time, Petra Apra's voice continued to sound annoyed. Damn it, black swans, what are you doing? Don't let them get the upper hand, shoot arrows, shoot them. Hearing this, Kiyoung laughed and thought, you guys are really trying your best, right? While thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung's voice suddenly rang out, please use the spell when I give the signal. Hearing him say that, Kiyoung silently calculated. The fake regression said that if you do as I say, there will be light. At this moment, suddenly receiving a signal from the other side, Kiyoung and Jiang Ha-yan immediately chanted in unison, O Lord! The power to protect, the power to preserve what belongs to us, fire, wind. After the spell, the two people's magic immediately combined. Looking at Jiang Ha-yan's happy expression, Kiyoung thought to herself, I'm glad we combined spells, so cute. While thinking about this, Park Deok-gu in front suddenly shouted loudly, ah, over there. Monsters from everywhere are approaching. As soon as these words finished, Kim Hyunsung suddenly appeared right next to him. He said, Deok-gu, please go this way. Please lure the little monsters to the boss. Do the same, Young-gi. Hearing this command, both Park Deok-gu and Choi Young-gi quickly responded. Seeing this scene, Kiyoung thought to himself, that's the Hyunsung I know, that's true leadership, you make me so proud. I know that fake regression will take us down, but this is so comforting that I just want to make some ramen, sit down, and watch a good show. While thinking about this, Petra Apra's frightened voice suddenly rang out, what the hell, what are those moves, is he really a rookie? It's like this is his second life hand or something. Hearing her say this, Kiyoung curled his mouth and thought, you guys caught the signal quickly, you hit the jackpot, you chose the wrong opponent, we are not just an ordinary team of new recruits like you think. You guys are probably trying to emphasize the fact that there's a team of rookies here. Are you really going to let these rookies get ahead, and then spread the news that you were able to lead them, leading a successful expedition despite being blocked by a new army of soldiers? I don't think that plan will work anymore, right? Ha ha. Just as Kiyoung was immersed in his own thoughts, a male reporter standing far away suddenly shouted excitedly, he caught him. The two faces of Lamhoi member Kiyoung, this is shocking news, when Petra is at a disadvantage, a cunning smile. This reporter was writing something on the notebook when the surrounding crowd suddenly panicked and screamed, everyone, run away. The monsters are coming, run away everyone. Not far away, Kim Hyunsung, leading the attack, spoke up and continued, left. Continue to the right at a 45-degree angle, continue, move straight forward, please keep moving forward. Park Deok-gu walked behind, panting and hurriedly saying, Hyung, slow down a bit. Kim Hyunsung didn't respond to Park Deok-gu's words but he continued to talk, eventually stabbing it. As soon as these words ended, the shield in Park Deok-gu's hand crashed straight into a monster. Seeing this scene, he was satisfied and said to Kim Hyunsung, okay, we have gathered them all in one place. While talking about this, the man-eating flower boss suddenly moved. Seeing this, Park Deok-gu immediately shouted, oh, what is that? Don't tell me, please be careful Hyunsung-si, it's poisonous. Kim Hyunsung heard the call and immediately glanced at Kiyoung and Jiang Ha-yan who were standing behind. I will solve it before then Kiyoung-si, Ha-yan-si. Waiting for Kim Hyunsung to step forward, Kiyoung and Jiang Ha-yan immediately raised their hands to use flame storm magic. A tornado-like flame erupted in midair and headed straight towards the monsters. While attacking, Kiyoung thought to himself with satisfaction, that's right, that's it. Everyone really likes it, Hyunsung-si, Ha-yan-si. Above, Kim Hyunsung rushed towards the man-eating flower boss. He raised the sharp sword in his hand and stabbed it right into its open mouth. Witnessing the scene in front of him, Kiyoung couldn't believe it and silently exclaimed, it's so majestic, but something keeps catching on our Hyunsung's beautiful face, this thing ruins the whole picture. While thinking about this, Sun Hee-young suddenly used her purification magic. At this time, Kim Hyunsung has finished dealing with that boss. Look at the sharp tip of the sword in his hand. The people around couldn't help but be excited, everyone was happy and had the same thought, this is a festival. They couldn't help but started cheering, Hyunsung, you really are a swordsmanship genius. Yuri is also so cool, we were so stupid to think she was too young to be able to do this, Lam Hoi, you guys are so amazing. Hearing these words, Kim Hyunsung immediately waved his hand and replied, "That's too much praise, we're just imitating what everyone did before." Hearing that, the young man immediately said, "You are too humble." Standing behind, Lee Kiyoung thought, "I guess this is really over." While thinking about this, Choi Young-gi continued to say, "I don't know if this makes sense, but I really think that you guys are the hope for the future of Lam Hoi." Hearing him say that, Lee Kiyoung thought again, even if Petra causes trouble again, now no one can say that we are in the way anymore. While thinking, Lee Kiyoung took a step back, his foot suddenly stepped on a small notebook. Picking up the notebook, Lee Kiyoung was extremely curious and opened it to read. At this moment, Petra Apra's voice suddenly rang out, "Sorry Hyunsung, I'm sorry for ruining the happy atmosphere, but why did you run out of the formation like that without telling us? To be honest, we were extremely panicked. Oh no, if you continue to do things your way like that then we will. What should I do? We haven't heard anything about it." Do you really think you can do anything just because this is your first expedition? Because it's your first time, so you need to know where you are and act carefully. That's it, it's the basics of the basics, do you understand? Hearing this, Choi Young-gi couldn't bear it any longer and suddenly interrupted. Petra, she was talking, but before he could finish his sentence, Kim Hyunsung responded to Petra Apra, "I'm sorry for not telling you in advance, but I don't think there's much to worry about standing on the edge." Not accepting this apology, Petra Apra said, "However, it was still a mistake. I really had to file an official complaint with the guild before you would listen to me." These words made all of Lam Hoi's people stunned. Sun Hee-young both understood and said nothing. "What?" Park Deok-gu scratched his head and looked at Lee Ki-young and muttered, "Hyung Nim, what should I do?" Seeing this scene, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, everyone is looking at him with sad eyes. "Hyunsung, let me up." Thinking so, Lee Ki-young cleared his throat and said, "Petra, do you mind if I say a few words?" Hearing this question, Petra Apra laughed and replied, "Ha, what else do you have to say, slave of the queen?" Not bothering to pay attention to the other person's sarcasm, Lee Ki-young was neither quick nor slow to speak. "Before we came here, we thought long and hard about whether we should join the expedition, this time or not. Even though we're just here to gain experience, I'm still worried that we'll just trip everyone up because we're so inexperienced. I tried my best to be helpful to everyone, but I don't think my whole strength was enough." Hearing these words, Petra Apra crossed her arms and frowned, thinking, why did he suddenly say that? Thinking of this, Lee Ki-young continued, "I tried to use all my abilities to do better. But now that I think about it, I finally realize what the problem was." Realizing something was wrong, Petra Apra immediately shouted, "What, this bastard, are you saying that I am?" Without letting her finish her sentence, Lee Ki-young slapped his hand on his chest and said seriously, "It's me." Saying these two words, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, the problem is Kiyoung. It's not you, it's Kiyoung that's the problem here. Thinking like that, his face began to look extremely miserable. He bowed his head slowly and said, "More importantly, I think our team as a whole caused trouble for this expedition. If we hadn't come here to do such a thing, we would have ruined the entire expedition ourselves. I'm really sorry everyone, but I don't think I can stand causing trouble for everyone like this anymore. Hyunsung, see, we ruined everything. The peaceful expedition, gone, because of us. Lam Hoi is corrupt." Seeing the sad look on Lee Ki-young's face, Kim Hyunsung quickly said, "I'm sorry. As the leader, I don't think I can bear to see my group members in pain like that anymore. I think the only right thing that we, the Lam Guild, can do is to leave the expedition." Hearing this sentence, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, because he is so kind, I knew Hyunsung would say something like this. But there will be someone stopping us, right? As soon as this thought ended, Choi Young-gi's voice suddenly rang out from behind, "What are you guys talking about? Lam Hoi shouldn't be the one to leave. As the expedition leader, I restrained myself because we are allied guilds. However, I don't think I can restrain myself anymore. Petra, see, I'm sorry, but I want to ask you to leave the expedition team. This danger is for you." Hearing him say that, Petra Apra was stunned for a moment, then she said, What did you just say, young man? Did you really just say that? Are you really telling me to leave? Let's go." Actually I understand now. I know you were on Lee Ki-young's side from the beginning. The mercenary queen said you would get something by treating her husband well. Hearing the other person say this, Lee Ki-young thought, I'm having a hard time holding back from laughing, but as long as I'm here, I have to play the victim. While thinking like that, Petra Apra's voice continued to echo, "Did she say you could become the second person after this is over? Or are you already in such a relationship with her?" Already, realizing that the opportunity had come, Lee Ki-young waved his hand and spoke tremblingly, Petra, see, I think you're going a bit too far." After saying this, he happily thought to himself, It's like an 8-ton specialized truck is crashing straight into the White House, right? All you need to do is put a little bait in the right place at the right time, and everything will go your way. Thinking so, Lee Kiyoung continued, Hira Nuna has nothing to do with this. Hearing him say that, Petra April was extremely upset. She immediately shouted, shut up and don't interfere, you bastard, Hira's father and you are all crazy. As soon as her words ended, a loud bang suddenly rang out. The wall behind Petra April suddenly shook, rocks, sand and dust flying. Waiting for the smoke and dust to clear, Choi Young-gi appeared in front of Petra April. He looked at her coldly and asked harshly, what did you just say about my master? I'll say it one last time, go away, immediately. After this sentence ended, the people around also shouted in agreement, yes, get out of here, Petra. Petra, see, I think you're being a bit unreasonable right now. If you cause any more trouble for us, I don't think the wizards can work with the Black Swans anymore. Hearing these scolding words, Petra April suddenly sobbed and scolded, Lee Ki-young, you bastard. I will never forget today. After saying that, she pointed her finger at a reporter and then shouted loudly, Lindel Times, you saw that, right? The mercenaries and the Lamb Guild just cooperated to threaten the Black Swan Guild. If you don't want to die then write exactly about what just happened. Lee Ki-young stood to the side, listening to the other person pointing and scolding him while thinking to himself, I won't forget either, Petra. At this moment, a new notification suddenly appears. The dungeon is rare. You have completed sweeping the dungeon, confirmed participants 18 out of 30. After the Black Swan left, the expedition ended peacefully. Lam Hoi and Choi Young-gi were now gathered in one place. Lee Ki-young immediately spoke up, Young-gi, see, do you think you can acknowledge the contributions of Petra and the Black Swan? It's really Lam, the association made a mistake, so I asked for your opinion. Hearing him say that, Choi Young-gi immediately said, ha, she did such a thing to you and you still care about her. I feel embarrassed even trying to calculate my profit for each person. Always an item. Hearing you say that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, it's because all of this is part of my calculations. Give her more credit for that shit. The dungeon's rewards were barely enough for us, so why would I give her anything else? Actually, it's just the opposite. I'm planning to ask her for consolation money later, and of course. That was after getting this bastard reporter on my side. In a corner of a deserted hallway, a man bowed his head looking for something. Lee Ki-young walked up from afar and asked, are you looking for something? Kim Sung-kyung comes from Lindel Times. Hearing the call, Kim Sung-kyung immediately turned his head to look back. He quickly said, hey, that's it. Lee Ki-young raised the notebook in his hand and smiled and replied, don't worry, I won't say anything bad about it. It must be difficult to be a reporter in a place where power is everything like this place. Mainland news is quite confusing. I remember one time the front page of a newspaper was about the breakfast menu of the president of a large association. Stop for a moment, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, the real reason reporters are oppressed in the mainland where power is everything is not because they don't have power but because they decide to work for the wrong people. Thinking that, he immediately said, how can someone like you be satisfied? I'm sure you won't be satisfied, but I think we give you what you want, why don't you? Working for the Blue Guild instead of the Black Swan Guild, Alpha Nu Eta won it. The news is stimulating enough to turn this continent upside down. And power. A few days later, seeing the new news posted on the newspaper, Petra April angrily kicked the table and shouted, Lee Ki-young, I will kill you. Saying these words, she held her head in her hands and sadly exclaimed, they will kill me, those bastards will kill me right away. Those bastards, they will. Before the words were finished, a person walked in outside the door. This person said coldly, it seems you have failed, Ems, Petra, can I talk to you for a moment? Outside on the street, everyone was holding a newspaper in their hands. They were scolding while watching the news. What trash, that Black Swan Association should go to hell. The Lamb Association is truly different. No matter how many larger guilds were surrounded, the new guild remained non-threatening and was able to stabilize. Also, that Lee Ki-young guy seems nice. Lee Ki-young is a symbol of resilience. At Lam Hoi's headquarters, while looking at the content in the newspaper, Lee Ki-young happily thought to himself, the symbol of resilience, Lee Ki-young, is somehow perfect. While thinking about this, Sun Hee-young walked in and said, Ki-young, the Black Swan officials is coming to visit you. Are you okay? Hearing this information, Lee Ki-young thought, I knew you guys would do this. Soon the Black Swan's people arrived. The person who came was a girl, standing in front of the room door. She bowed her head and said honestly, hello Lee Ki-young, the leader will come to meet you officially soon. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young thought with satisfaction, leader, ha, that's right, as a leader you have to take responsibility for your actions, Petra. While thinking about this, the other girl continued to say, I would like to introduce them to you. Following this sentence, a set of footsteps slowly entered the room. Lee Kiyoung was a bit taken aback. Before fully understanding what was going on, the newly appointed leader of the Black Swan Society entered. This person took a look at Lee Kiyoung and then curled his mouth and said, long time no see. Kiyoung, I'm Vice President Lee Ji-hae. As soon as she saw clearly who the other person was, Lee Kiyoung silently exclaimed in horror, it was Ji-hae's older sister. What did she mean by Vice President? Use your special ability to observe Lee Ji-hae for a moment. Lee Kiyoung thought in surprise, Commander, I'm starting to have nightmares. Following Lee Ji-hae was Petra Apra. All three sat down on the sofa. Lee Ji-hae smiled and said, it's nice to meet you again like this, don't you think? Hearing the other person ask that, Lee Kiyoung immediately replied, are you still choosing me, sister? Anyway, what's going on? I don't think you will become their vice president. Hearing that, Lee Ji-hae immediately looked towards Petra Apra, who was bowing her head silently and calmly replied, I know you're talking about it out of shame. So cute, if it's about the person sitting here then you don't need to worry, she has resigned. Hearing this, Lee Kiyoung immediately said, you guys must be forcing her, you always find a way to climb up, I'm impressed. Lee Ji-hae shrugged and said, I don't know what you're thinking. Hearing what the other person said, Lee Kiyoung immediately replied, do you really think I don't know? All of this is your masterpiece, isn't it, sister? After saying this sentence, he thought to himself, why did the positions of Petra and her, a new member of the association, suddenly change, so that means there is a conflict within the Black Swan Association. Thinking so, Lee Kiyoung glanced at Petra Apra and asked Lee Ji-hae, did you deliberately send her to join the dungeon exploration team with me, right? You think I will deal with her for you? Petra is nothing but a pawn for you to climb on. You also use me as a tool to easily eliminate you Tau Alpha. Hearing this analysis, Lee Ji-hae immediately exclaimed, you are really quick-witted. Lee Kiyoung shrugged and said, I'm really impressed, I can't help but be impressed by you, sister. Saying so, he thought to himself, but what did I do wrong? Why did she take advantage of me like that? While thinking about this, Lee Ji-hae suddenly spoke from the other side, that's why I came to apologize. Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung immediately used his special ability to observe Lee Ji-hae. Seeing her characteristics of an ambitious and arrogant person, he silently scolded, sorry my head, characteristics of her, she hasn't changed at all, I can't be vulnerable, even if I have old feelings, she's already taking advantage of me. After calculating for a while, Lee Kiyoung immediately spoke up, you must prove that you have no plot against me, then I will decide whether I can believe you or not, yeah. Lee Ji-hae immediately nodded in response, then she immediately turned to Petra Apra and said, Petra, why don't you tell him what we know, the Black Swan Association can give him. Petra Apra had been silent all this time, but as soon as she heard Lee Ji-hae speak, she burst into tears and screamed. You bastard, do you really think you can escape after making me like this? While shouting this sentence, Petra Apra raised her hand and punched Lee Kiyoung hard. But before she could touch him, Lee Ji-hae stood up. She swung her hand and pushed Petra Apra's fist back, causing her to fall straight to the ground. Retracting her hand, Lee Ji-hae immediately said, I'm sorry, maybe we haven't taught her enough. Seeing the scene just now, Lee Kiyoung was extremely frightened and covered his mouth. At this time, Petra Apra knelt down to one side, stammering and begging, please forgive me, Miss Ji-hae, please forgive me, I'm sorry, I will never do that again. Using his special ability to observe Petra Apra, Lee Kiyoung was horrified to discover that Petra Apra's talent and development had the title of the most hated person on the continent. Overall assessment of Petra Apra, her body had changed, exhausted after being tortured many times, it can be considered that her life's journey has ended. Unlike the player Lee Kiyoung, who started from nothing, feeling like she lost everything she had, it's very hard to describe. Standing to the side listening to Petra Apra's sobbing pleas, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, I really don't want things to go this far, but really refreshing. While thinking about this, on the other side, Lee Ji-hae suddenly asked, who is a good girl? Hearing this question, Petra Apra hurriedly said, Lamb Assembly will be added to the Alliance of Congresses. And the portion given to me and the Black Swan will all be given to you Lee Kiyoung. Hearing this, Lee Kiyoung covered his mouth and chuckled, everything was going as planned. Lee Ji-hae was satisfied with Petra Apra's performance, she immediately said, good job, you can go. Then she turned to Lee Kiyoung and said, of course we will tell everyone that compensation, in addition, the reward from the dungeon and the land documents are all Alpha Nu Etas. We will also promise to contribute to Kim Hyunsung's team. Anyway, is that enough to show my remorse? Hearing the other party say this, Lee Kiyoung secretly calculated, well, it's not bad, actually this is a good business deal, especially the part about Lam Hoi joining the Congress Alliance, but does she have any other plans, right? I'll be in trouble if I don't ask her that. Thinking so, he immediately said, too much. Ha, Lee Ji-hae exclaimed in confusion. Lee Ki-young continued saying, it was too good to be true. So it's very suspicious. Why do you do so many things like this? I'm sure I'm not the only one you need to do this. What about the Red Mercenaries and Magicians Guild? If it's just a civil war for power within the guild, then there's no need to make so many enemies outside. Why did you take advantage of me and ignore those dangers? I thought you also hated betting like me. It would be different if you had any grudge against me, but I think you are more rational than that. Why are you playing with me? I really don't want to think that you will eventually betray me after doing all this. I want you to tell me your true purpose, whether you are my enemy or not. Silence for a moment. Lee Ji-hae then said, what if it's true? What? Lee Ki-young frowned and asked again. Lee Ji-hae was neither quick nor slow to answer. What if it was really a private matter? Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young suddenly choked and couldn't say a complete sentence. At this time, Lee Ji-hae slammed the table and stood up to scold me. I'm so disappointed. Don't you remember the first time we kissed? I told you I like ambitious men. While saying these words, Lee Ji-hae walked up behind Lee Ki-young. She wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. Lee Ki-young did not avoid it but just said, stop joking, it has nothing to do with it. After saying this, he thought to himself, so you really want this body? Lee Ji-hae replied very seriously, do you really think I'm joking? Ha, really? Lee Ki-young thought in panic when seeing Lee Ji-hae's current expression. At this point she continued, want to hear something interesting? I went to Black Swan after the instructions, but it's very messy. The previous president worked with Petra and did shady and brutal things. Somi and the current president initiated a coup. During that time I wanted to contact you but I was too tired. I thought if you don't look for me then why should I look for you? Probably because I'm so busy, but I keep hearing about Alpha Nu Ada's girlfriends. Hearing what the other person said, Lee Ki-young was scared and thought, wait, is she serious? Lee Ji-hae continued to say, I really thought meeting you was fate, but for you it was just a fun night. I want someone else besides you. How can I not be tired? At this moment, Lee Ki-young was extremely helpless. He secretly sighed and misunderstood. As soon as he saw the other person's expression, Lee Ji-hae spoke loudly. His expression said misunderstanding, monkey misunderstanding. He even became the mercenary queen's lover when he had Jong Ha-yan. Since then, I've never tried to find you. Don't you think that's unfair? Hearing this accusation, Lee Ki-young panicked and thought, are you telling the truth? So you're saying you're jealous? I don't want her to be my enemy. I don't want her to be my enemy. Do you really think I'm satisfied just being a leader? I have to be at least the vice president to be satisfied. Okay, it's time to dig in. Because of jealousy, she does things so haphazardly. While thinking about this, Lee Ji-hae suddenly spoke up from behind. Do you know something? I don't care who you sleep with. In fact, if it helps me climb higher, I'll do it too. Do you know why? Because I know you will choose me in the end. I am the only one who can put you, a timid and greedy ambitious man, on the safest throne. In the end I will have to choose the person who can do that, and that person is you. As she spoke, Lee Ji-hae raised her hand to lift Lee Ki-young's chin and suddenly kissed him on the lips. Being suddenly kissed, Lee Ki-young widened her eyes and thought, didn't she think that she wouldn't cooperate? It's probably because she knows my worth and knows how to utilize it. Now, I know for sure. The reason why the fake regression chose Lee Ji-hae to hide in. Lee Ji-hae is very talented and helpful. The kiss ended. Lee Ji-hae looked straight into Lee Ki-young's eyes and then cautiously said, so you know what our relationship is, right Alpha Nu Ada? Hearing this question, Lee Ki-young immediately nodded and replied, of course, I will ask you to take care of me, Sister Ji-hae. After saying this, Lee Ki-young silently calculated that he would obey first. Extremely satisfied with Lee Ki-young's answer, Lee Ji-hae happily turned away. As she approached the door, she immediately turned around and said, next time contact me first. I would prefer if it was about private matters. Hearing what the other person said, Lee Ki-young was silent for a moment and then said, let me ask you one more thing. Why me? Someone like you can have everyone you want. Hearing that, Lee Ji-hae immediately smiled and replied, I have so many questions, I don't know. If I had to give a reason, it would probably be because I like you. After saying this, Lee Ji-hae immediately walked out. As soon as she got to the door, she immediately came face to face with Jong Ha-yan. Jong Ha-yan's face was now drenched in sweat. She stuttered and asked, brother, why are you Ji-hae? Why are you two together? As soon as he saw Jong Ha-yan, Lee Kiyoung panicked a bit. He thought to himself, what should I do? I can't think of any excuse. At this moment, Lee Ji-hae suddenly narrowed her eyes and smiled. Oh my god, is your girlfriend still waiting for us? That's why you rejected me, huh? That's right, I don't have a chance anymore. You have such a pretty girlfriend. Long time no see. Ha Yansi. Hearing the other person say that, Jong Ha Yan stammered in bewilderment. Ha, what? Standing behind and hearing these words, Lee Ki-young happily thought to herself, damn, Lee Ji-hae, you are the best, I love you so much, Ji-hae's older sister. It's true that he's smart, quick-witted, and very sensitive, so adorable. At this moment, Jong Ha Yan started to doubtfully hold her face and mumbled, what did I do next, or was it just a misunderstanding somewhere? Seeing her expression, Lee Ki-young immediately said, yes, I'm sorry Ji-hae, I mean Ji-hae, but I have belonged to Ha Yan for a long time. After saying this, Lee Ki-young immediately walked over and hugged Jong Ha Yan tightly. Lee Ji-hae slightly curled her lips and smiled, then pretended to be miserable and exclaimed, Ki-young oppa really disappointed me, I didn't know you shouldn't show off your feelings in public somewhere. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young immediately replied, but Ha Yan is the cutest person in Alpha Nu Ada's eyes, you're really falling for Ha Yan. Lee Ji-hae said, well, seeing two people loving so passionately makes me happy. Burying her face in Lee Ki-young's chest, Jong Ha Yan was extremely happy. She didn't know that at this time, Lee Ki-young and Lee Ji-hae were exchanging information with each other. Two people who get along well but have the same thoughts. We have to cooperate until the end, my good friend. In the past, no, to be more precise, in the near future, a great war will take place across the continent. Before leaving, the great magician said some extremely incomprehensible words. Celia's guide was killed and the queen's life or death is still unknown. Many heroes and people have fallen. And Kim Hyunsung has lost many brothers who were as close as family. It was all my fault, Kim Hyunsung blamed himself at that time. While blaming himself, a masked person appeared right before his eyes. This person looked at this scene for a moment and then said, what is this? Hearing this voice, Kim Hyunsung immediately raised his head to question, you, black magician, you are also just human. Why did you betray us? Hearing this question, the black magician immediately replied, I am only inclined to win, this is the reason that explains everything. A girl standing behind heard that and immediately questioned, is that why you caused so much death? The black magician shrugged and replied, this is my mission, moreover, this decision is much better than going with you guys pretending to be heroes. The one who betrayed, someone spoke up. Hearing that, the black magician immediately burst out laughing, betraying, 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 babbling on and on. These words made Kim Hyunsung extremely angry. He shouted loudly, don't you feel a bit of guilt? Yes, the black magician said, in the end I am just a human being, even though I have had to kill many people I have always loved. Having feelings for someone I just met, she is a very smiling person, I wanted to be with her for a long time but in the end it ended up like this, I feel sure it's because she doesn't like her, suitable to be turned into a weapon in war. I'm also sorry that the queen had to personally kill her beloved subjects, but now she will always think of you as a traitor, forever after. That's why we take every step carefully so as not to make any mistakes. Hearing these words, Kim Hyunsung immediately asked in doubt, you, who exactly are you, why do you dare? Before he could finish his sentence, the black magician interrupted him and said, you don't need to know that, but there is something very strange, I didn't expect you to be so excited, it seems like the death of your lover, just as impactful as the deaths of innocent people, huh? Really, hero? No, you're not a good person, a fraud, a fake hero, those titles are truly worthy of someone like you. Hearing all these words, Kim Hyunsung lowered his head, he blamed himself then gritted his teeth and said, kill me. The guild members behind heard this and quickly shouted for president. The black magician standing opposite burst out laughing loudly. What, kill you? Stop speaking so loudly, you are a fraud, why are you glaring at me? Do you think you are truly the representative of justice? Are you comforting yourself? TSK, leave it, I'll give you one last chance. Kill the guy next to you. If not, I will kill this woman or, I will kill you too, really, everyone's life depends on your choice. Hearing these words, Kim Hyunsung angrily shouted, you. Damn. Having said that, he immediately swung his sword and slashed straight at the black magician. Seeing this move of the opponent, the black magician did not seem afraid at all, he calmly raised his hand and pulled out his sword to form a protective circle to block Kim Hyunsung's attack. He didn't have time to react and was pushed back by this protective circle, a large mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. Seeing this scene, The people behind were extremely worried and called out to the president. A girl named Hae Jin was about to run towards Yun Sung's ice cream when suddenly she was tightly wrapped by a stream of black magic and pulled straight towards the black magician. He held Hae Jin tightly, then said, "What are you waiting for? Kill her quickly, let's see if she is more important than Cho Hae Jin." Kim Hyunsung was extremely angry and shouted, "You bastard, let her go." The black magician did not pay attention to the other person's words. He coldly said, "I will say it again, if you want me to forgive her, then quickly kill the person next to you." Hearing that, Kim Hyunsung screamed helplessly, "Stop, stop, if you're good, kill me." While talking about this, the person next to Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up, "I'm okay, President, just thinking about the fact that I can't fight side by side with you to the end." Hearing this, Kim Hyunsung immediately interrupted and said, "Don't say any more, don't say those words, I will find a way to save everyone. I know there will be a way, we can't let ourselves be taken advantage of, so please, no." The person next to me picked up the sword from the ground and said, "Dying at the hands of the president is already a great honor for me." The black magician, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Oh, but suicide is strictly forbidden. Once you commit suicide, Hae Jin will also die. Kim Hyunsung, you have to kill yourself first, is counted." "You bastard," Kim Hyunsung shouted with tears in his eyes. The person next to him brought the sword and said in a low voice, "Please, President. He must live to the end." Looking at the sword in front of him, Kim Hyunsung was helpless and speechless. His trembling hand reached up to grasp the hilt of the sword. A stream of bright red blood sprayed straight into the smiling mask on the black magician's face. Looking at the scene in front of her, Cho Hae Jin cried out in pain, "No way. Don't, damn it, no, no." Lee Sang-hee. The black magician standing opposite clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Truly touching, I didn't expect you to be able to act so decisively." "Very good, Kim Hyunsung, thanks to you we got rid of one more person. You are truly scum like I said, but aren't the lives of your associates beside you important?" "Ah, he's dead anyway, then. See you next time." As soon as these words ended, the black magician also disappeared from Kim Hyunsung's sight. His eyes suddenly opened wide and he woke up from the nightmare. Kim Hyunsung breathed heavily. He looked around at the scene here for a moment, then thought to himself, "This is my room. Thank goodness I'm back. No, I'm really back. Why, every day I wonder. Although my body is no longer bleeding, the cries of despair are no longer there. Instead of the darkness of misery, I am now surrounded by blinding light. It's been a long time since I've seen that dream again. But there is one clear truth. That bastard black magician is trash." Remembering the smiling mask on the other person's face, Kim Hyunsung gritted his teeth and told himself, "I will definitely find you." He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face, feeling that his body was now extremely tired. At this moment, outside the door, Park Deok-gu's voice suddenly rang out, "Are you awake? Let's go out to eat breakfast, Hyunsung." Hearing this voice, Kim Hyunsung tightly held his trembling hand and replied, "Okay, I'll be right out, Deok-gu." After saying this, he silently consoled himself, "Okay, times have changed, this is a golden opportunity. As long as that accident is not repeated, we will save many lives." Seeing Kim Hyunsung walking out the door, Park Deok-gu was a little worried and asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Let me show you something, it will definitely cheer you up." Looking at Park Deok-gu's back running in front, Kim Hyunsung thought to himself, "I have to correct all the mistakes I have made. Above all, kill Young Jin-ho, the leader of the criminals, as soon as possible. Those crazy people don't deserve to live. And I will be able to bring both Ha Yan and Yeri back to the way they were before, not just different, but everything must be even better than before." More. The most important person in this series of changes is Lee Kiyoung. It's him. Soon Kim Hyunsung went to the dining room. Lee Kiyoung was stirring rice into a bowl. Seeing the other person coming, he immediately smiled and said, "Hello, Hyunsung is here, good morning." The truth is, even though his fighting skills aren't outstanding, his true value lies elsewhere. When we arrived, Kim Hyunsung slowly sat down at the table and said, "I'm sorry, but suddenly I fell asleep." Everyone sat there saying, "Good morning, Hyunsung." "Hello, Hyunsung." Lee Kiyoung brought out a bowl of rice and said, "It's okay, sometimes just be a normal person. Come on, let's eat." That's a brilliant guide. He helped the whole team easily join the Blue Guild, established a relationship with the mercenary queen, and was even able to form an alliance with the three great guilds. Not only that, he also is the one who recruited and cared for the team members. At the same time, guide me on the right path, creating all conditions for me to be as successful as possible. At first, For me, he was just someone I accidentally knew, but he was someone who had a huge impact on me in this life. Park Deok-gu quickly eats rice, great. At the top of the top, Kim Yeri next to him slowly ate the rice and said, "Don't eat all of Hyunsung's portion." Lee Kiyoung said with a serious face, "You pig, return the food quickly, I told you not to eat it, part of that Alpha Nu Eta, really?" Then you said, "Just kidding. But don't eat too fast or you'll have indigestion." Kim Hyunsung stared at Lee Kiyoung thinking, why didn't I see him in my previous life? Maybe Kiyoung died in the war. Lee Kiyoung noticed Kim Hyunsung's burning eyes. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? He didn't joke with him like usual, so he's sad. Then he said, "Well, let's start eating. Everyone just eat naturally." At this moment, Lee Sang-hee pushed open the door and walked in. Sung Hee-young was surprised and called out, "Vice President. Being able to die in the hands of someone I respect is my honor." Kim Hyunsung glanced at her and thought, Lee Sang-hee, this time, no one has to die. He Ki-young and Ha-yan, she Sang-hee, hey Jin. I will definitely protect everyone, and to do that, this moment is an important moment. Lee Sang-hee panted and said, "Sorry for bothering, there is an urgent matter, it involves our guild leader. The guild officials have called an emergency meeting to find a solution to deal with Hyunsung and Ki-young, you two go to the conference room right away." Then, unable to eat breakfast, Lee Ki-young and Kim Hyunsung ran after Lee Sang-hee. On the way, he asked, "Is it really that urgent?" Lee Sang-hee turned his head slightly and replied, "Yes, he is locked in a cursed dungeon. I will tell you the details about the meeting room later." Arriving at a certain place, Lee Ki-young was startled and thought, "It's not like those kidnapped princesses, I'm so lost." Kim Hyunsung called, "Ki-young, don't worry, nothing will probably happen." Lee Ki-young replied shyly, "Okay. That's right, no matter what happens, as long as our beloved regression says it's okay, everything will definitely be okay." Kim Hyunsung walked in front, his face solemnly thinking, "I must definitely do it, this is the most important moment from the beginning until now, the moment when I will become a hall in this life, I will definitely make better decisions. To be able to protect everyone from that masked man, and change the future." Kim Hyunsung determinedly thought, "I will defy everything to regain my spirit and try for everyone. Because that is the reason why I regressed." Once upon a time, before the time of the goddess Beniger, in a certain village, there was a saint who worshipped the god of blessings named Gedrick, and a female saint who worshipped the god of disaster, Juliana. One day, by irony of fate, they fell in love. Even though they know that love will never have a perfect ending, when he heard the news, his body was extremely angry. To protect themselves, they built a small temple to worship them, but the gods separated them by a wall, causing them to forever be immersed in the pain of separation. They always longed to meet each other, even after death. He picked up the notebook and said, "That's why that dungeon is called the Cursed Temple." Lee Sang-hee sat at the head of the table and said, "Our president is trapped there." Lee Ki-young wondered why the president was there. He thought to himself, "Damn, why would he go there?" Lee Sang-hee answered seriously, he wanted to explore the dungeon he had discovered, but as soon as he entered the grave of the chest, he was cursed by that dungeon. Lee Ki-young was confused, also, brain drop or something. Lee Sang-hee continued to say, "After hearing the news, we immediately formed a rescue team, but since last night, we have no longer received news from them. But since last night, we have no longer heard the news, get their news too." On the other side, Lee Sol-ho suddenly smiled and looked at Lee Ki-young meaningfully. Looking at that disgusting smile, Lee Ki-young thought, "Wow, is there anyone in this world who is as obvious as you?" Lee Sang-hee continued, "We will mobilize all forces, including Sir Lee Sol-ho again." Hearing his name mentioned, he slapped the table and said, "Miss Lee Sang-hee, if that's the case, who will stay to protect the guild? This is different from what we discussed." Lee Sang-hee closed his eyes and calmly said, "Yes, so when I'm absent, the meeting will be in charge of Hyunsung." Next to Lee Ki-young, when he heard this news, he was so happy that he shed tears. He covered his mouth and thought, "Oh mommy and daddy, the Lamb Festival will be in charge of Hyunsung." Lee Sang-hee turned around and seriously asked, "Can I rely on you too?" Kim Hyunsung replied, "Yes, if you need any help, just let us know." This makes Lee Sol cough like crazy. "Know it now," Lee Sang-hee advised. "I knew right away, okay." But Lee Sol-ho refused to give up and said, "It's useless, Lee Sang-hee, they are too young, how can you entrust the guild to them, and besides, we are in dire need of people, so why don't you bring Team 7 with you?" Lee Sang-hee was angry at his thoughts. She scolded loudly, "What are you talking about? This is very dangerous, you can't take them with you, the dungeon that was washed away is a dungeon filled with heroes, it's a completely different level from the Garden of Horrors. Of course Lee Sol-ho didn't give up, she sang he, the dungeon that was destroyed was the dungeon that became the hero, it's a completely different level from the Garden of Horrors. Lee Kiyoung glanced at him and thought, he is using every means to drag his team along. That old man kept stroking his short beard and said, we recruited them precisely to use them in urgent situations like this, their reputation is gradually becoming known, wouldn't they help us a lot in this matter? Besides, Kiyoung at Lam Hoi can't do anything useful, isn't it time for us to use our money properly? The more he listens to Lee Kiyoung, the more he hates him, he is imagining that, holding a gun aimed at his head, while he is still talking, we are already old and weak, we can't even get there, what can help? Instead of Sang He having to come forward in person, he immediately shot a bullet through his head. Lee Kiyoung said clearly, the useless person here is you. Go to hell. That's the fierce voice of my heart, do you think I would hand over Lam Hoi into the hands of someone like you? Lam Hoi belongs to us, no, it belongs to Hyunsung, he trembled as he thought. Lee Kiyoung smiled darkly and thought, and Hyunsung's things are also your father's things, Lam Hoi belongs to dad. With my understanding of Hyunsung, I'm sure he would say something like this. Kim Hyunsung did not hesitate to say, okay, our vice president will join the rescue team. Lee Kiyoung thought helplessly, that's it, I knew it right away. Honest and righteous always help people in need. He didn't just talk, but his strength always proved what he said, furthermore, his appearance and charm have also made many people believe in him. He's just that kind of person, I never thought I would regret being teammates with him, but now it's different. When our Kim Hyunsung encounters anyone in difficulty, he always helps out, and is very serious. Lee Kiyoung turned to ask, Hyunsung, what do you mean, sorry, Mr. Kappa Iota Young? Kim Hyunsung explained, I should have told you earlier that I was planning to continue exploring for the sake of our team's future career advancement, he explained with a sigh. Lee Kiyoung heard that and thought to himself, profession, I never thought about having to upgrade my profession in such a dangerous dungeon, or what he was planning to go there to loot. On the surface he replied, oh that's it, There must have been a reason for him to give up such a good opportunity, could it be that there were any items in that dungeon that belonged to him in his previous life, if so? I'll go along with him this time, Lee Kiyoung thought with a sigh. Lee Sol coughed again and said, that's right. Miss Lee sang he, the new members are already eager to join, why don't you bring them along, I appreciate their spirit of dedication. The old man with glasses continued, you're right, that's it, Lee Sol-ho, you have to get something worth spending that much money, Lee sang he slammed the table angrily and said, everything is in order. I'm very disappointed with everyone's performance today, don't you feel ashamed of the new members? Lee sang he bit his lip and said, if Sung Jun comes back and sees the gang like this, I don't know how disappointed he will be. She suddenly stood up and said, Lee Sol-ho, I leave the guild in your care, don't let me down anymore, subverted my expectations, that obnoxious old man, Lee Sol-ho, calmly said, ahem, just trust me, Lee Kiyoung cursed under his breath, trusting the monkey. Lee Sol-ho smiled wickedly and thought, sorry Song-hee, but Mr. Sung Jun will soon die, so pay special attention to him during this time. When looking to the side, it was clear that the other regression also had similar thoughts. The next morning, in Lee Ji-hae's room, she was sighing and looking at something. This is an invitation to a date, and it was a letter from Lee Kiyoung, hoping she could help me keep an eye out for a guy in the guild. You won't refuse me, will you? Yes, this is beneficial for you, to eliminate the things that bring trouble to you. Usually, you also have to sacrifice something precious, but sometimes, the person who wants to eliminate trouble for you does not need to sacrifice anything. After this, I want to spend a little time alone with you. P.S. You know I love you, right? She clutched the letter and said angrily, oh shit, what the hell are you talking about, want to hit him? But she opened the letter again and looked at it again. Suddenly she saw something. Then Lee Ji-hae opened the door. She found a bottle of orange medicine on the table, phew, there was still some left. Lee Ji-hae shook the medicine bottle and smiled and said, my precious acupuncture point, bastard Lee Kiyoung Kappa Iota Alpha is not easy for me to help you with, please be grateful. Over here, Lee Kiyoung is holding a megaphone and shouting, hello, 1234, 1234, hurry up, we don't have much time left. He thought to himself, I'm so sorry, then he shouted into the speaker again, Yeri, stop lying there, take this with you, Deok-gu, why are you bringing that boat, return it to its original place quickly, Hyung, please check to see if we have forgotten anything, and Ha-yan. Before he could finish his sentence, the butler interrupted, Mr. Kiyoung, the doctor has ordered a diagnosis. He thought to himself, diagnosis, what diagnosis? Reading the diagnostic paper, Sir Lee Kiyoung, we have determined your condition. I understand your mood right now, but we pledge to guide you in taking the medicine according to the correct schedule. You understand the love I have for you, don't you, Po? It's a good idea to come up with this trick, isn't it? I can count on you, Ji-hae. Lee Kiyoung burst out laughing when reading this letter. Suddenly he felt a burning gaze behind him. He silently groaned, oh, this feeling. So as soon as he turned around, he saw Young Ha-yeon's dark, uncomfortable eyes, and he immediately trembled in fear. Young Ha-yeon's face darkened. He looked at her like a thunderbolt and said, love letter, that's not it. Lee Kiyoung quickly held up the letter and explained that you misunderstood, that this was my diagnosis. When Young Ha-yeon heard that, he panicked and asked, diagnosis, are you sick? Young Ha-yeon's face became serious. She intended to use healing magic to see for Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung quickly said, no, I just had a slight cold recently. He thought to himself, the time of Ma Ha-yeon, I'll put that healing ring away for you. Then Lee Kiyoung quickly dragged Young Ha-yeon back to the room. Have you finished packing your things? We're about to leave. She also obediently said, yes, I'm ready. He thought with a sigh of relief. He almost ate bran. This time Jae-uni helped me again. At night, the moon hangs high in the dark and scary forest. Because it was raining, the forest seemed flooded, making their steps choppy. Lee Sang-hee walked in front and said in disgust, that's so disgusting. She shyly spoke up and said to Kim Hyunsung and Lee Kiyoung, once again, I sincerely apologize to everyone. I honestly don't want to put everyone in danger at all. Kim Hyunsung calmly said, it's okay, I'm happy to help the guild. Lee Kiyoung also smiled and replied, that's right. Then he suddenly asked, Lam Hoi has helped us a lot, should we do something to repay him? Lee Sang-hee turned around and called, Hyunsung, Kiyoung. When he went further into the forest, Lee Kiyoung gritted his teeth and thought, Hyunsung, explain clearly why you dared to drag everyone all the way here. At this moment, suddenly, a skeleton wearing a cloak who had been dead for some time appeared. When Kim Yeri saw it, fear quickly filled Kim Hyunsung's back. It was a zombie. Most of the monsters here have black properties, Kim Hyun thought. Suddenly he's screaming so hard. Lee Sang-hee said cautiously, please everyone be very careful. Just then, Lee Kiyoung glanced at Sun Hee-young and Young Ha-yeon, who were happily laughing and talking. Being able to walk with him like this, I'm so happy, hee, ha ha, is that so? He silently lamented that the two of them were having so much fun. Were they going to the market or something? Lee Sang-hee let out a long, helpless sigh and said, if I could be a better leader, things like this wouldn't happen. I'm very sorry for putting everyone in this situation. Lee Kiyoung chuckled, why are you shy? They are all so chill. Then Lee Sang-hee turned 180 degrees and clenched his fist and said, however, since everyone has saved the guild leader, they will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Here is Hyunsung, Kiyoung, Ha-yeon, and Park Deok-go's. Where is Park Deok-gu? Hearing that, Kim Hyunsung and Young Ha-yeon, who were walking in front, also turned their heads to look back. Lee Kiyoung quickly looked around and called, Deok-gu, where are you? But in his heart he thought, oh my god, where did that can go? Young Yun has been silent up until now. Now he pushed his glasses back and said seriously, Deok-gu took something, so he will chase us later. Lee Kiyoung asked with a blank face, who are you? Then thought, which mother is this? Huang Young Yun blushed shyly and said, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. She raised her face and smiled and said, I am scholar mage Huang Young Yun, your girlfriend Deok-gu. As soon as he said this, Lee Kiyoung, a group of three, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Lee I-young and Kim Hyunsung said in panic, what are you? He thought, what the fuck? And Young Ha-yeon smiled, wow. At this moment, Park Deok-gu hurriedly ran up. He scratched his head and said, I'm sorry. I'm so slow. I'm sorry I didn't introduce her. She's my girlfriend. Lee Kiyoung's lips twitched, thinking, what comedy is this? Only then did Lee Sang-hee speak up, oh, I'm sorry too. I should have introduced myself sooner. Miss Young-in here was sent to assist us in today's expedition. Park Deok-gu put his arm around his girlfriend's shoulder. She blushed and said, sorry everyone, last time I had work so I couldn't attend the meeting, but I am an official member of the Lam Association, pleased to meet everyone. Park Deok followed suit and asked everyone to take care of her. Lee Kiyoung again used his habit of satirizing others and thinking, a supporting character setting up a love affair, who borrowed. After the introductions and all, the group set off to go deeper into the forest, but while Huang Young Yun was walking, he tripped over Park Deok-gu. She blushed and explained, Hick, I'd like to drag you closer. Park Deok-gu held her small hand and said, it's okay, from now on I have to stay by your side, you know, hold my hand tightly you're better, devil. Kim Hyunsung sighed and said, last time it was thanks to her that we were able to enter the Garden of Horrors. Lee Kiyoung didn't care about it anymore, he secretly thought that the love between humans and pigs, just doing it too much is too easy, say whatever you want. Next to Young Ha Yan was about to say, honey, maybe we should. Lee Ki-young opened his mind's eye to see Huang Young Yun's stats, intelligence, 90, hero level, magic power 80 hero level, her stats are really terrible, from now on that pig I'll leave it to you, ha ha ha. Suddenly a loving voice rang out, fuck you lovers. I will curse you all. Everyone heard that voice, I felt a very strong energy and everyone paid close attention. Lee Ki-young looked around, whose voice was so terrible was Juliana's voice, because she was given food, she's so angry, damn it. I feel like the breath I breathe is demonic. Lee sang he took the lead with the book, she turned around and looked at everyone talking, preparing to enter the dungeon, everyone quickly prepare their fighting spirit, waiting for everyone to arrive, she began to open the book. As soon as the book opened, a source of dark power suddenly appeared and said, I will curse you all. Hero level dungeon you have entered the cursed temple number of members a red smoke suddenly entered Lee Ki-young's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that he was in another white space, he asked in bewilderment, where is this? A cold voice mixed with mockery rang out, what a disgusting guy. Lee Ki-young saw himself and his family when he was very young, at that time his parents argued every day, and at night he only knew what time his father was playing, it's right that his parents left him, hey, he needs to listen carefully now, just ignore it, if it's in your hands then just shut up. Seeing such a scene, he only burst out laughing. He slowly walked towards himself due to the red smoke, what the hell was this, is it a curse, where is everyone? His dirty, crying self was reaching out for help, in pain, I'm in so much pain, I thought you would save me, but I didn't expect you to steal my hidden knowledge and run away, damn it, you are not human. But Lee Ki-young boldly stepped forward, he lifted his foot to kick the other person down, well, can you apologize, but I told you, everyone needs to live, then he thought, this is Mu Alpha's method of terror, God, if you come into contact with it for too long it will be very dangerous. Seeing that there was nothing Lee Ki-young could do, the red smoke disappeared and said, however, because it was all fake, it didn't affect me at all. Then a female voice rang out, it was fake, do you really think so? You killed me, even though you could have saved me, you left me to burn to death. Coward, you are no different from a murderer, that woman's entire body was covered in blood, she laughed and said, coward, you're no different from a murderer, you're just trying to justify yourself to avoid feeling guilty, do you think that just like that can wash away all sins? But seeing that, Lee Ki-young didn't lose his composure at all, he said as he walked, oh my, hey Young, Hye Oling, long time no see, your tongue is also sour, yeah, I'm defending myself, what about me, all humans are like that, their brains were created to benefit themselves. Harsh is harsh, but it's the truth, right from the beginning I'm not a gentleman at all, I have no hatred or resentment towards you, I just do everything for the best so I can make a living. Then another voice rang out, you always use that kind of argument to protect yourself. This time a scar-faced guy appears, you think that your choice is the best, and you can't do anything else but in reality you don't give a damn about other people, create a clog in your stomach, to me, you are just trash like me. Hearing such words, Lee Ki-young angrily turned 180 degrees and said, what the fuck are you talking about, just like you, you're not afraid to kill people, but you're also lewd and spitting out words, you're just like you. You have no right to judge me, he thought, no way, cool it, it's all fake. The scar-faced guy attacked and said, you're just a selfish guy, hearing that, he immediately burst out laughing. Without hesitation he said, that's right, you losers, just keep barking, no matter what, in the end, the one who survives is still me, and you losers can only bark, Earth is just waiting for reincarnation, even if time turns back, I will still do the same thing, why, because even if one is trampled to the bottom of hell, one must still live at all costs. Lee Ki-young raised his middle finger, in order to live the best, create without any tricks, do you hear that Park Hae-young, Yu Sok-woo, Young Jin-ho and dozens of other bastards somewhere created I don't remember the name anymore but it's really there and bothering me, go away. After saying that, he turned around and ran to find Young Ha-yan, Kim Hyunsung, and Park Deok-gu, he thought to himself, damn it, I'm so nauseous, the red smoke said, you will reunite with them in the next life. After running for a while, he stopped and sat on the ground, he said, don't you dare dream. Suddenly Lee Kiyoung felt nauseous in his stomach. He covered his mouth to keep from vomiting. Damn it. This magic is more harmful than I thought. A hand reached out and grabbed Lee Kiyoung's jaw, making him stiffen. He grumpily turned around and shouted, "What else? Hurry up and go," Kim Hyunsung gently said. "Mr. Kiyoung, are you okay?" "Sorry to startle you, let me restore your mana," he immediately replied. "Ah, I'm okay." Then he stared at Kim Hyunsung's face. "Ah," the voice was calm, "that face is his beloved regression." Lee Kiyoung asked, "Where are the others?" At this time everyone was shaking, some standing and some sitting, trembling and talking. Who, mother, help, save me, no, my benefactor, return it here. Please return it here, brothers and sisters, it's all my fault, I'm sorry, people like you deserve to be punished. People will be beaten to death. Lee Kiyoung saw such a horrifying scene and thought, what's wrong with them, even Hyung? He quickly looked for the small figure of young Ha-yan. She was curled up in a corner. He thought, what about Ha-yan, is she okay? I thought she was going to cry loudly. After observing everyone for a while, Lee Kiyoung turned around and asked Kim Hyunsung, "Are you okay, Hyunsung? Is there any way to calm them down?" He replied, "I'm fine, I have to reassure Miss Hyung first." Kim Hyunsung gave a suggestion and said, "At that time, you should go help Ha-yan a little, maybe she needs a little mana to recover." "Okay, but Lee Kiyoung just wants to go home now." At this moment, Ha-yan was sitting alone, looking up at the sky, the red smoke still lingering around her. Inside that space, she saw someone kissing Lee Kiyoung. Then many girls came to meet Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung went to call Ha-yan. He realized something was not quite right. Young Ha-yan's face was expressionless at this time, still shining with a few murderous intent. She said, "You bastards. I will kill all of you, let them belong only to me." Don't worry, I will let them go gently, I should have gotten rid of them early, just cut off their legs first." Hearing those words, Lee Kiyoung also stopped walking. "Every single one of them, that's the only way for me to become one with Oppa. Yes, you're right, the leftists have been too lenient with them, we should have killed them from the start. First, we will amputate their legs." Lee Kiyoung quickly opened his mind's eye, but no information about young Ha-yan appeared before his eyes. "You're scared, why go in this direction?" Suddenly, another young Ha-yan appeared behind him. She was holding a knife and her whole body was surrounded by a red murderous aura. In front, young Ha-yan was laughing hysterically. Right after that, young Ha-yan behind him held a knife and stabbed Lee Kiyoung in the back. Then both young Ha-yan pulled Lee Kiyoung away and said, "I'm sorry for having to use this method, Oppa, but I've already done some numbing spells so it won't hurt. That's right, I'll make it up in the amount of blood you lost. That's right, Oppa, Oppa." Both girls are hugging the dying Lee Kiyoung. "Forever, Oppa, let's be together forever, in this place, we will live together forever, I love you, Puhei Yeneni." Cut to the next day in another space, young Ha-yan is wearing a carrot apron. She suddenly saw that Lee Kiyoung was awake. "Did you sleep well, Oppa? I love you so much today too, I made soup for breakfast, I hope you will like it, hee." Young Ha-yan shyly said, I'm a little embarrassed, I heard that newlyweds often wear aprons like waving. No. But, did I wear it right? But I'm so embarrassed. Another young Ha-yan poked her head out and said teasingly, "So ambitious." Seeing that he said so much but Lee Kiyoung did not react, he just clenched his hand to control his anger. Young Ha-yan immediately asked, What's wrong, Oppa? Are you worried that other people will see?" "Don't worry bro, I've taken care of all the obstacles, there won't be any idiots who want to separate us anymore, so don't worry, Oppa." Young Ha-yan slowly approached Lee Kiyoung, excluding Deok-gu. "I think you will be very sad if Deok-gu also disappears. He still looks so sad, it's so strange, or..." Suddenly she thought of something, she said with a dark face, "It's because, your leg hurts too much." Young Ha-yan cried and trembled as she tried to touch Lee Kiyoung said, "Kyuk, oh, no, are you so upset, hick, I know I shouldn't have done that but it's all your fault, it's all your fault." Outside, Lee Kiyoung opened his eyes, he stared at young Ha-yan's index and thought, who would have guessed? Test the player's talent and development potential. Young Ha-yan, farewell, it seems you will have to work very hard to stop young Ha-yan from becoming the boss of the Cursed Temple. I have become attached to you so now I will pray for you. The boss of this place is not Juliana or Gedrick but young Ha-yan. Suddenly Lee Kiyoung cried again. The guy he met in space just now said, "Don't suddenly fall like that, Juliana." The evil sword of this hero-level dungeon is very strong. If you want to defeat her, you must prepare carefully. She always uses skills and techniques that are difficult to deal with. She's not an opponent I can defeat with such a common mind. But the reason we came here despite the danger, Lee sang, he said loudly, our goal is to rescue ordinary survivors. But if we don't find a way to break the vow, we will give up. Your lives are our highest priority. He thought to himself, no, we can't go back now, my goal is to earn the legendary level. Lee Kiyoung glanced around, the team members also needed to be stronger, besides the sword, Kiyoung seemed to think the same as him. No, my goal is. Young Ha Yan looked cute and said, we made eye contact, hee, I know Oppa thinks the same as me, oh my god. Please let me stay in this world with Oppa, just the two of us, please give me the strength to destroy humanity, hee. Hearing such scary words, Lee Kiyoung laughed and was confused. Ha Yan, why are you playing with the genocide ending? I have to stop Young Ha Yan's plan to destroy humanity. Huang Young Yun just pointed at the paper and said, if you follow what I wrote, there won't be any big problems, thank you, Apprentice Huang. I entrusted the rest to a talented magic scholar and now I have to stay by Ha Yan's side. What she needs most now is the belief that she will always be by her side. Huang Young Yun waved at Lee Kiyoung and said, leave it to me, Professor Lee. After everything was resolved, he slowly bent down and said to Young Ha Yan, are you okay? Young Ha Yan kept staring at Huang Young Yun's back and whispered, Huang Young Yun, Oppa's new girlfriend. Lee Kiyoung thought to herself, DM, what are you mumbling about? He backed away from Young Ha Yan a few meters and said, what are you talking about Ha Yan? She's Deok Gu's wife. Ah, that's right, Oppa is right. Suddenly Young Ha Yan held her head in pain. I'm just worried, all the women in this world, no, everyone, they all must die. Lee Kiyoung thought in panic, Ha Yan, oh no, the situation has become worse than I thought. Then Young Ha Yan used magic to tie Lee Kiyoung's hands tightly. Around Lee Kiyoung, a small glass cage appeared. He looked around in panic and asked, WTF? What is this, prison, dear, Ha Yan? What the hell, let Alpha Nu Eta go quickly, stop joking. Young Ha Yan's whole face sweated, her eyes melted and she said, Oppa. We will be together forever, it's just us here. She looked fierce, we will stay here forever, Oppa, the outcome we wanted. Lee Kiyoung thought almost helplessly, it's over, she refused to listen to me, I never wanted this outcome. She turned a knife here and said, you think so too, Oppa, right? Is that right, that's right, right. She kept saying right not to ask Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung squirmed and wanted to get out, let him go. You promised you wouldn't use magic on anything other than my body, with Young Ha Yan being normal. In fact Young Ha Yan had cast all kinds of tracking magic on her body. Using the tooth she took from me a long time ago as medicine, damn, she also cast a bunch of charms in my room but I didn't stop it because I thought those things were to protect me, even though I found it a bit scary. And to deal with a genius magician like that was no use, but now it's different. She would then say, I will release you when there are only two of us left in this world, and everyone else. Now you are so scary, your face exudes a cold look, I will kill everything. Seeing that the situation was not very good, Lee Kiyoung frantically banged his hand on the glass cage to signal, Hyunsung, Lee Sang-hee, you think they will really die. What's the point of having a clear mind when they're all dead? We have to avoid this disastrous outcome at any cost. Lee Kiyoung kept banging on the inside while Lee Sang-hee on the outside. And Kim Hyunsung doesn't know anything. Look over here. Please, damn it, now I see, the captain always talked about the importance of stretching. That's right, but where is he? Hey, save me before I go to America to chase and kill your mother, fuck. I have to escape, and save humanity across the continent, from Young Ha Yan. At this time, Young Ha Yan was holding the glass cage holding Lee Kiyoung in her hand and said, Oppa is mine. Suddenly there was a voice outside, but where are you? It's almost time to eat, Kiyoung, probably with Hyunsung. Lee Kiyoung had tears in his eyes and tried to call out, Deok Gu, Kiyoung. Young Ha Yan turned around angrily, wait quietly, Oppa, okay, Lee Kiyoung whispered a sentence. Lee Kiyoung thought with tears in her eyes, no one can hear or see me, everyone, save me. Suddenly Huang Young Yun squatted in front of the glass cage and said, Kiyoung, what are you doing here? Why are you suddenly filming a tragic drama alone? Kim Hyunsung slowly said, I will go find Gedrick and Sang-hee first, Kiyoung. I kept calling but no answer from Lee Kiyoung. Kim Hyunsung thought darkly, where is he, and this bad feeling? Now I see. Yan. People are boiling water to eat and drink. Kim Hyunsung suddenly realized something. He turned around and asked everyone, this is a dungeon, those two people must be in danger, and no, Kiyoung, Yan, where are those two, Kiyoung, Yan, Kiyoung, Lee Kiyoung, where are you, Yan? That voice sounded like his father when he was looking for his lost child in the park. Kiyoung, Yan, where are Young and Yan? You two stop being round, come out here you two, we have two kids in the office, Lee Kiyoung and Young Yan. Lee Kiyoung sat stupidly in the glass cage. Father, good luck. No, damn, I have to escape quickly, what to do? Suddenly he looked outside. Wait, Hyunsung can't see this glass prison, how can Huang Yung-yun? Huang Yung-yun sat outside and asked, I brought the antidote you told me, but you're trapped, maybe you're not as good as I thought. Huang Yung-yun pushed up his glasses and asked, Professor Lee. Lee Kiyoung opened his mind's eye, magic glasses. Outside, Young Yan is holding a knife and planning to stab someone. Fuck, now is not the time. Over here, Lee Kiyoung quickly banged on the glass and said, MMMPHH. MMPHHHH. Mile per hour, MMP. $. at hash, character translation. She's holding a knife so I had to give her the prize myself, please erase this heart, but Huang Yung-yun sighed and replied, okay. In exchange, after this is over, I want to go to this restaurant with Deokgu so remember to treat us, he replied, if you let me go I will buy the whole restaurant for you. Huang Yung-yun said, no way, neither countercurses nor my tools will work, this is a hero class dungeon, I didn't expect there would be such a sophisticated device here. Lee Kiyoung was able to unseal his mouth and remove the tape in some strange way. He said, just use your physical strength, is Deokgu here? As soon as I mentioned the nonsense, Park Deokgu brought a bowl of food. Yung-yun, what are you doing here? Don't be like that, let's eat together, I made soup. Huang Yung-yun pointed to where Lee Kiyoung was locked up and said, Deokgu, Kiyoung is in there. Hearing that, Park Yung-yun panicked and said, I'm. What? Park Deokgu bent down and banged on the glass cage and called out, Alpha Nu Eta brother, are you really in there? Please answer me. Mr. Before that time, Huang Yung-yun had installed a magic tool so that Lee Kiyoung could transmit his voice to the outside. Inside, Lee Kiyoung called, Deokgu. Park Deokgu had tears in his eyes. Yes Alpha Nu Eta. At this time, Lee Kiyoung asked his own question from the forest and asked, how long have you been dating Yung-yun? Park Deokgu said with tears in his eyes, also close, it's been 100 days, why do you ask that? Lee Kiyoung said seriously, he and Yung-yun have to save the world. Park Deokgu asked confusedly, us, must save the world, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, that's right, everyone calls him Lee Kiyoung. He leaned against the edge of the glass cage and said, yes, save the world so you two can live, a life, long and happy, remember what I said before if I could do that. Park Deokgu panicked and said, I can do better, brother, so we have to save the world together, I don't want to live in the world, brother. Hearing Park Deokgu's words, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, the words the boy said were so touching. Then Park Deokgu used the megaton punch, he said, just wait for me I swear I will get you out of there. But I kicked it a few times, but nothing happened. Park Deokgu cried out in tears, Alpha Nu Eta Omicron Iota. I think this is not influenced by my strength. Inside Lee Kiyoung said his last words, he can name his daughter Park Deok-yun. Lee Kiyoung's whole body exuded the light of heaven, he calmly said, well, maybe it's better to use my mother's name, I want to see the fishing house and my family will live in the future, but in his heart he was cursing now, Park Deokgu, you stupid pig, be useful with that fat body. Hearing that, I stopped screaming, Alpha Nu Eta, please don't say that. I will save you, I will definitely save you. Huang Yung-yun also cried and called, brother-in-law. Inside, Lee Kiyoung held his head and shed tears as he said, I'm sorry, I also really want to come to your wedding, He thought he could only go this far, in his mind he thought, yes, you idiot, you should save me right away. Park Deokgu heard Lee Kiyoung's desperate words and said, don't say such stupid things, Hyung. Park Deokgu flared up and said, you have to live with Chi Yan until you and she fade away. He clenched his fists and swung his fists towards the glass cage, he cried and said, you have to live longer than us and Hyunsung, because we still need you by our side to continue scolding us every day. Lee Kiyoung happily thought to himself, you're behaving like that and I nag you so much every day. Park Deok-gu exploded with power, he punched the glass cage causing it to crack. Hyung. Have you understood yet? In the end, Park Deok-gu was able to help Lee Kiyoung out, then he gave the antidote to Lee Kiyoung, seeing that he thought, this is indeed the weakness of our sentence. Playing these tricks is a bit cliché, but I didn't expect it to be so effective for him. Lee Kiyoung picked up the pill and glanced at the two people. Park Deok-gu, I will take care of the expenses for your date, along with a perfect date program that I prepared myself. Of course, it will cover the cost of your date, includes all the elements that are above and beyond good across this continent. On this side, Young Ha-yan heard Lee Kiyoung's voice. Knowing that he had escaped, she immediately turned around and called him. Immediately after that, she quickly rushed towards that place with a scary face. Idiots, take your hands off him quickly. Just when Lee Kiyoung was about to put the pill in his mouth, Young Ha-yan screamed, bro. Stay away from that woman now. She shouted, he pointed. Suddenly Lee Kiyoung grabbed Young Ha-yan's chin and placed a kiss on it, making her stunned. The pill slowly drifted into Young Ha-yan's mouth. He thought to himself, I know, Ha-yan. You belong only to me. The two people, Park Deok-gu and Hwang Young-yun, were admiringly watching the other two kiss, when at this moment Kim Hyunsung rushed over. He worriedly said, Kiyoung, Ha-yan, are you two okay? What just happened? At this time, Young Ha-yan was crying in Lee Kiyoung's arms and said, I'm back. Thank you very much, from now on I will be a good girl, thank God I'm really excited. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Kim Hyunsung fell into extreme fear and thought, is Ha-yan also a fake regression? No, damn it, it's not like that. The pill that Lee Kiyoung gave Young Ha-yan to drink, after that, Kiyoung cured everyone with the medicine he made, which also made the dungeon conquest a little easier. But then, Sang he felt she wasn't qualified to be the person responsible for everyone. Previously, Lee Sang he said, the rest depends on you, Hyunsung. So I became the team captain. Lam then entered the boss's room. Juliana's residence. Finally won, their team also won. You met Saint Juliana, mistress of the Cursed Temple. A mandatory quest has been activated. Hero level defeat Juliana, 01. Right now Juliana is sitting in the dark room. Oh Gedrick, I've been waiting for you, a long time ago. I finally came to you. No. The person is not a guy. How dare you come here like that, I will lead each of you to hell. Juliana's screams made Lee Kiyoung's head hurt like hell. He held his head and coughed up blood, thinking, why is my crying so loud? Seeing that Lee Sang-hee's situation didn't look right, she immediately took the lead in opening the formation, preparing to fight. She's a high-level monster, so don't be negligent. We'll split into two groups, top and bottom, to both approach and defend. Take action, Hyunsung. Lee Kiyoung stood in a protective circle and shouted out, be careful, Deok-gu. He replied, leave it to me Alpha Nu Eta. Kim Hyunsung took the sword and shield and led the way to Juliana said, I will lead. But his steps suddenly stopped. Juliana used magic to bind their feet. Don't mess with me, you idiots. Park Deok-gu couldn't move his limbs, he was thrown far away. Juliana screamed, who would be swallowed by the darkness. Lee Kiyoung saw that Park Deok-gu had fallen. He frowned and thought, damn it, Hyunsung, now everything depends on that sentence. As expected, Kim Hyunsung did not disappoint Lee Kiyoung's expectations. He jumped up to respond to Juliana. She was not confused, her hand was using magic. That pile of magic power stabbed straight at Kim Hyunsung, causing his face to bleed into the street. Of course, that made Kim Hyunsung step back. His whole body was now covered in blood, he cried out in pain. Seeing such a scene, Lee Kiyoung could only gasp in disbelief. What's wrong, Hyunsung? Lee Kiyoung silently lamented, oh my god, even though I knew there was a rank gap, I never thought that even Hyunsung would have this much trouble against the boss. Moreover, he looked at Juliana. Juliana's attacks were so unusual, the surrounding barrier made it even more difficult to approach her. He thought of a plan. If Sun Hyung could focus on supporting and protecting Kim Hyunsung's magic, then things would be different, but if she did that, then we would be seriously lacking in defense. And the people in the back row, including myself, don't have too many damn decisive attack points. What should we do? At this time, Juliana was creating a giant ball of magic power and said, you are the person I am looking for. That ball of magic power calmly flew towards the protective circle of Lee Kiyoung and Lee Sang-hee, she said, who would be swallowed by the darkness of the abyss. Lee Kiyoung panicked and thought, what is it, Grandma, why did you throw it at me? Looking at the ball of magic power getting closer and closer, it's so deadly, can the barrier hold? Kim Hyunsung called in panic, he Kiyoung. Young Ha Yan also rushed towards that direction, brother. Lee Kiyoung gritted his teeth. Suddenly he knelt down, now his acting was about to start again. He raised his loving eyes to look at Juliana and said, ah, my dear Juliana. Then Juliana suddenly stopped. Then she disappeared. The scene returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Seeing that, everyone was surprised. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, Mom, if you mess up, I'll die here, please. A notification suddenly appeared, Juliana's bite was disabled, she kindly called, Gedrick. Lee Kiyoung thought, dear actress Juliana, thank you for signing up for the performance contract. Anyway, the name of this show is We Got Married. Then he bowed slightly and replied, yes, you are the Gedrick I was waiting for. Lee Kiyoung gave a devilish smile and said, Juliana, the love of my life. Lee Kiyoung now showed off his trendy acting skills, he said deeply, I missed you, the only love of my life, oh, Juliana, my eternal love, one love reunited after a very, very long time, the two of them were saying sweet words to each other. Juliana was still a bit puzzled and asked, by the way, Alpha Nu Eta, is it really Gedrick? Lee Kiyoung calmly replied, it's you, Juliana, you're the love I've always been looking for, being together like this, makes my heart beat uncontrollably. However, their relationship is gradually collapsing, she doesn't believe what Lee Kiyoung said, no, you're not Gedrick, Gedrick is. Her eyes were blood red and she said, hot blonde guy, everything is wrong, even the color of his face has changed, he can't be Gedrick. Lee Kiyoung's first number jumped extremely fast and he quickly said, Alpha Nu Eta has reincarnated, Juliana, she shouted angrily, what? Then he painfully thought to himself, Mia, I should have known, Gedrick must look like a Westerner. Then Lee Kiyoung activated his mind's eye, the information appeared, love is cursed, we respect Gedrick, the blessed saint who sacrificed himself to protect Juliana from the wrath of the gods. Juliana, I really, love your smile too, your love, Gedrick, he exclaimed, that's it. She raised her sharp hand and tried to strangle Lee Kiyoung, you're a liar, why are you pretending to be a Gedrick, I will tear you apart, but Lee Kiyoung caught her hand in time, I guess I remember your angry face too. He said, but I hope you'll be happier. I really love your smile, Juliana, and what, I love it even more if that smile is for me. Juliana saw that and blushed and called, Gedrick. Suddenly someone pulled Lee Kiyoung from behind, Gedrick, yeah. But honey, I think we should get a divorce, Lee Kiyoung cried out in panic, Juliana, someone is oppressing you, quickly, hide, Juliana called out, Gedrick. Huang Yung Yun and Park Deok Gu dragged Lee Kiyoung on the ground, stupid Juliana, Gedrick, your lover, is in our hands, ahem, if you want to save him, you'd better listen to us carefully. Juliana went crazy again, Gedrick, you bastards are the scouts of the Night Order. Young Ha Yan behind him holding a weapon said, Gedrick Oppa is mine, Juliana glared back angrily, hating that troublesome thing. Gedrick, wait a minute, no matter what, I will save you. Lee Young stood next to him holding a glass of champagne thinking, oh, I like this setup. I don't know, Juliana pulled out a dark sword and said, come here, win it. When the cursed sword opened, a series of other swords also flew up, I will not let you go, I will take you to hell. Seeing that the situation was not very good, Lee Kiyoung turned around and said to Sun Hee-young, Miss Hee-young, the back is safe, you focus on Hyunsung. Then he cursed in his heart, Mia, honey, are you crazy, at this rate you will kill your husband Gedrick, I will leave it to you Hyunsung. Hyunsung was now alone facing a series of flying swords. At this point, the system gives a reminder, the legendary trait of the player Sun Hee-young, the prayer of the female saint, is being activated, the blessing of light is increasing in value. Speed increased by 10, endurance increased by 10, physical strength increased by 10, luck increased by 10, player Kim Hyunsung has reached the hero level, high-level swordsman. Lee Kiyoung thought as he ran, just like I thought. Looking at Ki Hyunsung who is immersed in power, he may be under the influence of a blessing, but Kim Hyunsung is truly a legend, his movements are truly those of a swordsman-level person aren't they, my heart is fluttering at this magnificence. Lee Kiyoung saw this beautiful scene and thought, I believe in you, Hyunsung. I know you'll make my lovely fake regression grind. Seeing that Kim Hyunsung's attack was very fast and strong, Kiyoung clasped his hands and cheered, "Great, you're doing great." One of Kim Hyunsung's moves repelled Juliana. She angrily said, "You rotten person." She burst out with magic power, "This is the end of a fool." Kiyoung witnessed this scene and thought with a black face, "What's with that sudden increase in power, honey, I think you're a bit irritated now. First, calm down and that's okay." Juliana screamed and rushed towards Kim Hyunsung and said, "Die," he groaned, No, I can't kill him, damn it, no, I can't kill him, damn it, my boss." Seeing that Kim Hyunsung didn't move at all to get away, Kiyoung's heart skipped a beat thinking, "No, damn Hyunsung, wait, what the hell do you think you're doing? No, please, don't, Hyunsung." Seeing that, Kiyoung quickly shouted, No, stay away from him, baby." Juliana turned around and said confusedly, "Gedrick." Suddenly her eyes widened. At that moment, Kim Hyunsung's sword stabbed straight into her body. Juliana painfully called the name of the person she loved. Blood spurted out of her mouth, and the tears she shed were also blood. She couldn't even hold the cursed sword anymore. Juliana trembled as she placed her hands on the ground. She kept calling Gedrick's name in desperation. Kiyoung slowly walked to her side and said, "Juliana, I will forever remember your death." Now Juliana had turned back into a beautiful girl with blue eyes like the sky. She said, "I will too, forever with Alpha Nu Eta." When Juliana completely disappears, the system makes a notification, "Mission required to complete, hero level, defeat Juliana 1-1, gives 4 random value points." Having gone through quite a long acting journey, Kiyoung had a headache thinking, "Oh my, am I a bit of a wretched person Tau Alpha?" Lee sang he rushed over and asked, "Hyunsung, Kiyoung, thank you everyone for your hard work, I think we should entertain Hyunsung." Kim Hyunsung replied, "Sir Lee sang he." Juliana's cursed sword suddenly sparkled brightly. Lee sang he was startled and thought, "Oh, that light. It has started, ritual of possessing legendary weapons." Kiyoung thought to himself, "Possession ritual." Lee sang he explained, "Legendary items tend to choose their owners, it will probably belong to Hyunsung because it is the sword he defeated." Kiyoung frowned and thought, "Look at this person, he came for this, is this the sword I used in my previous life? It's almost the same. A magic sword, but it looks really cool." So Kiyoung spoke up, "That's a big and beautiful sword, Hyunsung, glad you collected it." Kim Hyunsung said politely, "Thank you, Kiyoung." Kiyoung thought, this name, he didn't even bother to refuse to be polite. Kim Hyunsung smiled and walked closer to the cursed sword. He was about to raise his hand and touch the cursed sword, thinking, "I finally have it." The founder of the creative guild who brought destruction to the entire continent, and Park Hae-young's murderer is his second life. He is a brutal and crazy murderer, that is Young Jin-ho. He has also used this sword, magic sword. Juliana was the sword he used. Kim Yun happily thought for a moment, glad that this time he wasn't the one who collected it. "From now on I will guide you on the right path." Kim Hyunsung reached out to grab the sword, but he remembered Juliana. But suddenly the sword did not recognize its owner, it flared up with incredible power. Kiyoung thought, covering his face with his hands to avoid dust. What the hell is going on, is it about to explode? Lee sang-hee behind reminded, "Everyone, please calm down, the sword won't explode. Hyunsung, try again." Suddenly the cursed sword let out the voice of Juliana, "My beloved Gedrick, please hold my hand." Kiyoung on this side suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, my hands are moving on their own." But Kim Hyunsung here also did not give up. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Please, Juliana, please don't refuse me anymore, I am." Finally, one of the two people was able to hold Juliana's cursed sword. That person was Kiyoung. The atmosphere at this moment was extremely stiff. No one could believe that Kim Hyunsung couldn't pull out his sword. Juliana smiled and said, "I have become a sword, Gedrick, now I will be with you forever." Kiyoung held the sword and waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way, stay away from me, you bastard." Possession ritual, I didn't agree. The ritual of owning the pants is lame, I did not agree. This side witnessed the whole incident, then Kim Hyunsung sighed, seeing that helpless expression. Kiyoung gritted his teeth and thought, "Don't make such an expression, Hyunsung. You make me feel so guilty, damn it, I really shouldn't have put on that show to steal your control, I still need him to like me." At this moment the announcement rang out, the effect of the sword weapon moved itself to protect its owner from danger. Using this sword to attack an opponent would cause a highest level curse. Creates psychological damage. You can summon or stop the curse. The test brings about a split curse. If you stop summoning it, people exposed to the curse for a long period of time will also be cursed. Influence curse. You can cast a wide area curse using a large amount of mana. The curse bringer is vehemently protesting against its banning. Now you can use the power of Ares, the god of curses. The curse bringer, it says it loves you. You can use a special ability. Because of your tower's growth rate, some of the sword's abilities have been sealed. Your horsepower has increased by 15. Seeing that, Kiyoung thought to himself, wait, oh my god, I accept you. He excitedly agreed, I don't have much magical power either, so all these abilities mean nothing to me, but the fact that the sword automatically protects its owner makes it perfect for me to use. I love you, Juliana. Kiyoung let the sword hang in the air, and he scratched his head and said, I'm so sorry, Hyunsung, I'm not even a swordsman, I didn't think things would turn out like this, ha ha ha. Below, Young Ha Yan said with a dark face, no problem, Tan Kum has already chosen the question so we can't do anything. Moreover, Kiyoung is the one who contributed the most in this conquest, not me, however. He thought to himself, yes, Hyunsung, from now on I will take good care of your sword. Kim Yun's face was half covered in blood, he was smiling brightly and said, now things have become like this, I think it will be very useful for you to learn how to use Kum. I will teach you how to use Kum, the basics, so please come to the training area 3 times a day. Kim Hyunsung said seriously, I'm really looking forward to the day we can compete in swordsmanship. Hearing these sincere words, Kiyoung thought to himself, this kid, is he unhappy? Hearing what he said sounds a bit unnatural. Suddenly a voice rang out, Ems, Lee Sang-hee, we have found the president. Hearing that, she happily asked, really, then let's. Then everyone comes to the place of the Lam Hoi Assembly Hall. Please say your final goodbyes to the Assembly Hall. Lam Hoi's president is lying in a coffin. Lee Sang-hee cried until she was trembling and excited, President, Sung Jun, we promised that we would survive together until the end, Huck. Below, Kiyoung glanced at Kim Hyunsung. Hyunsung was very calm, so this must have been planned.
But did he really get away that easily? Based on what happened before, wouldn't it be too much to call this a murder? E.g.
Lee Sol-ho, who chuckled throughout the funeral. No matter how you look at it, you can see he's enjoying this. The president mysteriously passed away a few days after being brought back to the guild, which was more than enough time for Lee Sol-ho and the other bastards to die. Action, the promised reinforcements did not appear. Kiyoung covered his mouth and thought, everything is arranged so perfectly, researching this will be very interesting. He smiled. Lee Sol-ho, you're not the only psychopath laughing at the funeral, even I'm having a hard time holding back my laughter. After that sad funeral, everyone went out to drink coffee. Where is Hyunsung? He is with Sister Sang-hee. Sister Youngin came to take care of Yeri. That's it, thank you for letting me know. At the same time, a foot slowly walked in and said, I can see that somehow you guys came back alive. Everyone in the room was startled and turned to look at him. Park Deok-gu angrily said, somehow you, bastard. Lee Sol coughed and stroked his beard, smiled and said, oh my, I didn't say you, Park Deok-gu, or you, Young Ha Yan. What I said was for someone, the Khan who clung to his team members to sweep this dungeon. Isn't that right, Mr. Lee Kiyoung? Park Deok-gu heard such sarcastic words and immediately responded, bastard, how dare you say that to my brother like that? Lee Sol-ho laughed and replied, signaling the sadness and anger of you, Park Deok-gu and Young Ha Yan. He tried to look sad and said, the two of them had to drag that useless alchemist back and forth in the dungeon, while also trying their best to save our president, but nevertheless the president that everyone tried their best to save. Lee Sol-ho didn't know where to get another handkerchief. He dabbed it on his face as if wiping away tears, and left alone while everyone else was sleeping. I understand your pain and sadness, and also sympathize with that sentiment, but the old man was glad that everyone had managed to come back alive. Hearing some more disgusting words uttered by Lee Sol-ho, Lee Kiyoung thought sarcastically, it's really funny how he's trying to squeeze out those crocodile tears. Then Lee Kiyoung put down the coffee cup he was drinking and said, do you really think we will believe what you are saying? Lee Sol-ho stopped and asked, what? Lee Kiyoung didn't have any respect for him. He coldly said, it was the old bastard's fault that the president died. Just show up and see what he did to you. Lee Sol-ho was about to explain, just show up and see what he does to you. We've been working day and night trying to support you useless idiots, how dare you say such things, but his reinforcements never arrived. He continued, it was because we couldn't find more troops. Lee Kiyoung smiled sarcastically, why did he claim that he couldn't find reinforcements that he was so proud of? Moreover, More accurately, he didn't look for reinforcements, not that he couldn't find them. Just now you clearly said that the president died alone while everyone was sleeping, but I find that a bit strange. Park Deok-gu also took a deep breath and glared at him. He spoke as if he was there to witness this. When he left he wasn't there, so why are he so confident that everything happened? It's too much like that. Lee Sol-ho replied, "What are you trying to say, you bastard?" Lee Kiyoung answered with his chin in his hands. He emphasized the fact that the president died alone. It sounded to me like he was justifying the fact that he killed him. Lee Kiyoung realized the sarcasm in Lee Kiyoung's words. He shouted, "What did you just say, Lee Kiyoung? This bastard, how dare you say such nonsense? Do you really want dead, right?" So Lee Kiyoung teased him even more. Woof, woof, woof woof. Lee Sol-ho was extremely angry and said, "You crazy bastard, what are you doing? I'm just showing you what talking nonsense really is. Everything I said just now was all true." Lee Kiyoung propped his chin up, looked at him and slowly blurted out, "Why do you keep getting angry? Do you feel ticklish?" Lee Sol-ho was about to use magic on Lee Kiyoung. "What? This bastard really doesn't know his place. You really want to die, don't you? If you really want that, then let me fulfill it for you." Seeing this, Young Ha-yan stood up and called him worriedly. Lee Sol-ho angrily swung his fist at Lee Kiyoung. He thought to himself, "If he attacks me, it will be very painful. I'm just a weak alchemist, but I'm really looking forward to it." Suddenly, a sharp sword pointed straight at the middle of his forehead, causing him to freeze. Looking at the sword in front of him, he panicked and said, No. Lee Kiyoung calmly raised the glass of water to drink and said, "My lovely Juliana, there's no need to overdo this," he thought. "I love the automatic summoning." Behind, Young Ha-yan looked at Lee Kiyoung with teary eyes. He thought, "Don't be jealous because of a sword." Only then did Lee Sol-ho feel scared. He trembled before Lee Kiyoung's sword. He said, "Tiger, it is an item that I accidentally received in the dungeon. I think it possesses some abilities that's quite useful. Ah, you're probably very jealous, but please stay away from it. My Juliana likes to need people very much." The old man gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard." Lee Kiyoung put on his coat, stood up and said, "Well, I'm very busy, so if you'll excuse me, fill out the reports and send them to Sister Sang-hee and me. Well, I don't like your attitude very much, but not the least. You should probably do some accompanying work to avoid being useless. Honestly, I don't care if he actually killed the president or not. Deok-gu, please take Ha-yan upstairs, I still have work to do." Lee Kiyoung brought his sword and glanced at Lee Sol-ho, thinking, "The important thing is that I want to do this with him. Anyway, a little lie won't stop the world from spinning. Incitement and destruction make the world work." Before leaving, he even raised his middle finger to tease him. Lee Sol coughed and trembled as he watched Lee Kiyoung calmly leave. Lee Kiyoung is a bastard, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself. "I will not forgive you, no matter what happens, I will not forgive you." The next morning when dawn came, "Welcome, Mr. Lee Kiyoung. We have heard the vice president talk a lot about you. The office is this way." In the study room, Lee Kiyoung was looking at the report and asked, "What about the Yamato Association?" Lee Ji-hye said, "Yes, it's a large guild located in Sicily, the Free City. I investigated it and found reports indicating that they were collaborating with Lee Sol-ho. I believe that, in return, he is trying to bring Lam Hoi into the hands of the Yamato Group. Perhaps he even used your group's fairy resources to help the Yamato Group, these crazy bastards, so that's why the hero-level items were delayed for so long. You said they were in Sicily." Lee Ji-hye crossed her arms over her chest and said, "Yes, I've only been there once, but I don't think things are going well. However, Lindel, Sicily and other free cities are not allowed to show hostility towards each other, so I don't think what will happen next." Lee Kiyoung was still looking intently at the report and asked, "But she knew very well that we should never let down our guard, right? The Lam Association is currently very chaotic. If they are planning to take over us, now is the perfect time." Then he thought to himself, "Even if it were me, I would choose this time. She took care of it before I even asked. It's so professional." Lee Ji-hye tucked her hair behind her ear, making a small mole appear under the corner of her eye. She said, I know. Oh, that's right. I've also investigated the president's case as much as possible. I don't think the president's death has anything to do with Lee Sol-ho. I couldn't find any evidence that would imply that Lee Sol-ho is the perpetrator. Based on the evidence, I can only assume that he truly passed away on his own. Are you listening to me?" Being asked like that, Lee Kiyoung immediately called her sister. Lee Ji-hye replied, "What's wrong?" He smiled and said, "If there is no evidence, we can just pretend." Lee Ji-hye said, "Alpha Nu Eta Kappa Iota Young, what are you talking about?" Suddenly Lee Kiyoung panicked and thought, "Wait, could it be Lee Ji-hye? More trash than I thought. I don't know where Lee Ji-hae got a bottle of orange medicine and said, "Don't you know I usually prepare these things before even being told?" She put her arm around Lee Ki-young's shoulder and said, "If there is no evidence, we can just pretend." Lee Ki-young curled his mouth and thought, "Is this woman my long-lost twin sister?" Lee Ji-hae brought out a bottle of red medicine and told Lee Ki-young, "This is the medicine I mentioned before. I ordered my subordinates to spray some on Mr. Combe Lee Sol-ho's outfit, you can use as much as you like." Lee Ki-young did not hesitate to put the bottle of medicine in his shirt with a very satisfied smile, thinking that she was hiding in his stomach. His characteristics were nothing outstanding, but his tricks were boundless. Suddenly a voice called him. Turns out, that voice was Ha Yan's. Lee Ki-young looked at Ha Yan with wonder. "Why is Ha Yan here?" he asked. "Ha Yan, I told you to stay at the guild with Deok-gu, why are you here?" Ha Yan replied with a worried tone, "I'm sorry, I'm worried about you, and about Mr. Lee Sol-ho too. But don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Lee Ki-young looked at Ha Yan with gentle eyes and saw that, well, it's probably okay, the important things have almost been resolved. If it's like this, it's good. At this time, Lee Ki-young and Ha Yan were holding hands and standing outside watching the people passing by. Lee Ki-young looked at Ha Yan and asked, "The weather is nice today, do you want to go for a walk before going home?" Ha Yan smiled happily, "Yes, I really enjoyed going on a date with you." Lee Ki-young patted her head, she must be very happy, then said, "Let's go eat something." Asking, "What do you want to eat?" But then someone wanted someone to use evil magic to attack. Ha Yan reacted quickly and quickly stopped using a shield. Ha Yan quickly jumped on Lee Ki-young, both of them were protected by a shield. In places where there was no shield, it exploded and filled with smoke and dust. Before Lee Ki-young could understand what happened, the surrounding people quickly ran away when they saw it. Kiyoung doesn't know what the hell is going on. Terrorists. In front of Lee Ki-young's eyes were two guys wearing black hoods, raising swords towards him. These guys, aiming at him. Lee Ki-young immediately thought of someone. It was the old man Lee Sol-ho. He could picture him smiling cunningly and telling him, hoping that he would return alive. Lee Ki-young's eyes darkened. Was he crazy? In broad daylight like this he dared. He angrily summoned the Juliana sword. But before she could do anything, Ha Yan stood right in front of Kiyoung and used a hurricane. She angrily questioned, "Who are you to dare? Barging in and disrupting my date, just to give you guys a quick send-off." Lee Ki-young sat on the ground with a very surprised look on his face. What was that villain dialogue? A notification appeared, determining the talent level of the player's development limit. Young Ha Yan, the hero level super mage class. Kiyoung was surprised, he was just a little angry but his career had already increased that much. Suddenly, Ha Yan grabbed Lee Ki-young's hand and sobbed, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Lee Ki-young looked at Ha Yan. "I was happy that she was promoted, but why is her face so scratched? She must have been injured while protecting me earlier." Ha Yan helped him stand up and pulled him away. "This way brother, I will protect you." Ha Yan uses the wind blade skill. He was a bit worried, even if it was young Ha Yan, it would be okay if he consumed too much mana. Ha Yan was about to move forward when he tripped over a rock. When she was about to fall, Lee Ki-young quickly caught her and told her, "Don't force yourself too much, Ha Yan." He hugged her and said, "Why don't we escape together?" Ha Yan was extremely surprised. For Kiyoung, it's better to be the one who gets hurt. Young Ha Yan is one of the very important cards, I can't waste this card like that. In the immediate future, I have to fight Juliana's petty subordinates, wait until reinforcements arrive. If you falter now, your life will be over. Juliana's sword flew forward and cut off a terrorist's head, but it was just one guy. In fact, another guy was standing on the roof watching the two young people leave. He immediately swung his sword at them. Still Ha Yan reacts quickly, "Please watch out, Lee Ki-young has only one way, damn it, thanks to you Ha Yan." Ha Yan used the wind shield to block the sword was stopped in mid-air. Lee Ki-young realized something was wrong. "Hey, there's such a difference in class, it doesn't matter." Ha Yan rushed forward to protect Lee Ki-young. "No, please be careful." Lee Ki-young was full of worry and panic at her actions. "No, the super magician's body is very fragile, so stay away." "You called again, Juliana." But Ha Yan did not let this happen, she gritted her teeth. She hugged him. Lee Ki-young didn't have time to react to her actions. "Wait, what are you doing?" Young Ha Yan. The sword passed through the wind shield and rushed forward. Before Lee Ki-young's eyes was the image of Ha Yan being stabbed in the shoulder by the sword, blood splashing. Ha Yan coughed up blood and tearfully said, Fortunately, he was not injured. Lee Kiyoung is angry. What the hell are you doing? Damn Juliana, Ha-Yan said. Don't call her name, call my name. Lee Kiyoung is trembling. Calm down Ha-Yan, damn, at this point you're still jealous of the sword. No, probably because, you once told Ha-Wina, so first of all, you have to be stronger. At that time, she swore that she must be stronger to protect him, to be recognized by him. Lee Kiyoung was extremely regretful at that time, blaming himself, perhaps because he pushed her too much. The sword still continued to attack. Lee Kiyoung held out the ring in his hand, using a magic shield. Luckily I had a shield in case. But that shield was broken in an instant. Another sword stabbed straight into Ha-Yan's back. Ha-Yan's face turned pale, she trembled and said, I'm sorry. I want to be by your side forever. Lee Kiyoung doesn't understand why she did that. He tried to push Ha-Yan away. You moved away. Ha-Yan was determined not to get out of the way. No, the windbreak. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted him. What the hell is a windbreak? Get out of my way, quickly. Lee Kiyoung couldn't hide his composure anymore. His eyes were watery. Would young Ha-Yan die? No, that's not my plan. This is the price I have to pay for taking advantage of Ha-Yan. He remembered her smile when looking at him. He regretted it. On Ha-Yan's body, 2 rays of light appeared like wings, and swords rushed into Ha-Yan's body. She still didn't give up, hugging Kiyoung tightly. Honey, baby. Kiyoung didn't let her finish, screaming, You're going to die, little girl, we can find a way to survive together. Why are you the only one? Are you planning to die? Get away quickly, Ha-Yan, get away quickly, it's dangerous, do you hear me, you stupid girl, stay away. Suddenly, Hira's father appeared and kicked the terrorist. She complained, Oh my god, I can't stand it, I'm just going on a business trip. How dare you attack this mercenary queen's people, come and talk to her. Lee Kiyoung tried to remember who the person in front of him was, that red hair, it was Hira's father. Father Hira said with a scary smile, daring to attack this mercenary queen's people, it seems like you guys don't care about me. Lee Kiyoung sat up with tears in his eyes, still hugging Ha-Yan. But danger is always waiting to appear. Another terrorist is raising his sword to attack right behind Lee Kiyoung. But before that terrorist could do anything, his soul left his body, and the one who did it was Kim Hyunsung. The group of Kim Hyunsung, Park Deok-gu and Yuri appeared. All 3 of them were extremely worried. Lee Kiyoung saw them extremely relieved. Hyunsung, thank God he came. Lee Kiyoung was trembling and hugged Ha-Yan and said, Hyunsung, everyone. Kim Hyunsung asked in a questioning tone, who dared? Lee Kiyoung speculated, I'm 100% sure it was Lee Sol-ho's intention, but still. Lee Sol-ho just told Hyunsung that I don't know, we just got back from handling business at the Black Swan Association when we encountered them. Kim Hyun replied with cold eyes, I understand. The 2 people, Kim Hyunsung and Cha Hira, entered the temple to attack. Looking at them protecting him, Kiyoung thought to himself, he's so dumb. Lee Sol-ho, to be honest, I really want to report him to Kim Hyunsung and Cha Hira, so they can chop off his head. However, Lee Sol-ho, you dare to put me in a desperate situation like this, you will definitely die in my hands. Lee Kiyoung wiped the blood from Ha-Yan's mouth and said, Ha-Yan, wake up Ha-Yan. Ha-Yan, I love you so much, I always want to hear these words from you, I love you, Alpha Nu Eta Chi Iota Nu Epsilon Mu, please wake up. Lee Kiyoung opened a bottle of some medicine. Drink it then pass it on to Ha-Yan. Lee Kiyoung was surprised. Discovered Ha-Yan's tongue moving. He couldn't hold back his tears. Hug Ha-Yan, thank God she's alive, she's still alive. After a while, a carriage arrived. Lee Kiyoung carried Ha-Yan into the carriage. In the car, Hira's father asked, so, you know Lee Sol-ho is the one behind this, but you still want to deal with him yourself, is that right? I understand what you mean, but you know. I have had enough patience, they dare to blatantly attack my people, this mercenary queen, right in the middle of Lindel intersection. This act is nothing more than a blatant challenge to my authority. If I leave Lee Sol to you to deal with, I'll know who to go to vent my anger. Lee Kiyoung put on his coat, holding a cup of warm water and answered, silly as Yamato Guild. They have some connection to Lee Sol-ho, so just blame this entire incident on them. Cha Hira thought for a while and then said, you must also consider that Lee Sol-ho is a member of Lam Hoi. If Lam Hoi's people are exposed as the person behind this attack, the company's reputation, the association will also be affected. Lam Hoi's reputation is already on the decline. Lee Kiyoung drank water and said, yes, now the top priority is to gain the support of the Lindel community. Lee Sol-ho is a spy for Yamato, and Lam Hoi is just a victim. That's the only way to not bring scandal to the Lam Guild. To do that, we have to make the Yamato Guild an enemy of the entire Lindel community, the moment they attack us. That's when I took action to deal with all of them. Even if they came from the free town, I still had a billion reasons to attack them, because no matter what, they are still the ones behind this attack, right? Cha-hira smirked, ha ha, seriously, he always knew how to make her excited. Cha-hira hugged Lee Kiyoung and said, I know you're just scum, but I still like you very much. Lee Kiyoung gave 3 points to her words, but for you now, don't show sadness, because if I'm even a little weak, I will lose this game. Lee Kiyoung's group returned. Lee Sang-hee saw them and immediately became worried and asked, Kiyoung, what happened to you? How could someone dare to act like that? Old man Lee Sol-ho stood behind him and said in a brazen tone, the robbers were probably aiming for his legendary weapon, seeing as he came back intact like that, it probably wasn't a big deal. Lee Kiyoung told himself not to let himself be swept away by his lies. He told me everything. No, they were a group of professional assassins, and I guess the reason why they were planning to harm me. Lee Kiyoung raised his lips and continued, then, I investigated the guild's data, and discovered evidence that the Lam Guild had cut off the supply to the guildmaster. Moreover, the authorities at the guild seemed to be very happy about his departure. Because of that, I began to suspect that the guildmaster had actually been murdered by someone, could be someone inside or outside the guild. Then, after talking with Mr. Lee Sol-ho. Lee Sol-ho said that day, unexpectedly, the president left alone in the middle of the night, while everyone was sleeping soundly. But the problem is, how did Lee Sol-ho know that the president left alone? He spoke as if he was there and witnessed everything. Lee Sang-hee's face turned pale. What was the reason? And Lee Sol-ho heard what Kiyoung said and immediately said, you said something nonsense again. Lee Kiyoung laughed and said, ha ha, yes, I also find it difficult to accept, but Lee Sang-hee, if I said I discovered the poison that Lee Sol-ho used to take the life of the guild leader, would you believe me? Lee Kiyoung pulled out the bottle of medicine he took from Lee Ji-hae. He felt, yes, this atmosphere suits him. Lee Kiyoung pretended to tremble and explained, I was attacked because I discovered something I shouldn't have known. That was the poison that Lee Sol-ho used to assassinate the president. The two of them, Lee Sang-hee and Lee Sol, looked surprised when they saw the medicine bottle. Lee Sang-hee turned to question Lee Sol-ho, is what he said true? What the hell is this? Please explain quickly. He quickly said, of course not, Sang-hee, how can you believe the words of this liar? He must have misunderstood something. I swear to God, I did not kill the president, you must believe me. In fact, in his heart, he silently cursed Lee Kiyoung. Very good, brat. Lee Kiyoung hugged his hand and said, you Sang-hee, I didn't misunderstand. Lee Sol-ho explained, no, this must be just a misunderstanding. Lee Sang-hee spoke up. He said, I just noticed, there are still many strange omens surrounding the president's death. Kiyoung, just tell me everything you know. Lee Kiyoung replied, okay, I will tell everything. The truth is, behind the death of the president, of course I have doubts about the death of the president. The president was gradually recovering while on the way to be brought back to the guild, so why did he suddenly die just a few days later? This was indeed very suspicious, so I couldn't help but question it. As far as I know, only Mr. Lee Sol-ho was there at the hall on the night he passed away. Because of this I doubt the whereabouts of Mr. Lee Sol-ho, who is the hall's powerful arm and also the Ms. Sang-hee's representative. I have been quietly investigating him with the professional help of the Black Swan Association. And sure enough, I found evidence that Lee Sol-ho was looking to buy poison in Sicily. Lee Sol coughed in panic and shouted, what? I never. Lee Sang-hee silently called him, shut up. Kiyoung, please continue talking. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, if Justice Lee Sang-hee was different. Then he continued the story. That's when the incident happened. After the president's funeral, Ms. Sang-hee allowed me and Young-yun to perform an autopsy on the president's body. At that time, we discovered the chemical substance, identical to the poison that Mr. Lee Sol-ho bought from Cilia. After listening, Lee Sang-hee's face turned serious. Lee Kiyoung said without paying attention, then I immediately went to Mr. Sol-ho's room and discovered that the box was sealed with a spell. It contained a bottle of poison. Because he was afraid that I had discovered it, Mr. Lee Sol-ho sent his subordinates to attack me. Ha Yan risked his life to protect me, that's all I know. Miss Sang-hee, Lee Sol-ho is no longer the uncle you once knew. He's not just the person in charge, after the death of the hall, but also the leader of the attack in Lundai, all of which were heinous crimes. Lee Kiyoung told it with his life. Lee Sol-ho still calmly said after listening, the story you made up was good. Who knew Lee Kiyoung once wanted to be a writer? Lee Sol-ho told Sang-hee, don't listen to his lies. If Khan knew the truth, then why didn't he tell you when he discovered the poison in the president's body? Moreover, it is also possible that he was trying to bribe Young-yun, so that she could fabricate evidence that I murdered the president. I can only say that I had nothing to do with the Hall's death, nor the attack, that work. Lee Kiyoung doesn't care. If it's not related, the moon becomes black. Lee Kiyoung coughed a few times in response. Ha ha, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, Sang-hee. I was originally going to report to you, but before anything happened, I was attacked. Who would have thought that Lee Sang-hee would tell him to shut up right away? Lee Kiyoung couldn't believe it. Lee Sol-ho was bowing his head and chuckling. He said, thank you for trusting me. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry and put this liar in jail? Unexpectedly, the person she was talking about was you. I told you to shut up, Lee Sol-ho. Old man Lee Sol coughed in fear and called out his name. Sang-hee, on the other hand, after hearing what Lee Kiyoung said, his whole body was shaking. She used a questioning tone to tell Lee Sol-ho, I know there are countless things to think about you. I should not have trusted you from the beginning. Lee Sang-hee pointed the sword straight at Lee Sol-ho's throat. He quickly explained that he was making up a story to blame me. Lee Sang-hee didn't say many words to him but directly asked, tell me, who are you working for? A hot-tempered person like you certainly can't do everything by yourself during that time. I really want to cut you in half right now, but out of respect for the time we have together, I'll end this with just one arm. Tell me who you're working for. Lee Kiyoung found this situation extremely fun. Lee Sang-hee really made a wise decision. I'm so touched. Lee Kiyoung stood behind him holding a piece of paper in his hand and said, I'm sorry for interrupting, Lee Sang-hee, but the Black Swan Investigation Organization has also discovered the person behind this. Floating magic. It is the Yamato Guild, a large guild of the Free City, Cilia. These are the proofs that I received from the Black Swan. Lee Kiyoung used his skills to control the pieces of paper into the air. Right now he only wanted one thing. Damn it, can someone please invent holograms? This doesn't look cool at all. Lee Sol coughed, his face pale. Lee Kiyoung continued talking. He seemed to be especially close to their guild master, Ito Soda, considering the fact that he gave 80% of the Law Guild's assets to the Yamato Guild, so that's why Lam Hoi ended up in this situation. After Lee Kiyoung finished saying those words, he then showed a worried expression and said, please listen to me, Lee Sang-hee, this disgusting traitor deliberately brought us into the Curse Temple. Curse, hope we are destroyed in the dungeon. All of this was done with the intention of taking over with Ito Soda. Lee Sang-hee couldn't hide his tears after listening, because it's because of your greed that the president, that ungrateful bastard. Old man Lee Sol-ho hastily explained, damn, yes, I will tell the truth, I am actually affiliated with the Yamato Guild, Sang-hee, but that's all for the future of our guild. Land Guild is on the brink of collapse. I have no other choice but to borrow outside strength to rebuild the guild. He believes that everything is for Lam Hoi. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, talking nonsense, we call it betrayal. Lee Kiyoung swears, I swear to Goddess Benigar that I have nothing to do with the president's death. Sang-hee, that bastard is lying, he hasn't given any evidence that can prove it. He finished his words. Lee Sol laughed when he saw the joke. Then he put on a sad face and said, I really considered you my family. Lee Kiyoung found it funny. Suddenly he asked for sympathy. He remembered the old days, from the days of our trials in this place, where I didn't have any relatives. Everyone became my real family. Everyone was the only one who made me happy. I feel like I'm truly at home. I consider everyone as my teammates and my children. Sung Joon is especially optimistic and enthusiastic, so I respected him a lot, even though he was younger than me. So how could I do something like that with Sung Joon? Please, Sang-hee, trust me. Seeing Lee Sol cough and shed tears, Lee Sang-hee saw her old grandfather again. She sobbed. On the one hand, Lee Kiyoung said, you can't let yourself be fooled by him, Sang-hee. Kiyoung is tired of arguing all the time. I told you to destroy Lee Sol-ho. Why don't you join Kim Hyunsung's group instead, Mom? Lee Kiyoung held out the bottle of medicine. I have proof right here, in this thermos, proof that Lee Sol-ho was the one behind the president's death. Lee Sol coughed angrily. You bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Those certificates are all fake, or what you say means that you will dissect the society's situation to compare right now. From the beginning I never touched that vase. Lee Kiyoung just replied softly. He thought it was a perfect crime, Lee Sol-ho. I don't know why he insisted that it was fake, but the needle in the bag would come out after a long time, no matter what, just like he couldn't wash away his own sins no matter how hard he tried. No matter where you go, these drugs tend to leave traces. The moment you open the lid to kill the president, the glowing material in the drug will find its way onto your clothes, or penetrate deep into your body, inside his body. If we analyze Solho's clothes right now, the answer will be clear very quickly: no. I guess that's not necessary. Lee Kiyoung snapped his fingers. Lee Solho's entire body immediately glowed. He quickly explained, wait, why this? I don't have it. Lee Kiyoung sounded disappointed, so he was telling the truth. Lee Solho, you really, I was hoping that you weren't actually the culprit. Lee Solho knelt down and begged Lee Sang-hee, no, he's blaming me. Sang-hee, it's not me, I didn't do it. Sang-hee, me, please believe me, please believe the words you said. Sang-hee, I don't do that. He turned to look at Lee Kiyoung and saw that he was using his mouth to speak, stupidly. Then smiled with satisfaction. I know it's not you. Lee Sol went crazy and scolded Kiyoung. You bastard, how dare you mock me, how dare you make fun of Lam Hoi. How dare you follow every lamb gathering with that cunning mouth of yours, you vile alchemist, you deserve to be punished by heaven. I should have known this, I shouldn't have let you live or die. Go away, you cunning bastard. He said as he ran to Lee Kiyoung, die, Lee Kiyoung, you bastard. He raised his fist straight at him. Suddenly, before he could do anything, the arm that raised the fist left his body. The person who did that was Lee Sang-hee. She did not hesitate and slashed him once. Lee Sang-hee sobbed. He is worse than animals. Lee Sol coughed and hugged his shoulder, pushing the blood down. Lee Sang-hee ordered them to be taken to underground prison, without any mercy, arresting everyone involved. The other guys immediately turned pale and explained, oh my god, Lee Sang-hee, we really didn't know anything. We were just following Lee Solho's orders, let me go. Lee Solho was still trembling and calling Sang-hee's name. Sang-hee told him, I trusted you. And this is what I get when I give my trust. I'm such a fool to think that the three of us can go back to the way we were. I must be offering fat in the cat's mouth. Lee Solho is still trying to explain, he is blaming me to he, I don't want to hear any more. How dare you use that dirty mouth of yours to call my name? You are no longer a member of the Lamb Association. Disgusting traitor, Lee Sol coughed in tears, he blamed me, he really did. At the Red Mercenary's underground torture chamber. There are countless items here. Lee Solho is in prison, outside Lee Kiyoung is sitting on a chair with a provocative tone. Hello Lee Solho, I'm glad Sang-hee didn't kill you, I really want to finish you off myself. Lee Solho almost went crazy saying, you bastard, do you think you will get away with it after doing this to me? Moreover, why am I the only one dragged here? You or what are you going to do? Suddenly Kiyoung appeared here, she asked, why did you call me, Kiyoung? He replied, Kiyoung, how is Ha Yan? She replied, she still hasn't woken up. Lee Kiyoung gets on topic, that's it, well then why don't we get started? Lee Sol coughed and didn't understand what was going on. Right after that, his arm was gradually recovering. With treatment, my arm was growing back. But then his hand was severed again. What are you planning to do? I won't forgive you just for this action. Lee Kiyoung reads the notice board about Kiyoung, confirming the talent level and development limit of the player's son Kiyoung, the righteous priestess of the night profession, special skills, volunteer diary, recording volunteer actions, record increases with number of actions recorded, maximum limit unknown. Shin Kiyoung keeps repeating the same actions, cruel thoughts, and evil thoughts. You are a useless piece of society's trash, please be reborn, die now, die, go. Lee Solho scared and begged, hey, Kiyoung, please save me, I was wrong, I will do everything you say, so please, forgive me. Lee Kiyoung calmly replied, wow, you act like today is the only day you get to live. However, now that you are on the threshold of death, you seem to cherish your life, right? But it's too late now, Solho. I'm more cruel than you think, and I'm not lenient towards my enemies, but I guess I was a little too naive this time, and the moment you bared your fangs at me, I had to. I've dealt with you right away, maybe I've been too easy on you. And, as a result, I almost lost someone I cherished, but don't worry too much, old man, others may forget, but I will definitely remember you forever. His screams, his expression of extreme pain and his useless pleas for help, I guarantee I will remember every bit of it clearly. I will dedicate this painful death of yours to the person I cherish, the person who sacrificed his life for me. I will make sure you die as painfully as possible, in return for her smile, and I will make this a lesson for myself that I will never be naive again. He was trembling, tears were short and long. Spare me, Kiyoung, why don't we make a deal? If you let me live, I will really do anything to you. Me, I will even give you information about the Yamato Guild too. Isn't this going too far? We don't have a particularly good relationship, but isn't dying like this a bit too much? Isn't that right? Kiyoung. His blood splashed all over Lee Kiyoung's body. He was not moved by those words. He looked at him with cold eyes. Remember Lee Sol-ho, I will kill anyone who touches what belongs to me. Red died each place. At another place. Park Deok-gu watches over Ha Yan, who is falling asleep. She slowly opened her eyes and woke up. I dreamed of him. He was giving me many rewards. It was so fun. The scene in front of them is that the people who saw Ha Yan were extremely happy. It was magician Young Ha Yan from that great magic tower. Ah, magician, thank you for saving my family. Thank you for saving us, Lady Young Ha Yan. Ha Yan happily waved back to greet them. Everyone left and she said, I'm glad I did it. Kim Hyunsung stood behind her and said, thank you for accepting our offer. You really had to make a difficult decision on your own. Ha Yan, I have to thank you again, for choosing the right side of Lam Hoi. No, on the side of humanity, Ha Yan replied, there's no need to mention that. Hyunsung, if I sided with the magic tower at this time I would feel very guilty. Of course, I'm not saying this is easy, I don't know anything, but we still choose to face each other anyway. And seeing everyone's smiles makes me feel happy and full of energy. Ha Yan paused for a moment then smiled brightly. If I can use my power to end the war and make everyone happy. Kim Hyunsung also smiled happily looking at her. Scene transition. In front of Kim Hyunsung's eyes is Ha Yan's corpse hanging high above. Kim Hyunsung took the sword and killed them one by one. In the word holding a bloodstained sword in his hand. Took a breath, phew, I guess this is the last one, damn it, I can't believe they would do something like this right in the middle of Lindel Street, all because of my carelessness. I don't know what kind of life this is for Kim Hyunsung, but it seems like it never happened in a previous life. This didn't happen in my first life. I never thought these things would happen. When I'm busy handling work with Sang-hee, you told me to pay more attention, in the blink of an eye. I almost made Young Ha Yan die again, I almost lost her in an instant. The strongest magician in human history, people say Young Ha Yan's death was not Kim Hyunsung's fault, but you still blame yourself. No, it's completely my fault. If I hadn't called her to the battlefield, she would have been very stressed. If it wasn't for me, Young Ha Yan wouldn't have been. That person immediately interrupted. It's not like that at all. You're not the only one who called Young Ha Yan to the battlefield. Her personality is really so gentle that even an ant wouldn't dare to kill, but everyone in this continent still needs Young Ha Yan's power. Besides, even though she looks so fragile, she is a very determined person. If she wants to run away from everything, I'm sure that no one in this world will find her. Besides, she is someone who is ready to step onto the battlefield. She has saved countless lives and always led the war to victory. After that, she will always reveal a bright smile. Young Ha Yan is a proud person of what she protected above all others. So I don't think she decided to do something like that just because she felt guilty. Please don't blame yourself anymore, President. It turns out the person who said those words is named Hae Jin. After hearing those words, Kim Hyunsung still couldn't help but wonder why Hae Jin was like this. Hae Jin sighed, then pulled out the letter in front of Kim Hyunsung. Shall we still investigate? A letter like this was found right next to Young Ha Yan's bed in the Magic Guild after she passed away. Kim Hyunsung was extremely surprised. A letter was sealed by magic. Hae Jin said, we can't confirm the contents inside, but we found many letters similar to those in the research paper about the magic tower she frequented. I don't want to believe it either, but this could be a means of communication with the enemy. It's also possible that she has been receiving threatening letters for a long time. Kim Hyunsung asked back in surprise, threateningly. Hae Jin replied, yes, in Ha Yan's suicide note, there was a line that said I'm sorry, I was wrong. Kim Hyunsung understood, that's it, above all this magic. Before he could finish speaking, Hae Jin interrupted, that's right, President, as you see. This letter is evidence to prove that a certain black magician was involved. I think impersonation has something to do with Young Ha Yan's death. Suddenly, the room where Hyunsung was standing exploded. Hae Jin said in fear, President, we are being attacked, we have to get out of here now. Kim Hyunsung noticed and looked out the window. Discovered someone wearing a mask. Is a fake. Name that deserves to die. As far as Kim Hyunsung knows, in his first life, after eliminating his biggest threat, Young Ha Yan, they killed more than half of the human population. From what I heard, this time they're targeting Young Ha Yan and Lee Kiyoung. Lee Sol-ho and the Yamato gang are probably just a front. What's behind them is this group of trash impersonators. They must have summoned their own forces somewhere in Lindel to take over the continent, just like last time when they killed Young Ha Yan. Even in this second life, they noticed Young Ha-yeon's potential, and decided to eliminate her. If she didn't join their side, she would die. It's also close to how I dealt with Young Jin-ho, the ally of trash disguise, before. But this time, Lee Kiyoung almost died just because he was Young Ha-yeon's lover. If it wasn't for him, Young Ha-yeon wouldn't have joined the Lamb Guild in the first place. I need to pay more attention to that's just the couple. Kim Hyunsung was silent. Damn, the problem is that sometimes we're not with them, like now, if Hae-jin is with us. Holy Spear, Cho Hae-jin, she received that nickname after dominating the battlefields with just a single spear. And also she died trying to protect Kim Hyunsung. As for Kim Hyunsung right now, I really need someone to help me keep an eye on them when I'm not around, but I don't trust anyone but Hae-jin. The inauguration of the new president of Lam Hoi is coming soon, after everything is taken care of. I have to find her, my assistant, for Hae-jin. Kim Yun was filled with determination. This time I will definitely save you, Hae-jin. And then I will kill every black magician on this continent. Just wait, those impersonators deserve to die. Scene change now. Lee Kiyoung and Yeri went to the room where Ha-yeon was resting. Kiyoung looked for a while and didn't see anyone in the room. Has Deok-gu gone out? Yeri suddenly said, "Gentlemen, I will go find Gentleman Deok-gu right away." Lee Kiyoung immediately warned, "Oh, yeah, don't go too far." Lee Kiyoung suddenly wondered if it was that kid. Are you creating a chance for me and Ha-yeon to live together? As expected of a legendary ranger, she's really quick to observe. In the room, there are only Ha-yeon and Lee Kiyoung left. He approached her bed, looked at her face. Young Ha-yeon, she was injured so seriously that she lost consciousness while trying to protect me. I'm sure I held her tightly until everything was over. So, it was extremely important. It's Kim Hyunsung's inauguration as guild master. I should have asked him to let Ha-yeon work in the guild management department. As for me, I believe he knows exactly what he should do. Lee Kiyoung sat down and patted her head. Please wake up, Young Ha-yeon. Suddenly realizing the change, Ha-yeon, wait, she's woken up already. Lee Kiyoung looked at Ha-yeon lying motionless on the bed and said, I know you're awake, there's no point in pretending, so wake up quickly. Ha-yeon still lies still. Lee Kiyoung cough. Then made a scary face. If you don't wake up, you will lose the chance to see me wearing those clothes at the inauguration ceremony. Is that okay? Ha-yeon is lying down and can also imagine the image of Lee Kiyoung wearing them, which are sexy, cute, sexy and all the other styles. Can I really accept to ignore them? Ha-yeon couldn't do it. She jumped up and shouted, no. The two people faced each other. The air stagnated. Lee Kiyoung slowly smiled. Ha-yeon looked at you with sparkling eyes. Brother. I'm glad you're okay, brother. Ha, Alpha Nu Eta. The two hugged each other. Lee Kiyoung said, okay, I'm happy that you're okay, Ha-yeon. Cough, I'm so happy, but please stop, you hug me so tightly that I want to break it in half. They were struggling with each other, when suddenly Park Deok-gu, Sun Hee-young and Yeri entered. Park Deok-gu saw the two of them in bed and immediately said, it's too wild. Hee-young hugged Yeri without looking. Yeri immediately complained, Hee-young, sister, I'm not a child anymore, now I can see things like that. Hee-young is still holding her and can't get out. No, not yet, her eyes are damaged. Lee Kiyoung clung tightly to Ha-yeon's neck and said hello, Deok-gu, everyone. Lee Kiyoung saw them staring at him and thought, how much longer does that kid want to look? Park Deok-gu laughed and said, hee, sister, me too, did you come at the wrong time? I waited outside because I heard you were coming to visit. I guess I shouldn't have walked in just now. Come in, shall we? Everyone go out quickly, don't bother them anymore. Ha-yeon sheepishly explains, no, Deok-gu, you hateful person. Outside the door, there appeared the figure of a person whose clothes were covered in blood. Outside the room, Kim Hyunsung appeared wearing a bloody robe. He said, is everyone gathered here? Lee Kiyoung looked at Kim Hyunsung appraisingly. What kind of appearance is that? Why are you acting like the world is about to end? Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung didn't wait for people to ask before explaining. He went to check to see if there were any other assassins around this area. Kiyoung, Ha-yeon, I'm so happy, the two of you are unharmed. From now on, school captains like me will be more careful. Lee Kiyoung sighed and comforted him. It's not your fault, the two of us are fine, so don't worry too much. Kiyoung silently said in his heart, you're making the atmosphere down? Hey, stop it now. Park Deok-gu gave Kim Hyunsung a thumbs up. Sun Hee-young also looked at him affectionately. Kim Hyunsung shyly scratched his head and said in a determined tone, "This time let's go back together, to our blue guild." After hearing this, Park Deok-gu immediately complained, "Wow, seriously, the sun hasn't even gone out yet and you already want to go back, you're going to die, you don't give anyone any rest." Kim Hyunsung hastily explained, "And no, I don't mean we need to go now." Yeri said one sentence, "Hyunsung is in trouble." Lee Kiyoung listened to them talk and laugh happily. This guy is exactly like the main male character in a shonen manga. A few days later. Until the day Kim Hyunsung accepted the position of president. He put on a blue cloak and walked inside under the witness of the guild members. Lee Kiyoung looked at Hyunsung with proud eyes. "I've been waiting for the day you take over the blue guild." Lee Sang, he said to everyone, "I would like to inform all the guild members gathered here, now is the time for the blue guild to reform. I will leave the position of vice president with its heavy responsibilities. Above all, I want to watch the birth of a new blue guild. Allow me to introduce, who has achieved countless victories so far. At the same time, he is also the captain, Team 7, and the new president of the blue guild. Mr. Kim Hyunsung." Kim Hyunsung was wearing an extremely splendid outfit, holding a sword in his hand. Kim Hyunsung said with a determined tone, "It's an honor to sit in a chair that I don't deserve. The Blue Guild has had to go through a series of unfortunate events, however, Blue has remained steadfast and strong enough to overcome those storms. Let's think about a new beginning, we will start again from a blank page, the Blue Guild will change, and that change will start from now on." This may sound a bit sudden, but I want to introduce to everyone the new personnel and the Guild's future activity plan. After listening, Lee Kiyoung appeared calm on the outside but was actually crazy happy on the inside. Kim Hyunsung introduced, "First I would like to appoint Lee Kiyoung as vice president." Lee Kiyoung jumped up and down in his heart, "I love you so much Hyunsung, I knew it, I really didn't wait, I believed in you forever Hyunsung, I was a little suspicious but worrying in vain, in the end it was a fake regression." Our lovely guy also put himself in second place. Everyone came to congratulate Lee Kiyoung, he covered his mouth to hide his smile. "Yes, from now on I am the second person in Hyunsung's kingdom, money, power, safety, respect, in the future, I can enjoy all of these things, while hugging the feet of the most famous person in the world." Not only that, Kim Hyunsung also gave Lee Kiyoung a surprise. Furthermore, Lee Kiyoung will also be appointed as the association's secretary and chairman of the Human Resources Committee. Lee Kiyoung couldn't be happier. "That's right, Hyunsung, this guy will do everything for you, just say it, there's no way I would refuse when given so much power. I'll manage our budget well and then hire the people I want, it's a win-win, ha ha." Well, the future will be a bit busy, but Lee Kiyoung is in his golden age so it's okay, ha ha ha. In addition, Kim Hyunsung also announced one thing, we will create a new dungeon strategy team and appoint Lee Kiyoung as the strategy team leader and item distribution team leader. Lee Kiyoung thought, well, dungeon exploration is a bit important, strategy team leader, then distribution team leader. That's not all, they will also establish future strategy committees and damage compensation committees for the guild. Lee Kiyoung will be appointed as the head of both committees. Lee Kiyoung was quite surprised, "No, is it too much?" Kim Hyunsung did not stop, appointing Lee Kiyoung as administrative director in charge of covering all administrative work, establishing the retirement strategic planning department and appointing Lee Kiyoung as manager. "I also plan to establish a public relations strategy team, temporarily assigning Mr. Lee Kiyoung to be in charge, establishing an equipment management committee. The role of chairman will be held by Mr. Lee Kiyoung. Mr. Lee Kiyoung will be appointed as Vice President of Animal Research District Virtual Griffin, appointed Mr. Lee Kiyoung." Now there's no more joy on Lee Kiyoung's face. "Oh, hey, wait a minute, stop, please stop, you motherfucker. What is that? I understand so use it again, you bastard." Kim Hyunsung brightly said, "All other jobs will be done by a new Ada Lee Kiyoung, and finally, Lee Sang he will be the advisor for the Blue Guild." Kim Hyunsung said to Lee Kiyoung, "Let's work together in the future, I have faith in you, Kiyoung." Outside, Kiyoung smiled happily and replied, "Ha ha, yes, it is an honor for me to sit in those positions." Actually inside you are screaming, "Frankly, who made you believe me? No wonder, you bowed your head solemnly, I will do my best, please leave it to me, Hyunsung." Kim Hyunsung had no idea that Lee Kiyoung was scolding him. "Damn you, you damn devil, are you really determined to make me work as the boss for Blue Guild? I should have known from the start to become an alchemist." Kim Hyunsung had no idea that Lee Kiyoung was scolding him. "Damn you, you damn devil, are you really determined to make me work as the boss for Blue Guild? I should have known from the start become an alchemist. You want me to make medicine with my left hand, manage the guild with my right hand and then die from hard work, right? Ha, ha, yes, I'm a dog, you motherfucker, damn it, what a powerful dog. Okay, now that it's come to this, I will definitely correct the Blue Guild. This ancient guild. Damn it, I'll fix it for you. Start editing the page. From head to toe, every corner. It will all be by my hand. Reform. Lee Kiyoung. Starting over in another world, we will eliminate these old traditions. Young entrepreneurs, young guild. Reform begins. Above, Lee sang he watched everything unfold with great satisfaction. The reform process began, destroying the rooms that the old lady used, using magic to repaint the rooms blue, creating a guild of talented and cheap people. This is the standard. Of kits, I will reach out to the entire continent. Blue Guild is the workplace of dreams and hopes. Damn it, let's revive Blue Guild. Everyone is in a state of non-stop work to get back here. Join the dream job at Blue Guild. Your era of success will start from here. Mere guild members, officers, we are all equal here. On the wall hang portraits of the 2 new presidents and vice presidents. Blue Guild leaflets were also distributed to everyone. Let the whole world know about Blue Guild, this is just the beginning. At the place to recruit new members, the Lee Kiyoung group sang the song My Dream, the dream of the journey. Here appears a girl named Kim Hyunsung, 39 years old, with a tendency to be a hardworking lawyer, with the title of being a responsible breadwinner. On stage Ha Yan, Park Deok-gu danced enthusiastically. The beginning can be very difficult. But follow me. Don't be discouraged. Adjust the screen, establishing new rules. For the dream guild that everyone wants. It's okay, you've done well so far. So we wander back, oh I always do that, cut, go back, so I step back, oh. I still do that often, it's okay to make mistakes. Hyunsung, is this really the best you can do? The future of the entire Blue Guild is in the hands of Hyunsung, please try harder next time, okay, yes, I understand. Mr. Kiyoung, it's okay, written loudly by Lee Kiyoung, composed by Lee Young, director, Lee Mi-dun, screenwriter, Lee Ha-young, actor Lee Ki-yeling etc. Special thanks Young Ha-yan, Huang Young-yun. Because you can definitely do it again. It's okay to make mistakes. The 2 of them look so beautiful together. 1. If there's anything you don't know, ask her. No. 2. Lee Ga of the Black Swan, one of the 3 major guilds at Lindel. Hi. As you may know, the mercenary queen, no, Lindel to King Father Hera. Enjoy dinner and fine champagne at Piran Lip Night. If I become naughty, hopefully it's all because of these friends. Dad's waiter keeps pouring wine. Blue Guild is finally going crazy, but this is so fun. Gmo, more wine for me. Yes, big sister, the Blue Guild always welcomes you with open arms if you are considering a trip, but in the midst of the Blue Guild's reputation has skyrocketed. People held up flyers that made their blood boil. But Lee Kiyoung adjusted his collar and said, I don't care. The movie's opening music sounded again, everyone was looking for partners to dance with. The young girls watched until they were so fascinated that they didn't know anything. In short, it's true that she's a normal person, not an ordinary person, and she's probably the one who likes her for work as long as you pay a little attention to her. Lee Kiyoung asked, Drive, over there, could you please show me your resume? Yes, then you ripped up their resume, you said, congratulations. She passed, she said in surprise. What, Lee Kiyoung added, Miss Kim Hyunsung, or should I say? Manager Kim Hyunsung. Manager Kim Hyunsung is a notorious scammer. Many people in Han received calls or texts from this soldier Kim Hyunsung. Now everyone knows, so it has become a meme. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, let's work together until now, die. So the movie has come to an end, and they have recruited enough people to work. The next day, someone rushed out and said, emergency. Vice President, the response to our promotional video was so good that I was asked to do another public recruitment round about the business we discussed last time. The Auction House Association contacted us again, Vice President. The other guy kept saying, Vice President, during Storm Lindel contacted us about publishing a dungeon exploration memoir. Lee Kiyoung had a headache and cursed. Then he replied, first of all, please rearrange all the schedules, and at the same time publish the memoir about the Cursed Temple and Lee Sol-ho's incident so that it is more exciting, and good port hero. Also check to see if Lee Sol-ho Khan took any items from the auction house. Clear. Dear Vice President, and also, Lee Kiyoung silently lamented, damn, things keep coming. there is no stopping this stork Kim Hyunsung, even yesterday. Yesterday Kim Hyunsung brought a soft drink and said, Alpha Kiyoung, you look so tired, after drinking this, staying up all night for 3 nights won't do anything. Try your best. Lee Kiyoung thought with a dark face, do you really think a bottle of nutritional supplements is enough for each job? Not to mention that nutritional drink was developed by me. Sometimes I trick him. Yes, it's still true. There was another knock on the door. Yes, please come in. At this time manager Kim Moo-young and manager Park Jung-gi came in to report, Vice President, this is a status report on the handling of the items you mentioned. First of all these, but also this. Oh, Lee Kiyoung nodded in satisfaction, and thought, but this time, this person is quite talented. He replied, thank you. Do you think the guild is a place worth living? The two managers replied, thanks to you I'm very happy that the guild members are finally given the opportunity to work after a long time of being oppressed. Photo by Lee Sol-ho-so. The two of them raised their hands to greet Lee Kiyoung. My children also really like the house given to them by the guild. Thank you very much. We will never forget this favor for the rest of our lives. Sir, he clasped his hands together and said, ha ha ha, okay, let's keep doing it. Work together in the future, ha ha ha. Then I thought, again, ha ha ha, Kia, you're 5th class slaves, feeling so high, even though the amount of work hasn't decreased. At least next time I'll write an essay with the title, It's Okay, let my vice president make money. I want to resign, but still wants to stay in power. Stepping out of the office, he carried a stack of documents and said, Hyunsung, are you in there? I need your approval. Then you angrily think, what grudge did he have against me in his past life? I was going to start working to drain my energy, damn it. At this time, Hira kept saying hello. Oh, baby is here. Lee Kiyoung said, Sister Hira, what wind brought you here? Hira replied, Sister Hira, what wind brought you here? We just finished reminding you. He thought to himself, Ma, what a strange combination. Why is this so strange? Mentioning me, why? I have a bad feeling it seems they are not negotiating. Kim Hyunsung looked tired. Lee Kiyoung looked over and thought, and why does that fake secret regression guy have that expression? What happened to the DM? So he asked, did something happen? Kim Hyunsung said dully, not yet. Hira smiled and replied, it's not that big of a deal. She said, honey, why don't you come with me and attack the Yamato Guild? Lee Kiyoung silently complained, what's so sudden? Hira turned to look at Kim Hyunsung and said, Kim Hyunsung, you know very well that the Yamato Guild colluded with Lee Sol-ho to attack my baby. He replied, yes, of course I know. Lee Kiyoung, think, sorry but that's a lie, Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung couldn't hide his fatigue. He replied absent-mindedly, that's why I told her that it was very dangerous, even with the mercenary queen around. But if they suddenly attacked Kiyoung like last time, Hira quickly replied, let's see what happens. Blue Guild Hall, you better watch your mouth. Who do you think you're talking to? Looking at their words, Lee Kiyoung thought, the decision is up to me. Why are you two fighting? Then he said, first of all, let's both calm down. Hira, it's you, right? Hira raised her hand to stop her and replied, baby, no need to use honorifics with me. Yes, ma'am, so we go first. Cilia, he sighed inwardly and thought, I really don't want to go. It's not like I'm going out or anything. It's a waste of money to work, and I still don't have much information about the Yamato Guild. Very. Hira said, no, to the Empire, more precisely a fancy imperial party. Lee Kiyoung now envisioned that scene. Ah, get it. Kim Hyunsung had been silent for a while before speaking. She was probably talking about the social gathering held every year in the capital. Oh, that's right, you know, this time both the Black Swan and the Red Mercenary were invited. Hira turned around and said to Lee Kiyoung, honey, you know what, the halls of the major guilds of the divine regime will all be invited to the royal banquet once a year. Of course, one of the 3 major Cilia guilds, Yamato, was also invited. It was only natural for the guild leader Sota Ito to attend the social gathering. Unfortunately the Blue Guild was not on the invitation list this time. Hearing that, Lee Kiyoung fell into deep thought. They must have dismissed Guild Blue because we are now on the verge of being redeveloped. Instead this could be the game of Ito or Tomato. Outside Young Ha-yan is listening to this conversation. That's why I came here today. I want to take my cute baby to the gathering, she thought. Hira's father and I will come to the gathering together social. Inside Hira kept saying, of course, the main target is still the Yamato Guild, but I also want to get out of work and go outside to breathe. I want to borrow him for the next few days. Is that okay? Blue Guild Hall, Lee Kiyoung happily thought, Hira, I love you so much, please save me from this hell. Kim Hyunsung didn't know what Lee Kiyoung was thinking in his heart. He said, but if Kiyoung is gone, who will take over the work for the Blue Guild? ha ha ha, Alpha Nu Eta Kiyoung, there's no need to force yourself, please just tell us what you really want. Lee Kiyoung twitched the corner of his lips thinking, it's too obvious, it's you, hey, you bastard, I saw it all, maybe this job is a bit too much for you, it's a bad karma, Hyunsung. Then he smiled and said, so I want. Of course he ran away, ha ha ha, before he could finish his sentence, Hira's father hugged Lee Kiyoung and flew away. He turned back and said to Kim Hyunsung, goodbye, Hyunsung, I let go of the shackles called blue to pursue my own happiness. Here, he painfully begged, no, please don't go and grind Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung is so happy that he doesn't have to contribute to the capitalists anymore. Damn, I don't need anything anymore. The most important thing is that I can escape this work hell. As hardworking employees, run now. Take back your freedom from abusive boss Kim Hyunsung. In the Holy Empire of Beniger, the capital took off its clock. Lee Kiyoung held Young Ha Yan's hand and helped her down and asked, when did you get here, Ha Yan? She replied, yes, you were sneaking around. Father Hira thought, must have been sneaking up. The method of this problem is getting more and more strange. Suddenly she saw an old man with white hair. Hey, old man, have you been waiting long? He calmly replied, not really, I just arrived, it's been a long time. Hira, I'm glad you're still alive and well, I'm glad you're still in good health. Lee Kiyoung observed him thinking, this old man is. Hira put his arm around Victor Hart's shoulder and introduced him, honey, let me introduce you, this is my godfather, sir, and that is the ocean between me and the great magician. Lee Kiyoung started his mind's eye and looked at Victor Hart's strength index and thought, wow, this old man's strength index is 99, damn, that pig is half as good as this. Aren't you good? Victor Hart calmed his voice and said, ahem, sorry for the introduction. Pleased to meet you, I'm Victor Hart, in charge of escorting this year's social party. I see, you must be the person that the mercenary queen is interested in. Lee Kiyoung Ha determinedly thought, he's so strong and fierce so I have to leave a good impression, right? Lee Kiyoung said solemnly, nice to meet you, I'm Lee Kiyoung, the assistant, and lover, of Mr. Hira's father, and also the vice president of the Blue Guild. Next to Young Ha Yan interrupted and said, I'm Young Ha Yan, the vice president's fiancé. Lee Kiyoung said, no, not yet. She said again, we're not getting married, right? Yes, that's it. Suddenly Victor Hart came closer and seriously observed Lee Kiyoung, making him laugh and feel scared at the same time. Oh my, what is that? Then Victor Hart said angrily, indeed he was promiscuous just like what I heard. Hira, I don't approve of this relationship, break up right away. Hira painfully gave in and she replied immediately, I will do as I wish, don't interfere. Lee Kiyoung saw this and coldly thought, damn, I probably won't be able to make a good impression on him anymore. In fact, if I get too much attention then I'll be in trouble. Maybe I should pay more attention to Ha Yan before she becomes obsessed again or she will lock herself up again. Young Ha Yan's eyes reddened, she glanced at him and said, quickly break up with me, break up. Suddenly there was a voice in Lee Kiyoung's ears, can you hear me? Can you hear me? He thought to himself, just now, what was that? That mysterious person said, can you hear how my words are now going straight into your head? It seems like the person who heard it was very happy. Lee Kiyoung looked around, then thought, telepathy, am I the only one who heard it? I didn't see anyone reacting, not even Ha Yan. Who exactly is this, but why does he speak like he's testing the mic? Hira looked in front and saw someone and asked, is it you? That's strange, you're usually the last one to arrive. What made you come early this time? A girl wearing a long red dress walked over and said, long time no see. She went and said, Sir Hira. Hira replied, well, it's been a while shaman. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, shaman, or should we say Kasugano Yuuno, one of the three major guilds of Sicily, this is the woman who was telepathic with me earlier. Lee Kiyoung immediately activated his mind's eye, the target had already resisted his mind's eye. He was confused and thought, what, is it possible that the mind's eye cannot be used with her? He turned black and thought, damn it, wait, does that mean she knows I went up to see her status window? At this moment, the system resounds with a notification. The target allows you to look at the status window. You are viewing the status number of player Kasugano, name, Kasugano Yuuno, age, 20, orientation, seeker fallen, profession, priest, legendary level, title, quiet kindness. Lee Kiyoung was surprised, why did she open it for me to see? One thing he noticed was the ability of his eyes to see the truth of the future and the past. Legendary level, Lee Kiyoung said, and what is this? Overall, a legendary level priest, she possesses a better eye than a human mind, but, It seems she is depressed by something, so I advise you to stay away from her. Suddenly Kasuga Yuuno shed tears again, surprising him again. What's wrong with her? Damn, why is she crying? Kasuga Yuuno transmitted the voice back to Lee Kiyoung. Those eyes can see through everything. I knew right away, you are the person I have been looking for so long. You were difficult the third time I understood. I thought, oh shit, do I know you? I don't know what's going on, but I think you've got the wrong person. Kasuga Yuuno stretched out his hand and said, you Lee Kiyoung. You quickly explained, what? I think you have the wrong person. A hand grabbed Yuuno's outstretched arm. Come here. She said, it seems like my sister doesn't like it very much. Lee Kiyoung called, Sister Hira. Father Hira said coldly, besides, Lindel is not very friendly with Cilia after the recent incident. I don't know what you want from my sister, but you better not do anything foolish if you don't want to die. Lee Kiyoung in his heart dropped thousands of likes for Hira. Hira sister, so cool. Kasuga Yuuno wiped her tears with her shirt and said, please forgive me for my rudeness. The leader of the Lamb Guild looks like someone I know. I think I was wrong. If Cilia did something wrong to you, I would like to apologize on their behalf. So, mercenary queen, please forgive me for my behavior today. Hira coldly crossed her arms and replied, I accept the apology, then I'll take your leave and wish you a good day. Lee Kiyoung happily thought, I only have Hira. When she passed by Young Ha Yan, she had a black face and glared but couldn't do anything. Lee Kiyoung thought, very good Ha Yan, you can't. Kasuga Yuuno transmitted sound to Lee Kiyoung again. Lee Kiyoung, I know you will continue to do it. Come meet me at my place in the north of the capital. If you have time, I'll wait for you there. Hearing those words, Lee Kiyoung fell into deep contemplation and finally decided to try to go there. Remembering Young Ha Yan's painful eyes, Lee Kiyoung thought to herself, I will have a hard time being away from Ha Yan because she looked at me with eyes like an abandoned puppy, but I did, thanks to Hira to take care of her, there's nothing to worry about. Leaving aside the matter of Young Ha Yan, Lee Kiyoung thought, damn, she knows she has a good eye. The target resisted the mind's eye. This is what ended this encounter. This is the only weapon I have to survive in this cruel world so that no one other than me knows this. I'm a little queasy. It seems like the priest can see right through me. She pretends like she's known me for a long time. It seems like all this is just a trap, but I have Young Ha Yan, Hira, and Juliana by my side. I have ways to protect myself if things get worse, and I'm in danger. Maybe I won't have any other choice but to get rid of that kind person. Going to the house in the north, Lee Kiyoung walked in. Kasuga Yuuno said, I was waiting. Mr. Lee Kiyoung. Sure enough, Kasuga knew about her past life. She was surrounded by blue butterflies. She slowly said, do you know anything about your first life? Lee Kiyoung thought in panic, how did she know about it? Yuuno explained, he seemed surprised. It can be called the past life, or it can be called the world of pitch black illusions, and the time has come, the priest of the night sky. Go find the player Lee Kiyoung, the master of the Lamb Guild, and please tell him about the truth of this continent. This is a prophecy. Kasuga Yuuno said, I received the prophecy of the goddess of luck to bring you here, you Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, what does the goddess want from me? Damn, this makes me feel bad. Lee Kiyoung was surprised. His mind's eye was forced to open by outside influence, legendary characteristics, the eye saw through all truths, past and future results, resisting both outside impact and the human mind. Wait, my heart and eyes opened by themselves. Kasuga Yuuno's eyes turned black. I am the one who possesses eyes that see through the truth, past and future, he thought. Damn, why did her eyes become like that? Kasuga Yuuno let the butterflies fly around Lee Kiyoung. Allow me to show you not the past or the future but the blur of the world of darkness. And remember that. The memories he shared with, suddenly it was pitch black before Lee Kiyoung's eyes, his words, his vision. He was transferred to a certain place. It was very desolate and dilapidated. He thought to himself, this is an illusion of his past life. Is this in the middle of a war? My body is almost invisible. He saw a soldier covered in blood. Who was that guy? I think I've seen him somewhere before. Seeing that familiar face, Lee Kiyoung thought, wait, I survived in my previous life, I don't know when and why do I look so disabled? Lee Kiyoung realized, what else happened to that damn pig and Ha Yan? Suddenly the figure in front collapsed. He realized immediately, damn, he was dead. Suddenly a girl came carrying a red umbrella. Lee Kiyoung thought, that's it. Kasuga Yuuno. Back to reality, Kasuga Yuuno said, unfortunately. Lee Kiyoung slowly opened his dark eyes, then he heard a sound. I was worried you wouldn't wake up in the next few days, please rest. It may not be comfortable for you when you are not yet used to the new place, but I hope you feel as comfortable as at home. Lee Kiyoung opened his dry mouth and said, why, you saved me, damn, look at the way he talks.
Kasugano Yuuno calmly said, I have seen the future where you Lee Kiyoung and I will explain in detail later, but for now, you just understand that I am on your side.
Lee Kiyoung replied, nonsense, future ass. And this makes me think of the gray cat and its owner. Seeing Lee Kiyoung falling into thought, Yuuno said, just kidding, let's eat the food before it gets cold. So time passes. And the two of us lived happily together. The two of us enjoyed tea and looked at the flowers. Hey, what's that? Don't even think about telling it. Then they took a bath, then slept together like a couple in love. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, huh? What? Wait, slowly stop. Finally, Lee Kiyoung picked up the sword and pointed it at Yuuno. He said coldly, I don't need that cheap pity, you're all the same. Yuuno wondered why it suddenly happened like that. Lee Kiyoung replied, forgot, do you really think I forgot? Do you think I forgot just because you saw me laughing? Yuuno couldn't hide his surprise and thought, wow, this scum is threatening his own savior. Then she shed tears again, what a pitiful soul he is, even so, I love him. At this point, Lee Kiyoung's eyes suddenly ached. He hugged it, damn, my eyes felt like they were about to fall out. Only then will the pain in my eyes go away. Could this be a side effect of sharing my vision with a high-level ranker? It was only later that he looked around and saw Yuuno wearing a wedding dress and the room also turned into the wedding room. Kasugano Yuuno blushed and said, do you remember, honey, now that you remember, we should continue with the wedding. He cursed in his heart, what the hell? Lee Kiyoung was about to leave, Yuuno cried and hugged him, saying, don't disappoint me, as you can see, we were once a couple that I loved. Lee Kiyoung groaned, so this is the reason she approached me, he said, but I think this is just a side effect of looking too long into the dark world, besides, we are not the same people like in previous lives. You keep rambling, besides, those are things that really happened in the first life, I can only see us loving each other. Yuuno still argued, I think it was an intermediary, maybe my selfishness interfered a bit. Hearing that he thought to himself, could that happen? That's impossible. Looking at Yuuno's beautiful face he thought, but maybe it's not that bad. Actually, it is a good thing. Lee Kiyoung looked at Yuuno smiling, source from his first life, Kasugano Yuuno. Having Yuuno by my side is as beneficial as having a regression. I can see the first life that only Kim Hyunsung knows. I can control my life better if I have information about what is going to happen from now on. However, there will be some disadvantages that come with it. Then he asked Kasugano Yuuno, can she look into the dark world every time she wants? Doesn't that make her a fake regression? She replied, no, you can only watch it when you're in the best condition or when the goddess of luck allows you. Yuuno said sadly, if it happens outside of the goddess's prophecy, you will receive some memories at the same time, everything just appears on its own, your status will be depleted quickly when you use eyes. Lee Kiyoung thought, even if it comes with risks, it's not as bad as I thought. I still don't know what the goddess of luck wants to show me in my first life, but being kind is more than enough for me, already with me. He gave a wicked smile and thought, besides, she had feelings for me from the beginning, I'm really a trash, right? Lee Kiyoung said seriously, did you say your name is Kasugano Yuuno? Let me get straight to the point, Yuuno said happily. Lee Kiyoung, have you finally accepted me? Lee Kiyoung said, in the dark world you showed me, I am in control of my life, thank you, Kiyoung, I am the best, let me borrow your life for a little bit. You seriously proposed, but it seems like I betrayed you and tried to kill you, while still trying to protect me, so what do you want in this second life? You can kill whenever you want. Is there any guarantee that you don't have any grudge against me for betraying you in my previous life? I'm no longer the person you saw in that dark world anymore, likewise, it's time to gossip. Lee Kiyoung continued, if you still feel okay being with me like that, then you should show me something as proof to feel more secure, then reward yourself with a like, Kia, I can't help it if I say it or not. Kasugano Yuuno bit his finger and said, the way you doubt everything is exactly like what I remember, also the point that I love, your love and light, if that's what you want. She waved her hand and said, I am ready to sacrifice all my flesh and blood for you. Kasugano Yuuno said thoughtfully, honey, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but can you drop your blood on this magic circle? Lee Kiyoung asked in fear, your blood needs my blood, oh okay wait a minute, then he thought to himself, damn, there's a rule I shouldn't mention it. A drop of Lee Kiyoung's blood fell, Seeing that, Yuuno immediately recited a spell, "Can you hear me? Returning to the soul that is deeper than change and more loyal than blood. Now I will become your loyal servant, and I will dedicate everything to the person standing before me. No one will be able to break the blood oath and no one will be able to interfere with the blood oath." Lee Kiyoung thought, her spell is really terrible. When it was finished, Yuuno smiled and said, "It's done, master." Lee Kiyoung sounded like a thunderbolt. "Who are you calling master?" Yuuno immediately explained, "I don't know why, but it seems like I feel that Lee Kiyoung was my master in my previous life. I just thought it was really good, so I want to take this opportunity too." "Hahu," he thought to himself, "Kiyoung number 1, this bastard, what did you do to her?" Trash name. Lee Kiyoung number 1 appeared and said, "What did you just call Tau Alpha? Trash." Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, "I feel bad for taking advantage of this pure-hearted girl, but with her, I can have a legendary rank summoner loyal to me." So he immediately leaned into her ear and called, "Yuuno. It's great, but please, please, please don't call me master in public, okay? Yes, of course, master." Then he was secretly scared in his heart. If Ha Yan knew, he would die. Lee Kiyoung was about to leave but he turned back and said, "And more. I don't know if there is anything to say, but thank you for what we had in our previous lives." Lee Kiyoung left and thought, "Now I will take good care of you, Yuuno, my lovely slave from my previous life." As soon as Lee Kiyoung walked out, he bumped into someone. "What's going on that's so noisy outside? Don't say it was young Ha Yan," he asked. "Who is this?" Suddenly he showed a charming smile and said, "I came to see the priest, but I met someone unexpected like this. I never thought I would meet Lee Kiyoung, the boy famous for being the toy of the mercenary queen and the president of the Lamb Guild." This statement made Lee Kiyoung frown and evaluate. Then he thought, "Damn, I miss you, Ha Yan." Afraid that Lee Kiyoung wouldn't know who he was, he immediately held up a newspaper for him to see. "President of the Yamato Guild, wow. He looks exactly like the villains." He asked coldly, "So who did you say was behind the attack on Lindel?" "He is the president of Ito Soda, the guy who wants to bring down the Lamb Guild along with Lee Sol-ho, and is the main suspect in the attack on Lindel. And of course, the last part was made up by me." Ito Soda angrily asked again, "So who did you say was behind the Lindel terrorist attack?" Lee Kiyoung silently lamented, "Dead, he already knows." Lee Kiyoung calmly replied, "But it's true that you sponsored Lee Sol-ho, the guy who was responsible for that terrible thing. Do you have any proof?" Ito Soda became even angrier. "How dare you drag the innocent Amato group into this case? You really thought the Holy Council would forgive you for this?" Lee Kiyoung thought, "Holy Council." At this time Kasugano Yuuno came out and asked, "What's wrong? But what about this bastard? He's trying to make me angry." Ito Soda sighed and said, "Nothing, ma'am, I just try to catch the mouse before it causes more trouble." Lee Kiyoung looked at Ito Soda's hateful face and thought, "We have the same tendency, I understand. He's trying to mock me. Just like I did to other people. To eliminate Young Jin-ho's team." Lee Kiyoung sighed. "He didn't do this just because he was angry at me for pointing him out. He was trying to deceive me. This is what I would do if I were him. It's quite dangerous. I should get out of here first." Then Lee Kiyoung spoke up, Is that Ito? Maybe we should talk about this later. I have something to do first." Ito Soda raised his mouth provocatively and said, "Are you scared?" Lee Kiyoung replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. In your heart you're still cursing this damn name." Lee Kiyoung was about to walk past Ito Soda thought, "Do you really think that provoking as if it's enough to move me? You're too immature to dream, hee hee. You laugh. Give up, you bastard. Don't you know that Ta has magic eyes?" But suddenly Lee Kiyoung noticed a ray of murderous intent lingering around Ito Soda's body. Without Lee Kiyoung's words, Juliana's cursed sword flew out. "No, Juliana." It crashed straight towards Ito Soda. Lee Kiyoung shouted, "You can't attack, this is a trap." Juliana controlled her sword and stabbed straight at the subordinate behind Ito Soda. Blood splattered from his body. Then quickly fell to the ground dead. Ito Soda looked at the floating sword and said, "The sword can move on its own to protect its owner. I guess what Lee Sol-ho said about the sword is true." He silently lamented, leaving his mother. Ito Soda adjusted his hat and said, "Oh no, I've lost Tau Alpha's trusted assistant. Ha hoo hoo hoo." The guy screamed like a madman, "Wah someone help, Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung suddenly attacked us." Lee Kiyoung angrily thought, "I'm really dead, this damn bad guy." Then the guard outside heard the noise and ran in. "What happened?" Ito Soda pointed at Lee Kiyoung and said, "Well, Lee Kiyoung suddenly attacked us with a sword." Seeing that, the two guards immediately grabbed Lee Kiyoung. "What, "You bastard, how dare you attack Mr. Ito, bring it all," he replied in panic. Stop, that's not real, I won't do anything, chief." Ito Soda crossed his arms arrogantly and thought, should I take his sword and stab myself? I'm also skilled at hurting myself and fabricating evidence. Should I do it too? Should we say it was due to self-defense? A blonde guy named Carton wondered, "Are you okay? The candidate is really blasphemous. How dare someone like him attack someone like you?" When the guards heard that, they interrogated him, asking why he dared to attack the candidate for the next bishop position of the Holy Council. Lee Kiyoung now understands that this is the candidate for the next bishop. Before, Ito Soda used money to bribe Carton. "Good job, Carton, it's not much, but please invite the Holy Order to a delicious meal. You really don't need to do that. Ha, thank you." Lee Kiyoung thought, I guess the Holy Council has his back in the Holy Kingdom. The Pope's power is no different from the King's. If I don't care, I could lose my life like this. Damn, what a boil, but at a dangerous moment, Kasugano Yuuno spoke up and stopped. Yuuno said using magic, "He is my guest, I will not forgive anyone who lays a finger on him." Seeing that, Ito Soda and Carton were about to draw their swords. "Priestess." Yuuno said, "You Lee Kiyoung are innocent, let go, it's okay, priest." Yuuno said in disbelief, "Master, Uncle Lee Kiyoung." Lee Kiyoung reassured her and said, "I will cooperate with them in the investigation, but first, can I talk to you for a moment?" He opened his hand with a letter and secretly gave it to Yuuno. "Master, what is this?" Lee Kiyoung acting replied, "I'm fine, so please contact the person named in this letter." Then Lee Kiyoung raised his hands to be tied. "Ito Soda, he is not only the leader of the Lindel terrorist attack, he also blamed innocent and upright people like Lee Kiyoung. I can still turn this game around. Juliana's cursed sword has been confiscated as evidence." Lee Kiyoung glanced at Ito Soda and thought, "Holy-ass council, you look like you're shaking hands with the devil. Hate your own kind to see who will be the ultimate winner. I guarantee you will experience hell from now on." The two people passed each other but had different moods. Then Lee Kiyoung was thrown into prison by the guards. He looked around and thought, "It's quite cold in here, I like it when I have strength." On this side, a familiar figure appeared. She was constantly sneezing because of the cold. Young Ha-yen angrily shouted, "I will kill the guys who committed adultery and left my beloved in here. How could they imprison my beloved like this?" Seeing that, Lee Kiyoung thought, "Accept her." Cha-hira was locked next to Young Ha-yen and said quietly, "I'm sorry for letting you get involved in something like this." She didn't dare look straight at Lee Kiyoung. She was so embarrassed because she yelled at Kim Hyunsung and declared that he would be okay because his sister was with him. Lee Kiyoung comforted Hira, "It was just an accident." "Well, no, I didn't do anything wrong." He covered his mouth and smiled and said, "Don't worry about me too much, I have a good idea about revenge." A few days later. In the dungeon, Lee Ji-hae asked coldly, looking at him so comfortably that it was impossible to sympathize. She said, "So, are you aiming at the exchange? What are you planning to do?" Lee Kiyoung calmly said, "I have a fighting power for Chihira in mind. Sorry, but I still can't tell you the details right now." Lee Ji-hae looked at the guard outside. She crossed her arms and said, That's a shame, but I'll definitely know when the time comes. After all, tomorrow is the gathering. I'm not planning on leaving here before then." Sister Hira said she would take care of that. Having the right is great, isn't it? The problem is that even if she is released and participates in the exchange tomorrow, public opinion will still have an opinion. Doesn't look good on me. She turned to look at Lee Kiyoung again and said, "Don't worry, I will try to turn the opinion in your favor." Lee Kiyoung replied, "It won't be easy. Soda Ito is rated higher than I thought." Lee Ji-hae smirked at him but didn't say anything more. She turned to call the dozing guard. "Hey there." Lee Ji-hae ordered, "Immediately bring Juliana from Lee Kiyoung Bridge here to me." Lee Kiyoung next to him looked expectantly but heard, "I'm so sorry, Juliana is being confiscated right now." "What?" Lee Ji-hae criticized the guard, then ignored an assassin from Yamato who came and attacked my client. "Can you take responsibility?" "Yes." Without waiting for the guard to explain, she angrily said, "Moreover, don't you see that my client is suffering from severe psychological trauma, already in this condition? And yet he was deprived of his only means, for self-defense. Hey, doesn't that sound funny? I can sue all of you for defamation." Lee Kiyoung inside is holding his head and complaining, "Oh my head." But Lee Ji-hae didn't stop and kept saying, "Do you know how much Juliana is worth? It is a legendary weapon, too precious to entrust to you. If it gets scratched anywhere, will you please compensate? Call your superiors here immediately before something terrible happens." Came to him. The guard felt scared when he heard it. Then he prepared himself to comfort him and said, I'm so sorry, but Juliana is currently under our management. You don't need to worry too much. Lee Ki-hye immediately pointed at him and cursed, is this because you are deaf or something? Immediately call your superiors here. Who is in charge of this place? Who dares to do such things? Is the goddess Beniger teaching you like, oh, my God, please bring punishment on these servants of the devil who have tormented these innocent people. The guard saw that he couldn't placate Lee Ji-hye, so he quickly ran away and said, extremely sorry, I will bring them here right away, please wait a moment. Seeing that the guard had compromised, Lee Ji-hye said, easily, and Lee Li-young happily thought, wow, this negotiator is so good. After a while, the guard came back and said, Mr. Lee Ji-hye, the superiors said they would withdraw the order to confiscate Juliana, however, due to safety issues, they were able to return it after the exchange. Besides, they said they would appoint Mr. Victor Hart as Lee Ki-young's personal bodyguard. I hope you understand, Lee Ki-young thought with a smile, mentally manipulating his mind. Lee Ji-hye sighed and said, no, I can't help it, do well do, this is to make it up to you. Thank you very much, Sir Lee Ji-hye. Waiting for the soldier to leave again, Lee Ji-hye bowed her head and said, that's okay. In addition to Juliana being returned, he also had the strongest warrior, Victor Hart, to protect him. Thanks to that, the number of people was certain. Believing you are innocent will lead to increase. She pressed her face close to Lee Ki-young's cell and said, then naturally public opinion will also lead towards him. Lee Ki-young replied, thank you, I really owe you a lot. Then you, I thought, Kia, this is the way to get a crush. Suddenly Lee Ji-hye looked down and said, so the biggest problem now is, well, not really, the biggest problem is still their right. She reached out and pinched Lee Ki-young's cheek, making him cry out. She said, he looked back at his body, are you planning to use this beggar appearance to socialize? Then she clapped her hands a few times and two more girls ran in carrying suitcases. Ladies, yes Vice President. Lee Ji-hye crossed her arms and ordered, make him look as beautiful and fragile as possible, so everyone will think he's just a victim. In the evening, a luxurious party took place. Everyone dresses politely. A man and a woman walked in. As soon as they went down the stairs they attracted everyone's attention. Was it him? No way, really the suspect in the brutal murder of a member of the Yamato Guild. Oh my God, haven't you seen the Lindel Times? In fact, he was slandered, that's right, he was protected by the mercenary queen once known as Victor Hart. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of me, everyone admires it, just looking at that face makes me want to protect him. As handsome as that killer horse is, I will give all my fur to him, yes, hahu, my dear, I'll join you. It turned out that person was Lee Ki-young disguised as, he thought with a smirk, just as planned. At the party, no one noticed anything unusual, it still happened normally. Let's see, Lindel Times, exclusive, release Lee Ki-young. Recently the public is spreading information that Lee Ki-young is the victim of a murder but there is no news that he was released this morning, now due to lack of evidence. Looking at the newspaper with Lee Ji-hye's photo, Black Swan's Lee Ji-hye strongly criticized Ime Guild Yamato. She said that no one else should be a victim of a guild abuse of power. On the other hand, Lee Ki-young shocked the world when he revealed that constantly receiving death threats from Mr. Ito, I'm so handsome. Lee Ki-young dropped a like and said, good job, how much paper do we have to use? Then he thought to himself, even Ha-yan said we can't create a TV or a smartphone. Lee Ji-hye kept looking at the newspaper and said, nothing special, at least there is still enough photography technology, and thanks to this great article. Lee Ji-hye approached Hira's father and said, I just had the opportunity to participate in an exchange with Kiyoung, to see the beautiful appearance of this mercenary queen, it's such an honor for me. Necklace yours is misaligned. Lee Kiyoung frowned and thought, wow, what's going on, Lee Ji-hye? Father Hira saw that and said, having a servant won't do you any good, you black princess. Well, but it's true that, thanks to you, Lee Kiyoung was released, you were very helpful. Lee Ji-hye wiggled her tail and said, oh, you're exaggerating, anyway, I don't need any reason to be close to the first girl, right? Besides, we're swans, not peacocks. Lee Kiyoung groaned, she really knows how to be treated like that by powerful people, I also like to be treated like that. Only now did Cha Hira care about Lee Kiyoung, but it's stiff, what's wrong with your arm? He replied, it's not too unbearable, but in his heart he cursed silently, damn it hurts. Lee Ji-hye noticed something unusual, why did they inject you with something? Lee Kiyoung said, actually. That's because Sister Hira's magic power is flowing inside me, the moment the mercenary queen orders the mercenary's mighty red dragon it will explode. Lee Ji-hye said, hey, it's true, bro. Lee Ji-hye came closer to him and said, so now your arm is basically a bomb, damn, that's just stupid, he thought to himself. Hey, this sister is too crazy. This is the plan I asked for earlier. Yes, this is it, Cha Hira advised. Remember to keep this a secret from Ha Yan. If she knew, she would be very shocked. Li Ji-hei calmly said, yes, same as always, it's all for the sake of your beloved Ha Yan. Take good care of yourself. Comparing arguing to losing your life is like playing, my dear, Li Kiyoung thought. I'm just worried that young Ha Yan will go slice Ito. Young Ha Yan was like an angel running to Li Kiyoung's side calling, dear brother. Li Kiyoung grabbed her and said, I'm here, have you sent the right letter? Young Ha Yan replied, yes, I already sent it to the Royal Blue Guild, I even used express delivery, I'm sure Yun Sung received it, yes, good job, by the way are Ha Yan today? Extremely beautiful. Hearing Li Kiyoung complimenting her, Young Ha Yan was really shy and asked. She kept immersing herself in it and said, what should I do? At this time, Li Kiyoung signaled to Li Ji-hei, good, distracting Young Ha Yan, the reason I need to do this. It's because there have been a few beautiful ladies looking my way for a while now. At this time, two beautiful girls walked up to Li Kiyoung and said, excuse me, you are Li Kiyoung, you look much more handsome in real life, you are a real alchemist, actually, I need some medicine. Li Kiyoung thought happily, flashed a deadly smile and shot. He picked up a girl's hand and kissed it lightly, I'm Li Kiyoung, it's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady. The purple-haired girl covering the fan blushed and said, oh my gosh, you're so cute ho ho ho. Suddenly Li Kiyoung pretended to stagger, the two girls said worriedly, Sir Li Kiyoung. He posed coolly and handsomely and said, forgive me, I drank a little wine so I'm a little dizzy. The two girls howled horribly, just after drinking a little something, they were so dizzy that they collapsed. Pray for this fragile young man, should I adopt him? Li Kiyoung thought, it must be their style, destiny, but why do they look so enthusiastic? Let's call mom. Seeing that, the men sighed and thought, maybe he's not a murderer, well, there's no such thing as an iron man, let him hold a dry knife. Hearing such words, Li Kiyoung chuckled in his heart, Kia, did you hear the confirmation sounds Li Kiyoung received in the party room? It's gone, Ito, come out here and let's play together, you won't be able to emphasize that I'm the culprit for much longer, you see. I saw Ito Soda's silhouette on the floor, here Ito Soda. As he walked down, waving to everyone, am I Shiteru you're dead Ito-sama, he coldly said, then die, and the girls howled even more. Seeing this, Li Kiyoung got angry and thought, damn, it seems like he already has a real fan club, despite being slandered and threatening him, he still gets that much support, I hate to admit it but Khan also art here, however. The girls were holding fans and discussing, I hate to admit it but he's quite skillful, he even threatened to kill people, heck, I still don't know who's real and who's fake, clearly public opinion is divided 5,5. There must be a disadvantage here. At this moment, a girl was jostled and slipped, behind her was a waiter bringing wine. The girl was pushed and scratched the waiter. The wine in his hand was splashed everywhere. Ito Soda saw this and quickly rushed over. Caught the girl from falling to the ground. Li Kiyoung opened his eyes at the right time, Soda Ito is agile, 99 above the legend. Ito Soda asked with concern, are you okay, my lady? Oh yes. Seeing that, the surrounding people began to applaud. Ah, did you see that he just helped someone in distress? There's no way someone like that could be a terrorist and a murderer, right? He's the next candidate for bishop, Li Kiyoung thought with a black face, but that's so easy, surely that's how this continent works. Everyone quickly called Ito, 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 making the Hira father's face black. Ito Soda adjusted his hat and thought, Li Kiyoung, you managed to drag yourself all the way here, it was commendable, but you were nothing more than a struggling earthworm, the girl who tries to seduce her is just a rookie with less than a year of experience, at what age can she want to fight someone who has created a beautiful image in the public's mind for so many years like this? Ito Soda knocked me away. He said, ladies and gentlemen of the Holy Empire, I would like to take this opportunity to make an offer to you Li Kiyoung, depending on his answer the empire will either be at peace, or war will break out. Ito Soda aimed at Li Kiyoung, you Li Kiyoung. I am truly extremely saddened when one of my subordinates was killed by you, but as a candidate for bishop of the church, as well as a citizen who loves our country, I do not think that continuing to talk about the conflict that broke out between Cilia and Lindel is a good idea. Ito Soda coldly questioned, so how do you feel about forming an alliance with Yamato Guild? Dear Saint, do you think what Li Kiyoung said before losing consciousness was true? About the rumor that Mr. Ito is actually a servant of the devil, that rumor is making his position as a candidate for bishop shaken. Also, based on what we heard from the Princess Duke Catherine, he is truly the lord of the underworld. I heard that he sold drugs and trafficked people in the black market, so, do you think Mr. Ito really has the ability to be related to demons? Be careful with your mouth, Cardinal Buzzle will take care of this no matter what, we just need to act as if we don't know anything. You don't know how much you've received from us, Mr. Ito, we can't get involved in this. Well, everything is going according to plan, coming to the tea party is a good idea. At a party, 4 girls took turns exclaiming that this should have been kept a secret, but it was actually, oh my god, it's so bad, so vile, scum. Holy Kingdom's news center. Any secret revealed here will become a hot topic in the Empire within 3 hours. I badmouthed Ito while drinking tea and eating dessert. Now it has been spread throughout the entire Empire. Perfect. Cardinal Buzzle put down his cup of tea in greeting. I was looking forward to meeting you, Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung bowed respectfully. Nice to meet you. Cardinal Buzzle. I understand, you shouldn't let Ito find out about this. People under Ito carefully reported that there has been a lot of movement recently, but I'm sure of everything, Mr. Ito. Lee Kiyoung is making a huge amount of money by illegally trading through Kasugano Yuuno. This has been confirmed by the black market, so it can't be wrong. And the items they illegally trade are, that's it. Ito Soda shouted quickly to let the Holy Council know about this. I, Ito Soda, now want to request an interrogation. Lee Kiyoung, this is your end. Cardinal Buzzle received the glass of wine from Kiyoung's hand. The wine tasted very good. He asked him if he made it himself. He smiled. Of course, I'm very happy because it suits your taste. I also brought another bottle just in case. He secretly thought that it's not a bad thing, so please, try to take care of yourself, venerable Cardinal. Pooh hee hee. Duk Hong Wai smiled happily and thanked him, as expected from the best herbalist on the continent. He curiously asked Kiyoung, what do you want to tell me? Kiyoung doesn't hide anything. I'll get straight to the point. Stop supporting Ito Soda, you shouldn't trust him. He paused for a few seconds. I'm sorry, but this is very difficult. You also know he has contributed a lot to the Holy Council. He guessed the answer and quickly replied that in return I would give him more money. The Cardinal immediately refused. Money is not the issue here. You want to convince the Cardinal? I believe there are many reasons too. Immediately interrupting his sentence, a person rushed in to apologize to Cardinal Buzzle. He asked curiously what was going on. Mr. Ito Soda suggested an interrogation. What do you think? Kiyoung sat next to him and listened, silently thinking as he expected. Suddenly, the bishop rushed in to resist Kiyoung, pinned him down. Lee Kiyoung, he was arrested for following a heretic, caught him. Kiyoung panicked and hurriedly asked for help from the Cardinal, coughing, Cardinal, the Cardinal. He was startled and looked at Lee Kiyoung. Kiyoung struggled to try to convince him. He must be careful with Ito Soda. He, Tai, is a devil who always tries to sabotage the Holy Council. The person behind you clamped down on you. Damn it, shut up and follow us. Kiyoung screams the Empire is in danger. The Empire is, the Cardinal, the Cardinal. He panicked. What did you just say, Lee Kiyoung? Wait a minute, what did you just say? Suddenly his head hurt like a hammer. Oops, my head. Oh Benigor, what's going on? What was that scene just now? No. In the Holy Kingdom of Benigor, the Holy Court. We will begin the interrogation of the defendant Lee Kiyoung, who is accused of heresy. The Holy Council began to ask first, the plaintiff, the Inquisitor Ito Soda, shall we begin? Ito nodded and replied I was ready. He secretly thought, what the hell is an Inquisitor? What a corrupt person. The Holy Council said ahem. Normally, heretics would not be allowed to have a lawyer, but after considering the mercenary queen's suggestion, we will set aside this trial only once. The law monk Lee Ga, she accepted. Yes, I was ready. Well, our side is also a little corrupt. And finally, defendant Lee Kiyoung. Kiyoung carefully replied I'm ready. The Holy Council is starting to go very well, so we'll start with the plaintiff. Ito nodded in agreement. Yes, Holy Council. Ito put a bottle of mysterious medicine on the table and said this is the devil's medicine created by Lee Kiyoung, also known as hallucinogen medicine. People around were whispering and talking, speechless. Oh my god. Lee Ga slammed the table and stood up in protest. Do you have any evidence to prove that Lee Kiyoung was the one who made it? Ito Soda calmly replied that if she took a look at the magazine for Lam Hoi's Cursed Temple Expedition, she would find that the pill that Lee Kiyoung once created is very similar to this potion, and at the same time after investigating the potion, we found a lot of ingredients of unknown origin in it, and as far as I know, the only person with such medicinal skills on this continent is Lee Kiyoung. Okay, he thought to himself, thanks to Lee Hyunsung's urging, the current me is an expert in medicine production. Lee Jie angrily objected. However, there was no evidence to prove that it was an illegal drug, so the objection was ineffective. The Holy Council asked Kiyoung if he admitted that he was the one who created this potion. Kiyoung did not object. He admitted that I was the one who created that potion. Suddenly there was a pain from the back of my neck. He exclaimed, "Damn, why did they suddenly hit me?" The council next asked, "So you admit that your guild created illegal medicine?" He immediately refused, saying, "No, hallucinogens are not illegal drugs but medical drugs." Ito said it was just an appearance to distribute them out. Jie angrily protested. "Psychedelics are simply drugs and are only sold as drugs." Ito breathed softly. "Then please explain why the potion contains hallucinogenic effects." Jie didn't tremble in fear. She calmly replied and asked Ito about this, and he didn't know why. Illusion medicine is used to treat psychological diseases and is based on drugs that often cause illusions. Used in medicine, I object, Your Honor. Ito explains that even so, there is no reason to put such a large amount of hallucinogenic ingredients in a potion like that. The amount of hallucinogenic ingredients used in this potion is much larger, compared to legal drugs, and the person taking the drug will gradually lose their reason because they are strongly influenced by hallucinations. There is no other drug like this in the world. Hearing that, Kiyoung's sweat dropped in just a short time, but he had already investigated so much. The Holy Council nodded to the plaintiff. "Please continue." Ito replied yes, plus Lee Kiyoung's accomplice is also present at the trial, that is Kaijinyo Yuuno, who is sitting in the witness position. I was wondering why she didn't appear, but it seems he and Lee Kiyoung formed a gang called Sky behind our back to distribute illegal drugs. The court asked the witness if that was true. Yuuno countered that I don't know what you're talking about. Lee Kiyoung and I haven't seen each other for a long time, and I didn't show up at the meeting simply because I was sick. Ito suddenly brought up an object, which was a voice recorder artifact that could record a portion of voice sounds for a limited time. The sound inside the artifact rang out, "Understand, we mustn't let Ito discover this. Remember to always be careful to look behind you." "Yes, master." Kiyoung looked curiously at what Ito was holding. "I also wanted one." After hearing the judge's verdict, "I think this is definitely the voice of the defendant and the witness," and she called him master. "Is that the same as the president?" Kiyoung thought to himself, "I guess they saw things that way." Ito answered yes. Lee Kiyoung is the vice president of the Blue Guild and also the president of the Sky, and Cascano Yuuno is his vice president, and the reason the Blue Guild started to develop after Lee Kiyoung took over the position of vice president is because of the money they get from selling medicine. And after those drugs began to destroy the black market economy, other criminals who were also participating in that black market found their positions threatened by Lee Kiyoung, so the terrorist attack Lindel and Luliana murder just happened. As well as the assassination plot to gather the Empire Society, Lee Kiyoung basically always behaves as if he were the victim throughout the entire event. But in reality it is due to drug crime organizations. Lee Kiyoung was surprised if he was an editor or something. Lawyer Lee Ji-hae loudly objected that everything the plaintiff said was to cover up her own wrongdoing, especially in the Juliana murder incident where the victim was a subordinate of Ito Soda. If this event was also caused by the drug crime organization, so is he admitting that his subordinates are also involved in the crime organization? Ito admitted, "Yes, I have. Your Highness, my subordinate actually has two identities. He is a member of the Yamato Guild, as well as the secret dark criminal organization. And the leader of the Shadow Guild is actually the person behind the attack by the Lindel terrorists, Lee Sol-ho of the Lamb Guild." In other words, the attack by the Lindel terrorists was actually just an internal fight between two factions of the Lamb Association, and if that truth were to spread out, their image would be tarnished, and the drug cartel will also be investigated. So Lee Kiyoung tried to frame me as the culprit of the whole plan and even tried to kill me. Kiyoung doubts if he is affected by anything. Immediately, Lee Ji-hae angrily slapped the table. "It was all a false accusation. There is still no evidence that Lee Sol-ho is related to Yamato, and yet, Judge, all the data from the Black Swan Society was faked. The Yamato Association has nothing to do with him." The great voice of anger fell silent. The judge asked Ito, "How could you know everything yourself?" Ito replied, "It was because Yamato was on the side of righteousness. We will not sit idly by while the demons try to destroy the Holy Kingdom." The judge is absolutely convinced, so everything that has been spent has now been proven. Kiyoung pouted, "It's nothing, The judge asked Lee Kiyoung if he admitted that he was a heretic. Defendant Lee Kiyoung, he spoke up, "Holy See, the real heresy here is." Suddenly a painful sound rang out. "Inquisition, you should torture him until he admits his crimes," Zhang Ha-yan shouted worriedly, "Bro. Kiyoung is in pain, you bastard, how dare you make me suffer like that, Ito Soda, you bastard, just wait another 10 minutes, I'll turn you into a pile of rotten flesh." "So this is how you plan to play, huh?" the pain doesn't stop, it's okay, just keep going, make it as bad as possible, you bastard, this devil, how dare you hurt me, Light Key, you think you can escape unscathed by torturing me, the innocent and virtuous Light Key. Ito breathed lightly, it's true that a superstitious person is different, Your Honor, can I ask your permission to interrogate him? The judge nodded and said, let's do it. Anti-cause Ito walks forward Lee Kiyoung. Then provocatively asked how you feel like shit Lee Kiyoung. Thank you for not knowing your destiny and doing stupid things, thanks to that, I was able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, I need to express my gratitude to you because we can use this opportunity to get rid of that Kasugano eyesore. Ito opened his eyes wide. This is the little remaining mercy that I, the victor, will grant you. Hand over the assembly here to me. Among the guilds that the Yamato Guild can use as a stepping stone to take the first step in conquering the empire, there is no guild that is as fully equipped as the Lamb Guild. I will spare the life of the wizard, I love you if you give me the Lamb Hoi. Lee Kiyoung burst out laughing after hearing this. Laughter reached Ito's ears. He was surprised. Why are you laughing? I don't tremble and answer because I find it funny to see how similar both of our psychologies are. My eyes don't lie to me. Is it okay for you to just spit out your plans in front of me? Ito angrily shouted at you sycophantic bastard. He raised his stick. Immediately the sound of pain from Kiyoung's side screamed kccccc, fuck yes keep going, good job this bastard. Just make this saintly Light Kiyoung look even more wretched, just make this guy look presentable, more importantly, just make your expression look more cruel, make me feel more pain, you bastard. Kiyoung's attitude made Ito scream confess, you heretic, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, damn that's a really cruel expression, Ito-san. Lee Ji-hei and Jiang Ha-yan are worried. Ji-hei speaks up, please stop this torture immediately, at this rate he will die, this is not fair at all. Client, I was about to say that he was not a heretic. Kui Toan's voice interrupted the silence. The only reason I have been tolerant of him until now is because of the mercenary queen, but his superstition has been proven. So from now on, he will receive the same punishment as those who support contempt for religion. Lee Kiyoung shouted silently in his heart, good job to these crazy demons. I'm sure. Will do. You regret. The judge continued to ask the defendant, do you agree that you are a heretic? Lee Kiyoung replied, I do. Ito was satisfied with Kiyoung's answer. It turned out he was a real heretic. The other boy executed him immediately. Lee Kiyoung breathed lightly. So even you gave up? Kiyoung's voice rang out, this Vatican, what? Ito was shocked. Kiyoung shouted loudly, I agree that this Vatican is all heresy. Everyone around, even the Holy Council, has a hard time understanding what you mean by this Vatican is all your heresy. Ito said, Your Honor, he must have wanted to die in despair. Why don't we execute him? After finishing speaking, Ito snapped his fingers and a monster appeared. People around were talking about it being a monster. Ito calmly replied that there was no need to be surprised. This was just a part of the body of a low-level monster that I had summoned using biological alchemy. It was incredibly weak and imprisoned, so it won't have any chance to harm people around it. Lee Kiyoung spoke up, why do I accuse the Vatican of all heresy without any fear? You will understand after spraying the illusion drug on that monster. Your Honor is angry that a superstitious person like you dares to tell us what to do. Ito also sounds meaningless to him, so just execute him immediately. Suddenly someone's voice rang out, why don't we try? So it's Cardinal Basil. He said, I think maybe it's best we try them. Cardinal Marlin, gulp, yes I'm okay, Cardinal Marlin replied. Standing next to Ito, I thought to myself, well, Cardinal Basil, who is known as the Citadel of Justice in the Vatican, why did he speak up like that? Wow, I put a lot of effort into making sure that Cardinal Marlin will become president, judgment on his behalf. It doesn't matter if he consoles himself, anyway, illusion drugs are 99.9% made from hallucinogenic ingredients. The monster roared. Ito saw it and thought to himself, hey, it's shaking due to the effects of the medicine. As expected, what an idiot who dug his own grave, ha 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 ha. This is my victory, you idiot. Suddenly, what are people shouting? The monster was embroidered to death. Ito Soto was surprised at what, not to mention, this divine light let alone. Lee Kiyoung happily exclaimed, that's right, a medicine that can bless humans with healing, and at the same time cause fatal damage to some monsters. The true identity of the illusion drug is actually holy water. Ito is shocked. You are, this is impossible, our investigation has concluded. Kiyoung calmly replied, yes that's right, You received a report that the illusion medicine is just an illegal medicine from a subordinate who is actually a spy of the Black Swan Society. That's all? God, I almost died just to pretend like I was the weak one. But more importantly, I believe that the reason Ito Soda couldn't detect the holy water in the potion is because only good people can feel the effects of the goddess's holy water, Ito Soda, who cannot detect the aura of light in the followers who follow him. After hearing that, everyone whispered, "It must be superstitious, right? Now that you say that, it seems like I feel it too. I also feel the blessing of light. Yes, why can't I feel it? Ha 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 ha. Oh Benigor. Of course I can feel it too. Ahem. Wow, these guys really believe it." Ito couldn't believe his eyes. "This is a scam, don't believe it. If it was like that, it would mean he used holy water to create hallucinogens and opium. He also cooperated with Kasugano, to be able to keep it secret." Lee Kiyoung smiled. "Yes, in order to secretly treat people who are suffering from mental pain. The liar here is not me but you. Accept this violent blow. From now on I request a trial in this holy court." With the defendant being an extreme heretic who worships the devil Ito Soda, he is a heretic who dares to call holy water a hallucinogenic drug. Cardinal Basil stood up. "Just as I thought. What follower Lee Kiyoung said was the truth. You evil devil worshipper." Ito confusedly denied. "No, it's not true. I'm innocent." The first, Cardinal Marlin says something. Marlin trembled. "Shut up, you disgusting heretic, don't pretend to know me." Ito couldn't accept the truth and shouted, "What are you doing? Why haven't you taken him to death yet?" Bang! The sound of hitting the ground straight. It turned out to be Ha Yan. She regretfully missed it. "Wow, this is fine. Good job, Ha Yan." The crowd below angrily shouted and stood still. "That devil worshipper, you lame candidate for bishop, you have been lying to us all this time." Ito thought to himself, "It's really crazy to see who turned 180 degrees, both the paladin and the bishop, although I thought if they knew that the person they had been chasing for so long turned out to be a devil worshipper, who would have been, will do the same." Ito shouted, "Please stop, how can you do this to me, even when I have contributed so much to the Vatican?" Cardinal Marlin, Cardinal Basil, "Phew, Cardinal Basil won't hear a single sound coming out of your crazy mouth." Cardinal Basil angrily hit the ground with his stick. "Don't say my name with that dirty mouth of yours, you pagan. Receive punishment from the goddess's mace. You see, our upright Cardinal Basil is already drunk with the gift I gave him." Lee Kiyoung is satisfied with the illusion potion, a medicine that can cure psychological trauma, allowing the user to see the illusion they want to see. It has both hallucinogens and holy water in it, but no, there are no addictive substances. It can also force users to see the illusion they want them to see. The bottle of wine that I gave to Cardinal Basil had a little illusion drug mixed in it. It was a form of illusion, called holy wine, and for Cardinal Basil I created a special illusion. That is, Ito Soda will turn the holy country into a sea of fire. Besides that, I will also turn Cardinal Basil into a hero against the devil's followers. Cardinal Base, who had a lot of faith in him, would surely think that the vision he showed him was a sign from the goddess Benigor, a sign that he was the only hero chosen to be able to save this empire. The superstitious judge approached Lee Kiyoung. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be here. I'll treat you right away." Kiyoung smiled. "It's okay, just hearing you say that filled me with strength." The superstitious investigator Helena, thinking to herself that even this scary superstitious interrogator is on my side. "I can stand up and speak up. Everyone, let's join forces to drive that heretic out of here. We can do it. Let's contribute until even the slightest bit of his force is gone. Come on everyone, let's go, we can do it." Ito Soda angrily shouted, Lee Kiyoung. You bastard, Soda player is summoning wind blades. This crazy guy, he's completely lost control, but he's also acting like a heretic, swinging his sword around in the holy court. Kiyoung said his actions were blasphemous. "We need to capture that disgusting superstitious man alive and execute him for the sake of Goddess Benigor. For the sake of Goddess Benigor, oh Goddess, please give me strength strong." Ito is angry. "You guys are all crazy. What a bad bunch. You got dragged into his lies and rejected me. This is all your fault. I will kill you, Lee Kiyoung. The question is whether you can pass or not." The moment of judgment of the devil follower Ito Soda has officially begun. The first gate fights Pastor and Investigator Helena. Holy thunder, being neutralized so easily. What the hell is that body technique? Next, the second level attacks the long-range wizard and magician Kasugano Yuuno. How the hell did he escape? Finally, our final boss is mistakenly the trump card Young Ha Yan. She roared loudly, her magic chain sword and small stars gas bullet then shot straight at Ito. Ito thought to himself, must he have cast 4 spells at the same time? Lee Kiyoung was surprised that he avoided all impressions. Ji-hye was worried, bro, should we get out of here, or go call the mercenary queen? The courtroom is in chaos. Lee Kiyoung said Hira went to find Juliana. After all, I can't leave here while Ito is still there. I don't think we need to run away. After finishing speaking, Ito grabbed his sword and rushed towards Kiyoung. He shouted in panic. He forgot the last few words. Devil, devil, come, run quickly, Hyan. Ito screams to death. However, another sword blocked Ito's sword, saving Kiyoung's life. Kiyoung chuckled wonderfully. I knew she would come to save me, Juliana. She came at the right time. And now Juliana is here. Ito didn't understand what was happening when suddenly he was kicked straight into the pedestal. He screamed in pain. Very good, Hira, sister, where are you kicking? Kiyoung panicked. Ito bowed his knees to the ground. Hira breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I was wondering where the troublesome worm was, catch him. Damned, Kia, so cool. Ito laughed at the scene just now quite hard. Ito struggled to let me go. You damn lowlifes, what are you planning to do to me? Have you lost your brains, you bastard? Lee Kiyoung is playing tricks on you, let me go now. Then why did you become a heretic? Kiyoung came before Ito. Ito shouted, cough, don't mess with me, you're the mastermind of everything. Why did you do that to me? Cough, I didn't do anything to you. Lee Kiyoung thought in his heart that I meant that you tried to kill me and take over Lam Hoi, so I said I'm sorry. Everyone here will misunderstand if they hear your words. You shouldn't have killed me, right? The goddess Benigar became his enemy. You have gone too far to turn back, Ito Soda. I sincerely tell you that your body will be buried properly, but your pity is too heavy. Perhaps you can hardly go to heaven. He smiled, so allow me to purify your soul. I hope the holy water of goddess Benigar will wash your life so you don't go astray in your next life. Ito is angry. You're crazy, let me go, you low-class bastard. I'm innocent, I told you, I'm innocent. Lee Kiyoung, I have to kill you with my own hands. I swear one day, I will kill you. The cardinal spoke up, Goddess Benigar, please let the heretic believe the punishment of heaven. Kiyoung secretly thought that if I let him live, he will definitely stand in my way in the future. He could be a hidden disaster. I have no other choice but to eliminate this threat, only then can I survive. It would be a waste to have a talented person like him die. It's a pity that you are my enemy. I am a cornered animal, but you are not. That's why you failed. Lee Kiyoung raised his middle finger and smiled happily, saying goodbye to Puhahaha. Ito shouted, Lee Kiyoung, you bastard, and then sank into the water. At the Holy Kingdom's church, the priest spoke up to express his praise for the effort to protect the territory from the heretical Ito Soda. By appointing Lee Kiyoung as an honorary bishop, he is the first foreigner to hold this position. Please express some thoughts. Lee Kiyoung smiled. Yes, priest. Justice always wins. This bastard is really scary. Searching the Yamato Guild's warehouse was not in vain. Kiyoung stood with Ha Yan in front of a pile of wooden boxes. Somewhere, someone shouted, Boss, I miss you so much, boss, this pig. As soon as he finished speaking, Deok Gu happily turned around Kiyoung. I'm helpless. Okay, musclehead, how are you? Deok Gu replied that he and the members are fine. If we didn't have to accept your message, we would have come to save you, but why did you bring so many gifts? The 2 black baby birds stolen from the white baby Ito Soda were rewarded by the palace. Kiyoung said, just call it a trophy. The black eagle, leave it to Hyunsung. The musclehead is so happy. Oh, Hyunsung will be so happy, he replied. Of course, it was like giving them a means of transportation in the sky. Deok Gu exclaimed, oh, I just mentioned it and it's here. Kiyoung laughed. Pua, hey, look at this, Hyunsung, I brought it all myself. I'm really good, right? Kiyoung is happy. Hyunsung, only I can treat you so well. Let's continue to stand side by side. Pausing for a few seconds, his eyes caught sight of Hyunsung laughing happily with a strange girl. Who was Hyunsung? Why were the two of them so intimate? What are you smiling at? You're so happy. You've never smiled like that at me, you bastard. I don't understand what the hell happened to the guild while I was away. Hyunsung was surprised. Oh, Kiyoung hasn't had a hard time for me in a long time, Kiyoung. On the contrary to Hyunsung's surprised look, Kiyoung calmly replied, yes, I haven't seen Hyunsung for a long time. In my heart, I thought to myself that I'm a bastard who's working so hard, and what am I seeing? He asked Hyunsung, who was standing next to him. By the way, the girl standing next to him heard that and immediately laughed. It was a pleasure to meet him. I'm the new secretary and president's assistant for Hyejin. Kiyoung was stunned. What does the new secretary assistant to the president mean? Is Kim Hyunsung's right-hand man? I told him, haha, you found someone great. Hyunsung laughed out loud. Yes, she is really amazing, haha. He secretly thought that her position should have been his. This son of a bitch dared to prank me while I was taking care of business. Hyunsung explained Hyejin is from Keslok, but due to some personal reasons she had to move to Lindel. I haven't met her for long, but because she is so talented I let her into our guild. He wasn't happy but didn't dare to say it directly, he just dared to scream in his heart. It's obvious that she was your subordinate in his previous life. I guess I've been left out, right? It turns out all the efforts were made before. So far, it's been a waste. Of course this naive guy wants me to work together with Hyejin and create synergy for the guild. He's sad and unfortunate. He just wants to be the president's only effective assistant. He doesn't like her anymore. Furthermore, their personalities are completely opposite. Contrary to Kiyoung's bored expression, Hyunsung smiled brightly. Hyejin was a big help while he was away. She was very kind and above all extremely strong. I'm not happy at all. You're really ignorant. Why do you keep praising her so much? Is she that great? Is she that talented? Then you should make her vice president too. I'll bring the medicine formula and this eagle came back to you. But you always think of me as a chicken, don't you? You've had a helper all this time. It's really disappointing. Hyunsung, his heart screams fiercely, if this continues, my efforts will be in vain. If this continues and we fall into a dangerous situation where Hyunsung can only save himself or Hyejin, he will choose Hyejin without hesitation. I'm helpless. Today is the perfect day to go die. Deok-gu, don't give me one cigar. Haven't you quit smoking? Kiyoung calmly replied that smoking 1 or 2 cigarettes before he died wouldn't have any effect. He took the cigar in his mouth and replied that it would be great. Hyunsung, don't die, I really don't want that to happen. The person the president needs to save is not Hyejin or anyone else in this world but Lee Kiyoung. A knight who cannot protect his king is just useless. The training for the fake guild begins. First I need to check Hyejin's background. He gave a letter to manager Kim Hyunsung. Please send this to Mrs. Marilyn in Keslok. I will pay you 700 gold coins for overtime fee. The manager accepted it very kindly. Mr. Vice President. On the way. I saw Hyejin sitting alone in the chair. Why is she sitting here alone? If she has problems in the guild then I will benefit. He thought. He came to sit next to her and asked her how Lam Hoi was. Hyejin was startled. Oh Vice President. He smiled without any need for formality. Hyejin breathed lightly. Ah okay. The guild was better than I expected. My previous guild was much less open. After hearing her answer, he was curious. Something happened to her previous guild. I thought she was a rigid person, but I didn't expect her to be so sentimental. Cho Hyejin turned to me and saw that the president trusted you very much. Kiyoung, he was surprised and forgive me. Hyejin explained that even when I was on my way to greet you, the president kept talking about you, which is rare for a quiet person like the president. Hearing Hyejin say, he was surprised, so why is my heart melting? He told himself to wait. Kiyoung, you can't forgive Hyunsung yet. Interrupting the two people's conversation, the muscular guy came forward to cheer Hyung Nim. It's delicious. Does anyone want to taste this soup? You two are surprised. Ha soup. Oh. This smell. It's so fragrant. Who cooked this dish? I'm curious. Behind Hyunsung walked over, put down the pot of soup and smiled hoping everyone would like it. Hyejin panicked and called the president. Hyunsung interrupted. Hyejin has never had a chance to get close to us, so I hope this will be an opportunity for everyone to get closer together. Ha ha. Does anyone want a second slot? Hyejin was touched by President Hyunsung's actions. Lee Kiyoung is standing next to you. Looking at Cho Hyejin's happiness is the only thing you care about. Huh? This guild only has the president and his secretary happy. Don't you think I'll leave you guys alone? Why do that? He will throw himself aside once he loves her, no matter what your previous life relationship with her was. I'm still the one who dragged my ass to work all the time in this life. That's me, motherfucker. Kiyoung's heart churned violently. The soup plate in his hand also fell. Deok-gu asked Big Brother if he was full. He replied, well, I'm not very well, just ignore me and move on. I don't want everyone to feel awkward. Honestly, that dish is delicious. Why is this guy so good at cooking? I want to taste a little more, but I can't forgive him yet, because girls forget about brothers. Hyunsung stood next to looking worried. Kiyoung smirked. That's right, you need to value brothers instead of women. Hyunsung, like I just said, you need to realize the value of this true friend, Kiyoung. You really don't understand why I'm angry with you. Hyunsung is worried. Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung walked in holding a big gift bag, laughing loudly. Everyone, please pay attention. I will give everyone gifts now. Yay Vice President, you are the best. Sword and shield for Deok-gu. New glasses for Youngyan. Oh, now I can see Deok-gu's muscles better. Thank you Kiyoung-si. Necklace for Lee Song-hee Nim. Hyung-si and Yuri each get a self-defense knife. Thank you. Thank you Kiyoung, this will make my volunteer work easier. Everyone happily accepted it. Kiyoung's gift. He walked towards Ha Yan and kissed her cheek, and Ha Yan would get a new cane, plus my love. Ha Yan was so happy I like it very much. Kiyoung went to Hyejin to apologize, but I couldn't prepare anything for you, but I will give you this stuffed seal from the Yamato Guild's warehouse. Hyejin took it and replied it was very cute. Thank you, Vice President. Kiyoung thought I have to find something for her. If I don't give her anything, then it will be obvious that I'm jealous of her. Hyunsung stood alone behind, looking excitedly waiting for his gift. However, Kiyoung turned around and left. So let's go, Ha Yan. Hyunsung panicked. Kiyoung see. Kiyoung turned around. What's wrong? Oh, it's because I didn't give you anything. Why did I bring you a gift but now it's gone? Sorry, I lost it on the way here. Sorry, but it seems you have to wait for next time. So here I go. Kiyoung replied calmly. Hyunsung has a hard time understanding why he's been behaving like that lately. Kiyoung internally thought that he seemed to be thinking, happy puaheahe, that's right. Hyunsung felt more uneasy, thinking about what he did wrong today. In the guild dining hall, 3 people were talking about something that seemed like a large number of monsters were invading Keslock right now. They were recruiting mercenaries, so I thought we should go to Keslock too. The large amount of monsters sounds like a mountain of experience. Let Hyejin stand up. Please excuse me, I don't feel well, so I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. Hyunsung worriedly asked her if she was okay. Hyejin doesn't want everyone to worry about her. Yes, I'll be back soon. Kiyoung secretly thought that just talking about Keslock makes him feel unwell, and look, it's clear as day. What the hell happened to her last meeting? I need Marlin to answer quickly so I know what happened. Hyunsung suddenly asked him, Kiyoung see, are you mad at me about something? Kiyoung's insides were racing and he finally understood. Hyunsung, he said, sorry, I didn't understand what he said. Hyunsung asked if it was because I recruited Hyejin see without asking him first. He laughed. There's no such thing, I'm fine, completely fine. The fact that you decided to recruit new people and give them an important position in the guild when I was absent, I don't have any problem with it. Why do I have it? He laughed again. After all, you're the guild leader, why does my opinion matter? You can continue to do whatever you want. I think it's just a matter of continuing to put pressure. Hyunsung is sweating profusely. Kiyoung see, I think you misunderstood. He smirked. Haha, what do you mean? But do you really think I would get angry over something like that? In my heart I think, Hyunsung, I'm very petty. I hope you understand. Hyunsung countered, I didn't mean that. Kiyoung see, I meant, you interrupted me and said it was okay. Why do you keep acting like I'm so strange? So here I go. I will prepare for the incident at Keslock, so please don't worry. Hyunsung was startled. Wait, Kiyoung see, we haven't finished talking yet. He shouted. Wait, Kiyoung see, everyone is curious, huh? Hyunsung hurriedly, I didn't mean that, Kiyoung see. He calmly replied, please don't follow me, please baby. You are that bad person. In his heart he thought, that steady sound of footsteps, I love it. Kya, just like in K-drama. Hyunsung held Kiyoung's hand. Kiyoung see, although he was very happy, on the outside he still calmly asked what was wrong. Kya, the main character, gave in and mentioned peace first. Isn't this scene so wonderful? Hyunsung said, I'm sorry for hiding it from you. Let Hyejin stand outside, not understanding what happened. Hyunsung spoke up, actually I've been here all along. Kiyoung paused for a few seconds. He was about to say something. He forgot that it was a controversial issue here. Hyejin was devastated. How could it be between the two of them? Damn, stop it, stop it. Hyunsung shouted, yes, ever since Kiyoung see, I still. Before he could finish speaking, Kiyoung quickly covered his mouth. Stop making things difficult for these girls. Wait, calmly, Kiyoung asked Hyunsung, what do you want to tell me? The guild members and Hyejin are misunderstanding. Hyunsung replied, I'm sorry, I just wanted to say it was me. Always wanted to hire someone as talented as Hyejin to support him, because up until now I felt like I was making it difficult for him with too much work. Then I happened to meet Hyejin and thought she could get along good with you. What the hell is Kiyoung thinking? Hyunsung kept replying, I thought having 2 people like you would be a good thing for the group, but I never thought that you would feel uncomfortable about this. I was wrong, please accept my apology. Mine. Kiyoung was so thoughtful and weak that he had already surrendered. But even if he's weak, he's still not afraid to apologize, which means he puts a lot of trust in himself. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that after confirming that, he felt better. Maybe he didn't have to worry about being thrown away due to Cho Hyejin's appearance for the time being. Hyunsung is worried. I don't dare ignore your opinion, Kiyoung see too. He interrupted Hyunsung. Okay, Hyunsung see, he thought I would forgive you this time, but on the surface he said, can you follow me? Hyunsung was curious and didn't understand anything. Arriving there, Hyunsung opened his eyes wide in surprise as he looked at what was before him. Oh, that's a giant black bird. He's excited. Kiyoung see, griffin. He explained, I accidentally picked it up on the way here. Hyunsung was touched that he took the trouble to prepare it for me while I didn't know anything. Kiyoung breathed softly. It's okay, Hyunsung see, you've always been nice to me while I've done nothing to repay that kindness. you thought right, bastard, this is a Mercedes-Benz I prepared, does it make you feel guilty? Hyunsung touched the bird, feeling touched that he was a good person even though sometimes a bit strange. Thank you so much Kiyoung. Kiyoung happily thought to himself, that's right, now you owe me, try to pay it back. Hey, he's kinder, friendlier, and more resourceful than anyone else. If only I had met him on my first network. If I had the help of someone like him, I'm sure I could have prevented the continent's destruction. Hyunsung spoke up, he reminded me of someone. Kiyoung, it was someone I briefly met in the tutorial area, but it was nothing just. Kiyoung is curious, what you mean there is another person exactly like me? Hyunsung raised his fist in front of his face and Kiyoung, because we have made peace. Kiyoung smiled. Hyunsung, do you like things like this? That's why you don't have any friends. He happily curled his hands up and smacked Hyunsung. Hyunsung smiled, I feel secure when I can rely on you Kiyoung. Me too Hyunsung. The bottom of his heart churned, thinking of course that's it, well I guess that's good, for Hyejin she was personally chosen by our admissions guy, so there shouldn't be any problem anyway. After spending some heartwarming time with him, the system gave me a new reward. A mythical eye. Clear sir, I understand sir, status port. Mythical class, let's see what else it has. This is pretty good. It's really too shallow to judge someone solely based on their tendencies and characteristics. You'll be able to manipulate people better by looking at their characteristics and how they seem. It's also quite useful. Interrupting Kiyoung's thoughts, a black bird brought a letter to his room window. Now that I think about it, I must have received a letter from Marlin about Cho Hyejin's background. Let's see. Li Kiyoung Nim, I like you. Why is the introduction so long? Kiyoung hasn't woken up yet. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Team 1 is ready to deploy, Team 2 is also ready, Team 3 is the same. Deok-gu playfully asked Kiyoung, it's been a long time since we last went on an expedition, so I'm feeling very excited. Hyung Nim, you didn't sleep well, you look like a panda. Kiyoung calmly replied that it's okay, we're sharing the car, so you go sit with Young-in. Deok-gu asked him what happened. Hyunsung smiled brightly and called Kiyoung. Let's go, he replied. Cho Jie thoughtfully. The name for Hyejin is very famous in Keslock due to the information leak incident related to the guild master of the small stone guild in Keslock. Hyejin was the one who reported the information in that incident. I mean, she's not a bad person, but you don't understand if she's too righteous, right? Do Hyejin see her guild's public image was almost ruined? What happened in the end? The question is obvious. Her guild fought back and kicked her out of Keslock. But this has nothing to do with someone like Kiyoung, who is a noble and pure bishop. Dear Marlin, Kiyoung has a confused look on his face. This is making me crazy. Damn, what should I do? Of course what I did was not good, corrupting a priestess and convincing her to kill the slum dwellers, then erasing all the evidence with Ha Yan's magic, plotting against Lee Sol-ho and Lee Jie resulted in Lee Sol-ho's death, controlling and manipulating the press companies, slandering the Yamato Association as the culprit behind the Lindel horror to keep the association's image, add only 0.3% holy water to the hallucinogen and more. If someone wants to expose you, it's not difficult at all. He secretly thought, should he create disagreement between the two of them? No, I shouldn't do that. If I get caught, Kim Hyunsung will kill me. I should calm down. Is there any way to bring Hyejin to my side? Here you smile. This is how to become best friends with Cho Hyejin. At Keslock. The sound of footsteps approaching. The cute voice said, Sir, this is Marlin Bara Keslock, the daughter of Lord Keslock, a citizen of the Empire. She is extremely fond of Lee Kiyoung, who saved the holy nation from evil cultists. Oh my god, look at the bias. Marlin was happy and excited. Haven't seen each other for a long time since the tea party. You don't know how much I've been looking forward to it. I've been waiting so long for this fateful meeting. Kiyoung is confused. Haha, long time no see, Lady Marlin. He turned to Ha Yan to reassure her. Ha Yan, there's nothing between me and her, don't worry. Your expression looks so scary. You know I only have you. Marlin smiled brightly. Sir, when you have free time, you can have a cup with me. Kiyoung stood still and apologized, but I think that's impossible. Ha Yan comes forward to argue without knowing who she is, but Kiyoung is already my personal slave. He is my love slave. Haha. Kiyoung is somewhat reassuring. It sounds more cute than threatening, but I'm happy. Ha Yan. Marlin confused, sorry, she meant, oh. Her eyes turned to Hyejin and asked her if Hyejin was also here. Choi Hyejin's face turned gray. Marlin confusedly defended, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm just a little surprised to see you here right after that incident. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Hyejin breathes lightly, it's okay. No matter how much everyone at Keslock criticizes me, I'm still innocent. The little stone club is one. Suddenly a word interrupted the Marlin lady. Here is my angel. Kiyoung hasn't recognized anyone yet. Let me introduce to everyone, this is the person in charge of this time's strange tide, the president of the Little Stone Association, Song Jong-wook. I noticed here, he looks a bit suspicious, but I should still say hello first. He came forward and said, it's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Lee Kiyoung. However, unexpectedly, Jong-wook passed by and ignored him. He just ignored me. Jong-wook walked over to greet Hyejin. He hadn't seen her in a long time. I was wondering where you went, looks like you're in a guild right now, I see, did you betray everyone to go to a bigger guild? He sneered at the traitor. Hyejin's face turned gray. Hyunsung continued immediately, please don't insult others like that, Song Jong-wook Nim. Jong-wook was confused, and I'm so sorry, I accidentally said something right in front of the Lam Hoi president. Let's see, his stats are nothing compared to the members of the Lam Guild, looking at his name, it's enough to understand. I need to pause for a moment to sort things out, but Jong-wook is the president of the small stone guild that Hyejin once joined. He was also the one who expelled Hyejin to hide his corrupt behavior. For Hyejin, who stood up for what was right and exposed the president, was treated like a criminal in Keslock. So perhaps what Hyejin wants most right now is revenge on the evil enemy who trapped her. Kiyoung chuckled. Puaheye, that's interesting. Jong-wook, surely Hyejin hates you more than me, right? The critic in this episode is you. Great Song Jong-wook. So it's easier to become good friends with Hyejin, and then it's time for revenge. Evil will never win over good. At Keslock, pleased to meet you, I am the representative of Keslock, the president of the Small Stone Guild and the person appointed by the Lord himself to be in charge of this monster tide, Song Jong-wook. He introduced to Kiyoung. I thought to myself, is it necessary to emphasize that? His admiration for the Marlin lady is clearly shown through his eyes. He is trying to use the Lord's daughter to advance, but am I in his way? But in the end, the person the Marlin likes is me, not you. He smirked. Kiyoung asked him, so you are the person in charge and also the commander? Jong-wook replied, no, not yet. Oh, okay. He wondered. Kiyoung spoke up, anyway, we have some time before the expedition team returns. He brought a few bottles of medicine he made himself on the table. I need to expand the consumption market in Keslock. Jong-wook laughed, sorry, I have no intention of doing business with Lindel. I would rather work for a subcontractor in the Republic than do business with a remote place like Lindel. Kiyoung is confused. Jong-wook continued to tell them that it wasn't because of the association that his medicine became famous. He thought it was the same with Keslock, but life isn't that easy, you know, he said in his heart. I can forgive you, because. Jong-wook continued, maybe it's because he's a bit stupid and doesn't understand how the world works. He paused for a few seconds. What, why suddenly the tables and chairs, he shouted. Yan angrily shouted, who are you calling stupid? You dare call anyone stupid? Yan walked towards Jong-wook and squeezed his neck. Kiyoung is a genius and there's nothing he doesn't know. You're tired of living this stupid thing, right? Jong-wook cried out in fear. Kiyoung reassured Yan that he's had enough. Yan then turned to Jong-wook, who was lying down, calling for help. Listen, Jong-wook, seems like you're a pretty ambitious man, but don't you think you need to know how to look at people better? He snapped his fingers and turned the desk back to normal. He asked again, can you say it again? Jong-wook replied with difficulty, the vice president of the Lam Guild and the honorary bishop, he stammered, and the alchemist. Kiyoung is not lazy enough. But you say you can't expand the market in Keslock, you laugh out loud. Do you think alchemist is just an empty name? We are people born at the finish line, thanks to alchemy, and you can live the rest of your life without working, you know. You are also quite talented to be able to climb to this position without knowing how to make money well. Anyway, whether you join or not, standing behind, Marlin admired as expected. Kiyoung Nim is so great. Jong-wook is confused. Yes, I joined Lee Kiyoung Nim. He handed over a contract and told Jong-wook to stamp this part of the contract. Jong-wook turned pale. His life will end as soon as he plays this. Damn, but I have no other choice in a situation like this. Jong-wook ran out to Kiyoung and changed his attitude quickly. Lee Kiyoung Nim, I'm so sorry. It was all because of Cho Hyejin's incident. Please forgive me for my rudeness. By the way, Lee Kiyoung Nim, I have a pretty promising business plan here. He put a scroll on the table. Kiyoung was curious. What kind of business is this? Thinking to himself, what is this proposal? Jong-wook whispers, it's called the black market. Ji-hae's voice rang out. What is this place? Kiyoung asks, what do you mean this is the black market? Ji-hae was shy. You think the president sent me to protect you so you could go to places like this? What are you trying to force me to do? Kiyoung has a hard time understanding what she means. I don't understand. Ji-hae shouted loudly, don't pretend to be stupid. Isn't it a black market, a playground for adults? I know you have a complicated love history but I never thought of it. Finished speaking, Kiyoung held up the ticket. Everyone around is talking hee what's wrong with her, I think this is her first time coming here, so cute hee. Hyejin said ahem I think she misunderstood something. Kiyoung smiled and misunderstood, don't tell me you're thinking about dark things, okay. It's understandable because my love history is not really pure, I can understand why she thinks that way. Hyejin was embarrassed and confused. No, I'm sorry Vice President. Kiyoung replied there is no need to apologize, I'm used to it. Hyejin is embarrassed no I didn't mean that He smiled slightly, she knew she was wrong. Then put your hand out, Elisa. Hyejin grabbed it, confused and asked Elisa what it meant. He replied Elisa is your name my name is Kuroshi Tuma we are good friends remember? Hyejin smiled and replied, it's strange because he's watched too much anime. He said anyway Elisa, don't you want revenge on Song Jong-wook? Hyejin said you already know about what happened at the Small Stone Association. Kiyoung interrupted her yes but Jong-wook told me he really wanted to kill her even though he was the one in the wrong. Hyejin is surprised but I have no intention of revenge or anything. Hatred will lead to hatred, I'm very disappointed but I don't want to continue this meaningless war anymore. Kiyoung's heart thinks she doesn't want revenge, that's not okay. The black market business is just a change to distract but it's okay to be good friends with Cho Hyejin, but Jong-wook needs to die, maybe I should try a little harder. She asked Hyunsung see what he said, he agreed to what Jong-wook said, he said no problem, he said he did the right thing. Hyejin's shy expression actually made him praise me saying I did a good job, it was a pity, looking at this expression, Kiyoung guesses that she likes Hyunsung. Kiyoung laughed I knew Hyunsung would say that, I considered making her fall in love with me but maybe going the friend route would be more reasonable, he said but you know what, Hyejin I wouldn't say what you did was right, in fact I think it was pretty stupid. Cho Hyejin wondered why he was intentionally making me angry. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself that friends only get close after arguing. He said why did she choose to do such a superficial thing to sell out her president, why didn't she just write him down? Let Hyejin speak but Jung-wook is an evil person but he is not trash, he smirked, are you supporting him? He's trash, you don't know how bad he is. Interrupting her words, Lee Ki-young's voice rang out from the 30-year-old who is currently unemployed. 45 years old, currently living with his mother in the Keslok slum, 28 years old, jumped off the wall of Keslok because he couldn't pay his outstanding hospital bills. They used to be members of the Small Stone Association but are now abandoned because of her gossip and are now having difficulty making ends meet. After hearing what Lee Ki-young said, Hyejin was really surprised at what it was. Lee Ki-young playfully teases and lies. Hyejin was angry at the vice president. Are you kidding? Lee Ki-young replied calmly, but this could become true at any time. After all, there was no guarantee that her actions wouldn't cause harm to others, but she still let him go. All she had to do was kill him. He continued what she said. She had enough ability to do that, but she couldn't bear to kill Song Jung-wook. Hyejin wondered why. Because the Little Stone Guild is where she built her memories with her old teammates. I'm sure she's especially close to Song Jung-wook because the two of them have been together since their training days. I said yes, is it wrong? Former vice president of the Little Stone Association she gave to Hyejin. Lee Ki-young asked again. Hyejin's face turned gray. Lee Ki-young approached and smirked. She didn't want to have a guilty conscience, but she also wanted to keep her precious memories with her former teammates. People who had experienced it called it hypocrisy. Tell Hyejin loudly, I'm not a hypocrite, and what right do you have to say anything about me? Lee Ki-young, do you really think I don't know? She angrily grabbed her collar. Isn't he the hypocrite here? What he shows in front of everyone is completely different from his true personality. Lee Ki-young laughed. Oh well, she found out. What do you say? What do you mean? When Hyejin screams, Lee Ki-young argues that she is proof. She shouted that his ruined 3 gates are proof. Lee Ki-young smiled calmly. So who donated to the Holy Council and built a welfare center for people in the slums? You have nothing more to say, right? You know you can't destroy the reason it's my fault. It's really frustrating, but what can you do? Hyejin was angry. What do you know about me, you bastard? Her body trembled. Lee Ki-young saw that and thought, oh, am I mocking her too much? Of course I'm not trying to cause trouble with you, I'm on your side. The sound of someone interrupting the two of them. Oh my god, even his resilient face is so adorable. The two turned to look confused. It turned out that 2 beautiful women wearing masks were whispering something about the two of them, wondering how he would perform in bed. Oh, don't interrupt me, sadistic lady, what are those 2 people whispering about me? Cho Hyejin turned to Lee Ki-young and asked Vice President Tuma who these people were. Lee Ki-young also shook his head. I don't know, Elisa. Hyejin continued, I feel like this place is getting more and more crowded. Lee Kiyoung looked around. Damn, it wasn't just that. It was a sadistic master who loved trash people. Taste was the most important thing. What kind of nature do you think this is? Wait, what is my nature? What is it? The screen shows you have a high chance of being loved by dangerous people. What the FCK? Oh, it's exactly my style. Another masked woman walked towards Lee Kiyoung. Hi honey, are you free? Elsewhere. Hyunsung is looking at something. The monster wave will come sooner than expected. Why are they coming so early? Return to the party. Lee Kiyoung wonders who this is. 22-year-old Shaolin is currently a whip expert with curious adventurer tendencies and a reputation as a sadist. Lee Kiyoung looked at it and commented that he didn't like her title, but the trend was pretty normal. Damn, normal fart. Lee Kiyoung turned to Hyejin and called her ahem. She looked over and asked what's wrong. Lee Kiyoung replied she knows what's going on, so please help me. The bottom of his heart churned violently. Hyejin lift her lips and worry about it. Lee Kiyoung panicked. Miss Hyejin, don't be like that. I'm sorry for what I did before. I was overwhelmed by my emotions, so I spoke nonsense. You know that, right? So please, can you help me? I'm your superior, so can you help me this time? I don't want to be eaten alive by these monsters. Please. Shaolin laughed lightly, wondering what you two were whispering about. Are you two lovers? Haha. Come as close as possible. Let's play together a bit. Lee Kiyoung was sweating profusely. He immediately refused. Ahem, I'm sorry ma'am, I'm a bit busy right now. Does she understand that I'm being rejected? She licked her lips, making me even more excited. Damn it, Lee Kiyoung thought to himself. He turned to Hyejin Elisa for help. Hyejin had no way to save her. I think that's enough. My young master feels very uncomfortable. If you continue like this, I will call security. She put her arm towards him to protect him. Lee Kiyoung patted Elisa's head. Why do you call me young master? I guess you don't even want to be friendly with me anymore, right? But I'm also really her superior. It's not easy for Shaolin to forgive her. She's your subordinate, not your lover, young master, but she's too possessive. Don't you want to give him up to anyone? Hyejin replied that my relationship with him has nothing to do with you, and I said that because of history, not possession. If you understand, please stay out of the way so as not to look like you, someone trying to seduce others in a place like this. My young master is quite busy. After finishing speaking, she grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Lee Kiyoung was surprised. Oh okay, he exclaimed that she made Hyejin look so cool. Shaolin interrupted, wait a minute. She gave him a card and said, take my business card. I feel like I will regret letting him go like this. I plan to stay in Keslock for a few days, so if you change your mind, please contact me. Even though I may not look like it, I'm also a pretty important person, so if you make friends with me, you won't suffer any loss. Remember this name, I'm Shaolin of the Republic. See you later. When we got to the gate, Lee Kiyoung breathed a sigh of relief that we had escaped. Damn, at that time I thought I would be eaten alive right there, but I really don't like that kind of thing. Let GA go in front and say you're quite popular with everyone. Did you spray pheromones on yourself or something? Lee Kiyoung followed behind, wishing it was like that. By the way, can you come a little closer to me? GA refusing like that makes it look like we're very close, and I don't want that. Lee Kiyoung explained right away that I didn't want to appear close to you, Elisa, but at least I had to let others know that I was with you because they kept staring at me, making me very uncomfortable. GA is annoying. Hayes, you are really annoying. She thought, how could this loser and neurotic guy be the vice president? She wondered if the president knew that Lee Kiyoung was this type of person. I didn't understand why he won Mr. Yoon's trust, more but. She thought back to the words Lee Kiyoung told her just now. She didn't know how bad he was. No matter what, she didn't want her conscience to be guilty, but she also wanted to keep the precious memories of her former teammate. Someone who experienced it called it hypocrisy. She was still angrily thinking that even though those words made her blood boil, in some ways, he was right. I never considered the possibility that my actions would cause damage to others. After I sold out the president and got kicked out, I was exhausted and didn't care about delving into Jung-wook's background. I shouldn't have given up so irresponsibly. Stopping thinking, she spoke up. Vice President, I mean Tuma, the reason you brought me here must have been to show me how bad a person Song Jung-wook is. Fine, please show me everything you know about Song Jung-wook. Lee Kiyoung was so happy. I'm glad she understood quickly. He asked if I remember correctly, you exposed Song Jung-wook's illegal monster trade, right? Actually, the illegal trade of rare monsters takes place here, in this black market. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Their real source of income is this. GA's face looked scared. The sounds of beatings and screams are getting louder and louder. Come inside quickly. You still dare to resist? Ah, please forgive me. Ah, slave trade. They trade the most valuable species of goblins. A man wearing a hat walked up to the two of you and asked me who directed you here. Lee Kiyoung replied that it was Mr. Song Jung-wook, and this is the kind of deal Song Jung-wook tried to get himself into. The other man understood that you are our owner's customer. Honestly, I really want you Song Jung-wook to give us an hour's notice that there will be a visitor. But you have come at the best time. The pitiful cries of the victims rang out, eager to save us. Shut up immediately, shouting and cursing loudly. Cho Hyejin clenched her fists, her body trembling. How could this happen but Jung-wook, the trashy bastard? Lee Kiyoung smirked. Good. Her anger meter was going up. She thought she shouldn't let Song Jung-wook live, right? The man in the hat smiled and then remembered, this is your first time here, right? VIP customers are allowed to choose slaves before we send them to the auction floor if you like them. Please tell me anything. Cho Hyejin, angry bastard, these damn bastards. You consider people as objects. She prepares to rush forward. Lee Kiyoung suddenly hugged her AAA sister Elisa. I want that elf. Lee Kiyoung just hugged her. Hyejin was panicking. Lee Kiyoung's face is reddening. Elisa, what's the use of hitting the ringleader now? He whispered, don't you want to save them? Then follow me. He continued to beg, hugging her feet, please buy them for me, I want those goblins. He said, did you just call me a bitch? She didn't answer. She yelled at Lee Kiyoung, will this kid stop whining? Then buy it, stop whining. So please sell me all these slaves. She pointed towards him, the Lindel carriage is about to depart, customers, please sit in the front row, the slave will sit in the back row, please get on. Glowing shouts of thanks from the newly rescued slaves, thank you for saving us, thank you Hick. Let Hyejin hold 50 gold coins in her hand. They are just like us and have emotions like us, yet each person is only worth 50 gold coins. Lee Kiyoung asked, why are you crying to rent it to them? That price is quite high for them. I'll pay for the slaves we bought today. You don't have that much money. Hyejin asked him. I wanted to ask him something. Why would you do that when you're not originally like this? You don't have a grudge against Song Jung-wook like I do. Lee Kiyoung smiled. Hyejin, you know, I will control all crimes in society. Hyejin replied, that's a dangerous thought. Do you think that's too arrogant? I never thought you would reveal your true intentions so easily. Lee Kiyoung spoke up. I just wanted to say that illegal areas like the black market need to be more strictly controlled. I intend to buy back and destroy the entire black market. I also want to build a clean auction market so that everyone can freely buy and sell legally. France, that will be very beneficial for me. Hyejin doubts an auction market where people can freely buy and sell legally, so is he trying his best to bring about a peaceful society? Lee Kiyoung said, that's why Song Jung-wook, the owner of this black market, is a rock in my way. As you can see, he is a bad guy, so if you don't destroy him, surely she will regret it later. It's almost as if this carriage is taking us to our deaths. Maybe they are trying to eliminate us and get those slaves back. Song Jung-wook's original purpose in luring me here was to eliminate me. Why do you think he sent me an invitation to a place like the black market? Hyejin is scared if that's true. As he finished speaking, the carriage suddenly braked. What just happened? The rider said we would rest here. As he spoke, he pulled out the sword and rushed straight towards the two people. I mean, in your next life. Lee Kiyoung's neck was pressed against the other person. He called for help. Hyejin. You're so damn scared, so the vice president was right. Damn right. She pulled out the stick and galloped towards Lee Kiyoung. Shout, damn Song Jung-wook. The other person quickly released Lee Kiyoung and ran into the forest. Stand there. Hyejin ran to Lee Kiyoung, worried about the vice president. Is your boss okay? Lee Kiyoung, sit up. I'm fine. You should have checked on the goblins first. His feet were bleeding, causing Hyejin to tremble. Because I let Song Jung-wook live for so long. These innocent goblins. Everyone in the Small Stone Association. And the vice president. The Song Jung-wook I once knew no longer exists. She held her hand tightly, allowing me to help him up, vice president. She helped Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung chuckled and thanked God he bribed the driver. The driver was driving and suddenly ran away. His head fell down. He's going to die anyway, so I don't have to worry about my plan being revealed. He works for Song Jung-wook in the black market and he also has a criminal record, so I don't feel guilty if he dies. Now I've got Hyejin on my side. It's time to prepare for the next step of the plan. Lee Kiyoung's thoughts are continuous. A few days later, in the secret garden of Lord Keslock's palace, Marlin smiled brightly and ran to Reverend Lee Kiyoung. I can't believe that you called me out on such a quiet moonlit night, not knowing what you needed from me. Lee Kiyoung, come closer tonight, it's so beautiful, Lady Marlin. He gently kissed Marlin's hand. I have a request for you. The next day in Lord Keslock's meeting room, Commander Keslock, Miss Marlin's father. Calmly asked if there was really a monster wave coming soon. Hyunsung replied yes, maybe next week. I'm still not sure why, but it happened much earlier than expected. Dragon footprints were also discovered around here. Everyone around stopped. Leader Chu Keslock thought, next week, sooner than we think. From now on, Keslock will enter the war preparation stage. This is an urgent mission, so we need to declare martial law and blockade the entire city now. We will appoint a commander whose mission is to lead the attack on the day war breaks out. Song Jong-wook happily thought now was his time to shine. The commander's power is absolute throughout the war. I don't just get to tell all the people present here to do whatever they want, but also have the Lord's representative give orders like that. I will use that power to become the Lord of Keslock. Thanks to all my efforts to gain the Lord's trust, I was assigned to handle the monster wave, so it was only natural that I was given the position of commander. Chu Keslock spoke up and decided that Bishop Emeritus Lee Kiyoung would be the commander. Everyone was surprised by this decision, including Lee Kiyoung. What do you mean me? This responsibility is too big. Let me shoulder the burden, my lord. He remembered that night he proposed a request to Marlin, and sure enough it all went according to plan. I love her so much. Everyone around agreed. Everyone congratulated you. You're great. Who else is suitable for the position of commander? Congratulations, Lee Kiyoung. Hyunsung sitting next to me also laughed loudly. I know it will be very hard for you, but please take care of us, Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung sighed, oh these people. Song Jung-wook immediately changed his attitude. Turn over quickly. Ha ha ha, congratulations Lee Kiyoung. As expected of you, Lee Kiyoung, I knew you would help Keslock a lot right from the first time we met, ha ha ha. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, wow, you really worked hard to support yourself, Jung-wook. He smiled, I will try my best to help you, just give me the job as you please. Song Jung-wook whispered, ahem, if you said so. So please. Can you give the Little Stone Guild the safest location? I knew you would do that, the two of you holding hands. Lee Kiyoung happily replied, of course, but Jung-wook, I will also try my best not to disappoint you, just leave everything to me. Song Jung-wook did not expect this action of Lee Kiyoung, shyly replied, thank you very much Lee Kiyoung. At Lee Kiyoung's office. Let Hyejin step into the vice president. Do you have something to tell me? Lee Kiyoung stood up and advanced. As you know, I am now the commander in the battle against the wave of monsters. So I want you to be in charge of organizing the units. He gave her a scroll. Why is Hyejin surprised? She took it and looked worried. Lee Kiyoung spoke up, arrange the mini stone guild and Song Jung-wook stand at the front line where the most monsters gather. The rest can arrange themselves the way she sees best. Don't you think he deserves to be punished for what he did? Isn't that so? For Hyejin to agree to obey. Song Jung-wook angrily hit the table. What do you mean, Lee Kiyoung? The little stone group will have to stand at the front line. Are you kidding me? Didn't you promise that we would be assigned to the safest location? Lee Kiyoung gently replied that I made this decision because of you, Song Jung-wook. Why is he angry with you? Lee Kiyoung picked up the cup of tea, took a sip and said of course he would be safe if placed in the back, but he would be forgotten by everyone and not have a chance to shine. Isn't that what you really want? Jung-wook is worried, ahem, if that's the case I just hope you let me know first. Lee Kiyoung interrupted, I've always been this stupid, Song Jung-wook. After watching you I thought a lot. I didn't realize how great you are, Song Jung-wook. You really is the hero who will lead Keslock in the future. Jung-wook's face turned red. I've heard that sentence a lot, but can I ask why he thinks that way? Lee Kiyoung thinks he's really a troublesome guy. Okay, just say whatever now. I clearly see that everything from his temperament to his management skills are unrivaled, and of course he has charisma, can represent the Small Stone Association. So please let everyone know your name on the front lines with you. Cha hero, you will lead us to victory and become the hero of Keslock. And when that happens, Miss Marlin will naturally fall in love with you. I will proactively help you win her affection. Song Jung-wook smiled softly. Very well. Sounds very attractive, but how can I believe what you say? He still has doubts. Lee Kiyoung Bon replied, I also know this is insignificant, but I will bet my life. If I don't keep my word, you can kill me yourself, Song Jung-wook. He shook his head. No, I don't need it that much. Lee Kiyoung interrupted, I only bet when I have a win in my hand. And I truly believe you will win this battle. I will make you the hero of Keslock. This day has finally come. The shouts urged the other boy to hurry up. Food and other supplies are placed here for all guilds, ready to wait for the next orders from the commander. Ha, someone sigh. Why was the little stone group pushed to the front of the battle line? Act the first knocking sound from behind. Song Jung-wook smiled and smiled at the front line. What's wrong with you? That guy surprised the president. By the way, is Lee Kiyoung really trustworthy? I find it hard to trust that guy. Jung-wook tsk you're so worried. Do you think Lee Kiyoung sent us here for no purpose? This is part of his big picture. Just wait, after this battle we will become heroes of Keslock, he thought to himself, and I will win the Marlin lady. I can't let this opportunity slip away. By the way, where are the eggs? Oh, that's it. I've kept it safe on the black market. The other guy replied. Jung-wook asked again, are you sure? I thought my heart stopped beating when that bastard Kim Hyunsung mentioned dragon footprints in the meeting. He whispered to make sure not to be discovered. I had a hard time stealing it. You know how much that thing is worth, right? The other guy nodded. Yes, of course, President. Isn't that? That guy is. Mercenary Queen Father Hera. Jung-wook stood aside thinking he couldn't believe how beautiful she was. It feels like she's looking at me, so is that a signal? Hera turned to Lee Kiyoung and said, little brother, he's a bit suspicious. Lee Kiyoung replied, don't always measure him like that. No, it's not like that. I always had the feeling that Song Jung-wook had something to do with the appearance of the monster wave. Hera's father turned his gaze towards him. The sound rang out. Magical sound amplification. Everyone pay attention. Foul monsters are invading our great Keslock territory. We must defeat them for peace in Keslock. Our home Little Stone Guild will lead the front line. The Red Mercenary Guild will protect the central wall. And Lam Hoi will secure the rear. All prepare for war. The monster rushed forward aggressively. Lee Kiyoung rushed forward to attack. Keslock protection. Rumble the Cobra roared. A girl held a sword and slashed a snake in half. Yeri was surprised that she was able to kill it. Suddenly the snake split into two. Yeri, huh? What's going on? I thought I would lose to them. Lee Kiyoung watched through binoculars as his friends fought. But in the end, that bastard Song Jung-wook is still alive. I expected him to be killed by monsters on the front lines. It was a good idea to make plans with Hyejin in case he was still alive. Suddenly Jung-wook turned around and looked at Lee Kiyoung. Damn, he kept staring at him. Lee Kiyoung shouted loudly, ahem, everyone support the troops at the front line, support Little Stone Association and Song Jung-wook with all your strength. Woo, soldiers of the Little Stone Association, let's move forward. Lee Kiyoung silently raised his middle finger. That's bad luck for you, Jung-wook. You'll be leaving for America soon no matter how hard you try. Puahe. Let's get started. Miss Hyejin. Below, Jung-wook was still fighting the monster, calling for help. Keep fighting, but it's not over yet. Ah no. Have reinforcements arrived yet? Behind the disciples, run to the president. We will all die if we keep waiting for reinforcements. We need to retreat to a safe location. Jung-wook answered okay. He looked up at Lee Kiyoung. I believe you. Outside castle wall number 1. Jung-wook asked if the monsters left. Damn, I think there's still a few left. The disciples shouted loudly for reinforcements. Isn't it Lee Kiyoung who is playing with us? It's too late for the president to run away. Jung-wook took a puff of his cigar. We will stay. Don't you know that at these times we need to be more cautious? The delay in reinforcements could be due to some other situation. They will come, I believe. Lee Kiyoung. He remembered Lee Kiyoung's words, Song Jung-wook, I will make you become a hero of Keslock. He thought to himself, of course he knew Lee Kiyoung had plans. He must have planned to turn himself into a target aiming for profit. But anyway, it's not worth it if we can legalize the black market of Keslock. If I become the Lord of Keslock and take direct control of the black market, so I need Marlin to become the Lord. Even if he has any secret plans, it is still a win-win situation, both sides. Most importantly, Lee Kiyoung and I are not fighting each other, so he won't try to get rid of me right now. What's that sound of footsteps? It's for Hyejin. Jung-wook wondered why she was here. Hyejin smiled. Why are you surprised? Do you think I came here to take revenge? Is he panicking? Hyejin calmly replied, just joking. Don't worry, Lee Kiyoung ordered me to come here and help. Jung-wook sighed. I see you finally came, haha. I mean, we didn't think you were the one who would be sent to help. Then forget the past and join our forces to fight. Cho. Hyejin suddenly held the sword and pointed it straight at Jung-wook. He was sweating. Hyejin, what are you doing? She glared at him, so she let me finish the sentence. I'm here to help the monsters, not you. Cho. Hyejin spoke up as the vice president had ordered the reinforcements at the first city wall to retreat. What is Jung-wook panicking about? He thought, wait a minute, then he ordered the reinforcements to retreat at that time. No way, I thought he would need me, but he couldn't ignore me like that. Seeing Jung-wook's confused expression, Hyejin smirked as if he still didn't understand the current situation. You think we don't know you tried to assassinate the vice president? Jung-wook, why, what are you saying? His face looked scared. Hyejin happily said, stop pretending like me and the guild vice president saw it with our own eyes at the black market. Everything is terrible, but your elf slave market is the worst. We came to free the poor people there and hope they can enjoy a better life. But our hopes were shattered soon after when the carriage driver you hired tried to kill the vice president. Song Jung-wook had a hard time understanding what the hell she was talking about. Hyejin put the sword down and then went to pick up his collar. I've made up my mind, even though you were once my teammate. I will still kill useless trash like you. That is the answer I have to choose. I will carry out justice to maintain the peace of Keslock. The disciples standing behind were worried about the president. Jung-wook angrily grumbled, the bastard kept babbling about justice. That nonsense of yours makes me angry. Hey Hyejin, isn't your way of doing things too vile compared to righteous people? I ordered my subordinates to kill Lee Kiyoung. Is this a plan to make me and Lee Kiyoung your enemies? He shouted loudly, do you think you can take revenge by doing these things? A voice from somewhere, of course. For Hyejin is using tricks, ha ha ha. Jung-wook panicked and looked around. What was this voice? It was Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung smirked. For Hyejin, she was just telling the truth, she was just following the script. I created the scene where you tried to kill me. What is Jung-wook panicking about? The disciple is worried about what's wrong with the president. Lee Kiyoung continued saying, oh, by the way, this is a transmission that only you and I can hear. It would be pretty bad if other people heard about this. Jung-wook confused, sir, Lee Kiyoung, why are you doing this? Did I do something wrong? Lee Kiyoung gradually walks closer. Ha, I can't hear you, I'm so far away, it's so embarrassing, I can only see this scene through a telescope, ha 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 ha. So we decided to go here. Finally. You plan to kill both me and Hyejin later, right? Jung-wook is so angry, damn Lee Kiyoung, you bastard, how dare you set me up. And he also wrote about his true intentions. But I still don't know what he has in mind. I should humble myself in this situation. Jung-wook bent his knees and shouted loudly, sir Lee Kiyoung. I'm sorry, no matter what, I'm sorry. If you want the black market, I will give it all to you, so please spare my life. I have also killed many monsters with tears in my eyes. Please, honorary bishop, for my contributions, please reconsider. Lee Kiyoung, to be honest, you have done a lot of good deeds. So in the name of an honorary bishop, I will grant you a special favor. As promised, the one who will become Keslock's hero, the hero who died while protecting me and Keslock. Lee Kiyoung's voice gradually lowered. Jung-wook angrily tried to pull out his sword. You damn cunning fox. Lee Kiyoung, do you think the remaining soldiers will stay when they know your true nature? You came here and dug your own grave. Others will see your true nature, you idiot. Let Hyejin interrupt. Don't worry, this place is a hidden corner here. I sent my own soldiers so I could lead you and your little stone gang here. Means this area. Just me, you. And the monster is behind you. After finishing speaking, the giant monster rushed out. Cho Hyejin smirked, this is your ending, Song Jung-wook. I already told you. Don't trust Lee Kiyoung. Lee Kiyoung stood from above and looked down. Are you regretful? That you should have behaved from the start. Are you curious why I chose you in this matter? Of course, it's because you're a dirty, disgusting person and Hyejin's relative, but at first I didn't like you. Lee Kiyoung laughed out loud. That was the beginning of your end, Song Jung-wook. This is why you should greet politely as a Korean. Jung-wook angry, Lee Kiyoung, you son of a bitch. You crazy bastard, do you think I'll leave things as you wish? He held his shield and charged at me, but Jung-wook wouldn't die here. The one who must die is you. Evil bastard. Finished speaking, the monster behind Jung-wook used a giant fist. Boom, fresh blood splashed out. Jung-wook is dead. Cho Hyejin and Lee Kiyoung smiled contentedly. Goodbye, Song Jung-wook. Lee Kiyoung's tears fell. I will make your black market more useful, he cried loudly. Ah, no way, Sir Jung-wook. While it released a fireball at Lee Kiyoung. It seemed like he was burned to the ground, but luckily Lee Kiyoung promptly used a magic ring to create a shield. He breathed and silently rejoiced. Great, the ring creates a magic shield, this ring is really useful, I also got the egg. At this moment he held the dragon egg in his hand. The dragon egg slowly rotated close to Lee Kiyoung's body. Seeing that, he thought, does it think I just saved it? Why is it snuggling close to me like that? The protective shield won't be able to resist for long. But the mother dragon still did not forgive Lee Kiyoung, it continued to emit more powerful fireballs. The shield couldn't bear it either and broke. Lee Kiyoung hugged the egg tightly and tried to endure it as best he could. Suddenly the ground shook slightly, he also felt something strange. Lee Kiyoung couldn't help but be confused. Why did the ground crack like that? The ground cracked and shook loudly. Kiyoung couldn't do anything and immediately fell down. He cursed silently. Ah damn. When the soldiers saw this, they shouted impatiently and commanded. Lee Kiyoung thought to himself, damn, I guess an attack from a dragon is a bit too much for a rare level item. Anyway, that's the mother dragon of this egg, but why does it attack regardless? Wait, doesn't it know that it's holding the egg? The dragon rushed down to Lee Kiyoung. It seemed like something made it panic and cry out. Seeing its reaction, he half smiled and said, what is it? Is this what you are looking for? The dragon also saw the egg in Lee Kiyoung's hand, and immediately cried in pain. Lee Kiyoung laughed and thought, what an interesting reaction. I knew right away, it was definitely the mother dragon. While he was about to fall, Zhang Ha-yan used his staff to release a stream of magic to block him in the egg. Lee Kiyoung also landed gently. Ha-yan worriedly ran over. Brother, are you okay? He coughed softly, thinking, good job Zhang Ha-yan, I bet everything on you, our beloved magician. Then he happily looked at Ha-yan. Thank you, Ha-yan, I was able to survive, thanks to your magic. Saw the dragon attacking towards the soldiers, he calculated, okay, the soldiers were now holding back the mother dragon. I'll take this opportunity to get the egg. Then I touched my shirt and couldn't find the egg anymore. Kiyoung panicked, damn, my gold, I mean my egg. Ha-yan was confused. Egg, Kiyoung said, don't you see the dragon egg I just held in my hand? Ah, I think I saw something like that. Lee Kiyoung was a bit annoyed, thinking uncomfortably, damn, I must have just carried it in my arms, I must have dropped it in the fall just now, what if the egg breaks when I fall, who knows, Damn, if only Zhang Ha-yan had known enough to use protection magic on it too. No, but that's not her fault, she probably didn't have time to pay attention to the things around her because she was so focused on saving myself, it was my fault for being too dependent on others. Looking at his face, Ha-yan stammered and said, brother, is something wrong, is it because of that egg? I'm sorry, I didn't know it was so important, it's okay, don't worry about that anymore, just try to keep your mana, we need to keep fighting. At this time, Deok-gu and the soldiers ran to ask, brother, are you okay, commander? Are you okay, are you injured anywhere? But in response Lee Kiyoung just said, eggs, makes Deok-gu wonder, why? He turned his head and frowned in annoyance and said, quickly find the dragon egg, quickly, then thought to himself, damn it, I'll go find the egg myself. Immediately he and the two of them quickly went to find the egg. Only Ha-yan still stood there blankly. She wondered if he was disappointed in her, then remembered Kiyoung's eyes, it's okay, don't worry about it. It made her blame herself even more, because she couldn't save the egg, is it because I'm useless? The egg also fell somewhere at this time. As soon as the two monsters saw the egg, they were hungry. The egg immediately ran away. Accidentally saw two monsters chasing the egg, Deok-gu spoke up, brother, over there, seeing that Kiyoung immediately ordered, grab it, Deok-gu. Okay, leave it to me. Hearing the command, he immediately jumped out and grabbed the egg. But the dragon egg grew wings and flew up, causing Deok-gu to not have time to exchange it and fall to the ground. I quickly apologized, I'm sorry, it seemed like it ran away to where the monsters were gathering, it's okay, just kill them one by one and you'll be fine. Anyway, with those wings it can't fly very far. At the same time, he also summoned the sword. Ha-yan stood next to him, casting spells and mumbling, I can't disappoint you anymore, I can't disappoint you anymore, I can't disappoint you anymore. Hearing that Kiyoung said stomach, she's really scary. Then she raised her staff and cast a spell. Mouth shouted, the wind blew. Killed two. Other monsters threatened to rush forward. Deok-gu uses his shield to block it. Kiyoung ordered, now, Juliana, kill it. Killing a few he thought to himself, auto attacks are really cool, swordsmanship is a piece of cake, okay, let's go, Juliana. Suddenly Juliana's sword gradually disappeared, status window appears. Player Lee Kiyoung doesn't have enough mana to continue using the legendary sword, this is called giving pigs a jade bracelet, You are helpless, what is this? But over there Deok-gu is fighting against the monster and screaming, Captain. I don't think we can do this, there are too many of them. Ha-yan was also panting and said, no, I can't, making Oppa even more disappointed. Kiyoung stood bewildered, thinking, damn, my precious shield, then he spoke up, okay, then let's fall. But before he could, the monster behind him suddenly attacked Lee Kiyoung. Both of them cried out in surprise. "Captain, bro!" All three seemed to be about to die. Then the monster was tragically killed, blood splashed everywhere, each part fell to pieces. Hira held up the monster's head, mouth smiled triumphantly. The three people were shocked when they saw Hira. Hira held the monster's head in her hand and calmly crushed it. Seeing this, Kiyoung stiffened and thought, "Sister." But when he saw her come to save him, he happily stood up and ran, shouting, "Sister Hira," and then exclaimed, "She is so trustworthy." Looking at the monsters lying dead on the ground, Kiyoung admired her, tearing apart the monsters with just her bare hands, crushing their skulls with just one hand. Looking at the way she fought was terrifying, but she is the best teammate. Thinking about it, he spoke up, "I knew you would come, without me." While he was speaking, Hira suddenly turned her head and roared, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing that, he also had a bad feeling. "Sister Hira." Lee Ki-young do fire felt something, he thought uneasily in his heart, with his eyes open. What's going on? Intelligence is continuously decreasing. Strength, while strength is increasing, it is beyond the index. Skills, bloodthirsty berserkers, temporarily sacrifice intelligence to increase attack power. At this moment Hira also slowly walked forward. Status window now appears, general comment, she has traded intelligence for strength, within a limited period of time, her strength will surpass legendary level, she has lost reason, so it's best not to approach her, show interest in player Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking, this useless comment, I will smash you to pieces. At this moment Hira is frantically attacking, she is coming, running. Deok-gu immediately raised his shield to block her attack, he thought to himself, great, fat. Suddenly Ha-yan got angry and pushed Lee Ki-young back and shouted loudly, are you crazy, why did you attack him? Then she used the staff to tie Hira up with chains. Ki-young thought helplessly, Ha-yan, don't kill her, you know I don't want to do that. Hira roared, pray. Then she broke all the chains that bound her, the whole body radiates a strong aura, even Deok-gu using his shield was knocked away. Deok-gu could only scream, run away. Ki-young saw this and thought in horror, was he also blown away? Damn, what a mess. Ki-young immediately tried to run as fast as he could, he ran, Hira behind him immediately chased after her, as she ran she roared, stopped, pray, seeing that Ki-young wondered, why was she only chasing him? The dragons are still attacking Keslock, Ki-young is trying to escape from Hira. Looking up above, he thought to himself, at least, the mother dragon's attack had weakened quite a bit after I got away from the egg. It was much calmer, to avoid hurting the egg. Okay, I'll get the egg later, but for now, I have to take care of this first. Then he shouted loudly, damn it, Walpole. Hearing a command from afar, a fiery eagle flew towards Ki-young. As soon as he saw Hira's scary face, he turned the car 180 degrees and flew away. Seeing that, Ki-young angrily cursed, why are you such a dog, you chicken, stop. Damn, Hira is about to catch up with Ki-young. Suddenly something passed by and pulled him along. Seeing him escape, Hira glanced at Ki-young, gritting her teeth in anger. Ki-young was scared. A familiar voice rang out, are you okay, Vice President? Hearing that, he was startled and opened his eyes, seeing that it was Hyejeon, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, without you I would have died, please take me to a quiet place in the city, Hyejeon is bored, I saved you, and in return you treated me like a taxi, anyway, what happened go out? I thought you were looking for dragon eggs, but instead you were chased by Hira's father. Ki-young could only reply, it's a long story, can you report on the current situation? Yes, I used the excuse that Hira's father and you were allied, to stop the other monsters while the dragon was still calm. Hearing that Ki-young replied, oh that's a good reason, I like it, you're good better in these things. Hyejeon continued, about Hira's father, it's because of a characteristic, right? Hearing her say Ki-young was a bit surprised, she knew about it. Not the details, but I've heard about it, the bloodthirsty maniac, a horrifying trait that will activate in special events such as war, sacrifices intelligence to maximize power. According to the Red Mercenaries, this is the first time she has completely lost her mind. Ki-young was surprised, then why? His face darkened as he thought, could it be, the mind's eye? Check the player's Cha-Hira characteristics, lioness is her bravery. Seeing that, he was also extremely confused, look at Hira's dark face. He thought, maybe she was going crazy because that was her instinct. You are extremely scared, tell Hyejin, save me, hurry up, oh, this is my fastest speed. He thought to himself, so now, she is looking for me, her target, in a crazy state because of the characteristics. Hira threw a heavy punch, but luckily Hyejin dodged it in time. She gave a devilish smile and said, come here, let's play, pray. At the same time he wondered, and is that why she chased him? Hyejin temporarily led Kiyoung to a corner. She said, Vice President, hide behind me. Kiyoung was now trembling, scared and breaking into a cold sweat. His face turned white and he said, everything was in chaos, besides, his characteristics are. Look at the status window, Kiyoung read it, the charm of the liar, the rate of being loved by dangerous people will increase, it's hard to understand, the characteristics are so absurd. At this time, Hyejin was holding a spear to attack Hira, stop it, mercenary queen, but in response to Hyejin, Hira shouted loudly and shut up. Then rushed forward, the two sides fought each other. Hira she threw a strong punch at Hyejin's face, causing her to fall to the ground. Seeing Hyejin seriously injured, Kiyoung panicked and called out, Hyejin. As soon as I looked over and saw Hira staring at me, I panicked, it wasn't okay. Hira laughed loudly and jumped towards him. Kiyoung was scared to death and sat cowering in a corner, silently praying, sister, you don't intend to kill me, right? Suddenly a slash came, causing a huge explosion that knocked the whole Hira up. Kiyoung closed his eyes and endured. When he just opened his eyes, then he discovered that Kim Hyunsung promptly came to rescue him and narrowly escaped death. Taking advantage of this moment, Hyunsung quickly carried Kiyoung away. Mouth said, I heard about the situation here, the other members of the guild will treat Hyejin soon, so don't worry. See the savior of your life. Kiyoung admired him with all his words, ah, you're shining brighter than ever, Hyunsung, I don't need anyone, Hyunsung is the best. Hyunsung asked again, so, we just need to run until she calms down, right? Where should we go, Kiyoung? He immediately replied, around here, making Hyunsung wonder, why? He looked at the notification status window, bloodthirsty maniac, time 1 hour, 39 minutes left. Seeing that, he immediately thought, 39 minutes left until she calms down, this place coincidentally gets close, black market. Last time it was just a coincidence, but they said they would stay in Keslock for a few days, and could call them any time. He took out his business card and looked, the city was locked down, so they would only be around here, are you sure that's a good idea? Hyunsung asked. He replied, I'm not sure, but I think we can ask for help, I don't like that idea but, what? Then Kiyoung how to call, Xiao Lin, come here. Xiao Lin in the corner laughed and said, why are you shouting a woman's name like that? Then she happily took off her mask and smiled, long time no see, Oppa, or should I say masked person. Hearing that, Hyunsung froze for 5 seconds. But Kiyoung was very happy to receive, ha, it's a pleasure to meet you again, Lady Xiao Lin, ha-hoo, you look much more handsome without that mask, but Xiao Lin, you are. While speaking, Hyunsung's eyes that wanted to devour him made him feel refreshed. He wondered, what's going on? Why is he like that? Long time no see, masked person. Hyunsung was glaring at him, you doubt life, Hyunsung, what's wrong with your face? Or did I do something wrong? Calm down. After thinking about it, he spoke softly, Hyunsung. Hyunsung spoke coldly, how did she know that person? He saw that and thought to himself, how scary, he knew her from the first round, it seems like their relationship is not very good, Xiao Lin doesn't seem to know him. Kiyoung immediately replied, ah, she is the person I met at the masquerade ball when I infiltrated the black market, you know her too. The more Hyunsung talked, the more upset he looked. Kiyoung also thought helplessly, damn, I didn't even do anything wrong, but I'm still worried. Hyunsung replied, no, I don't know her. Xiao Lin, one of the mainland's strongest, and Lindel's enemy. She is one of the 5 tiger generals. She was a dangerous character who caused us huge damage in the fight started by the masked troublemaker in the first round. Long time no see, masked person, they met at the masquerade ball, is that really true? If Lee Kiyoung is a masked trash and he is cheating on me. But when I looked at his innocent face, I shook my head, no, Kiyoung is not that type of person, what the hell am I thinking? Kiyoung spoke up, Hyejin is also with me. Hearing that, Sung was surprised, and Hyejin too, then thought to himself, I don't know what the hell he's thinking, but Hyejin will be my alibi. Xiao Lin spoke, hello, are you planning to ignore me after calling me, should I go back to the Republic? Ha ha, of course not, beautiful and noble Lady Xiao Lin. I felt it when I used my mind's eye to check before, but Kim Hyunsung's vigilance at this time proved how strong she was, especially that whip, a hero-level heavenly punishment. He laughed. Dear Lady Xiao Lin, if you would please do me a favor. You want me to fight that gorilla, right? Well, that's not difficult. I think this is a great opportunity for that crazy gorilla to owe me. Kiyoung thought again. She already knows Hira's father. Besides, her personality is more pleasant than I thought. Maybe she is a better person than I expected. Xiao Lin took out the whip, smiled and said, no need to thank me, I actually came here to see how you died. Hearing that, Young was speechless. A good person, a moldy monkey, she is truly a crazy person. Hira was now frantically running towards him. Seeing this, Hyunsung quickly picked up Kiyoung and ran away. Damn, when did Hira come here? Xiao Lin smiled evilly, promising to go on a date with me as a way to repay me for helping him. Then she jumped down. Next time we meet, we will have a hot and steamy date. Xiao Lin slammed the whip down on Hira, and upon impact, it caused a huge shock. At this moment, Hyunsung carried Kiyoung and quickly ran away. He thought to himself, she is a monster, please hold there for half an hour, Chinese girl. At this time, Hyunsung asked, Kiyoung, where are you going now? Well, I think we should go back to the castle walls, we need to search for the dragon egg. Okay. Kiyoung. That woman was probably a female general in the Republic, and as you know, the Holy Kingdom and the Republic are enemies. I want a reasonable explanation later, as to why he contacted the general of the enemy country. Then he thought to himself, I hope you are not that masked trash. Hearing Hyunsung's questioning, Kiyoung calmly replied, of course, Hyunsung, at the same time thinking, damn, we actually met at the masquerade ball, does he think he's a spy or something? Is that it? I'm not that kind of person, Hyunsung. After a while, Hyunsung also brought Kiyoung back to the castle safely. Seeing the two of them safe, everyone was happy. Oh, he's coming, Oppa, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? No, President, Vice President. Hyunsung worriedly asked Hyejin, how is her wound? She immediately said, it was treated by priestess Kiyoung. Everyone also asked about Kiyoung. Kiyoung, are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Looking around, he thought, the situation here at the wall seems much more peaceful than before. Has the dragon gone? Suddenly Jungyun spoke from behind, the dragon has gone. Oh God above, Jungyun continued, the beasts had calmed down, and the castle's defenses were fine without us. Really, why were the beasts suddenly calm too? Again, at the same time, a soldier ran in fear, the general commander. Are you okay, mercenary queen? Kiyoung quickly reassured, she will be fine soon, we will leave the rest to the Red Mercenary Guild. What happened to the beasts? Well, I think they're all on the move, looking for the lost egg. He was surprised. Lost? Did we lose the egg? The soldier quickly explained, well, we were checking where the beasts were heading and checking, but we couldn't be sure if they were. Will I find it or not? I'm so sorry, Commander-in-Chief. Kiyoung silently cursed again, damn it, have we lost the dragon egg? As soon as he turned his head, he saw Ha Yan smiling devilishly. Damn, looking at Young Ha Yan's abnormal state, I understand. What the hell did you do with the dragon egg, Young Ha Yan? Kiyoung could only shake his head and tell the soldier, okay, continue searching. And Ha Yan, can we talk? Now at the Keslock barracks tent, Ha Yan cried bitterly, crying, sobbing and sniffling. I'm sorry, Sniffle, I was so jealous because you were so obsessed with eggs. When he couldn't save the egg he was holding. When I'm disappointed in you. I don't understand why, but I understand that the dragon egg is very important to you, because. So I came to the conclusion that I need to eliminate it. Hearing this explanation, Kiyoung thought helplessly, how did you come to such a conclusion? Ha Yan cried while thinking, I'll get caught if I use too strong magic, so I just need to put locator magic on it from now on. Just wait and see, I feel a bit bad but I'll take care of you later. Ha Yan bowed his head apologetically, but I really had no intention of destroying it, I'm sorry for hiding it, Oppa. In other words, she used location magic on the egg so that when she needed to get rid of the egg later because she was jealous of it, luckily the egg wasn't destroyed. Today you are as lovely as always, Ha Yan. Ha Yan is upset, please don't hate me Oppa, but Kiyoung just says, well, it depends on my answer. Ha Yan, I hate liars the most in the world, so if you tell me the truth right now, I will forgive you. Tell me, the egg is still alive, right? Where is it? Then he wiped away his tears and comforted Ha Yan. Ha Yan pointed to a location on the map and replied, "Here." Hearing that, he immediately went to find the dragon egg. It was also dark. Kiyoung and some people also found the dragon egg, looking at it sleeping and thinking, "Here it is." Then he signaled everyone to be quiet. Kiyoung gently held the egg. "Finally found you, my gold coin." Suddenly, the mother dragon also appeared from nowhere. When she saw him holding the dragon egg, she got angry and roared. Everyone present here was also scared out of their wits. They were dragons. Kiyoung immediately summoned the sword. He smiled smugly and said, "What are you going to do, you bastard? I have your child, pooh ha ha." He looked at the mother dragon as if he had found gold. The exp looked delicious. He wondered how much these horns and animal skins were worth. A bunch of rare medicinal ingredients suddenly rolled to his feet, to take a look at the status window. Then he activated his mind's eye. Looking at the status window that appeared, the legendary rank monster was checking the status window of the black dragon Dialugia. Status: name Dialugia, age 4036, motherly disposition, dragon species, nickname Rockable Mountain Ruler, strength 105, accuracy 101, luck 101, intelligence, magic power 125, stamina 132, endurance 123. Kiyoung silently exclaimed, "Just looking at it makes him feel damn strong." All of its stats besides luck are above legendary levels. The original plan was to find the egg and return it to the castle wall, so I only brought a few soldiers and Hyejin with me. If I wanted to fight it directly, it would be very difficult. But now you have the ultimate weapon in your hands. He laughed fiercely, not afraid at all to provoke it. "This man is holding your child hostage. If it's good then jump in." "Okay, dare you to attack, Mew ha ha ha." Seeing him laugh, the soldiers were also scared. Commander-in-Chief, hearing that, Kiyoung realized that he still had his own image. Hyejin said a few words, "Ahem, everyone just calm down, and don't misunderstand, he didn't intend to use the egg as a hostage, he was just protecting it from that monster." The soldiers heard that and then calmed down. "Mind, that's it, that's great." Kiyoung looked at Hyejin and thought, "Oh my, that's a smooth drive." For Hyejin, since working with me, her lying skills have increased. The dragon roared again. The soldiers saw this and shouted, "Commander, what should we do now? Should we attack?" At first its cub was stolen by Song Jung-wook, but now he was held hostage by me, and found him guilty. But just ignore it, think about it, killing that dragon and taking its skin is the best deal. Everyone wants money, that is the only choice. Thinking of you, we immediately gave an order, ready to attack. The target is the animal right in front of us. We just need to escape this dragon and we'll be done. No need to compromise, rush forward. In the blink of an eye, everyone rushed to attack the dragon. Seeing that it did not resist the attack, Kiyoung wondered, delicious, but why didn't it bother to fight back? But he quickly discovered that it turned out to be preventing its bearded subordinates from attacking for fear of damaging the egg. It is true that a mother's love is as vast as the ocean of peace, but your life will end here. Ha ha ha. Kiyoung burst out laughing with joy. Today's victory will be famous in the history books. Keslock, you guys should attack again. The black dragon Dialugia's eyes were filled with tears. Its eyes glowed. I only saw that the dragon's entire body was now radiating a bright yellow light. Young Ki was surprised to see that. What were those rays of light from his eyes? Regardless of what it is, in general, just get its skin and the status window will suddenly display the text, "A nickname has been set." Kiyoung is confused. What is the nickname? Looking at the status window, I see, Dragon Fortification nickname, Magic Power +5. Title for those who have connected their souls to dragons through an exclusive dragon skill, Soul Marriage, Black Dragon Dialugia and player Lee Kiyoung. The two hosts will now live together and die together. Life and death are inseparable. Note that if Dialugia dies, the player Lee Kiyoung will also die. Seeing that the smile on Kiyoung's lips also disappears, he is confused. If that dragon dies then he will also die. Seeing the dragon screaming in pain, Kiyoung also knew, already chanting, now it was dying, what else? Without thinking much, he immediately ordered everyone to stop. Don't attack anymore, don't kill it, capture it alive, stop attacking quickly. He looked up at the dragon and thought worriedly, it won't die that easily. But what is a soul wedding? Why don't we just say we'll go to the grave together? Saw the dragon right in front of him fall down. Kiyoung was dumbfounded. Has he gone to a haunted house? Then quietly instructed, Miss Hyejin's team to take my position for a while. I'll come out here to see the situation, that's it. He walked away wondering, Mother Dragon, is it dead? Where did it evaporate? While I was getting all worked up, a soldier gasped and exclaimed, Commander-in-Chief, over there. A monster in human form, where did it come from? Quickly capture it. I just saw the silhouette of a young woman with a weak voice. Oh, don't attack me, please. Looking at the blurry figure, Kiyoung thought, that was. Then the girl exclaimed, my child. Clearly seeing the girl's face, the status window appeared. The black dragon Dialugia in human form, seeing that Kiyoung was surprised, was that the mother dragon from earlier. Being stopped by two soldiers, Dialugia could only call out in vain, are you okay, my child? The two soldiers were angry and confused. What's going on? Ah, what nonsense are you doing? Dialugia is suffering. Please get away, please. Where is my child? We will teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Kiyoung ran over and gave each of the two soldiers a slap and then shouted, you evil villains, let go of your hands. Causing the soldiers to be stunned, Commander, why are you suddenly so merciful? Hearing that, he arrogantly replied, oh no, it was because you guys looked so much like villains just now. Then he thought, what a surprise, he didn't expect it to change into human form. After all, his life and hers were tied together. We couldn't just stand there with frog eyes like that. Okay, he immediately said, anyway, don't panic, this woman is the dragon from before. Hearing that, the soldiers became even more determined. Then they must be tied up and imprisoned immediately. After the fierce attack just now, the black dragon Dialugia couldn't bear it anymore and fell down. You caught her. The soldiers saw that the black dragon Dialugia was unconscious and were in a commotion. Commander-in-Chief, we have to escort her to prison, right now. You don't need to check on her right now. Kiyoung was helpless, thinking to himself, I'm asking you guys, be a little more calm. If she's the commander, you'll be gone too. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Seeing that she was awake, Kiyoung kindly asked, are you okay? Hey, are you okay? Can you still hear me? As soon as she opened her eyes and saw her child in Kiyoung's arms, the mother dragon sobbed, please give me back my child, please. Suddenly forced me to play the villain, but if I had just returned the eggs and she had immediately transformed back into dragon form, would we all have eaten shit? Although seeing her sobbing so much now, I understand her personality, but we still have to see her unique quirks, her motherly tendency, her ban-fat trait. Kiyoung thought, wait a minute. Isn't this so wonderful, being kind and also having the characteristic of giving? That means if I'm good to her, she'll give me everything, skin, horns, and everything else. And now our lives are tied together, will I ever be able to live as long as her? Wow, this is VIP pro level life insurance, I have to be kind to her. Thinking about it, he happily and amiably said that I will personally arrest her. From now on, just let me worry. Do you agree to come with us? Mother Dragon is uneasy. What about my child? Don't worry, have to worry. Hearing Kiyoung's two reassuring words, the black dragon Dialugia got angry. How can you trust humans? Why would you say that? I will never treat that child badly. Then he leaned close to her ear and said, I am your partner now, so the egg is also considered my child. In his heart, he secretly thought, I have regained the upper hand, dear dragon lady. The scene changes to the underground prison at Keslock. Kiyoung said, although I understand your situation, calling an army of monsters is a bit too much, it will lead to great casualties for both sides. Black dragon Dialugia cried and repented, I admit that what I did was wrong, but my child has not committed any crimes. You can do whatever you want to me, so please protect my child. Don't worry, now that I'm married to you, I will fulfill the responsibilities of a man in the family. There is only one condition. Do you dare to give yourself to me? When you hear this condition, you are stiff. Ran to a corner to hide and tremblingly looked at Kiyoung. Seeing that, he quickly explained, no, it's not like giving yourself away like that, it means cooperating with my research, I'm an alchemist. She asked suspiciously, what kind of research? He replied, I'll tell you the details later, now you should think carefully, it's not okay to let you die, because now our lives are tied together. To be honest, in the human world, I hold a rather important position, so if you stay with me, both you and the child will be safe. In return, you will help me in my research. A good deal. The translation isn't bad, right? Okay, let me reintroduce myself properly. My name is Lee Kiyoung, Vice President of Lam Hoi and Honorary Bishop of the Holy Country. Although this marriage was a bit quick and there was an unexpected pregnancy, but it was still a pleasure to meet her. Seeing him so close to her, she blushed and spoke up, unexpectedly pregnant. I still haven't recognized you as an official partner. How can I trust someone who uses my child as a hostage? Hearing that, Kiyoung thought to himself, oh that's funny, my aunt was the one who forced me to get married first, but maybe after the egg is returned she will relax more. Thinking about it, he gave the egg back to her and said, here is the egg, it slept very well, just now in the middle of such a fight, it still hasn't woken up once. The black dragon Dialugia is happy, my child. At this time, the egg also gradually cracked. Seeing that, she screamed, "Oh my baby, it's finally hatched. Baby, it's mom." Before I could see your face, the egg hatched and gave her a loving hit in the face. Cracked eggs. A cute and adorable black dragon was born. He happily coddled in Kiyoung's arms, while his mother was in a dark corner with her face dark. "Hahoo, baby, I'm a bit confused, what's going on, but in short, it's beneficial for me, right? Well, maybe it's because I'm the first person the baby sees, but it could also be because the baby likes his father more than his mother. While his mother is going crazy and flying around spewing fire, his father is cherishing it." Hearing that, she seemed to collapse, saying in pain, Why, no it can't be, my child, I didn't mean it." Kiyoung handed the baby dragon back to the mother dragon and said, "Ha ha ha, I'll try my best in this marriage, it seems we have to be together for the child's common good. Okay, let's get back to work, honey, there are still many mouths to feed, I still have to take over the business, see you later, ha ha ha." Seeing that he wanted to leave, the baby dragon burst into tears. Seeing that, Kiyoung tenderly said, "Oh, my baby, you don't want to leave Papa, peekaboo, remember to listen to your mother when Dad is away." The black dragon Dialugia is completely helpless. "Baby, I worked so hard to find you, but you like that strange person more than me. Right now at the Keslock wall, Kiyoung, you are back here, seeing you everyone is overjoyed, the commander-in-chief is back, he is moving to the east wall. Unless there is an order to stop, we still have to kill all these monsters and continue to attack." After the leader of Dialugia was captured, the remaining monsters gradually fled like headless snakes. And sometimes I have to act heroic. When I see someone in trouble, I rush to attack the monster, it's dangerous. The soldier saw that and was grateful. "Commander-in-chief, are you okay?" "I'm okay, but your injury." After the fight, he came back tired. It hurts to say that, but in order to maintain his image, he had to do it, so that everyone would think that he had fought very hard. Now he just had to do it. We need to put an end to the war. Normally, being a commander on the battlefield is very leisurely, only after the battle is he busy, but why am I always so busy? Kiyoung clasped his hands and raised them up, brave soldiers of Keslock. The monsters were finally defeated, thanks to everyone's courageous spirit and persistent fight. Everyone was excited and cheered. It was done, glory came to Keslock, I was able to go home. Kiyoung also shouted loudly, "We finally have it." Before he could finish, he felt the surrounding darken, he thought dizzily, so dizzy. "It's not okay." With a bang, Kiyoung staggered and fell face down on the ground, fainting. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. What was going on? He was so dizzy. Damn, did someone kill Dialugia? The status window appeared. Now I remember that I forgot to explain something. Dragon and Dialugia's partners not only have lives closely linked to each other, but I still have to endure the same damage. Good luck. Seeing that Kiyoung was so angry that he couldn't stand it, he silently cursed, "You bastard, now I understand, because she took tons of damage, I lost consciousness." But it wasn't that bad. The commander-in-chief fought with all his might and then passed out. Look at them, eyes filled with worry and respect. What a beautiful picture. Then he lost consciousness again. I woke up 3 days after dealing with the monsters. It seems that the recent incident was caused by something unusual in the dungeon, but hidden behind the cover that it was caused by Dialugia. No one was bold enough to ask me why the Holy Council and the investigators sided, myself. However, when it comes to finances, it's a different story, because the Lamb Guild has increased its share of loot from capturing Dialugia. Some other guilds have begun to show their dirty, greedy faces. However, after it was revealed that I was the dragon's chosen one, everyone remained silent. For Ha Yan's sake, I decided to keep the fact that I was the dragon's partner a secret forever. In Keslock, they built a statue of Song Jung-wook to commemorate his bravery for fighting to the end. It was to hide the fact that he was a bastard. Only then will I can continue to trade on the black market, but the Keslock people don't know the truth behind it, so they keep crying for their extraordinary hero. Cho Hyejin didn't agree with my actions, but didn't bother to make a fuss like before. Maybe she chose to step on the path of the Black Knight to get revenge. That statue was probably also a source great motivation for Hyejin. Hira's father, who lost his mind in the battle that day, ran away after fighting a fierce battle with Xiao Lin. She sent a letter to me before leaving. In the Republic at this time, Xiao Lin is saying, in short, other than that crazy empire chimpanzee, I mean the mercenary queen Father Hira owes me, nothing has happened. As for the black market, there's no clear reason for us, and you don't want me to speculate, right? It's not the right time yet, but for now that's enough. However, Keslock is a pretty important strategic base because our border connects to that place, which may still be owned by the Empire, country, but we will get there later, need to keep a close eye on it. Hearing Xiao Lin speak, the man spoke up, you look like you're having fun, Xiao Lin. Oh, have you noticed, it's true that I can't hide anything from you. Actually there is one more person who owes me, do you remember? The man who accompanied the genius magician in that demonstration. He wasn't surprised to hear that. Well, the vice president of the male guild was now increasingly influential in the empire, and was also the first outsider to become an honorary bishop of the Holy Council. Interestingly enough, unlike the Republic, the Holy Kingdom is quite harsh towards outsiders. Yet they gave an important position like an earl to an outsider. After speaking, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, thinking, there is a good drama to watch. Xiao Lin was surprised, it was the first time I saw you interested in someone, although I was curious too. He was important enough for me to send a letter. I look forward to the next meeting. The letter was then transmitted to Li Kiyoung. You take the letter and read it, send it to Li Kiyoung, Vice President of Lam Guild and Honorary Bishop of the Holy Country. Don't forget the date you promised in exchange for my help. I'm looking forward to your invitation. One of the 5 Tiger Generals of the Republic, signed Xiao Lin. Kiyoung smiled crookedly and said, no, we will never meet again. Actually, the 5 Tiger Generals, the name sounds really outstanding. It changes the whole story, but I would still have to date her even if she was mentally ill. Recently, Dialugia and the baby dragon have officially come under my control and are living in Lam Hoi. You're so excited, smarty, and you've already learned to stand up. Lam meeting, in Dialugia's room at this time, Dialugia said angrily, her name is Dialuria, not Smarty. When you heard that, you clicked your tongue. Oh my god, why did you name the child without even asking my opinion? Naming it Smarty sounds even worse. At this rate, I won't cooperate with your alchemy experiment anymore. Oh, I'm so scared, Smarty, your mother is angry again. Smarty baby, do you love me more or love me more? Dialugia, come here to me, come here. But by chance this playful scene was interrupted by Ha Yan Si. She frowned and thought, you. I thought you were only chosen by dragons, but you look like you really have a happy family now. I also want to be your family. I should have killed them all when I had the chance, but otherwise, I should just give up. Being hated by you is even more painful. Kiyoung just opened the door and walked out to see Ha Yan here. He was surprised. Ha Yan, have you been here all this time? Ha Yan spoke up, oh yes, Hyunsung wants to invite you to dinner. Let's talk about it. Cafe, by the way, he is fine now. Yeah, I'm fine now, I just passed out from running out of mana. Are the others here? Then he grabbed Ha Yan's hand. Ha Yan replied, yes, Hyunsung said he had an important announcement so everyone is waiting. Apparently, 2 people from Lam Hoi have been chosen to take on 8 important positions in the Empire. 8 important positions. Right now at Lam Hoi's coffee shop. Hyunsung and Hyejin were already waiting there. Kiyoung, you spoke up, sorry I'm late, let's start. Hyunsung said, everyone is full, let's start the meeting and organize dinner. Ahem, but before that I think we should lighten the mood a bit. Do you know where the most sought after place in Korea is? Seoul. Haha, it's like that kind of Seoul, understand? Hearing that, the atmosphere became tense, everyone fell silent and did not respond. Seeing that, Hyunsung coughed lightly and continued, sorry, I'll get to the point. A new system called 8-SID has been established in the Empire. Basically, it was a system that selected the 8 strongest outsiders, summoned to the Empire to empower them. Kiyoung asked, outsiders like us instead of imperial citizens? Unexpectedly, Hyejin continued, the first priority case for outsiders is for the vice president to become an honorary bishop. That's right, and thank God, 2 of us from the camp were chosen. One is me, who was recognized for his victory in Keslock. Next is the first person on the continent to be chosen by the dragon, Kiyoung. I thought that the 8-seated association was hastily established to deal with the 5 Tiger Generals of the Republic, but perhaps it wasn't a bad thing. Deok-gu suddenly exclaimed, you are. Immediately was silenced by Youngyin. Deok-gu, seeing that he was embarrassed, sorry, I was just a little surprised, then thought to myself, damn this bastard, I can clearly see what you're thinking, you were chosen, among us, chosen to be one of the 8 thrones of the Empire. Then he smiled and said, well, you were also very strong in many other aspects, you managed to bring this guild to where it is today without having to fight too much, on top of that you were also chosen by the dragon, so surely you deserve that position. As expected of you, congratulations, everyone is so real. Seeing Deok-gu's fake smile and silently thinking, this bastard. Jealous? No, probably feeling embarrassed, probably because he's lagging behind compared to everyone else. Everyone mixed in a joyful atmosphere, ha ha ha, then Hyung, ah, don't mention it, just eat more. Kiyoung now observes Deok-gu. Seeing him moody he thought, damn, he makes me so worried. You should pay attention to him a little more. After saying that, he got up from the chair, took the cup and went to Deok-gu. Hey Deok-gu, have a drink with me, Deok-gu replied while pouring wine for him. I'm fine, because I don't really want to drink, I'm a bit tired. Kiyoung thought, words can't comfort him, how can I comfort him now? He opened his mouth, this kid, dare to say goodbye. Before I could finish, Deok-gu interrupted, I'm so tired, I'm sorry, I'm going now, everyone stay and have fun, see you later. Then he stood up and left, watching Deok-gu. Kiyoung fall into deep thought, normally he's not that worried. Maybe he has low self-esteem because this banquet table is full of monsters, but you're also very strong, idiot. Youngin and Kim Yeri on the side also watched helplessly. Night gradually falls. Kiyoung drunkenly put his arm around Ha Yan's shoulder and smiled, it was fun, Ha Yan, hee, yes, are you drunk? No, I'm fine. Looking at Ha Yan's face, he thought to himself, why are you so disappointed, are you planning on playing tricks while I'm drunk or something? Then he asked, Ha Yan, do you want to go for a walk before going home? Yes. While walking, he heard something, wait, did you hear anything? She nodded, yes, let's go check it out. The two immediately hid in the bushes to snoop. It turns out that the noise just now was caused by Deok-gu practicing with Kim Yeri, this bad guy, I wondered where he was going, turns out it was training right now. Deok-gu brandished his sword, Kim Yeri commented, once again, he revealed too many openings, seeing that, Kiyoung he thought to himself, it seems like they have been practicing together for a while, is she a cat or something? He is no longer your opponent. Kim Yeri kicked Deok-gu away and fell to the ground, seeing that there was still no progress, she was angry and weak. Deok-gu tries to say, I'm not done yet, Kim Yeri is bored, I'm so bored I'm leaving, Deok-gu begged, Yeri, wait, let's go one last time, I can't keep falling behind the team, everyone just keeps getting stronger, and now you're also an 8-seated member of the Empire, I just need, hearing that Yeri just coldly said, give up. Your skills are rubbish, if I was serious you would have died 100 dozen times. I'm going, okay, good night, you two, don't try too hard. Don't call me uncle, I'm only 23 years old, because of your old face. Kiyoung is speechless after hearing a few more words, Yeri, don't terrorize him anymore, please. Watching Yeri's back leave. He was miserable and sad as he sat there absent-mindedly. Deok broke down and whined, he was so pathetic. Seeing that, Kiyoung also felt a bit sorry. Think big like a bear but your soul is too sentimental. Why do you have to worry so much, does he think I will abandon him or something? If that's true then at least he can still make a meat shield. Park Deok-gu is getting stronger, slowly but surely, with this potential he will become the strongest shield on the continent. Looking at the status window, making an overall assessment, it has almost reached the limit of development, at this rate, future development is impossible, seeing that, he couldn't accept it. Kiyoung sighed, it's time, let's get rid of him. Why is he so restless? He thinks he's going to abandon him or something, even if he really does, he's still a useful meat shield. Looking at the status window, general assessment, has almost reached the growth limit, at this level, future growth is almost impossible, seeing this Kiyoung thinks again, then he must be abandoned, well, he can't be saved anymore, of course I'm sad to let him go, but there are many people who can replace him. Deok-gu sat thoughtfully for a while then he picked up the sword. Stood up and said, if you can do it, we can do more. If you can still do it. I can do more than that. This statement made Kiyoung a bit confused, he remembered that he also told Deok-gu that, if I can still do it, then you can do much better than me, big guy, you have to be stronger, why cry, since practice, I've always told him that, those are just words of encouragement with my flesh shield. When Deok-gu stood up, he frantically slashed at the dummy in front of him, saying as he slashed, if I can do it, then you do even better. Kiyoung observed Deok-gu and then darkened his face and thought, sorry Deok-gu, even if you try harder, you're just. I know it's very cruel to do that to him, but I have no other choice, if I try to keep him by my side, it will only be dangerous for him in the end. When I thought it through, I told Ha Yan, let's go home Ha Yan, okay, Kiyoung decided, I won't let my emotions control me, relying on myself is the best. A few days later at Lam Hoi. Everyone is here, Hyejin said, the royal reception, let our guild take care of it, go have fun. Yuri also said, I will take care of the volunteer work. Youngin was cheerful, Kiyoung, remember to tell stories when you come home from play. That's right, today is the reception day before officially announcing the owner of the 8 kings as the throne of this kingdom, but Haiyan, you're going too, do you really think you belong here? He nodded to the 3 girls and said, let's go. Just as he was about to leave, Dialugia rushed out and called out, wait a minute. Brother, didn't you say you had a day off today? What about the promise to go on a picnic with Dialuria? Hearing that, Kiyoung wondered, Kiyoung, did I say that? She screamed, do you know how long it's been since Dialuria went out with you? Work is important but family comes first. Kiyoung laughed when he heard that, took out a black card, haha Dialugia, this is also part of a life of contributing to society, I will be back soon, while waiting for me, you just go shopping and spend time, take time for yourself. When Dialugia heard that, he calmed down and said gently, being a person who contributes to society is important, just go, he thought with a smile, dragons are easy to please with money, then spoke up, baby, dad is away, at home, remember to be obedient and obedient, who does she look like, she's really lively, Haiyan on the side saw that and her blood boiled. She rolled her eyes and growled, who do you bastards think you are, daring to call my oppa dad, seeing that, Kiyoung was also scared, trying to calm down Haiyan, just role-playing, you're a good girl, aren't you, Haiyan, calm down. Dialugia was frightened by Haiyan and trembled, he was truly a scary person. When Kim Yeri noticed the adorable baby dragon, her eyes glowed, she bent down to look at the baby dragon, it turns out you are the one being loved, Dialugia spoke up, her name is Dialuria, so adorable. Seeing that, Kiyoung quipped, kid, you probably like cute things a lot. What are you doing, ha, that's right, I'll buy you some toys, you're probably the type to act cold and cool, what do you like dolls, or buy you dwarves he. Kim Yeri frowned and looked at Kiyoung, you're really annoying, he couldn't help but laugh, honesty is a good quality, let's redecorate your room to make it more cheerful, ha. Don't waste your words bullying people, you're the one who's not honest, you always pretend not to care but you really care, Kiyoung asked tomorrow, about what? While talking, Deok-gu came running, he called out, I'm sorry, I fell asleep. Kiyoung turned his head and replied, you overslept, did you practice today too? I could already smell the sweat from a mile away, don't try too hard you idiot. While he was talking, he remembered Kim Yeri's words, he always pretended not to care but actually paid attention and stopped. You think, care, who, me, even so he's still just trash, there's no point in comforting him now, a celebrity Lee Kiyoung once said, don't keep an eye on the useless people. I turned my head and saw Hyunsung staring at me. Is he looking at me? Then I can't be too cruel, come here, let's go. Then he said, Deok-gu, take care when I'm not here, if you can do it. Deok-gu smiled and replied, then you can do better than that. If I can do it, you will be even better, I've said that a billion times, I remember, don't worry about me, just go and have fun, when you get there, remember to go on a date with your sister-in-law, what are you doing, go quickly, Kiyoung nodded, I'm leaving, looking like that, Kiyoung knew clearly that he was just trying to appear happy. After saying goodbye to everyone, he rode on the back of an eagle and flew away. Watching Kiyoung gradually disappear. The smile on Deok-gu's lips also disappeared. Then he quietly turned and left, he was determined, they were all gone, he couldn't lose to them, I can't be left behind because I'm a dumbbell, I should just shake my spirit. Okay, let's practice again, Kiyoung's words still echoed in his head, don't focus on practicing. Do you think training will help you reach the same level as the monsters? A while later, 3 people also arrived. Cardinal Basil happily welcomed, Bishop Lee Kiyoung, welcome, seeing Cardinal Basil here, Kiyoung was a bit surprised, wait a minute. Nice to meet you, I'm Speedwagon, the one who cares about money, who is Cardinal Basil, after drinking your wine Lee Kiyoung, I realized Ito Soda is a devil worshipper, but said judging the devil's followers for treason, I am the holy justice, that's how it is, he is normally very gentle, but when angry he will use his scepter to kill the devil. Cardinal Basil smiled amiably and said, I have heard about Keslock, you are the future of the holy country, Kiyoung smiled, you are too complimentary, ha, it's all thanks to Goddess Beniger, but what wind brings you come here? Cardinal Basil leaned into his ear and said, actually, I nominated you to be one of the 8 kings, hearing that, Kiyoung thought to himself, so he wants to ally with me, This person's personality is very cunning, unlike his outwardly cheerful attitude. Of course, for me this is a good thing. I hope it's not possible. In a city where people are divided into two factions supporting the Pope and the King, the honorary bishops in the Holy Council will be selected to be promoted to one of the 8 most important positions in this kingdom. This news is certain: political influence of the papacy. The more power the Holy Council holds, the more benefits I will gain. One day, I won't just be an honorary bishop, but also became a cardinal. To do that, I need to maintain a relationship with Cardinal Basil. Kiyoung is scheming. After thinking about it, he happily continued, "Really, I'm so happy, sir. Oh, I'm so unreasonable. I mean, I'm very happy, Cardinal Basil. Ha ha, you can call me Grandpa too." He suddenly felt strange and thought, but wait, the 8th throne is a position supported by the monarchs. They allow me to sit on that chair when I belong to the Pope. What are they planning? Oh, never mind, let's have fun first. Everyone let out a burst of laughter. The princess on the side noticed, "Look at them, it's definitely because father no longer has any authority. I don't like them at all." Suddenly someone called, "Princess, you should prepare." I already know," she thought to herself, "just wait, I will never let you and the Pope achieve your goal." In the hall, Hyunsung was having a hard time with his female admirers. On this side, Kiyoung happily clinks his glass, for the peace of the holy country, emptying his glass. "Let me introduce to you, this is Archbishop Andurin, and also my daughter." Kiyoung held the paper in his hand and asked Hyunsung, "Have you met Park Yeonyu, one of the people recommended for the 8th throne position?" "Right, Hira is not here. I guess all that needs to be done is meeting Darwin and Scylla, then participating in the ceremony and other things." Hyunsung cried out, "Kiyoung, please." Kiyoung thought, he's not very good at political diplomacy, huh? Then he coughed lightly, "Ahem, if you're not comfortable then I can go see the daughter." "Hearing you say that," Hyunsung awkwardly replied, "No, I can't push the work to you." Kiyoung smiled, "I told myself that's right, Hyunsung, you're always like that." Then spoke up, "If you don't like places like this, just leave it to me, you can go anywhere and do whatever you want, so thank you Kiyoung, it's nothing." Kiyoung thought again, that bastard is so shy. Does he still doubt me because of that incident? He thinks I'm an enemy spy because I know Xiao Lin, one of the 5 tiger generals. Hyunsung stared at him. Imagine you are the person wearing that mask and think. No way, but best to check it out. Thinking about it, he spoke up, "Kiyoung, can I ask you something?" "Oh yes, just say it, in your heart you thought, if you want, just probe me, I'm innocent." Hyunsung's expression became serious. He said, "What happened with Keslock?" Before he finished speaking, Ha Yan collapsed into Kiyoung and let out a belch. Kiyoung laughed, "I guess Ha Yan is tired too." "What did you just say?" Kiyoung silently cursed in his heart. He still doubts him. "It really hurts. We get along well. The griffin is not. Is this a good enough offering?" "Stop thinking like that, bastard, I'm not a spy." Hyunsung smiled, "Nothing." Kiyoung is also speechless. There are 2 ways to annoy others. One is to stop talking after starting a conversation. By the way, about Deok-gu, Kiyoung's expression changed a bit when he heard this and he thought, why did he suddenly mention Deok-gu? He said, "His growth seems to have slowed down lately. I don't want to say this. But why don't you kick him out of the association?" Kiyoung replied with difficulty, "I intended that." At this point he was just a burden to the guild, but he thought, a person could easily abandon his friends. I immediately knew his mask, I thought as he said it, but let's just see if he's progressing or not, even though he himself doesn't understand what the hell he's talking about. I can make up for his lack of equipment, there are many ways to help him, and besides, Deok-gu also tries very hard. His mouth says so but in his heart he thinks, always trying even if he doesn't have anything, no use, no need. He said, he practices non-stop every day, I've even seen him fight with Yeri, he's really great. The truth is he was beaten to a pulp, but he has determination, as if his words were mixed with the thought of punching each other. Determination is useless, he will improve little by little, but in his heart, he has another idea. Hyunsung, he has long since reached his limit. Kiyoung tries to choose good words for Deok-gu, even though you feel like lying is always so difficult, why do you protect that bastard? Hearing that, Hyunsung smiled softly. I know, I understand what you mean. Seeing that Kiyoung thought suspiciously, why is he smiling? Hyunsung continued, I was worried you would really kick Deok-gu out of the group. This bastard tested me, he wanted to test my character to see if he was a spy. Hyunsung smiled, I believe in you, Kiyoung. Kiyoung's mind is all messed up, this old fox has really tested me. He opened his mouth to say, then go back to the room to rest and wait for the next event. Kiyoung continued, yes, rest well. He stood up, thinking with peace of mind, I know Kiyoung is not that type of person. Kiyoung glanced at Hyunsung and thought, even though he looks handsome, he is a fox. At this time, he gritted his teeth and endured carrying Ha-Yan. Carrying her to her room made him faint. Why was she so heavy? As soon as he put Ha-Yan on the bed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Kiyoung was stunned for a moment. He fell into deep thought and memory. Hyunsung said, it's true that I feel sorry for Deok-gu, but considering the danger we have to face, maybe transferring him to another state would be better. The result was not bad. I was able to escape suspicion, and Park Deok-gu also had a chance. He really likes me, but it would be a waste to let him go. He will slowly improve, but his inherent loyalty and unwavering trust are very difficult to obtain. The problem is his development potential. His development couldn't get any better. Then there is only one way left, to strengthen Park Deok-gu. If you can do it, I can do even more. The goal is to achieve the title of SSR level Lindel captain. You have to know the conditions to be able to do it. Now let's start to see what his future is like first. Of course, I can only see the future of my first life. I called Kajinyo Yuuno. Yuuno said respectfully, paying my respects to the master. I was looking forward to meeting you. Kiyoung spoke up, long time no see. One of the heirs to the 8 kings and also my dear mage. Can you see for me in 2 or 3 years, what Park Deok-gu's future will be like, if we are in the first life or in a black illusion? Yuuno calmly replied, of course. A notification appeared in the status window, forcing the activation of the legendary level mind's eye due to the intervention of an outside force, eyes that can see through the truth, past and future cannot resist the mind's eye. He thought, no matter what, I will make Deok-gu stronger. Memories suddenly rushed back. Memories appear. Pick up your weapon. Are you kidding me? This is my shield. First time meeting Deok-gu. What are you? Are you planning to go to war? You must be very brave. What is your name? I am known as Lee Kiyoung. Is someone who will exploit others to the bone. Can I call you Kiyoung? In another place, when Kiyoung was holding a bag of money and started counting coins, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10 was okay. There were more than I thought. Deok-gu is disappointed. I'm sorry, if I hadn't made a mistake maybe we could have gotten more than this. It's okay, after all this is a guild for newbies, and we still get paid, that's it. This guild is really good. What if they don't need us anymore? Don't worry, leave this to me. They're in the palm of your hand, you don't need to worry about anything. Deok-gu. Why are you coming with me? You're smart, your spearmanship is also good. There are plenty of tanks out there that are better than you. If you've been with a few people in a simulated dungeon, surely you're capable of getting into a decent guild, right? Not this slum. But Kiyoung just coldly replied, yes, I'm the one being exploited. My god, you're so rude. Kiyoung put his hand on Deok-gu's shoulder and said, I don't regret it at all. I have a stronger shield than others, so of course I have to be slower. Deok-gu said, are you comforting me? Anyway, you should practice more instead of thinking nonsense. We need to get out of this miserable place and settle down. If I can do it. While talking, someone came and interrupted. Hey Kiyoung. Why are you here? But you just turned around and told Deok-gu, come inside. Deok-gu, is that woman again? There's a lot of gossip about her. We went out to eat together. I'm probably home late. You take care of dinner yourself. Then Kiyoung told the white-haired lady, sister, I told you not to come here. The girl took Kiyoung's arm and smiled and said, Kiyoung, are you still planning to hang out with that big boy? I said okay. Don't go with him anymore and join our guild. I heard that last time he went hunting he messed up again, so you have to take care of everything. Just let that pig do manual labor. You also need to improve your life. But this scene was accidentally eavesdropped by Deok-gu, who was standing in the corner. When he heard these words, he felt both angry and sad. Kiyoung told her that he was a good person, very kind, so I don't need to worry about him betraying me like other people. He did make a mistake last time, but it was because his condition was not good, but he did well. Sorry, hearing these stories is not interesting at all. Where are we going? These words made Deok-gu a little touched. On Deok-gu's birthday, Kiyoung gave Deok-gu a set of clothes. Happy birthday, piglet. Honey, I couldn't find anything decent but I tried. Deok-gu was surprised. Where did you get the money? Don't ask about that. I have to go out. Are you going to dinner with your aunt again? Or with the pastor? I don't want to say anything but you shouldn't. Kiyoung interrupted. It's not like that. Then what are you doing that's dangerous, right? Again, is that bastard? Seeing Deok-gu worry so much, Kiyoung makes me a little uncomfortable. Shut up. You just need to mind your own business. Listen to me, okay? All this is to make our position better. Honey, promise me one thing. Promise me you'll never, ever join that bastard Young Jin Ho's brigade, and you won't do anything dangerous, I promise. Of course. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't do anything because I'm stupid because of you. So shut up and remember one thing, if I can do it, I can do better than that. That's right, that armor suits you. Fast forward to the next morning, two people prepare to leave. Deok-gu wore the armor that Kiyoung gave him, and Kiyoung scolded him as he walked, your progress is so slow. Without me how are you going to live? In another dungeon, Deok-gu causes more trouble, I'm just a late blooming flower. In another place, the two of them happily laughed and joked, yes, I also came from zero, so if I can do it. Then you can do more than that. How many times have I said this? Remember it well. In one unfortunate incident, Kiyoung was promptly discovered and saved from the burning fire by Deok-gu. He carried Kiyoung, blamed himself and said, honey, did you hear me? I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's because I said we should be here. Kiyoung still said a little soberly, it's not your fault. Kiyoung's eyes were a bit confused, then he looked up and saw soldiers from the Holy Kingdom riding horses and said, I miscalculated one step, it's because I trusted those hypocrites. The soldiers shouted, disaster, arrest those traitors, this is the king's order, eliminate those dirty traitors. Seeing them coming closer, Deok-gu said, I told you to leave me behind but I couldn't do it, it's really only you, bastard, you should leave me alone, if I die then avenge me, you know if you really leave me I won't curse you, no matter what you say I won't do that, so don't worry. I will force you to live, stop torturing me, put me down. Do you remember, how many times you saved me? Remember, I put so much effort into you, that money of mine must also have value. You said I was your shield, but I think the opposite is true, when I'm in trouble, you're always my protector. Thank you for choosing me, and for the times you protected me when I made a mistake. Because of you, I have struggled so much. Facing the rain of arrows from the Holy Kingdom, Deok-gu tried to say, I just remember, you always help me. So this time it's my turn to save you. Then Deok-gu gently placed Kiyoung on the ground, and he used his back to protect Kiyoung, don't forget. If you can do it, then I can do even more. If you can do it, then I can do even more. He was hit by an arrow, his whole body was bleeding but Deok-gu still tried to say, if he can do it. Then me. Can do more than that, just like that, Deok-gu suffered all these attacks. Kiyoung was also helpless and could only shed tears. A huge explosion broke out, and just like that, the two people's lives ended from here. The dust gradually dissipates, Kiyoung is currently standing there stunned, he thought to himself, strengthening the monkey, he screwed up. He walked towards the bloodstained shield, Kiyoung fell into contemplation, but now I know. What is the plan to make Park Deok-gu stronger? Deok-gu's body is also gone, look at yourself collapsing right in front of you. Kiyoung was dumbfounded, the image of Deok-gu kept lingering in his mind, do you eat enough meals? I can improve. You just need to trust me, this love expert. Suddenly he knelt down on one knee and looked at Kiyoung in front of him. He gently touched it. But then the Kiyoung in front of me just disappeared. A feeling of being lost came back. I finally completed all the things I needed to do. He laughed out loud, ha ha, it's true, I kept calling him a meat shield, and in the end he died just like his name. Is this the consequence of me using him too much? Ha, you idiot. Kiyoung covered his face and said sadly, you and I are different. Once I have what I want in hand, I plan how to best use it, and never let them go. I will. At this point, he couldn't help but shed tears, saying, staying with these idiots for thousands, no, tens of thousands of years. No matter what. Returning to reality, Kiyoung laid his head on Yuuno's lap. His tears still kept flowing, he only heard Yuuno's voice, he was the same. I'm still interested in Park Deok-gu, he's so important to me. To the extent that on that day I was ready to kill you. A dark world, a ruined world. It could also be a future, I'll show you now. What happened after Park Deok-gu's death? Future perspectives open up, Kiyoung held out his knife, Yuuno was standing in front of him, he shouted, get away from me. What are you? What is the real reason for you to save me? How can I believe that you are not one of them? Yuuno noticed the wound on Kiyoung's hand and sighed, thinking, again, like his body refused to be treated. She kindly sat down and bandaged Kiyoung's wound, at the same time saying, give me your hand, we need to treat your wound first. Kiyoung saw this and shouted angrily, what, are you crazy? Let me go, you have no reason. It's just been so long. I fell in love with you, at that moment, I wanted to take advantage of her. Yuuno said nervously, I won't get in your way, so please. Please allow me to choose next to you, but when I look at her. In Kiyoung's mind, he remembered the image of Deok-gu crying and begging, Kiyoung, please, please. Please take care of the children for me, I can't stand you anymore. Looking at Yuuno reminds me of that idiot, why are the people around me so annoying? Kiyoung said bluntly, do whatever you want, idiot, I let one more person stand by my side even though I knew I would regret it. The two of them experienced many happy moments. Master, if you know that, don't say that. Wait for me, Sir Kiyoung. How beautiful the flowers are. The two of them chased each other in the cold winter sky, he was so mean. Kiyoung also feels his wounds are healing. The pain that day no longer exists. He woke up startled. Looking at the healed wound, I was stunned, pain is slowly disappearing. Then he stood up and walked towards the cabinet, looked at the knife inside and paused for a few seconds. At this time, Yuuno also woke up, Sir Kiyoung. Kiyoung did not answer but took the knife and put it to his wrist. Seeing this scene, Yuuno shouted in fear, Sir Kiyoung, Sir Kiyoung. The room became a mess. Yuuno cried in pain, don't leave me, Mr. Kiyoung, please, please don't leave me. I know we can't have a happy ending, I'm a wizard with the ability to see the past and the future, Kiyoung said, so stop influencing the future by using all index again. I'm grateful for what you've done for me, but it's time for both of us to let go of this dream. Looking at Kiyoung's back, Yuuno frantically called out, no, I don't want to wake up. I know what hurts you, I need to forget that fat guy, I definitely saw you in that dark world, you were happy. Kiyoung frowned, his face a little angry, what, Yuuno said again, in that future, you look so happy, as if you had forgotten everything, that's right, you must have sworn to me about our eternal love. A future where I've forgotten all the guilt about that fat guy. A future where you forget all your suffering. Kiyoung shouted, forgetting something, tell me again, you hypocrite, you take out the knife, you see such a future just because we've known each other for a while, as if I'll ever forget it. What those hypocritical bastards did to us, how that fat bastard died because of me, I will never, ever forget, until I have ripped out the throats of those bastards who did that to Deok-gu, do you understand? Keijinyo Yuuno, I thought you were a medicine to me, but you are a poison that unintentionally has the ability to heal wounds. I will keep your cold corpse, as a reminder of what you did today, you will be my reminder of revenge, don't ask me that. For you to be by my side, right, so this is also what you want, right? Yuuno smiled, please don't cry, love of my life. If it's for you. I'm willing to accept death. At the present time, Kiyoung lay there blankly, after looking at the past and future ahead, he thought, like a movie, so to summarize what I saw on the first network, in about 2 years, that fat guy will die without having time to get stronger. The trash who lost the fat guy will lose all will to live, and betray Yuuno who accepted and ran somewhere, even though it doesn't look like him to kill her. After all, that guy it was terrible on the first network, how did I continue, and how far can I go on the second network? Quite a tragic story, but in this world, the fat guy is still alive. I just need to help him get stronger according to my plan, so he doesn't die like in my first kill. I just wanted to see what would happen to Deok-gu, but in the end I saw much more than that. Now I really see who we are, lovebirds in our past lives, thank you again Yuuno. Yuuno lying next to Kiyoung smiled softly, she was glad to be able to help her master. Kiyoung smiled and thought, is she always this cute, but Yuuno, where are your clothes? He couldn't believe his eyes and when he lifted the blanket to see, he was dumbfounded, wait a minute, did I sleep with Yuuno? Seeing that, Kiyoung shouted in panic. From outside the door, Ha Yan saw the two people, her tears fell uncontrollably, Ha! Yan clenched his fists, clenched his teeth and shouted, who is that woman, Kiyoung? A few days later. At this time, Hyunsung came into the room to announce, Kiyoung, Ha Yan, we have to prepare to go back to Lindel. As soon as he said these words, an overwhelming murderous aura hit his face, seeing the two of them keeping a distance from each other, his eyes looked at the two of them in confusion, thinking, what kind of atmosphere is this? He said again, Kiyoung, let's go. Ha Yan followed Hyunsung's tail without leaving even half a step, she sat closely on Hyunsung's eagle's back, avoiding Kiyoung. Seeing Ha Yan's face, Hyunsung thought to herself, why is Ha Yan hiding behind me like this? Ha Yan sobbed and whispered to Hyunsung when Kiyoung next to her shouted loudly, "Shut up Jong Ha Yan, don't let me make you cry." Hyunsung is also a bit confused inside. Are they fighting? This tension is so uncomfortable. Kiyoung looked at Hyunsung's unsightly expression and thought to himself, damn, Hyunsung looks really upset. But I can't stop behaving like this. Remember when Ha Yan encountered that embarrassing situation? Who is this woman, Kiyoung? Although we reluctantly tried to explain, we did nothing. Kiyoung was grumpy. What are you doing? Do you know how rude you are? It's so shameful. Remembering Kiyoung, all I know is helplessness. So guilty, but I don't want that either. Ha Yan, you want to ruin Lam Hoi's foreign policy, right? Or do you want to be arrested for terrorism? What kind of behavior is that? Ha Yan's face turned pale. He was scared and shaking. Ha, Yuuno next to him tried to reassure him. Lee Kiyoung, I'm fine, please calm down. Ah, I'm going, Miss Kajinyo Yuuno, if I don't go, I'll die. Ha Yan couldn't help but scream. Kiyoung, you're not stupid. What kind of diplomacy is that? It's obviously you. I told you things weren't as you thought. This is just some kind of ritual, but I'm not someone who would care about rituals. Kiyoung thought speechlessly, what is all this about Yuuno? Then he said annoyed, are you doubting me? There's no other way but to get angry. Ha, whatever, don't ever talk to me until you apologize. I didn't expect you to be such a rude and stupid person. I'm really disappointed in you, Jong Ha Yan. Hearing that, Ha Yan was devastated. He was disappointed in me. Would he leave me? I have to apologize. I don't want him to leave me. No. Kiyoung looked at Ha Yan crying sadly because of him and felt extremely guilty. He thought to himself, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry Ha Yan. Then Jong Ha Yan apologized to Yuuno and me, but this webtoon will end if she finds out the truth. In the end it will be just the two of us, so I have to pretend that I'm still angry with her. My mind is confused because of this stupidity. Why did this happen? It seems I'm too grumpy. I need to be careful in the future. Then he spoke up, let's rest for a while. Okay, I brought some food. 3 people stopped under a tree. Take out the prepared sandwich, but the atmosphere was heavier than ever. Hyunsung started talking. The weather was really nice, Kiyoung continued. It was cloudy, making Ha Yan cry again. Seeing that Hyunsung felt bored, he thought, why do you keep talking, Hyunsung? She cried even louder. Well, it's my fault anyway, so I have to deal with it. If I ruin my relationship with the great magician, it would be a big loss. He awkwardly called, Ha Yan. She stopped crying and replied, Kiyoung. Kiyoung gently stroked Ha Yan's cheek. She blushed and thought, isn't he angry with me anymore? Will he kiss me to make up for it? Kiyoung winked, I have a slice of ham in my hair. Ha Yan was also happy. Kiyoung, Hyunsung saw this scene and had a hard time understanding why it was there. Kiyoung forcibly said, sorry Ha Yan, you're too hot-tempered, right? No, it's my fault. Why don't we go on a date on the way back to Lindel? Really? So you're not mad at me anymore? Of course not. He patted Ha Yan's head, thinking, well, I was also the one who was wrong, but she's better now, right? She's really cute, even though she's a bit scary. Hyunsung said, then I'm going back to the guild. Have fun. See you again. As I was about to leave, the building in front of me attracted Hyunsung. Is there such a building in Lindel? After that, Kiyoung and Ha Yan went for a walk. Kiyoung smiled and flattered a bit. Quite a few new things appeared while we were away. Ha Yan, I will give you a few gifts to make up for it. Whatever you choose is fine. Ha, really? Of course, I know you're rich, ha ha ha. But he thought, well, spending time like this isn't bad. I should keep this kind of relationship with Ha Yan. I'll rest for a few days before going into the research process. That's right, research. After seeing Park Deok-gu's death in my previous life, I decided that there was only one way to make him stronger, which was to use the power serum. The scenes I saw in my previous life were at least it will be 2 more years. Even Kiyoung other one said that Park Deok's progress is too slow. This fat guy's growth limit must have been stagnant the entire time until his death. To help that fat guy, I have no other choice but to inject the power serum to force the cells to wake up, conscious. That way he wouldn't end up dying while trying to protect himself. If Deok-gu didn't die, then Yuuno wouldn't have such a miserable life having to take care of a loser like him. Damn, thinking about those things makes me sad again. While thinking, Ha Yan called, Kiyoung, I finished choosing. She placed a pile of teddy bears in front of Kiyoung. He was happy, she finished choosing. What's surprising is that this continent still has a card transaction system. Kiyoung took out a golden card and gave it to the seller. The person at the store thought, that's the owner of the Lamb Association. I can close the store now. But when the card reader artifact is introduced, the system reports an error and gold withdrawal is not available. The seller now said, "Sir, sorry but there is no money left for the day." Kiyoung was surprised. "Ha, me," then he silently cursed, "I made a lot of money with that medicine, it can't be." "Well, it's a bit rude, but could it be that you spent so much money to build the dragon's nest? I know it's because there is a black dragon, but, well, I thought you were very rich." Kiyoung heard that and on the one hand, puzzling, he thought, what did I use the money for dialuria? Wait, could it be, that giant house? Don't say that. Remember, dialugia, it's all just part of the job, I'll be back soon, just go shopping, don't worry about money, no way. I know you're the leader of the Lam Hoi Association, but we don't owe money. Kiyoung trembled with anger, he took out 2 bags of money, "So take this, my emergency devil," then said, "Ha Yan, I'm very sorry but I have an emergency right now, I will come find you later, oh okay." Then he ran with anger to that magnificent castle. At this moment, Dialugia was singing happily. Kiyoung ran in panic and shouted angrily, "You stupid lizard." Dialugia happily, "Oh my god, when did you come in? No, what are you talking about?" Kiyoung can't stand it, "What are you thinking? My bank account only has 0, what the hell have you done? A huge mansion, a forest with a lake, what the heck, Fufu, of course, a very important nest for a dragon. I just copied the human mansion for convenience and for Dialuria to learn how to hunt." He looked very happy. "Have fun with your head, what about my money? Dialugia is bad, you told me to use it." Seeing Dialugia say that, Kiyoung cursed angrily, "Have you lost your mind? So you spent it all? I don't care if you're a legendary dragon or not, your awareness is even lower than that of a lizard. You try to stay calm, phew, calm down, money is always there can earn. Dialugia is a great resource, she looks like a human but is still a monster, there is no way she can think normally like a human, how can she argue against a monster? We should be as polite and historical as possible." Thinking so, he sighed and said, "Ha, at least now I'm not in debt." Then he asked, "Dialugia, you don't owe anyone, right? Why didn't you say anything?" Dialugia just smiled and avoided the question, seeing that, he also implicitly understood that, really, she even borrowed money. "You crazy lizard, I will roast you," Dialugia quickly explained in fear. "Calm down, if I die then you die too, I have a reason, I feel guilty if I just take your money so I want to build an alchemy laboratory for you. I didn't expect it would cost so much money, why are you so angry? I'm so sad, you should thank me, the more you listen, the more it won't reach your ears." Kiyoung shouted loudly, "I used my money that's called a gift, you ungrateful girl, you're worse than me." The two sides quarreled, causing Diaria, who was sleeping, to wake up. Kiyoung quickly hugged the baby dragon and comforted him. "Aw, our clever Whittle, you're awake, be good, stop crying." He sighed helplessly, thinking this life is too difficult. "Hey Dialugia. You said you built a laboratory for me, right? Is it as big as this place?" Dialugia happily replied, "Yes, maybe it even fits my original form." Kiyoung thought, "Thank you, but how much money did you have to spend on it?" After comforting the baby dragon to sleep, he said, "That's it, she will transform back into her true form for a while." "What are you planning to do?" Seeing Kiyoung wearing a white coat makes you confused, "And where did you get that outfit?" Kiyoung took out a small knife, "You have to pay your debt. I will remove everything that might be of value from you, and not just the serum, baby." At this time, Dialugia also transformed into a black dragon form. After a while, Haiyan also came to participate in the experiment. She excitedly let out a cry of excitement. She entered Dialugia's mouth and smiled happily. Inside the dragon's body, it was really interesting, her heart was happier. Date with Kiyoung wearing glasses, date with Kiyoung wearing glasses, date with Kiyoung wearing glasses, dating Kiyoung wearing glasses, dating young Ki wearing glasses, dating young Ki wearing glasses. Seeing Haiyan excited, he smiled, "Interesting, we will study together for a few days." When Dialugia saw Haiyan's presence here, he wondered, why did he bring that scary magician here? When he saw that, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Ah, Dialugia, in her dragon form, I can also speak human language, just with my companion." He clicked his tongue, "Well, there's no other way, I need a large amount of mana to use the equipment here, but other than Haiyan, I can't remember anyone else, and I'm too scared to go alone, in the mouth of a dragon. You can use my mana, it's okay, just stay still and you'll help me a lot, I'm going deep inside, don't swallow me." Being inside a dragon is really interesting, quite similar to being inside a human body but also very different. According to Lugia, she will transform everything she eats into mana and then send it throughout her body. She can also purify impure mana. Simply put, she is a mana production center. Especially that heart. It is a mana storage device that everyone knows even without much knowledge about dragons. It has functions such as mana recovery, mana increase and more. So many magicians have tried to recreate it, created it but failed. Seeing Ha Yan excited, he thought to himself, she must be very interested in it. After all, she is a magician. Okay, time to get to work. I'll start by taking some of Dialugia's blood. Then he took out the prepared needle and inserted the needle into one place, poking here once. Just as he poked it in, Dialugia struggled, scaring Kiyoung. Are you crazy? Stop laughing. It's like there's an earthquake inside. Do you want me to be crushed? Dialugia was confused, replied, but it's so sad. What's wrong with her laugh? Then he also successfully obtained the dragon's blood. The status window displays a notification. You are the first person in history to take the blood of a black dragon. You have gained a lot of experience. Seeing that, Kiyoung couldn't keep his mouth shut. Look at that pile of exp. The exp kept adding up to 99,999. I only took a little blood. That's it. The system has you got a new title of the first adventurer. The system you have acquired a new title, alchemist studying on a dragon. You have a new job, legendary super dragon alchemist. Kiyoung was happy, screaming in his heart, I love you, my wife is so cute. Dialugia seems to hate me. Just a few days ago he called me a crazy, neurotic lizard. Kiyoung flattered, forget the past, let's start again. I love you so much, it's so disgusting, I'm kissing you somewhere. The status window appears, displaying the player Lee Kiyoung's new profession, Dragon Alchemist ability, Super Mythic rank. You are the first person in the history of the continent to experiment on a dragon, so this level at Super Mono level has reached level 45, it is not only mythical but also super mythical. Furthermore, my mana is at 45, of course compared to others, it's nothing, but now that I can, damn it, why can't I break this? Damn, what about a rock? I am the green giant. Am I strong now? Will I be like Hera? Now I can fight for my rights in battles. Pa ha ha ha. Seeing him laugh happily, Ha Yan spoke up, are you done yet? Ha Yan, look, you're so much stronger now. At this moment, suddenly I saw Ha Yan's whole body radiating a dazzling ray of light. What is this anger, Ha Yan? You. He, you are made from a dragon heart. Zhong Ha Yan players have a new trait, the heart of a mythical level great mage. Looking at the status window, Kiyoung was surprised. What? I created a similar one in my body while you were experimenting. I made it more beautiful than the original. Ha Yan smiled and said, I've wanted to create one for a long time. Luckily it worked immediately. Countless magicians have failed to create such a thing for centuries. Damn, this is why I hate geniuses. Damn it, I can't lose to her. I already have 2 mythic levels, but I want more. I want something special too, not a mythical class or essence, but something special like Ha Yan's. Now that I think about it, the dragon heart can do one more thing. The corner of Kiyoung's mouth slightly raised, extremely sinister, he pulled his gloves tight. Okay, let's get to work. At the palace. Hyunsung is sitting in the office. He thought to himself, the palace and the black magician are next. While thinking there was a knock on the door, Hyunsung spoke, come in. The secretary came in and said, Guild leader, is it a letter from the Red Mercenaries? I get it, it's time. The next training session has begun. Time passes so quickly, I'm so excited, but I don't have time to care about these things in my first life. Seeing him deep in thought, she asked, what about the deputy guild leader? I'll go inform him. After all, this time it's the turn of the Red Mercenaries to carry the flag. I don't want to bother Kiyoung while he's experimenting. I understand. After finishing speaking, she thought, well, they will be fine. Feel free to talk privately without being bothered by anyone. Hopefully there will be many talented people there, and I will form a stronger and more stable team than in my previous life. To catch that bastard. A few weeks later. Dialugia also transforms into human form. She breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, it's been a few weeks, but for me it was just a moment. Has there been any progress? Hearing her ask, he immediately replied, there has been a lot. Another function of the dragon's heart is to activate the dragon's breath. The first combat type potion produced was also based on that function of the dragon's heart, the mythical level dragon's breath potion, and my dragon's breath potion. It has the shape of a dragon's heart, and actually emits dragon's breath. I just need to channel a little bit of my mana to activate it. He asked Dialugia, do you want to see it? Then activated it. An explosion rang out. Kiyoung felt, this is truly art. Of course, there's still a bit of risk before it explodes, but it's definitely more useful than Juliana. No, it has to be more useful. I worked so hard to get it, Dialugia exclaimed. It's great, didn't expect that he could make something like this. This is the power of alchemy. Okay, what about the essence you want to create, bro? He took out a bottle of blue solution, smiled and said, of course, Ha Yan, can I bring Diak Gu? Diak Gu is sure this guy will be very happy. About a moment later, Ha Yan took Diak Gu to the laboratory. As soon as he saw him, Diak Gu happily shouted, Kiyoung. Oh, this is the new lab. Kiyoung noticed Diak Gu and thought, he's all sweaty, he probably just finished practicing. Diak Gu laughed and said, how are you doing, Miss Dinosaur? Kiyoung stared at Diak Gu. He fell into thought, this bastard. Other Kiyoung one can't save you, but I'm different, I won't let you die. Please stop by the guild from time to time, if this keeps up we'll forget your face. Anyway, I was planning to stop by here, take it. Kiyoung gave the bottle of solution to Diak Gu. He took it, curiously asked, what is this? Kiyoung explained, training is very hard, right? I made it for you. This is the mythical level power essence created by Lee Kiyoung. If you have this, you can become Captain Lindel. If you need more, just tell me, I'll help, and you can stay here for a while. I have to observe to see if there are any side effects. Besides, hearing that, Diak Gu's face darkened. You don't need it. Kiyoung was stunned when he saw that. Diak Gu frowned. His voice also changed. I will become stronger in the blink of an eye if I drink this. Are you planning to trample on my training efforts? Kiyoung looked at Diak Gu's unhappy face and thought, why did he react like that when he died? He was so angry that he wanted to apparate and said, this is the time for you to prioritize your self-esteem. You don't even have a job anymore. Do you want to be kicked out of the team? Diak Gu did not stay silent but argued back, then just kick me out of the team and hire someone else. What the hell, I don't understand anything. If you drink this and catch up with others, it won't make any sense anymore. His heart felt heavy. Kiyoung thought to himself, idiot, the important thing is that you can catch up with others by drinking this. He said sadly again, drink, I'll take care of other things, so don't worry, but Diak Gu bluntly said, no. Kiyoung was so angry that his face turned red and he cursed loudly. This pig, drink quickly, drink it for me, Diak Gu also said impatiently, what's wrong with you? Looking at the two of you arguing, Ha Yan and even Dialugia can only feel helpless. Stop fighting. Diak Gu raised the bottle of essence and shouted, I told you. I don't want to drink. Then he threw the bottle of essence away. Kiyoung unfortunately fell out and hit the wall hard. Seeing that, Diak Gu worriedly called Kiyoung's name, and Ha Yan was also impatient. Kiyoung gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He thought to himself, damn, did I just break a bone, this pig. Wait, my essence. I saw the bottle of essence about to fall to the ground. At the same time Ha Yan worriedly ran to his side. And lo, the essence immediately fell down and hit Ha Yan. Imagine the solution breaking and spilling all over her body. Kiyoung's face showed fear. He thought, I'm done, I will really die if Zhang Ha Yan turns into that green giant. But at this moment, Ha Yan used a magic shield to protect himself. Ha Yan growled angrily, I'm pretty sure I said it. Stop fighting, glanced at Ha Yan. Kiyoung thought to himself, she avoided being hit by using a magic shield, but what does that matter? Ha Yan tore apart the people who made her angry, so angry, she doesn't even stutter anymore, she's really crazy. He looked into her eyes, his heart was a bit chaotic, he suddenly felt scared and cowered in a corner, trembling. Ha Yan, calm down, he whispered in his heart, don't come close to me. Diak Gu saw this and worried about Kiyoung's safety, calling out, Kiyoung, are you okay? I'm sorry, are you hurt? But suddenly Diak Gu felt the aura radiating from Ha Yan, making Diak Gu a bit heavy. He felt like he couldn't move, wondering if he was sinking. Ha Yan fiercely glared at Diak Gu, said grumpily, I trusted you, I thought you were better than that. You dare, you dare. Then Kiyoung came closer while crying and said, don't you dare hurt my Kiyoung. Seeing that, Kiyoung silently thought, yes, I know right away. Ha Yan angrily exploded with magic. She shouted, I can't forgive you, I will never forgive you. Kiyoung saw that Ha Yan was about to lose control. He advised Ha Yan, stop it. Diak Gu felt excruciating pain at this moment, trying to grit his teeth and bear it. He thought, otherwise I wouldn't be able to stand up, every cell in my body would be compressed by her magic power. I didn't know she was that strong, she used to get wet like that. But now she's so strong that it's hard to describe. I used to be very strong, now he is stronger than me, so what am I good at now? Am I really nothing more than a burden to this team? Unexpectedly, Ha-Yan couldn't calm down at this moment. She screamed, feeling Kiyoung's pain. While screaming, Kiyoung shouted loudly and stopped, "Stop it, Jong Ha-Yan. It's not like Deok-gu did it on purpose, I wasn't even hurt because I had the artifact next to me." Ha-Yan saw you criticizing him and said with a regretful face, "I'm sorry, you should apologize to Deok-gu, not me." Seeing that, she pondered, what can I do to make the situation less tense? Then Ha-Yan spoke up, "Sorry, Deok-gu, I guess I wasn't considerate enough, I'm sorry." Deok-gu said sadly, "You didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry for hurting you when you should be taking care of me, I also hurt Ha-Yan. It's all my fault." Watching Deok-gu leave in despair, Kiyoung spoke up, "Wait Deok-gu." Just seeing Deok-gu at this moment, tears flowed like a stream. Kiyoung felt extremely sad. At this time, at the Black Swan Association, the wine bar is reserved for important guests. Kiyoung drank while expressing his feelings. Damned. I did all this for that fat guy, as expected. Lee Jie sat next to him and also said, "I didn't know you were such an emotional person." Kiyoung gritted his teeth, angrily said, "This is the last time I'll be like this, I'll kick him out if he fails again." Lee Jie looked at him and smiled, "Really, come on, cheer up. I'm sure there is another way, it doesn't have to be based on the power serum, there is a way. I don't really understand, but if I want him to get stronger without the serum, I just need to put him in an environment where he has no choice but to get stronger." Lee Jie continued, "Like throwing him into hell, that's right, he's never really experienced danger before. Every time the situation becomes dangerous, Lam Hoi will take care of it, that's it." Suddenly both of them said it at the same time, "It was a prank." Kiyoung smiled, he thought to himself, there is a reason why we are best friends, right? Lee Jie also implicitly clinked her glass with him. "In prison, it's rare, can you get one right now?" Of course, but in return, he asked Hyunsung to spare some time. He wondered, why? "What do you like him, my Hyunsung Hyejin?" But Lee Jie immediately expressed, "Of course not, I know you wouldn't, it's not you. I think my guild leader likes him, it's been a while since the rumors of them dating appeared, don't you know?" Black Swan Association leader Park Yeonyu, one of the 8 thrones of the empire, the one who eliminated the internal corruption of the Black Swans together with Lee Jie, she looks like the girl next door, but is actually as strong as her father Hira. Kiyoung, in my heart is filled with admiration that such a person secretly likes Hyunsung. That's great, Hyunsung, you should have told me. But the problem is that Hyunsung refused all her advances. He's not helpless, I think not. Is this guy crazy? So can you help me, in return for me helping you? Okay, I'll talk to him. Good news. Everything will be great for the Lamb Association if everything goes well. The meeting of the presidents of the 2 most wonderful guilds, increased influence in the empire, more power for me, Hyejin, sorry, but you lost your place. I can understand what you're thinking, there are rumors about you too. What? People rumored that the reason Lam Hoi was promoted was because of his popularity with women. That's right, there are so many women around you, they are all strong people, too. I mean, you're attractive, but you're not that good looking, so I don't know what those people see in you. Is it because you look perverted? Well, I'm one of them too. There is actually a reason for this. The status window appears, displaying the player's characteristics. Lee Kiyoung, the charm of the scammer, seducing the scammers to listen to the speaker, increasing the possibility of receiving love from dangerous opponents. There are also a few books, very popular, I don't know much about them but you're very famous. Well, I'll prepare a prank for you, so don't worry about that. Kiyoung smiled, thank you. So do you want to come over and make some ramen? It's already late. Kiyoung shook his head to refuse. No, Ha-Yan is waiting for me. Goodbye my love, it's not convenient, see you later my friend. When you left, Kiyoung thought to himself, this is really the last time I help you Deok-gu, Lindel's project number 2. Let's go, it's time to show Lee Kiyoung's prank. Lee Jie's mouth also curled up in a smile, you should look forward to it. A few days later, Lee Kiyoung and a few were on their way to the dungeon, including Ha-Yan, and Deok-gu along with Yeri. Deok-gu was surprised, I was surprised. A picnic in prison, well, we rarely go out like this anyway, I think everyone will be tired from training, this dungeon is easy, so this trip will be fun. And I'm sorry about last time. Hearing that, Deok-gu sniffled and looked at Kiyoung. Kiyoung, he thought to himself, okay that's right. Then Deok-gu leaned closer and whispered to Kiyoung, I think Ha-Yan is still angry. Kiyoung thought, Ha ha, it's okay. She was nervous because she had to act. Anyway, I chose 3 more people who weren't GA's people. Assemble the cast list for the prank, and the third person. Deok-gu now complained a bit. Kiyoung, you don't need to buy the whole dungeon. Kiyoung calmly said, just for everyone, it's okay, but in truth, GA bought it for him because now your pockets are empty. Deok-gu heard that and was as happy as a child. You are so thoughtful, thank you so much. Suddenly a cry rang out. Everyone's friendship is so great, this is truly family. Seeing him suddenly cry, Deok-gu was confused. Who are you? Kiyoung stood aside with a half smile. Ah, of course. Don't be shocked, Deok-gu, he's a real actor. At this time he pushed his glasses and happily introduced, nice to meet, I am the pastor of the Red Mercenaries, Onjimo. This person was hired by Kiyoung specifically for Deok-gu. Deok-gu spoke up, let's rest first. Just after a moment of silence, Onjimo asked, so he also fell into this place due to pressing the wrong button in the game? Deok-gu replied with a hum and asked again, so did he. Onjimo said, that's why holding down the button continuously is very dangerous. Hearing that, Deok-gu laughed and said, you said it so well, seeing that he secretly thought, they have become friends, Onjimo. He is not famous, but he has a lot of acting experience when he was on Earth. How can love change like that? Currently, he is a pastor fighting for the Red Mercenaries. He's not a strong person, but surprisingly he does very well in the Red Mercenary Guild, probably because he's a good actor. After talking for a while, Deok-gu said, we get along so well, so everyone was invited by the game. Kim Hyunsung spoke up and said, I'm different. I never received an invitation, I grew up in the slums. Well, it's not that I'm sad about that. Looking at her expression, everyone didn't say anything more, they only had a little sympathy and thought, Yuri-chan. At this time, Onjimo and Deok-gu were silent for a moment and then approached the girl. Miss Yuri, from now on you can call me Uncle Jimo, Uncle Deok-gu will be here for you. Hearing that, Kim Hyunsung exclaimed in confusion, what the hell? At this moment, Kiyoung saw this and appeared very happy on the outside, but on the inside he smiled sadly and thought, the atmosphere was just right for him. Beautiful scenery, delicious food, sunset. Kiyoung looked at him. At the same time, Onjimo also looked at him, their eyes met as if they understood and said in unison, it's time to pull the fishing line. Lee Kiyoung jokes, Captain Lindel episode, Lee Kiyoung director, Lee Kiyoung script, Lee Kiyoung production, Lee GA support. Deok-gu said, it seems this place is stable. Onjimo replied, compared to before. Deok-gu continued, but we shouldn't let our guard down. Onjimo burst out laughing and exclaimed, well, I don't think anything bad will happen. Deok-gu heard that confused and asked, what do you mean, is there something happening around here? Onjimo immediately said, it seems you don't know. Right after receiving Deok-gu's nod, Onjimo explained, well, a few years ago, an organization was wiped out here, a partisan massacre. The culprit is Murder Brigade, an organization of murderers. Hearing that, Deok-gu exclaimed in surprise, murderer. Kiyoung continued, brigade, looked back at his expression. Kiyoung thought to himself, this name. I wanted to recruit him into the association. It's true we both planned it in advance, but his acting was so realistic, I almost believed that organization really existed. It was creepy. At this moment the look on his face was Onjimo. The bass drops and begins to turn on deep performance mode. Onjimo said in a low voice, Murder Brigade, a murder organization founded by Young Jin-ho in his first life after surviving the tutorial that shocked the entire continent. Why do I know? I've seen it before in the dark world. At that time, thanks to Deok-gu, Kiyoung 31 didn't participate. But my theory is that he secretly befriended the captain, Young Jin-ho. The reason is very simple, this good prospect can bring a lot of money, he is definitely very good at flattery and earns money from them. If he had created an organization in his previous life, maybe he would have done it now, or someone else would have done it, but without Young Jin-ho, the organization wouldn't be that scary, and because he is dead. He is a psychopathic trash murderer, it would not be wrong to say that all the bad things were done by him. As soon as he finished the story he thought to himself, thank you, Jin-ho. At this moment, Ha-yan started to act, covering her eyes and exclaiming, she was so scared. Kim Hyunsung heard that and calmly criticized, what name sounds bad? When I heard that, Kiyoung thought, hey, cut, everything I'm doing great, you guys just need to keep your mouth shut. Killer Brigade, how cool is that? Deok-gu was now a bit scared and asked, are they still active? Onjimo laughed and replied, if so, why would we dare to come here? Ha. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, luckily there's Jimo here, let's see if he's good. Onjimo said, there are guards patrolling around the town, and there has been no news of their activities lately. Everything will be fine. Kiyoung replied, yes, we just need to be a little careful. Deok-gu spoke up, but don't let me finish. Onjimo immediately interrupted, let's leave before it gets dark. Before leaving, Deok-gu called out loudly, Kiyoung, I have a bad feeling about this. Shouldn't we go back? Speaking of this, Deok-gu thought to himself, no, he prepared everything for me, surely everyone is looking forward to this trip, this is also an opportunity for me to make peace with Ha-yan. But when he saw Kiyoung's expression, Deok-gu bowed his head and said, it's okay, let's go. Seeing that, Kiyoung thought to himself, 10 points. That's right, the important thing is determination. I'm so proud of you, you idiot, you can do it, Deok-gu, get over it. But not even a few seconds later, heroic Deok-gu was so scared that he wanted to cry and turned around and said, Kiyoung, actually I want to go back. Seeing that, Kiyoung thought to himself, minus 10 points. Night had just fallen. He looked around and thought, where are they? It's time to appear, please show yourself, Killer Brigade, along with Lee Jie. At this moment Deok-gu exclaimed, Kiyoung, I think there is someone over there. Hearing that, he watched and thought, finally appeared, Deok-gu came forward and called out, who's there, have you lost your way? But when Kiyoung looked closer, he was a little disappointed and thought, there's only one person, okay, what's going on? She should have sent 3 or 4 people, what was she thinking? Lee Jie, I'm so disappointed. At this moment, the people there heard the noise and turned around, immediately attacking the magic power. He thought to himself, this bloodlust is. Your side was also affected at this time. Onjimo asked, Kiyoung, is that really someone from our side? Kiyoung continued, I don't know, what is that? He now activated his mind's eye. As soon as he made eye contact with that person, his eyeballs immediately reacted and he exclaimed, wait, that person. Displaying status window of player Park Yeonyu, name Park Yeonyu, 28 years old, warm personality, sword weapon, Black Swan Guardian title. Hearing that status window thought to myself, damn, what is the president of the Black Swan Association doing here? Look how warm she is. Maybe someone is making fun of me. Suddenly saw a blow ready to rush towards the group of people. Deok-gu exclaimed, Kiyoung, everyone. Scamper. Waiting for Deok-gu to finish that sentence, the group of people left him screaming. Kiyoung thought to himself, this is so scary, maybe the killer brigade really exists, I shouldn't doubt Lee Jie. I really need you to do well this time, don't worry, who do you think you are? Unexpectedly, she asked her own president. Is this the reason she asked for a date with Kim Hyunsung? At this time, Deok-gu also caught up and kept looking back and saying, Kiyoung, just leave it to me and run away from here. Kiyoung asked, you will come with us? Kiyoung thought, touching, but what are you planning to do? You have no chance of winning. But don't worry, Deok-gu. The opponent is truly a monster, but it's just an act. When I give the signal, she will pretend to attack everyone except Park Deok-gu. Park Deok-gu will witness his comrades fall and awaken as Captain Lindel. I'm sure of this because I witnessed it in my first life. Even though he was injured, he still protected me until the end. It wasn't a miracle. This is just a way to definitely make him stronger. The reason for his slow strength development is enough experience and no injuries, so it's because of his mental state. Can I catch up with the other members of the team? But even if I'm useless at relying on the other team members, other members will also limit development. The solution to increase strength, I absolutely do not use this method to get stronger. If my friends are in danger, is that so? Then we will die. As a result, Kiyoung, you will be the protector of Lam Hoi, the system will develop successfully. Now then, should I test out the new magic potion? After saying that, he immediately cast the Dragon's Breath potion. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, but when I look back at Yeonyu's face, I think to myself, I'm sorry. At this moment, Yeonyu angrily cast magic and rushed towards the crowd. Saw her chasing a few people and ran away. He spoke up, I'm sorry. Right now Ha-yan spoke up, Kiyoung. As she finished speaking, she raised her staff high and cast a pursuit spell. Then he swung a strike. Hearing that, Kiyoung thought to himself, what name is so bland? What if we win? We've forgotten our original goal. At that moment, she appeared behind him and said, where are you looking? That's just an afterimage. Hearing that, Kiyoung was startled and turned around thinking, so fast, when did she come? Wait, you're not really planning on killing us, are you? Suddenly, when she heard a noise, she was startled and looked over. Then I saw Kim Yeri coming from behind and spoke up. I heard that there are many talented individuals in Lam Hoi, that's right, Yeri-chan. Hearing that, Kim Yeri immediately threw a kick, but Yeonyu easily dodged it, however. Some people have arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a kick that hit the fatal point. Kim Yeri was thrown away from her mouth and blood spurted out. Seeing such a big commotion, Onjimo exclaimed, Yeri. Kiyoung pretended to be enthusiastic and asked, what should we do, is she dead? After saying that, he thought to himself, this idiot, he's frozen. I feel a bit sorry, but it's all for your good Deok-gu. At this moment Deok-gu felt like a lost soul. He was stunned and exclaimed, Yeri. The dust and smoke gradually faded and saw Kim Yeri with her blood-covered body motionless. The crowd exclaimed, no, Yeri. He wondered, the one person who passed away, Kim Yeri, was just acting, right? She didn't really die, right? Without thinking much, Jimo immediately ran over and called out, Yeri. At that moment, Onjimo was pierced by an arrow straight from behind. Immediately he fell down. Seeing that, some people exclaimed, Jimo. Ha Yan shouted loudly, get away, Deok-gu. After finishing speaking, she raised her staff high and cast a chase spell. Immediately, the magical powers in the fist rushed to attack. But Yeonyu used a protective ring to block it. She gently waved her hand continuously. Small swords appeared. Seeing that, Kiyoung exclaimed, wow, what is that? Summoning swords, so cool, I feel like I have seen it somewhere before. In the flash, thousands of swords continuously rushed forward. Seeing that, Kiyoung exclaimed, Ha Yan, you need to avoid it. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ha Yan's body was pierced by many of those swords. Seeing that, Kiyoung exclaimed in surprise, Ha Yan. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that both the sword and blood were special effects, but they looked so scary. Ha Yan fell down. She trembled and stammered, Kiyoung. I love you. After finishing speaking, Ha Yan smiled and looked at Kiyoung and then just fell down. He ran to hug Ha Yan and shouted loudly, no, Ha Yan, just performing such a play. He helplessly thought to himself, do you need to go in? This position is unbelievable. Seeing this, Deok-gu faltered for a few times in horror, even Ha Yan. Third person talked Jong Ha Yan. Now Deok-gu has reached his limit. He angrily shouted, I will not forgive you. Deok-gu immediately rushed forward and brandished a sword to say, I will take revenge, but Yeonyu easily dodged. Seeing that, Kiyoung thought to himself, it's no use, she's still teasing him, and Schwen Ca, yes. She got tired of joking around, so she jumped up and swung a kick, causing Deok-gu to fall down for a moment. Right after that, she jumped up to a nearby tree. At that moment, Kiyoung also ran over and exclaimed, Deok-gu. Kiyoung thought, it's time. Now it's my turn, Yeonyu, I believe you don't forget the damage immunity spell. Next, Yeonyu unleashed countless magical swords. It's time for me to end this. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and immediately those countless swords rushed forward. Seeing that, Deok-gu spoke up, Kiyoung, please save yourself, hurry up, I have lost all hope but you still have a chance. Listening to this he thought to himself, this fat guy still thinks about me, no matter how desperate. Kiyoung took out a bottle of medicine and said, nonsense, you idiot, we will die together. Seeing you running towards me, Deok-gu shouted loudly, it's dangerous, Kiyoung, stay away, Kiyoung. Having said this, Deok-gu stared in surprise. Kiyoung blocked the incoming swords with difficulty. Remember. If I can do it, you can do better. Saying this, he smiled and looked at Deok-gu, thinking, Oscar owes me an award. Immediately he fell down. Deok-gu couldn't believe his eyes and kept calling, Kiyoung. Seeing that, Kiyoung whispered a few words and then breathed lightly. He thought, I'll breathe a little more to give the guy hope that I'm still alive. At this moment, Deok-gu couldn't hold back his tears, painfully looking at him and exclaiming, Kiyoung, Kiyoung, Kiyoung. No matter how much he called, he didn't answer. Seeing him struggling in pain like that, he thought to himself, this fat guy, I've never seen him sad before, now I feel a bit guilty, maybe he taking a break. I can still save him, I need to protect him, I need to protect everyone. At this time, Deok-gu forced himself to stand up, I could do it. Seeing that, he was happy. Deok-gu raised his shield and said, if he can do it. So I can, do better. As soon as he finished speaking, Deok-gu roared, his body also began to strengthen and explode. The status window announced, player Park Deok-gu had surpassed his limit. Kiyoung thought to himself, finally a profession, I'm proud of you, fat guy. Then he used his mind's eye. Displays the player's profession. Park Deok-gu, class, legendary level Shield of Faith, a title for great warriors who sacrifice themselves to protect others. This title will be given to Park Deok-gu because he took on the hero's faith. His endurance was plus 15, his total endurance exceeded 90, the legendary class characteristics of the profession, noble sacrifice had been unlocked, seeing that he was surprised and said, endurance 90 and star legendary level. Displays the player's characteristics. Park Deok-gu, noble sacrifice skill, legendary level absorbs damage and shock on behalf of the specified target for a certain period of time. Seeing that, he thought to himself, this is it. Take damage on behalf of a designated target, that's the continent's best Captain Lindel. Oh my god, wait. Absorbing damage for others, it's impossible. Activating the noble sacrifice attribute, he thought to himself, but I received no damage due to the damage immunity spell, the status window said. Park Deok-gu will comment on Lee Kiyoung's pity for a certain period of time. He thought, wait, Yeonyu, stop attacking, it's about to be exposed. The boy is about to find out, stop, go home, but she looked puzzled when she looked at his gestures. After a while, he understood and turned to another direction and threw several holy swords towards Kim Hyunsung. Seeing that, he silently shouted, what is that? I didn't tell him to turn towards her. Seeing that, Deok-gu became even angrier and shouted, no, the target changed. The status window immediately reported, changing the target of the noble sacrifice. Park Deok-gu will receive damage instead of Kim Hyunsung for a certain period of time. Kiyoung thought dejectedly, if it doesn't keep like this, he will notice. At this moment, Onjimo immediately rushed forward to block the attack. Seeing that, Deok-gu exclaimed, Onjimo, Jimo. Someone like me. At the end still surprised everyone, seeing that he thought to himself, what, I only see glasses, can I change the angle? I understand why he's not okay on Earth. At this moment, suddenly there was a loud shout, you, stop. Hearing that, Yeonyu looked over and thought, this is a Black Swan meeting. Seeing that, she spoke up, next time you won't be so lucky. Kiyoung thought, in the end she still tried so hard, she must have wanted to go on a date with Hyunsung. As soon as the people arrived, they immediately started to speak up and move the injured people away. Seeing that, Deok-gu immediately ran to speak up, wait, who are you? Blue Hair heard that and immediately came forward and said, we are the rescue team from the Black Swan Association. You can rest now. Deok-gu asked, what, how would anyone know? Deok-gu is impatient. Kiyoung, are you okay? Kiyoung, just as you were about to rush in, someone from the Black Swan Association stopped you. Urgent, please get out of the way. Deok-gu kept calling from behind. Kiyoung, he tried to hold back his laughter and thought to himself, his reaction was so funny. Deok-gu begs, Kiyoung, please let's all live, please Dr. Ha-yan, Yeri and also Onjimo. Don't die, if everyone dies I will also follow everyone, let me go, let me die with them. The few people who were now placed in a room outside Deok-gu kept banging on the door. A few people also opened their eyes and woke up. Kim Yeri called out, hey Mr. Lee Kiyoung, he replied, yes. She immediately asked, don't you think it's a sin to act like that? He said, yes, a bit guilty but I achieved my goal. Sometimes in life you have to do things you don't want to do. I heard Deok-gu screaming outside and he said, I will never do something like this again. Kim Yeri continued, I feel so trash. He sighed and thought, don't be like me when you grow up, Yeri. On the other side, 3 or 4 people just killed all the monsters. The young man in the group spoke up, there were as many as an army, but we already have food for today. Sora exclaimed in surprise, wait, you want to eat this? He nodded and replied, I will prepare it, fire. Lots of meat, she continued, disgusting, he said, don't be so weak, we need to survive. We need to reach the continent. Sora replied, yes. Immediately unleashed firepower, saying they would see how great I was. After saying that, she rushed to where the firewood sticks were arranged and shaped. Scene changed to the Black Swan Society. At this time, Deok-gu came to visit Kiyoung. When he saw him sitting on the hospital bed, he couldn't help but cry. Kiyoung saw Deok-gu constantly crying and felt bored. Don't cry anymore, I'm fine, it was from the beginning, what's wrong? Deok-gu sadly said, but I can't help but worry if you can't do anything in the next few days. Kiyoung laughed, damn, you're so kind. He thought, he made me feel proud. Remember that time? Deok-gu said, Kiyoung, you have to save yourself, hurry up, there is no hope for you, but for me there is not yet, is too late. It's great that he can study, but this is the most touching scene. Is about the precious comrades who were willing to die for me. At first they were nothing more than his tools. Since when did I like them so much? I should quickly make Hyunsung like that. Thinking, then he asked, "How is the new class?" Hearing him ask, Deok-gu was a bit confused and replied, "Ah, what's going on, there?" I practiced with other guild members, but it still didn't go well. Hyunsung complimented me on my progress, but I couldn't tell if it was real or not. Before he could finish speaking, Kiyoung rubbed Deok-gu's head, exclaimed that it's okay, you're doing well, really, Kiyoung. You've always done well, I'm the one who pushed you too hard, not because I don't believe in you, but I still want to say sorry, Kiyoung. You know I trust you, right? What I can do, you can do too, even better. A bit late, but congratulations for getting into class, Deok-gu. Deok-gu was so moved that he burst into tears. Kiyoung, he was speechless and thinking, this fat guy looks so moved. Deok-gu at this moment couldn't control his emotions and rushed to hug Kiyoung tightly. Stop it, don't cry anymore, it's so boring to hear. On Ha-yan and Yeri saw that and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wow, can't you see us encounter many obstacles, but everything will work out in the end, that's for sure. Please accompany me to the end of the journey, fat guy. I didn't want to let him go either, but Onjimo returned with the Red Mercenaries, and I stayed at Lamb Guild for another week. Hira's father came to visit after hearing the news. She ran to visit Kiyoung. Oh, lover, saw it was Hira. Kiyoung spoke up, Hira, you look fine, I'm home. And then she left. How embarrassed she was. Lee Jie is different, using this case for political purposes. She opened a meeting and announced to the people of the world, 8 people of the empire were ambushed by a very scary assassination organization. This is when the Black Swans, Red Mercenaries, and Lamb Guild captured cooperate to protect the city. She was able to spread our influence widely by taking care of the safety of the city. You did a good job, right? Park Yeonyu, who followed the plan under the condition that Kim Hyunsung would date her, but Hyunsung was so cold that she fell apart. Please keep in touch, at this rate you think you might have to intervention takes. A few months have passed, I'm still handling unfinished work and paying off debt. It's been a year since we came to this strange land. And a new group created from players who survived the tutorial entered the world. Welcome, we are Red Mercenaries, today it's our turn to guide. We will show you the way to the guilds, we'll remind you, outside right now it is extremely bustling, crowded with people, so are those people a group of explorers, each person has their own look. I heard that the magician is very skilled, is it true? I wonder who will win if we should duel with the great magician of the Lam Hoi. Sora overheard that and shouted, wait there. Has a great magician appeared? I want to become a great magician. At the Red Mercenary Guild right now. Kiyoung and Hira are talking together. Guidance Academy is an academy that we're opening in the guild, specifically for the survivors of this wave. Actually it's more like a training center, there's no uniforms or anything. Oh, so this year everyone's last year you finally seriously training new people. In fact, last year the Lamb Association was in chaos. The management of the association that year was very mixed, that's an understatement. The Red Mercenary Association needs to be perfect. I'm also hiring more elite individuals to be instructors, and that said, I hope you'll take care of the production. What do you think? Kiyoung replied, DM will be happy to take over, but are you sure? I don't think many people will pay attention to that side. That's exactly why I want you to do it. In this place, the power is placed top heavy. He would be the one to direct everyone's attention to jobs related to production. But she thought to herself, actually at Lindel there are indeed many things created by Lee Kiyoung. To be honest, I'm not the only one who wants you to take up the position of instructor. There are many groups that have understood the importance of production from you. They are looking forward to a world where jobs are unrelated. Related to fighting may be given more importance. In short, the people of the country hope that you will accept this position. Hearing that, Kiyoung thought to himself, wow, the people of the empire, now I don't mind calling her a queen. I want to flatter her and bring her food and water. I will do my best to treat your majesty. It is true that Kiyoung is very weak in front of people with limited power. Hira continued, of course you won't have to work for free, you will be compensated properly, and have the right to choose which new person to train. The conditions are so good I appreciate it, but my opinion has been decided. Then what? Okay, I heard there's a very promising mage among the newcomers. The main force is lacking a mage. If I choose that mage, wouldn't it be a big loss for me? No, if I can repay you with this. It's like an apology gift. Looking at Hira's red face, Kiyoung smiled and thought, so cute. Then he spoke up, hee, what is the apology for? Is it about Keslock? As soon as he finished speaking, Hira got mad. She played give you a coffin now. I'm sorry, she's so scary, I guess I can only obey orders. Oh, there's more. It would be good if that rabbit-like magician and that saint could help with magic and priestly training. A few days later at the Red Mercenary Academy. I thought I would be able to start teaching. But there are still too many things at the Lamb Guild that need me to solve, so Ha Yan and Kiyoung started first. As soon as Ha Yan saw you, she was so happy. Kiyoung. Kiyoung smiled and said, "Today is your first teaching session. It's 5th period, right? We can have lunch together before you go. You look like you're enjoying this job very much." Is that true? I used to be a teacher when I was on Earth, so this must have been a very nostalgic and unbelievable experience. Ha Yan happily said, "Since I was little, I wanted to be a teacher, so what? I can imagine Sun Hee-young teaching on Earth and here, but she, teaching. Ha Yan, you're teaching the newbie properly, aren't you?" He called the waiter for 3 meals, then asked, "Let's see, how do you two feel about teaching?" Ha Yan said happily, "Much more fun than I thought, hee hee." "Oh, so what about you, Hee-young?" Quite satisfactory to her. "Especially the group of students in Class C, they are as cute as angels, yes, very kind. Also study hard, yes, I still voluntarily do my homework, they are all good-natured people." Thinking about me, Kiyoung feels unfair. That's interesting, in my time they were all bastards. That's good, there are no problems. Actually, sometimes people don't seem to understand what I'm saying at all. Kiyoung thinks to himself, "I'm the only one who can do that." Ha Yan, what are you teaching? Well, except for one person, I think she used to be in the expedition team. Hearing Ha Yan talk, I thought, could that be the magician in the rumors? If Ha Yan mentioned her, she must have been excellent. Ha Yan continued, "Actually she is a very interesting person. She also told me that she admires me a lot. This is a special example because I worked very hard, so the great mage is this strong." Has a good personality, doesn't sound too bad. Ha Yan, there's food on your face. After eating, I said goodbye to you too. I have to go this way, see you later. Okay, good luck. Then he walked step by step to class. It seems like this year's newcomer is really cool. I have to see who I choose. I'm a little excited. I have also prepared very well for today's lecture, hoping that there will be a lot of suitable servants, young talents that I can bring to the festival. Kiyoung was excited, but when he passed the door, the students poured cold water on him. Everyone in the classroom was arguing, "Hey, should I skip the next class?" Kiyoung heard that and had a bit of a hard time believing it, thinking about Loi Ha Yan, the class's students are so great, just like angels. After that, he walked into class with a face like a funeral, but they didn't care at all. What was the next class? What alchemy? Taking a class that wasn't related to fighting was okay, what's the benefit? Thinking of Hee-young all the praise, everyone is so studious, they whisper, developing continental technology. What the hell is this? Ha ha, what? It's so useless, you know what this is for, never mind, just skip class to the cafeteria. Hey, it seems like that's the teacher, look how he invested in clothes. What is that, playing another character? Kiyoung is so angry that he wants to apparate, these brats don't know who they are. While my blood was boiling, a voice rang out, "Come on, can everyone be quiet, you guys are making things difficult for the teacher." "Oh yes, oh Sora, sorry." Kiyoung also smiled slightly and felt less upset, thinking that must be the girl that Ha Yan mentioned. Her name is Sora. "Thank you, Sora, I'll take you to the lamb." Just as she regained her composure, Sora looked scornful and sarcastically said, "If a person teaches a class not related to fighting, he can be considered a teacher." Looking at Sora's behavior combined with the ungrateful students, Kiyoung's anger seemed to explode. What the hell did I expect? What a fool.